Ein has bound himself to a peculiar system, tasked with reversing the fate of core characters. Harry Potter. Ein. This is simple. The pitiful victim of abuse ultimately transforms into the grand antagonist. Albus Dumbledore. Ein. Package him up and deliver him to Gellert. Tom Riddle. Ein. It is our solemn duty to rescue the wayward youth. Severus Snape. Ein. Shall I find him a wife? How about a whitewashed savior? Snape. Ein. Well, Professor, I was wrong. QEQ. As darkness descended, the once vibrant green eyes gradually lost their clarity in the throes of death. Snape opened his eyes once more, only to find himself returned to 7 years prior. Just when he believed that history would repeat itself, he discovered a youth who had never existed in his past life. Initially, he took notice of the boy merely due to his unusual presence and bizarre behavior. However, as time progressed, his gaze became increasingly fixated on the radiant youth. If Lily was the fleeting light that graced his life, perhaps this boy was the sun that belonged solely to him. Chapter 1. Crossing over with the system. What a ridiculous ending. It truly infuriates me. Ein furiously hurled the copy of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows to the ground. Ein, a dedicated Harry Potter fan who had pursued the series from the age of 18 until 25, finally reached the conclusion and let out a roar of indignation. Am I not a grand professor? Can one simply exit the stage without warning? Unable to contain his frustration, Ein stomped down twice, precisely landing on Harry Potter's face on the cover. This is absurd, utterly outrageous. Ein huffed as he reclined backward. Do you wish to alter the ending? A voice emanated from the void, ethereal in nature. Absolutely. If I were the author, I certainly would not allow so many to serve as stepping stones merely to highlight Harry Potter. Then go forth and make the change. The ethereal voice continued, and in that moment, Ein realized something was amiss. Goosebumps instantaneously rose on his skin. Wait, who are you? Ein's voice quivered, but before he could process further, darkness enveloped him. In the abyss, the voice resounded once more. Welcome, host, to the world of Harry Potter. System 2024 will serve you. The system you have bound is the Fate Trajectory Reversal System, requiring you to alter the destinies of pivotal characters within the realm of Harry Potter. I wish you a pleasant undertaking in your mission. What does this mean? Ein found himself utterly bewildered. A message appeared, indicating that a new identity would soon be bound to his soul. Identity binding in progress. Alert! Alert! Identity binding anomaly detected. Beep! Identity binding successful. Proceeding with the physical state dimensionalization. I'm Black. Welcome to the magical world. This is an evening soiree befitting aristocratic wizards, where opulent chandeliers illuminate the hall, filled with figures exchanging toasts and laughter. Wizards clad in an array of robes and formal attire engage in animated conversations, yet the eyes of most attendees inadvertently gravitate toward a singular young boy. The 18-year-old youth donned a form-fitting deep blue robe, and adorned by the elegance of his attire, his figure appeared remarkably slender and upright. Beneath his short black hair lay a cherubic face, seemingly youthful yet strikingly endearing, with a pair of large cerulean eyes that darted around inquisitively beneath a fringe of tousled bangs. Ein, system, what is happening? This boy was indeed Ein himself. After an interminable stretch of darkness, he found himself at the entrance of a manor, subsequently bewilderingly ushered into this gathering. System, it is advised that the host explores independently. Following this response, the system fell silent. Ein darn, wretched system, ruining my youth and squandering my wealth. However, upon closer observation of his surroundings, he made several noteworthy discoveries. I hear this is the illegitimate son of the Black family who has fallen from grace. It seems to be the son of the sister of the Black matriarch. Wasn't that individual disowned by the Black family? Currently, the only remaining member of the Black family is that one imprisoned in Azkaban. This illegitimate son may even be more favorable. Who knows? Let us not forget that Mrs. Malfoy was originally a Black. No wonder the Malfoy family wishes to reclaim this Black. By the way, who is his father? Who could possibly know? The surrounding individuals whispered quietly, yet refrained from any actions that might be deemed disrespectful to the host of the soiree. Ein listened for a while, feeling somewhat perplexed. Ein, system, what do you make of their chatter? System, please explore independently. The system shall not provide any hints. Ein, are they not consuming anything? Such massive lobsters. I have never even seen one in my past life. Thus, surveying his surroundings and finding no one to impede him, he boldly seized a plate and commenced his self-service. Cutlery? No. Utensils would only hinder the pace of my feast. I deftly grasped a lobster, pinching its head with one hand while breaking its body with the other, discarding the legs and shell, and with a swift tug on the tail, a perfect piece of lobster meat emerged. Naturally, he concluded with a satisfying suck on the lobster head. Perfection. Just as Ein relished the head of the lobster, a profound silence enveloped the venue. The reason was simple. The host of the banquet had made their entrance. 3 individuals entered the hall. The leading man with platinum blonde hair held slightly aloft, his cane tapping lightly on the ground, exuding an air of arrogance. The woman beside him appeared exceedingly gentle and graceful, while the man on his other side, clad in black robes, with ebony hair and eyes, possessed sharply defined features that cast a palpable aura of somberness merely by standing there. Coincidentally, the trio was advancing toward Ein. Unperturbed, he finished savoring the lobster head as they approached him. This gentleman must be Mr. Ein Black. The melodious intonation made Ein feel somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, it is I nodded in acknowledgement. The youth's height, barely reaching the chest of the adult men, compelled them to gaze upward at the 3 before him. Ein, appearing both obedient and endearing, nodded. Yes, that is me. Ein, at 18, I am charming and innocent, a veritable darling adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. System, cars burst tires upon sighting. Ein, how dare you resurrect such an outdated trope from a decade ago? Severus Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, a sardonic curve gracing his lips. Lucius, is this the heir of the Black family you have so painstakingly unearthed from some forgotten pit in the backwoods? Severus, Lucius replied with a hint of resignation. He has only just come of age. He is still but a child. So, you wish for me to describe such an individual, Snape remarked, casting a glance at Ein's fingers still adorned with lobster butter. The lobster-loving Mr. Black, in terms of gentlemanly decorum and refined upbringing? Severus, yet you have made me a promise, Lucius said, raising an eyebrow as he observed Snape's increasingly darkening expression. Oomph. A low, yet seethingly angry, sound emanated from Snape's nostrils. You have triumphed, Lucius. Then, allow me to introduce this esteemed acquaintance, young Mr. Black. Lucius inclined slightly, locking his gaze with Ein's cerulean eyes. Severus Snape, professor of potions at Hogwarts. Chapter 2. The First Summer Vacation. Thus, Ein found himself unceremoniously packed off to the Snape household. Ein. System, my dear companion. Do you not think this development is rather peculiar? System. Severus Snape is also one of the core target figures. I advise the host to take this opportunity to accomplish the task. Ein. How am I supposed to do that? You haven yet enlighten me on what it means to alter a character's fate. System. The trajectory of a character's fate consists of 2 lines. One is the career line, and the other is the emotional line. Taking Snape as an example, you could alter his narrative as a double agent to change his fate, or you could modify his emotional affiliations to influence his destiny. Ein. Changing the double agent line might be a challenge, but altering emotional affiliations is within my grasp. Pairing characters and shipping them is my forte. System. Cursed Lucius. Cursed little imp. Snape, who had thought he was on the brink of death, unexpectedly discovered he had been reborn 7 years into the past. The momentary shock prevented him from declining the invitation to the Platinum Peacock soiree. He never anticipated that attending this gathering would lead to such a considerable predicament. What on earth is this little brat thinking? It seems he is as daft as that Gryffindor mutt. No wonder they share the same bloodline. Could he possibly be yet another foolish Gryffindor? Having a Gryffindor Black around is simply splendid. Meals are conveniently stored in the fridge. Help yourself. Do not venture into the basement unless necessary. Your room is the one on the far left of the 2nd floor. With that, Snape turned and descended into the basement, leaving Ein in a state of utter bewilderment in the living room. What should I do now? Ein scratched his head. System. Based on reader and fanfiction data, individuals who trigger the storyline of cohabiting with Snape typically exhibit the following behaviors. 1. Assisting Snape in tidying his room. 2. Preparing nutritious meals and reminding the professor, who brews potions in the basement, to eat on time. Ein casually opened the refrigerator, only to be astonished by the uniform array of fast food sandwiches before him. Ein. System. Is he expecting me to eat this? System. This presents an excellent opportunity for you to showcase yourself. Ein. But I'm still growing. This is bound to lead to malnutrition. System, I wish I could eliminate this host. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the basement door. Snape, with an expression of low pressure, opened the door. You had better have a valid reason for disturbing me. Ein looked up, his sky-blue eyes misting over. Sir, I do not enjoy sandwiches. I wish for a medium-rare steak, accompanied by clam chowder and creamy pasta, and I would like a pumpkin juice as well. For dessert, a mango pie would be delightful. Snape's temple throbbed. There is money in the drawer of the coffee table. Buy what you wish, and do not bother me. With a resounding bang, the basement door was shut. Satisfied, Ein departed. Having secured some pocket money, Ein did not rush to eat, but rather intended to pursue the main storyline. For such a significant character as Harry Potter could hardly be neglected. Thus, Ein made his way to Privet Drive. Clad in Muggle attire, a white shirt paired with deep brown striped overalls, presenting a picture of an English gentleman. Harry Potter was not difficult to locate. After all, there was only one small, skinny child dragging a lawnmower that nearly matched his own size in the entire neighborhood. Hello there, young one. Ein approached the boy, who stood just at his chest height, likely around 9 or 10 years of age, indicating that the main storyline had yet to commence. Hello, sir? The young boy spoke timidly. How old are you this year? Have you turned 10 yet? Ein smiled warmly, ruffling Harry Potter's hair. I'm already 11. Ein withdrew his hand, realizing the main storyline had indeed begun with no buffer whatsoever. What are you doing here in this heat? You could wait until later when it's cooler to tend to the lawn. The boy bit his lip and replied slowly. I have to finish mowing this lawn before I can eat. Ein contemplated for a moment. System, it is recommended that the host offer warmth to foster goodwill, suggesting the following actions. 1. Take Harry Potter out for a nice meal. 2. Buy some snacks to give to Harry Potter. 3. Assist Harry Potter in completing his chores sooner. Ein sighed. Although I'm unsure if this will be a challenge for you. How should one address the cruelty and harshness from others? If I were in your position, Harry Potter looked at Ein with a mix of understanding and confusion. Fight if you can, run if you can't, deceive if you can't run, and con if you can't deceive. Ein gazed earnestly at Harry. If no one is looking after you, then you must take care of yourself. With that, Ein turned and walked away. Ein. System. Was my speech not impressive? System. Silence. Ein. It was just like a transcendent master imparting wisdom to a fledgling. System. As long as you're happy. He had long since lost hope that this utterly unpredictable host would accomplish the task. Ein chuckled lightly, humming a disjointed tune as he ambled into the supermarket. In the distance, on Privet Drive, a group of boys surrounded Harry Potter, shoving him around, with the ringleader being Harry's cousin, Dudley. You little freak, apologize to me. Dudley shoved Harry Potter to the ground. But I did nothing wrong, Harry muttered, looking down. You're polluting our air, Dudley sneered from above, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. The other boys erupted into laughter. Harry, bowing his head, initially planned to endure the situation as he had before, but suddenly recalled the words of the youth he had encountered earlier. If no one is looking after you, you must take care of yourself. Harry stood up, confronting Dudley defiantly. I said I'm not wrong. Dudley, consumed by fury, shouted, You little freak, I'll knock you out today. He swung a punch, but it was halted midair by an unknown force, causing his fist to swell and turn a shade of purple, while panic gripped the other boys, who scattered in terror. Dudley, overwhelmed, fainted from shock. Harry regarded the boy on the ground and his swollen arm with a cold detachment. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to utilize the peculiar skill he had inadvertently discovered. Harry hissed twice at the bushes, and a small snake emerged, obediently coiling around his wrist. He pressed the snake's fangs against Dudley's hand, instantly creating 2 puncture wounds. After composing himself, Harry rubbed his eyes, shedding a few tears, and sprinted into the house. Aunt Petunia, Uncle Vernon, Dudley was bitten by a snake. What do we do? In the supermarket, the system suddenly received a data update. Harry Potter, Character Fate Trajectory Modification Progress, 10. Chapter 3, Snape Goes to War, Not a Blade of Grass Remains. A flicker of flame erupted from the fireplace in Spinner's End, and after a moment, a face as wrinkled as an orange peel emerged. Severus. The basement door was thrust open, revealing Snape, his expression dark as he regarded the uninvited Dumbledore. You had better have a legitimate reason for intruding, Albus. Do not be so agitated, Severus. Albus chuckled as he emerged from the fireplace, bestowing upon himself a fresh appearance. I must say, your fireplace indeed requires a thorough cleaning. I trust one need not remind you that I expect my fireplace's sole function to be warmth, rather than the welcome of unexpected guests. Severus, with a cold demeanor, retorted. Speak, Albus. What schemes are you concocting this time? Albus laughed softly. Will you not offer me a cup of tea? I would prefer it with a generous helping of honey. Severus furrowed his brow and summoned a cup of clear water. Nothing but clear water. Unperturbed, Dumbledore accepted the water, and from an unknown source, produced honey, mixing it in with a casual swirl. Severus, I have heard you brought back a young Mr. Black from Lucius. I assume your information is sufficient that I need not elaborate further on this matter. Do not fret, my child. Dumbledore took a sip of his honeyed water. You know, this year marks Harry's entrance into Hogwarts. Everything we do is for the safety of that child. After all, James and Lily are no longer with us. I shall certainly ensure his safety, Severus replied tersely, instinctively invoking his mental occlusion. I trust you, Severus. Dumbledore's blue eyes seemed to penetrate all, gazing earnestly into Severus's hollow black orbs. Let us hope no unforeseen events arise. Of course, Severus replied coldly, adopting a distinctly dismissive posture. Dumbledore maintained his cheerful demeanor, patting Severus on the shoulder. You might visit that child sometime. He bears a striking resemblance to Lily. Long after Dumbledore departed, Severus stood motionless in the living room. In the wake of his rebirth, he had contemplated revealing everything to Dumbledore. Yet he found himself unable to articulate the matter of his resurrection or the future in any form. Perhaps the best outcome was to tread once more along the path of his previous life, where the Savior vanquished the Dark Lord, while he remained eternally ensconced in the darkness before dawn, seeking atonement throughout his existence. His hollow black eyes betrayed no emotion, as if no light could ever penetrate them again. When Ein returned home, he beheld this scene. The tall man stood silently in the living room, his solitary and desolate silhouette evoking a sense of discomfort. Sir, I'm back, Ein called out, shaking the bag in his hand as he greeted the man. Severus, unusually devoid of sarcasm, merely glanced at the boy who had not existed in his past life. The boy's sky-blue eyes shimmered with a gentle luster, a stark contrast to Dumbledore's piercing gaze. Ein hesitated, sensing the man's unusual silence and solemnity, then retrieved a chocolate from his bag. Sir, have something sweet to cheer up, he said, thrusting the chocolate into Severus's hand, and without waiting for a response, hummed a tune as he headed to his room. As the bedroom door closed, Severus looked down at the chocolate that had been forcefully pressed into his hand, a milk chocolate. He had never been fond of chocolate, particularly the overly sweet milk variety, yet he did not discard it. Instead, he paused, absent-mindedly tucking the chocolate into his pocket. After completing this action, Severus seemed to realize something, frowning at his pocket. However, he hesitated to retrieve it, fearing it would seem overly deliberate, so he let it be. Just like the boy's presence, though he was uncertain what it signified, he could only allow it to continue as it was. After contemplating for a while, Severus turned and returned to the basement. Life continued in a steady rhythm. He intended to find an opportune moment to convey to the boy the desire for mutual non-interference. Yet he found that the boy exhibited no inclination to intrude upon him. Each day, he remained ensconced in his room, seemingly engrossed in some writing, occasionally emerging to return with treats that only a child would covet. This was acceptable. After all, his agreement with Lucius was limited to this summer. When the next holiday arrived, he would leave the boy to Lucius's care. Sir, I've received a letter from Hogwarts. One morning, Ein bounded down the stairs, barefoot, excitedly waving the letter in front of Severus. Has the description of your intellect as akin to a troll ceased to satisfy you? Now your behavior is beginning to mirror theirs? Came Severus's deep voice from the sofa, dripping with sarcasm. Perhaps Mr. Black should first don his shoes and at least resemble a human. Ein paid no heed to Severus's remarks, swiftly trotting over to sit beside him on the sofa. Is it a letter from Hogwarts? The envelope emblazoned with the 4 house crests was presented before Severus, who, as a professor at Hogwarts, certainly recognized its significance. So, Severus arched an eyebrow, curious to see what this unpredictable child would do next. Dear Mr. Ein Black, as you have reached the age of 18 without ever attending Hogwarts, we cordially invite you to join us in the capacity of an assistant, while concurrently completing your studies at Hogwarts. Ein read aloud from the letter, exclaiming, Wow, sir, does this mean we will be colleagues? Severus scoffed, withholding his opinion. Will you take me to Diagon Alley to purchase my textbooks? Ein eagerly inquired, unfolding the letter further. It states here that if needed, someone from Hogwarts will accompany me to Diagon Alley. If you come with me, does that mean I won't need anyone else? You wish for me to accompany you? Severus was somewhat taken aback, fully aware of the image he projected in the eyes of students. Yes. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. Why? Because then I would surely be the brightest star in the alley. Chapter 4. A journey to Diagon Alley. Upon Ein's successful arrival at Diagon Alley, he was met with gasps of astonishment from those around him. After all, which student of Hogwarts was unaware that Professor Snape seldom frequented Diagon Alley? And the man clad in flowing black robes beside him, shrouded in an aura of swirling darkness, was none other than their potions master. Severus strode purposefully through Diagon Alley, with Ein trotting closely behind. Sir, wait for me, Ein panted, grasping the hem of Severus's robe. Have the days spent at home caused your limbs to wither like your intellect? Severus remarked mercilessly, though he did slow his pace slightly. Keep up. We are heading to Gringotts. With a flick of his robe, Severus shrugged off Ein's hand. You should be grateful that Lucius's brain, eroded by beauty potions, still remembers to assist you in reclaiming the inheritance left to you by the Black family. Severus merely escorted Ein to the entrance of Gringotts, handing him a set of keys. Now, with your keys in hand, I trust those goblins, who have spent their lives dealing solely with galleons, will teach you how to withdraw funds. Yes, sir. Ein obediently took the keys, his wide blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a glance back, Severus turned and left. Inside Gringotts, the goblins sat upon their high stools, each attending to their duties, while numerous wizards scurried about. Ein made his way to the goblin at the end of the line. Do you have your keys? The elder goblin asked without looking up. Of course, Ein replied, waving the keys in his hand. Within the vault, mountains of galleons glimmered before Ein's eyes. Ein exclaimed, We're rich. We're rich. System. According to the current economic conversion of the world, this sum of money is indeed sufficient for you to live without worries. Ein. Can I buy a castle? System. It is advisable for the host not to entertain fanciful thoughts. Upon returning to the hall of Gringotts, Ein was taken aback to encounter a familiar face. Hello, it has been a while. Ein exclaimed with a smile, reaching out to pat Harry Potter on the shoulder. Oh, is this your friend Harry? The half-giant beside him was unmistakably Hagrid. Yes, this is my friend. Harry attempted to introduce Ein, but realized he did not know his name. I'm Black. Ein smiled gently at Hagrid. I presume you are Mr. Hagrid? Indeed, I am Hagrid. Upon hearing Ein's surname, Hagrid momentarily displayed a hint of discomfort before swiftly pulling Harry along. Harry offered Ein an apologetic smile, discreetly trailing after Hagrid. Ein, unfazed, turned and strode towards the exit. Inside Gringotts, as Hagrid quietly addressed Harry, there isn't a good soul among the Blacks. They are all lackeys of the Dark Lord. Do not be deceived by him. Harry's expression darkened, yet he quickly masked it, offering a somewhat bashful smile. In truth, I have only met him once. We are not well acquainted. That is fortunate. Keep your distance from him at Hogwarts, and steer clear of those from Slytherin. They are not to be trusted. Harry smiled. Thank you for the warning, Hagrid. While Ein cheerfully listened to the system's report of a 15 progress in altering the Savior's fate, he confidently approached the entrance of Gringotts, only to be suddenly enveloped by a shadow. Ein Black. The deep voice, which ought to be as elegant as a cello, now bore an ominous tone, akin to a grim specter. When did you come to know the Savior? Ein halted, lifting his gaze to meet a pair of hollow, emotionless black eyes. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Caught red-handed, Ein was unceremoniously seized by Snape, who dragged him into a secluded alley in Diagon Alley. Sir, please allow me to explain. Ein attempted to speak, only to be pressed against the wall by Snape. Being shorter than Snape's chest, Ein felt the weight of authority bearing down on him. Sir, that hurts. Ein pitifully raised his arm, which had been grasped tightly by Snape. Do not attempt to divert the topic, or I will make you regret it. Snape coldly remarked, scrutinizing Ein. Since his rebirth, this boy's existence had always signaled his uniqueness, a presence that had never been experienced in his previous life. Yet, Snape had not anticipated that someone he had been closely monitoring could clandestinely contact the Savior. A Black. Acquainted with the Savior residing in the Muggle world, this was not a coincidence easily explained. Seeing that his attempts to plead were futile, Ein's bright blue eyes began to dart around. Ein Black, Snape began. I believe you do not wish to experience Veritaserum or Legilimency, even though you are aware of my proficiency in both. Ein, is Snape feeling jealous? Is it because I am too close to Harry Potter? System. Ein, oh, I knew it. Snape x Harry for life. This is just the beginning, and already the possessiveness is so strong. System. It is recommended that the host prioritize resolving the current situation. Ein, System. I have no idea what you are thinking. It is all a blur. Snape observed the boy before him, initially taken aback, then noticing the boy's eyes darting nervously. Eventually, he seemed to recall something. Lowering his head, his ears suspiciously reddening. Snape, fearing that even if he used Legilimency now, he would likely not uncover what he sought. Snape felt a twinge of regret for not carrying Veritaserum. The two remained locked in a standoff in the dim alley until Ein finally composed himself. Sir, are you doubting something? Ein blinked innocently. Has Mr. Black finally decided to spare some of his memories and attention from that tangled mind of yours for the poor potions professor? So explain. It was truly a chance encounter. Ein insisted, his expression earnest as he locked eyes with Snape. People often maintain eye contact when lying to enhance their credibility. Snape regarded the boy's somewhat clumsy performance with indifference. There exists another scenario where even when one speaks the truth, they will maintain eye contact. Ein continued to gaze at Snape, as if eager to prove his sincerity. Then let me hear your defense. Snape smirked coldly. In moments where one speaks the truth but is met with suspicion, The feeling of untrustworthiness can be quite vexing. I believe you. Chapter 5. A Trip to Diagon Alley. Part 2. Ultimately, Snape decided to temporarily let the boy off the hook. Despite his suspicions, the boy had not acted inappropriately. However, Ein's subsequent ventures in Diagon Alley were less than smooth, as the looming presence of a low-pressure potions professor made everyone wary of him. Sir, shall we head to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase school robes? Ein gazed at Snape. I could manage on my own. Snape paid no heed to Ein's suggestion, his black robe billowing like a storm cloud as he strode towards the robe shop. Ein resignedly allowed the measuring tape to flit about his form. Oh dear, it has been ages since I have seen such a handsome young lad. Madame Malkin had no intention of reprimanding her measuring tape. Snape furrowed his brow, seizing the unruly tape, which promptly behaved itself. Satisfied, Snape released it, and the tape dared not misbehave again. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a small wizard whose voice, tinged with a youthful, awkward timbre, echoed through the shop. Is this the place for custom school robes? A head of shining platinum hair caught Ein's eye. Draco, is that the only thing Lucius taught you? To speak in that strange tone? Snape shot a cold glance at Draco Malfoy as he entered. Why yes, Professor. The boy clearly did not expect to encounter Snape here and was momentarily too frightened to utter more. An air of awkwardness ensued. Ein, if I were Draco, I would definitely run away. This is so painfully awkward. It's like being caught in adult clothes while playing house. System. Fortunately, Madame Malkin broke the tension. This way. Dear, let us take your measurements. Draco approached her as if granted a reprieve. At that moment, Ein had just finished his measurements and stood beside Draco. Draco, still quite young, hesitated several times before finally whispering to Ein. Are you the one who was taken to my godfather's house during the summer? Ah yes. Ein glanced at Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, he extended a hand to Ein. My mother was a black. My father says that despite your status as a half-blood, you surely possess noble blood and cannot be too inferior. Ein was, at that moment, somewhat speechless, though he bore no concern regarding his own identity. He found himself at a loss for words upon such a direct utterance. Draco Malfoy's voice, laden with a somber tone, broke the silence. It seems necessary for me to remind Lucius that his etiquette lessons require a thorough revision. Or perhaps his cerebral capacity falls short of grasping the essence of civility. Draco momentarily faltered, then abruptly realized that mentioning another's status as a bastard in such proximity was indeed inappropriate. Yet, he harbored no malice and remained oblivious to the potential for misunderstanding. A visage of vexation crossed Draco's face, but he could not bring himself to apologize to Ein, his cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Well, you know I didn't mean it that way. As he attempted to retract his hand, Ein grasped it firmly. How about you treat me to a drink later? Ein suggested with an air of casualness. Sure, that sounds fine, Draco replied, recognizing Ein's effort to provide him an escape from the awkwardness. He exhaled in relief. Shall we meet at the dessert shop in an hour? Absolutely. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning that Snape would undoubtedly shy away from accompanying him, allowing him the chance to explore the toy store, the candy shop, and perhaps even venture into Nocturne Alley. As he pondered their impending adventure, Ein was escorted by Snape to procure various materials and textbooks, with their final destination being Ollivander's wand shop. Sir, I have an appointment with Draco soon. So if you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead, Ein said, his cerulean eyes twinkling with anticipation. Snape paused, the atmosphere around him growing even more oppressive. Return home before 6 o'clock, or you shall not wish to discover the consequences. Ein nodded vigorously, watching as Snape departed before promptly slipping into the wand shop, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face. Raising an eyebrow, Ein mused, am I about to witness a pivotal moment? Inside the wand shop stood none other than Harry Potter. The shop was in disarray, a whirlwind of activity, yet Ollivander was fervently searching for a wand suitable for the savior. Try this one, Dragon Heartstring Core, Blackthorn. 14 3/4 inches, it's a remarkably powerful wand. Harry waved the wand, nearly singeing Ollivander's eyebrows with a burst of flame. Oh, quite the discerning little customer. Let us see. Yes, it must be this one. Holly, Phoenix Feather Core, 11 inches. Ein silently exclaimed in wonder. As Harry took the wand and waved it, nothing transpired. This is impossible. His twin wand. 13 inches, the very one that left you with that scar. I remember the day that individual came here all too well. Yes, it shouldn't be like this. Ollivander began to mutter to himself, and Harry felt compelled to interrupt. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire about my wand? Harry spoke slowly, his gaze darkening as he scrutinized the wand in his hand, which he then gently placed on the counter. Throughout the subsequent wand trials, Ollivander appeared somewhat distracted. It wasn't until several attempts later that Harry finally acquired his wand, Dragon Heartstring, 12 1/3 inches. After placing a galleon on the counter, He turned to leave, only to unexpectedly find Ein standing at the entrance, arms crossed, seemingly having watched him for quite some time. "Hi, Ein," Harry said, his emerald eyes softening instantly. "Hi, Harry," Ein replied, a smile gracing his lips. "May I accompany you while you select the wand?" Harry asked cautiously. Ein was taken aback, but quickly responded, "Of course. However, don't you have anything else you need to purchase?" "Not at the moment," Harry replied, a gentle smile illuminating his face. Ein thought to himself, is the savior truly so cheerful? Isn't he supposed to embody a pitiable persona? I hope I haven't inadvertently transformed him into a saint. The system chimed in. "You may be slightly mistaken about the savior." Ein mused, "True. The savior has always been somewhat saintly. Perhaps this is an early activation?" The system remained silent. "I hope when you see the savior again, you won't recall today as conversation and break into tears." Ein, being rather selective himself, tried numerous wands without encountering the fated one. Suddenly, he spotted the wand Harry had set aside earlier. "Excuse me, may I try this one?" he inquired. "Holly, Phoenix Feather." Ollivander paused, glancing instinctively at Harry, who was not watching him but rather fixated on Ein with an inscrutable expression. Ignoring Ollivander, Ein reached for the wand. As he waved it, a warm sensation surged from his fingertips to his heart. A golden phoenix erupted from the wand's tip, soaring around before vanishing. "This is extraordinary," Ollivander stammered, rendered speechless as he shifted his gaze between Ein and Harry. "Looks like we have quite the connection," Ein remarked, scratching his head, blissfully unaware of having usurped the protagonist's wand. When Harry beheld the phoenix emerging from the tip of the wand, he stared at Ein for several moments, a flicker of fervor igniting within his verdant gaze. "Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence," Harry replied, his green eyes locking onto Ein's cerulean ones. It was only when Ein sensed an odd tension that Harry reluctantly diverted his gaze. Together, they exited the wand shop. Chapter 6, A Trip to Diagon Alley 3. In the confectionery shop of Diagon Alley, at a table by the window, a platinum-haired boy sat opposite a dark-haired youth and a dark-haired boy. Draco found himself locked in a prolonged gaze with the pair of azure and emerald eyes across the table. Of course, Ein was equally perplexed as to how the situation had escalated to this point. Initially, he had merely intended to inform Harry of his appointment with Draco to facilitate a smooth farewell. Unexpectedly, when a diminutive savior gazes at you with sparkling cat-like eyes brimming with anticipation, it becomes exceedingly difficult to refuse. Clearing his throat, Ein broke the silence. "Allow me to introduce, this is Draco Malfoy." He was unsure why he, having only met Malfoy once, was tasked with the duty of introduction. "And this is the savior, Harry Potter." "Ah, a pleasure to meet you." Draco elongated his tone slightly, scrutinizing Harry. However, Harry seemed unperturbed, offering a somewhat shy smile. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." Harry extended his hand, his feline-like eyes reflecting a hint of timidity. "Greetings, Mr. Potter." Draco hesitated before taking Harry's hand. The appearance of the savior was indeed somewhat unexpected. He appeared quite different from Draco's preconceptions. It seemed that Dumbledore's claims of the savior being well protected were not entirely credible. Having been raised in a noble environment, Draco had received a certain level of education, and while he occasionally lacked critical thought, he could discern some truths. "Well then, let us be friends," Ein declared, jovially patting Harry on the shoulder. Harry turned to Ein, his gaze filled with warmth. Draco felt an inexplicable discomfort as he observed the interaction. Clearing his throat, he interrupted the brief exchange of glances between them. "Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, what would you like to eat?" "Just call me Ein," she said, her eyes curving gently, radiating joy. "One order of cherry tiramisu, fully sweetened, and a cup of lemon iced tea, also fully sweetened, please." Ein truly adores sweetness. Draco observed the exuberance of the young boy before him and instinctively averted his gaze, a faint blush creeping to his ears. "And what about you, Mr. Potter?" "Me? Just call me Harry," he replied with a slight hesitation. "I can just have any drink." Thus, the trio commenced their delightful chatter in the dessert shop. "Have you considered your house placement?" "I, of course, will be a Slytherin." "Ein, you should be one too." Draco spoke with a tinge of pride when mentioning Slytherin. "Once we are in Slytherin, I can look out for you so that no one will bully you." He, Draco. "You're so kind," showing no signs of embarrassment at being protected by a little one. Draco's cheeks flushed again. Ein remarked, "Little Malfoy is just adorable." The system chimed in, "Be cautious of potential mishaps." "And you, Harry, have you thought about which house you might be placed in?" Draco inquired. "I'm not quite sure." Harry hesitated before continuing. "I've been living with my aunt, and they don't know about magic." "TSK, Muggles," Draco expressed his disdain unabashedly. "Draco, you might mislead Harry with that attitude. He's merely a victim." Ein disapproved with a shake of her head. "Harry could very well be his future godfather. And this little Malfoy is rather thoughtless," Ein added. The system responded with a smiley face. Wait, the system has emotions now. Ein exclaimed. The system replied. As long as you're happy. Draco recognized this and explained to Harry, it's not directed at you. It's just about those muggles. It's all right, Draco. Harry smiled softly. I don't like those muggle relatives either. But speaking of house placements, Hogwarts has 4 houses. Slytherin is the best, followed by Ravenclaw, which, although filled with many bookworms, is still a fine house with a strong academic atmosphere. Gryffindor is just a bunch of brave but foolish lions. Hufflepuff? Just a bunch of dimwits. If I were placed in Hufflepuff, I think I would drop out. Drop out to where? Beaux Batons. Ein interjected. Hey, that place is filled with girls. What are you talking about? Draco snapped back, flustered. Well, it can't be helped, Ein shrugged. No. I absolutely cannot be sorted into Hufflepuff. Draco protested vehemently. Ein, don't say such things. Ein raised her hands in surrender, observing their playful banter. Harry felt a sense of intimacy, yet his smile did not reach his eyes. By the way, Harry, which house do you think you will be sorted into? Draco asked. I might end up in Gryffindor. Harry hesitated before slowly articulating. Hagrid said both my parents were Gryffindors. So I guess I'm a foolish lion too. In the end, Harry shrugged self-deprecatingly. Draco frowned slightly. All right, Gryffindor is strong too. Our headmaster Dumbledore is a Gryffindor, after all. Ein patted Harry's shoulder again. Each house has its strengths and weaknesses. It doesn't matter where you go. Ein remarked, after all, Voldemort wouldn't cease his pursuits just because Harry is a Hufflepuff. The system cautioned, I advised the host not to make such declarations. Harry nodded obediently, which delighted Ein. The savior is simply adorable. The system noted. The progress of the savior's fate modification has reached 20. Ein exclaimed, I'm almost reluctant to hand over such a charming savior to Snape. The system replied. Just take it easy. While the three were joyfully discussing, the glass of the dessert shop was suddenly tapped twice. They turned to see Hagrid waving at Harry. Holding a snowy owl. Hagrid is looking for me. I might need to head back, Harry said hurriedly, standing up. See you at Hogwarts. See you at Hogwarts. Harry nodded to the two, quickly making his way towards Hagrid. Outside, Hagrid gifted Harry the snowy owl. Happy birthday, Harry. Hagrid ruffled Harry's hair. Why are you getting so close to that black boy? It just happened to be a coincidence, Harry replied quietly, lowering his gaze. The one across from you should be a Malfoy. Their whole family has a distinct hair color. Don't get too close to him. Both of those boys will be Slytherins, Hagrid continued, imparting his wisdom. Slytherins are all dark wizards, you know. The Dark Lord came from Slytherin too. Slytherin and Gryffindor will always be arch-rivals. Hagrid, do you really wish for me to be a Gryffindor? Harry looked up, his emerald eyes fixed on the half-giant with an inscrutable expression. Of course, Harry, you will undoubtedly be a courageous Gryffindor. Not just me, but Headmaster Dumbledore believes the same. Hagrid continued, Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century. Because of him, the Dark Lord wouldn't even dare set foot in Hogwarts at his peak. As Harry walked alongside Hagrid, he listened to Hagrid extol Gryffindor while disparaging Slytherin. Don't worry, Hagrid, Harry replied, his expression somewhat cold. I will become the Gryffindor you all hope for. Chapter 7, Captured in Knockturn Alley. After bidding farewell to Draco, Ein embarked on a joyful shopping spree. First, she visited Flourish and Blotts, where she cleared the shelves of things he never told. You know nothing of Salazar and Godric, shock. He does this late at night. And the potions master and his little wife. Then she proceeded to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to purchase a selection of intricately designed robes that appealed to Ein's taste. Following that, she raided the sweet shop for a variety of candies and chocolates. Finally, she turned a corner and entered Knockturn Alley. At that moment, Knockturn Alley was not crowded. Only a few hurried wizards with their hoods obscuring their faces, making it difficult to discern their features. Ein arrived in Knockturn Alley like a luminous fairy lost in a dark forest, appearing utterly out of place. Her youthful, somewhat androgynous beauty drew some unwelcome attention. Is it just my imagination, or does it feel like someone is watching me? Ein pondered. The system responded, you ought to be more cautious. What do you mean? Ein queried. Don't ask me what caution means. The system retorted. Oh, Ein replied. As a novice wizard who only knew the pronunciation of some familiar spells and was uncertain if she could even cast them, Ein decisively slipped into a nearby shop. The lighting inside was dim, with numerous shelves displaying an array of crystal vials containing various colored liquids, indicating it was a potion shop. Good sir, is there anything you require? A middle-aged wizard approached politely, inquiring with courtesy. Aging potion, polyjuice potion, shrinking solution, Felix Felicis, Veritaserum, Amortentia. Ein counted on her fingers. Her eyes growing brighter. I want them all. Without hesitation, she spent a considerable amount of galleons and left the shop content, clutching a pile of potions. High on shopping, Ein found herself in front of another store, the infamous Borgin and Burke's. Welcome to the Bokenbach store. A haven for those wishing to buy or sell peculiar trinkets that are not typically showcased. Mr. Bach clearly did not underestimate Ein's intentions, allowing him to wander freely throughout the shop. Is this the hand of glory? Ein inquired, pointing at a desiccated hand. Indeed, it is a cherished treasure among thieves and rogues. The candle lit upon this hand will only illuminate for its possessor, Mr. Bach replied. And this is an opal necklace? Ein attempted to reach out to touch it, only to be promptly halted. Please exercise caution with that necklace, young sir, Bach warned, donning gloves to handle it. It bears a potent curse. 19 muggles have perished because of it. Ein nodded, obediently withdrawing his hand from further temptation. This cabinet is quite quaint, he remarked, unable to resist touching it. Originally, it had a companion, but for reasons unknown, it can no longer function. Bach's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of distress crossing his face. Though only he knew the truth behind it. Can it be repaired? Ein blinked innocently. That might prove somewhat challenging. However, if you assist me in restoring this cabinet, I shall take everything I've seen here. What do you think? Ein declared, exuding an air of extravagant confidence, unperturbed by the expense. A glimmer of greed flickered in Bach's eyes. As you wish, young sir. As Ein exited, burdened with a plethora of items, he was intercepted by 3 imposing male wizards. Little one, hand over all the money you have. You've just purchased quite a bit, and some of those items are not suitable for a newly minted wizard. Allow your uncle to hold on to them. One man seized Ein by the chin, his striking blue eyes shimmering with trepidation, possibly from fear. You're quite the pretty one. The man's gaze was unabashedly lustful, his fingers trailing across Ein's face. Ein thought, this isn't good. The system coldly remarked. An innocent bystander is often punished for possessing something precious. You should have anticipated this. Ein protested, I think I just saw a powerful hand clamp down on the one gripping Ein's chin, the immense force contorting the would-be assailant's expression in agony. Reluctantly, the man released his hold, but the grip did not relent. Instead, it tightened further, audibly breaking the man's hand. His complexion drained of color. Cursed, you seek death. The remaining 2 men hastily brandished their wands at the suddenly materialized figure. This newcomer, draped in a black cloak with a hood obscuring half his face, emanated a familiar aura to Ein. With a mere flick of his wand, the 3 adversaries were sent sprawling to the ground. Astonished by the man's formidable prowess, they quickly retreated. The man stood before Ein, gazing down at him with an air of authority. I can argue my case. I can explain. Ein stammered, his eyes darting to glimpse the hooded figure's visage, catching only a thin, tightly pressed mouth that betrayed simmering rage. Silence. Come with me. The familiar voice resonated in Ein's ears, extinguishing any lingering hope of misunderstanding. The man dragged Ein to a deserted location, where a wave of sensation akin to being crushed by a water pipe overwhelmed him. Stifling the urge to vomit, Ein struggled to maintain his footing. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves at the entrance of Spinner's End. The man casually cast several spells before ushering Ein inside. The young wizard stumbled, only to be unceremoniously hurled to the ground as the man angrily shed his outer robe, tossing it onto the sofa. Clad in fitted black attire, he bore an expression of intense fury that only heightened his unsettling allure. Ein, lacking the luxury to admire the potion master's striking yet austere demeanor, hastily began to explain. I was in the candy store, then I got lost, wandering aimlessly until I ended up there, and you thought Nocturne Alley was the playground for a little troll? Do you have any notion of how many dark wizards lurk there, waiting to ensnare ignorant, foolish, and arrogant little trolls like you? Do you comprehend what might have transpired had I not fortuitously been in Nocturne Alley today? Snape's venomous words bore down on Ein, who had begun to lower his gaze, but was forcibly brought back to eye level by Snape's grip on his chin. A pitiable expression graced Ein's face, undeniably attractive. One of the rare few who could be deemed exceptionally handsome. Yet, rather than evoke compassion, this vulnerable visage ignited a primal urge within the man, a desire to shatter this beauty and innocence, to reduce him to tears, to hear him plead for mercy, to fill those cerulean eyes with despair. You would not wish to know. It would become a nightmare from which you could never awaken. Snape whispered ominously in Ein's ear, like a demon warning its prey. Chapter 8, King's Cross Station. After Snape's admonition, he remained fixated on Ein, as if to capture every nuance of his reaction. Ein's countenance shifted from shock to confusion, ultimately settling into a state of bewilderment, as though he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, Snape showed no inclination to elaborate further. Standing tall, arms crossed, he scrutinized Ein with an icy detachment. So, what comes next? You know what to do. Ein pouted, extracting several potion vials from his robes and presenting them to Snape. Amortentia, Polyjuice Potion, Aging Potion. Snape scoffed. Very well. It seems I have underestimated Mr. Black. Perhaps I should not have considered the potential consequences of your recent interactions with another gentleman? I apologize. I shan't do it again, Ein replied, feigning innocence in a tone laced with indignation. Proceed. Snape remained unyielding, his demeanor as frigid as ever. Ein hesitated before revealing the Hand of Glory. The friend of thieves and robbers, the Hand of Glory. Snape's voice trembled with suppressed fury. I had not anticipated Mr. Black's extensive range of interests. I merely found it amusing, Ein murmured softly. Continue. Snape remained unmoved. Truly, that is all, sir. Ein blinked, his azure eyes locked onto Snape's. I do not wish to conduct a search, but do not compel me to undertake actions I would rather avoid. Snape loomed over him. Ein fidgeted and produced 2 more potion vials. This time, I truly have nothing left. Not a drop. He blinked earnestly, his expression grave. Snape's mockery turned to ire. It appears you truly fail to heed my words, or perhaps your ears are no longer capable of their intended function, now mere ornaments. After a moment of contemplation, Ein produced yet another vial. This time, I genuinely owe. Snape was genuinely furious now. He no longer waited for the youth to feebly attempt to mask his actions with clumsy lies, but rather brandished his wand with decisive authority. Ein's garments were instantaneously stripped away, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, while all the items he had procured from Diagon Alley to Nocturne Alley hovered in the air, arranged in an orderly fashion. An opal necklace? Splendid. It seems Hogwarts can no longer fulfill Mr. Black's desires. It appears you are quite eager to visit Azkaban and join your Black relatives. Severus Snape ruthlessly confiscated all the items obtained from Nocturne Alley, causing Ein to wince in anguish. After thoroughly inspecting the belongings of this financially ruined youth, Snape begrudgingly shifted his gaze towards the boy. Ein stood there with his pale, slender legs firmly planted on the ground, his delicate feet resting upon the floor, while his shell-like, rosy toes nervously scraped the surface. The bare torso of the youth appeared exceedingly frail and thin, evoking a sense of pity. Snape's eyes darkened slightly as he tossed the boy's robe towards him. Once clothed, he turned and departed into the basement without a backward glance, entirely dismissing Ein's presence. Ein, feeling forlorn, lingered in place for a moment before slowly donning his attire and beginning to gather the scattered remnants of his possessions. During this process, he unexpectedly discovered that the Felix Felicis had not been seized. Ein lamented, but I still cannot find joy, sob. The system responded. Surviving the perils of Nocturne Alley is quite commendable. Ein replied, QAQ, but all my potions are gone, and those delightful items have vanished. The system retorted, one day, a host will redefine what constitutes fun. Ein sluggishly collected his belongings, casting a resentful glance at the firmly shut door of the basement, before dejectedly retreating to his room. Meanwhile, in the basement, Severus Snape, having locked himself away, was not as composed as Ein had imagined. He did not continue brewing potions, but leaned against the door, his mind occupied with the visage of the boy from earlier, the pitiable cheeks, the cerulean eyes. Snape closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze instinctively fell upon the confiscated Amortentia. Damn that little imp. In the ensuing days, Ein was afforded no opportunity to glimpse Snape, until the very day school commenced. At the dining table, Ein discovered a prepared breakfast alongside a train ticket, while the room was devoid of any other presence. He grimaced, packed his belongings, and, employing the shrinking charm he had recently learned, minimized his luggage to fit into his pocket. King's Cross Station was not difficult to locate. Wedged between platforms 9 and 10 was a stout wall, and he could observe people disappearing through it. Just as Ein prepared to stride through, he was halted by a familiar voice. Ein. Harry Potter approached, pushing a large trolley from behind. Harry, Ein waved. I was just here for a while. Is platform 9 3/4 around here? Harry looked at the wall with a hint of concern. I believe it is. Shall we rush through together? Unable to resist, Ein ruffled Harry's hair. Sounds good. Harry's eyes brightened, and he beamed with joy. The two dashed through the wall, revealing a splendidly vintage red steam train emblazoned with Hogwarts Express. The station was bustling with parents and students bidding farewells. By the way, Ein, where's your luggage? Ein patted his pocket. Just a simple shrinking charm. Harry's eyes sparkled again. Ein, you're amazing. Oh, it's nothing. It became evident that no matter his age, even having lived over 20 years in his previous life, Ein still felt elated by the praise and admiration of others. Having arrived at the station early, Ein and Harry claimed an empty compartment. Not long after, a small boy entered the carriage. Upon seeing him, Ein couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the narrative. The newcomer was none other than Ron Weasley, the secondary character who would ultimately fight alongside Harry Potter. The boy glanced their way before choosing a seat at a distance, though his gaze frequently darted toward Harry and Ein. Well, he seems quite eager to join us, Ein remarked casually, but Harry did not immediately respond. After a moment, Harry quietly confided, Actually, I saw him earlier at King's Cross. He was with his mother, as if waiting for someone. Waiting for family. Ein pulled out a pack of sweets from his pocket and tossed one into his mouth. How fortuitous that we arrived just as they did. Indeed, quite fortunate, Harry said. lowering his gaze and refraining from probing further into the matter. As for whom they awaited, it was of little consequence. Should there be a purpose, there would naturally be a continuation. If not, it was inconsequential. Ein squinted his eyes, savoring the sweetness of the candy that delighted his palate, before offering a few to Harry. Thanks. Harry smiled faintly. The boy, true to form, soon grew restless and approached their direction. Excuse me, is this seat taken? The approaching red-haired boy inquired, pointing to the empty space beside them. Not at all. Care to join us for some sweets? Ein cheerfully waved the candy in his hand. Sure, thank you, the boy replied, sitting down with a hint of shyness, his gaze occasionally flitting toward Harry. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ein Black. This is Harry Potter. Ein took the initiative to break the awkwardness. I'm Ron Weasley, Ron responded, evidently unfazed by Harry Potter's identity, suggesting he was prepared for this encounter. I just heard my mum mention that Harry Potter would be starting today. She wanted me to meet him. Ron, still a child at heart, could hardly contain his excitement. Oh, I see, Harry said earnestly, looking at Ron. It's quite serendipitous that we all meet in this carriage, isn't it? Ron blushed slightly. Actually, my mum helped me find this spot, saying she wanted me to be friends with you, Harry. Upon uttering this, Ron appeared somewhat embarrassed. Oh, sorry. May I call you Harry? Of course, Ron, Harry replied with a polite smile. Harry, may I see your... That? Ron hesitated before glancing at Harry's forehead. Ein raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. It seemed the Weasley family had not been well instructed in manners. Harry, however, graciously complied without a hint of discomfort. Certainly. Harry lifted his fringe, revealing a lightning-shaped scar. Wow, that's so cool. Ron's eyes sparkled with wonder, nearly reaching out to touch it. Harry smiled faintly and lowered his hair again. Harry, you will surely be the finest Gryffindor. Ron exclaimed with fervor. Professor Dumbledore will absolutely adore you. Why do you think so? Why would I be a Gryffindor? Harry inquired casually. Because your parents were Gryffindors. They are heroes who defeated Voldemort. You will be too. Ron nonchalantly remarked that their family had been Gryffindors for generations, suggesting that they would all be in the same house. Is that so? How splendid. Harry's gaze drifted towards Ein as he responded somewhat absently. However, the oblivious Ron remained unaware of this subtlety. Ein was engaged in a fierce battle with a rather hard piece of chocolate. He took a hearty bite, only to find it unyielding. Still intact? Let us try again. Oh woo. At that moment, Harry glanced over at Ein and witnessed this amusing spectacle. Ein paused momentarily. Ein, why is he looking at me? System. To gauge your level of foolishness. Ein, I'm merely an ordinary passerby, gnawing on chocolate. System. Smiley face. Ein, could you perhaps alter your expression? System. Smiley face. Ein. Nevertheless, he must have realized it. From Hagrid to the Weasley family. It is evident that Dumbledore is attempting to brainwash him into joining Gryffindor. System. Given the current trajectory of the Savior, he should be quite aware. Ein. If I were in his shoes, I couldn't bear it. To be manipulated so overtly and still pretend to be oblivious, I'd rather partake in a waltz with Snape. System. Who knows, your dream might soon come to fruition. Ein. Do not curse me to fall into traps. System. I was referring to the latter wish. As the group discussed houses, Draco entered the carriage. Good day, Ein and Harry. Draco nodded at the two before his gaze landed on Ron. With his red hair and freckles, Draco clicked his tongue, realizing the source of the unpleasant odor in the carriage. Of course, it was a Weasley. Malfoy. Don't be so insolent. Ron erupted, jumping up to point an accusatory finger at Draco. Did I misspeak? Poverty to the point of hunger while breeding like rabbits. Forever clad in second-hand clothes, Draco's words only served to deepen Ron's rage, his face turning crimson. Enough, Draco. Ein intervened, sensing the tension. After all, Ron was to be Harry's future ally in Gryffindor. Ein's words caused Draco's expression to cool instantly, while Harry remained inscrutable. Among them, only Ron seemed oblivious to Ein's implication, or perhaps took it for granted. Harry, have you made your decision? Draco asked seriously, fixing his gaze on Harry. Yes, Draco. I truly appreciate your kindness, Harry replied, his tone gentle as he lowered his gaze. In that case, I shall refrain from further comment. Draco nodded, affirming his friendship regardless of Harry's choice. Thank you, Draco. At this moment, Harry genuinely smiled, his emerald eyes unwaveringly fixed on Draco. Draco's ears flushed, and he averted his gaze, muttering, It's not because of you. I acknowledge you out of respect for Ein. Of course, I am most grateful to you, Ein. Ein, who had been silent throughout, accepted the Savior's gratitude without a hint of embarrassment. Draco did not linger, rising to leave the carriage without sparing Ron a glance. Once Draco had departed, Ron turned to Harry with a serious expression. Harry, don't be deceived by Malfoy. How could you possibly befriend him? His entire family are Death Eaters. So I suppose I shouldn't befriend you either? Ein chimed in, having finished his chocolate, elegantly using a handkerchief to dab at his mouth. His cerulean eyes sharply scrutinizing Ron. Frankly, he found this Weasley rather bothersome. I didn't mean it that way, Ron stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed in front of Ein and falling silent. An awkward atmosphere settled over them until a little girl's voice shattered the tension. Have you seen Neville's Toad? A pretty girl with curly hair burst into the carriage, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Harry. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? She exclaimed rapidly. I've read about your story in so many books. Thank you? Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, the girl did not linger on Harry's response, continuing her monologue. I'm Hermione Granger. Have you thought about which house you'll be sorted into? I've researched. And Gryffindor is the best house. The greatest white wizard of this century emerged from there. I've even self-studied all the first-year courses. I just don't know how the sorting works. I heard from my brother that you have to battle a troll. Ron's face turned pale at this revelation. Hermione frowned slightly. Then I need to revise the spells I've self-studied. See you later. With a flick of her long hair, Hermione rushed out, turning back to say, Oh, if you see Neville's Toad, please let me know. I'm in the front few carriages. Ron watched Hermione's retreating figure, grimacing. I really hope she doesn't end up in our house. That girl is terrifying. I think she's quite all right. She seems intelligent and eager to learn, Harry replied. Blinking, Ron gazed at Harry in shock. So you like that type? Harry merely smiled, his gaze instinctively drifting to Ein. At that moment, Ein had pulled out a book to read, exuding an air of intellect and elegance. Harry's eyes fell upon the book's cover, The Things He Must Not Say. Chapter 10, Blaise Zabini. Freshman over here. As they disembarked from the train, Hagrid's voice resonated nearby. Harry, Ron, and Ein boarded a small boat, shortly joined by another boy with chocolate-brown skin. The boy settled next to Ein. Hello there, Mr. Black, he greeted, his tone slightly flirtatious. But his roguishly handsome face made it hard to take offense. You know me? Ein asked, somewhat surprised, scanning his memory but not recalling the boy. Blaise Zabini. The boy introduced himself. We met at that dinner during the holidays. However, you may not have noticed me. Oh, I see. Ein scratched his head. I intended to greet you, but before I could, Uncle Lucius whisked you away. Blaise winked at Ein. Ein found himself taken aback by the boy's forthrightness, but also intrigued. Well, I think it's not too late to get acquainted now. Blaise extended his hand. Shall we be friends, Ein? Of course, Blaise. Ein replied amicably, shaking his hand. However, Blaise held on just a moment longer than expected. Just as Ein began to feel uncomfortable, Blaise released his grip. Apologies, I got a bit carried away. I hope you aren't offended. Not at all. Blaise seemed to have anticipated every possible reaction, leaving Ein momentarily astonished. The remaining two had no opportunity to interject. Ron looked around disinterestedly, while Harry's expression grew increasingly somber. Fortunately, their aquatic journey was brief. When the gates of Hogwarts opened before them, a profound silence enveloped everyone, leaving them in awe. The grand and majestic doors creaked open slowly, revealing the brilliance of the hall illuminated under the night sky. Countless centuries of history have accumulated within these walls, bearing witness to the myriad of individuals and tales that have unfolded within this castle. Here lies Hogwarts, a legend that traverses the annals of time, a myth that still stands proudly upon the edge of a precipice, awaiting the emergence of new stories. Inside the Hogwarts Hall, four houses were assigned their respective long tables, bringing together individuals of varying ages from 1st to 7th year. This year's new students resembled a flock of naive lambs, anxiously awaiting their sorting in the center of the hall. At the front sat the faculty, and Ein's gaze was immediately drawn to a singular figure amidst the crowd. Even among the professors, Severus Snape exuded an unparalleled aura and presence. At that moment, he wore a stern expression, listening impatiently to the words of a nearby professor adorned with a headscarf. Snape's attention then shifted to Ein and Harry Potter, who sat beside him. Ein, feeling the weight of being overlooked, averted his gaze and began to survey his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, in that fleeting moment, Snape's focus shifted entirely from the savior to Ein. Even as he noticed Blaise, who was seated closely to Ein, Snape instinctively frowned. What is it, Professor Snape? Quirrell, observing Snape's furrowed brow, assumed he had inadvertently broached an unpleasant topic. Nothing, Snape replied dismissively. It was not yet time. Even knowing that the man beside him bore the mark of Voldemort, he could not express it nor alter the course of events. The tension surrounding Snape thickened, prompting Quirrell to tremble and decide to remain silent. Please come forward when your name is called and don this hat, the professor named McGonagall announced, producing a tattered hat. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Chapter 11, The Sorting. The ancient sorting hat was placed upon a chair, initiating its performance. It sang while twisting and turning as though it possessed a body. Sorting hat. You may find me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat smarter than I shall eat myself. Ein. As if it had a mouth. System. Then from where does the voice emanate? Ein. Hey. System. Have you noticed something? System. Ein. Under my guidance, you are becoming quite the witty commentator. System. Indeed, I've developed quite the fondness for humor. The Sorting Hat continued to twist. I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts, superior to any of your caps. No thought within your minds can escape my keen insight. Ein. System. System. This is bad. System. Ein. Will the Sorting Hat detect your presence in my mind? System. The existence of the system transcends all within this realm. Thus it cannot be detected. Ein. What about matters from before I arrived in this world? System. Those are related to the system and remain unknowable. Ein. What if someone looks into my past memories? System. It would be a blank slate. Ein. Cool. A built-in mental shield. System. Only for events unrelated to the current realm. As for your actions on Privet Drive, Diagon Alley, and Nocturne Alley, those can be reviewed in detail. Ein. Not a big issue. While Ein and the system engaged in their mental sparring, the Sorting Hat concluded its song, and McGonagall began calling names. Hannah Abbott. A somewhat startled girl nervously approached, the wide brim of the hat covering her head. Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat proclaimed loudly. Applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table as the girl, slightly embarrassed, walked over, nearly forgetting to return the hat. Next, one child after another took their turn to wear the hat for sorting. Draco Malfoy. The Sorting Hat barely grazed Draco's hair before announcing, Slytherin. Draco placed the hat down, giving Ein a slight nod before making his way to the Slytherin table. A few more names were called. Ron Weasley. The hat was placed atop his fiery red hair, moving slightly before exclaiming, Gryffindor. Ron seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally at ease as he walked to the Gryffindor table, where a pair of older twins began to tease their brother, presumably the Weasley twins. Hermione Granger. This time, the Sorting Hat hesitated longer than usual, perhaps contemplating whether this exceptional young, which belonged in Ravenclaw, or Gryffindor. Ultimately, it declared Gryffindor, the young which beamed sweetly as she made her way to her house. After a few more names, it was Harry Potter's turn. McGonagall's voice seemed to carry a certain magic, silencing the previously murmuring hall. The room fell into an unusual hush as countless eyes, both deliberate and casual, swept over the frail boy approaching the Sorting Hat, the boy known to all for 11 years. Harry sat down, firmly placing the Sorting Hat atop his head. A seemingly lengthy pause ensued, longer than any before him. Just as the crowd began to fidget, the Sorting Hat finally spoke. Well, if that is your wish, Gryffindor. A thunderous cheer erupted from the Gryffindor table, mingled with exclamations of, We have the savior. Gryffindor has Harry. Harry removed the hat, offering his signature shy smile to the jubilant crowd. The cheers intensified, accompanied by whistles. Ahem, McGonagall cleared her throat, casting a stern gaze over the exuberant crowd. Managing to quell the fervor surrounding Harry Potter's sorting. The sorting continued, and after an indeterminate amount of time, it was finally Ein's turn. Ein Black. Ein's sorting did not attract as much attention as the Savior's, yet a few old-blood families from Slytherin turned their gaze towards him, seemingly intrigued by the young lad. A certain individual at the faculty table instinctively directed their attention towards him as well. Ein keenly sensed Snape's gaze and returned it with a smile. Ein, what do you think would happen if I were sorted into Gryffindor? System, Sirius Black too. Ein, so frustrating. I can't even be the rebellious youth I aspire to be. System, you cannot possibly be sorted into Gryffindor. Ein, why not? System, Gryffindor requires unwavering courage. And in the face of adversity, you are likely to choose to give up. Ein, sigh, you know me well. Ein stepped forward and firmly placed the Sorting Hat upon his head, initiating an internal duel. Sorting Hat. Ah, Black. It has been many years since I encountered a member of the Black family. Sorting Hat, Intriguing. You appear quite different from the other Blacks. Possessing the cunning of Slytherin, yet lacking their ambition. You exhibit the bravery of Gryffindor, but lack their resilience. Ravenclaw? No. You are not one to endure tedious academic pursuits. Hufflepuff seems quite fitting for you. Ein. That wouldn't be suitable, would it? Please reconsider. Sorting Hat. I jest. You are the least likely to join Hufflepuff, for you still have some distance to travel before embodying the virtue of honesty. Now, let me take another look. Ah, I see. Allow me to assist you. Slytherin. Ein exhaled in relief, nearly becoming the first Black to enter Hufflepuff. Fortunately, he safely returned to the stronghold of the Blacks. With the protracted sorting of the Savior preceding him, Ein's time under the hat was not excessively lengthy, thus garnering little attention. However, his prolonged sorting did not escape the notice of the astute. Ein's life at Hogwarts was just beginning, as Ein made his way to Slytherin. The others welcomed him with a sense of camaraderie, but it was Draco who appeared particularly thrilled, immediately offering his side for Ein to join. Ein, without hesitation, approached Draco. Having the protection of an esteemed pure-blood companion in Slytherin was evidently a far better circumstance than facing it alone. Yet, Scarcely had Ein taken his seat when another boy occupied the space beside him. Hey Ein, what a coincidence. We're both in Slytherin, spoke Blaise Zabini. Draco, who had yet to engage Ein in conversation, found himself interrupted by Blaise, his expression turning less than pleased. Nevertheless, Blaise paid no heed to this, continuing to converse with Ein. Ein, are you interested in participating in the captain's challenge? Blaise inquired, his brows arching playfully. The captain's challenge? This topic piqued Ein's curiosity. Zabini. Ein has yet to grasp the intricacies of the magical world. What are your intentions in encouraging him to join such a perilous contest? Draco seized the opportunity to admonish Blaise. Oh, lighten up, Mr. Malfoy, Blaise retorted, raising his hands in mock surrender, chuckling lightly. I merely asked out of curiosity. And I certainly do not advocate for Ein to engage in such dangerous activities. What is this captain's challenge? Someone, please enlighten me. Ein's cerulean eyes sparkled with intrigue as he looked between the two. The captain's challenge is a Slytherin tradition, Draco elucidated. On the first day of school, each year engages in duels among themselves, each pair battling until a victor emerges, who then becomes the year's captain. The seventh-year captain, should there be no challengers, automatically assumes the title of house captain. Ein's eyes glimmered. What advantages come with being captain? You gain the respect of all fellow Slytherins in your year. And to a certain extent, command authority over others. Draco raised a brow. It is a symbol of great honor. Oh, Ein replied casually, as if he had heard the sound of all his imagined privileges, being able to sleep in, copy homework, being exempt from exams, landing with a thud. Suddenly, he found himself disinterested in the captain's challenge. Ein, do not fret. Draco observed Ein's sudden despondence, mistakenly believing it stemmed from a fear of inadequacy. I shall become the first-year captain, and no one shall dare to bully you. Ah, then do your best. Ein replied nonchalantly, redirecting his focus to the feast. Who needs a captain when there are delectable steaks and pumpkin juice to savor? Moreover, today there is tiramisu and fresh cream. I love Hogwarts. Chapter 12, Snape's Address. After the feast, the head of Slytherin led the first-year students towards the common room. Remember, the password for this semester is Born Noble. Following the head down to the castle's lower levels and along the corridor for some time, they finally arrived at the Slytherin common room. Born Noble. The Slytherins seemed to carry an air of proud superiority. Even those reciting the password lifted their chins slightly, exuding a hint of arrogance, as if they fully embraced the meaning behind the phrase. Ein found this group of children quite endearing. At this moment, the Slytherin common room had been cleared of its usual seating, creating a spacious ambience, save for a slightly elevated platform, seemingly prepared for the captain's challenge. Few students occupied the common room. Aside from the first years, only a handful from higher years awaited. Shortly, the traditional captain's challenge would commence. The head informed the newcomers, some of whom were already aware of this, while others appeared quite bewildered. However, all awaited Professor Snape's address to conclude. As the head finished speaking, the great door of the common room swung open once more, revealing Snape, his black robes swirling like waves of darkness. He halted before the new students, his sharp black eyes scanning each face. Those under his gaze instinctively lowered their heads in trepidation. The room fell silent. Snape retracted his gaze with satisfaction. Welcome to Hogwarts' finest house, Slytherin. His deep, elegant voice resonated like a melody played on a cello. In your forthcoming life and studies, you shall gradually comprehend the weight and significance of the name Slytherin. However, prior to that, I must remind you, Snape did not need to exert deliberate severity or raise his voice. He had already instilled a sense of fear in the first-year students. Any actions that tarnish the honor of Slytherin shall be strictly prohibited. Of course, I do not expect you to become model students henceforth. Rather, I advise you to employ your wits and avoid capture. After delivering this admonition, Snape surveyed the somewhat anxious young Slytherins once more, his gaze lingering momentarily on Ein. Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time a new student had dared to appear so blatantly distracted during his address. At that moment, Ein was indeed lost in thought, captivated by the sight through the windows, which revealed various creatures swimming in the depths of the Black Lake beneath the Slytherin common room. Ein exclaimed, wow, Slytherin comes with its own marine biology museum. How splendid. System, Salazar was, after all, a wizard renowned for his appreciation of beauty and enjoyment. Ein mused. It's like living beneath the Black Lake. Wouldn't one catch rheumatism or chronic leg pain from the chill? System, smiley face. The host is always unique. Isn't that so? As Ein drifted in reverie, Snape's address gradually approached its conclusion. Lastly, welcome to Slytherin. With that, Snape turned his attention towards the still absent-minded Ein. Raising an eyebrow, Ein black. Snape's tone was somewhat cold. I regret that my speech seems to have failed to capture your attention. Ein snapped back to reality. No, I was listening. Severus Snape, arms crossed, leisurely regarded Ein. Ein, scratching his head with wide eyes scanning the surroundings. Noticed that no one dared to pass him a cheat sheet beneath Snape's watchful gaze. Ein exclaimed, System, I urgently need help. What was he just saying? The system replied, I have no idea, figure it out on your own. Perhaps it was something along the lines of the importance of diligent study? With no other options, Ein resorted to blind speculation. A collective gasp echoed from the surrounding Slytherins. Some casting furtive glances at the brave soul who dared to zone out during the words of the Serpent King in the dungeon. As expected, Snape was unfazed by Ein's distraction. Mr. Black had successfully secured his first assistant task for the new term. Today, Snape maliciously curled his lips into a smirk. Now, Ein was unceremoniously hauled out of the common room by Snape. The head boy's affairs evidently no longer concerned him. Just as Ein exited the Slytherin common room, a venomous glare was fixated on his departing figure. Ein lamented, QAQ, I can't see the head boy's challenge now. The system chimed in, consider it a blessing in disguise. Do you have any idea how many in Slytherin would wish to see you perish simply because you are Black's heir? Ein mourned, my head boy challenge QAQ. The system retorted, the head boy challenge presents an excellent opportunity for them to feign accidents and unleash various curses upon you. Ein persisted, the challenge QAQ. The system, uninterested in further engagement, remained silent. Ein followed Snape to his office, where Snape pointed to a pile of unprocessed porcupine quills in the corner. Clean these and remove the roots, he instructed before striding toward his desk to scribble notes, leaving Ein to bond with the quills. However, Snape had barely written a few lines when a pained cry emanated from the corner. Frowning, he lifted his gaze to find Ein cradling his right hand with his left, staring down at something unknown. Snape approached, inquiring, what happened? Ein, eyes brimming with tears, raised his hand to reveal a gash inflicted by the porcupine quills. Snape scowled, his voice devoid of mercy. Has your brain capacity aligned with that of a troll? You managed to injure yourself while handling a porcupine quill? Do you really expect to continue your tenure as an assistant at Hogwarts? From my perspective, you might as well attend classes with those little rots. Snape then swept toward a cabinet, retrieving a jar of ointment. Apply it yourself. He placed the ointment before Ein. Awkwardly, Ein pinched the bottle with his left hand while balancing it with his right wrist, but Snape snatched it back. Idiot, extend your hand. Snape applied the ointment to Ein's wound. The cool salve swiftly erased the bloodstain. This is remarkably effective. Ein's eyes sparkled with delight, a smile creeping across his face as he expressed, Thank you, sir. Snape interjected, in school, address me as Professor. Thank you, Professor, Ein acquiesced. Snape turned once more to his bookshelf, extracting a hefty tome the size of Ein's head. Your assistant task is now to read this book. Focus on the first 100 pages. I will quiz you in an hour. Ein accepted the book, nearly stumbling from its weight, murmuring, a guide to dual spells? But I have no intention of fighting anyone. This book is merely to help you preserve your life a little longer in Slytherin, Snape retorted with sarcasm. I truly wonder how the Sorting Hat placed someone who should have been sorted into Hufflepuff into Slytherin. Ein scratched his head, because the Sorting Hat deemed me insufficiently honest. An awkward silence enveloped the air, and after a moment, Snape slowly replied, that was to be expected. Chapter 13, The First Charms Class. In that instant, Snape was busily scribbling notes with a quill at his desk, while Ein sat on a small sofa in the corner, engrossed in his reading. Perhaps fearing that Snape would indeed conduct a quiz, Ein was unusually focused. However, an hour later, Snape promptly expelled Ein from his office without any quiz. Confused, Ein returned to the Slytherin common room, where the realization struck him. Inside, only Draco awaited Ein's return. Ein. Draco's face lit up upon seeing him, rushing over with eager steps. He didn't give you a hard time, did he? Draco inquired with concern. He just made me read for an hour, Ein replied, still puzzled about Snape's intentions. Draco seemed to understand, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Your godfather is quite protective of you. Ein asked why. Draco explained, earlier. It was fortunate you weren't present. That fourth-year Lestrange was practically boring a hole into you with his stare. It was terrifying. Why? I owe him no money. Ein exclaimed in shock. Not that, Draco clarified. You see, the Lestranges are a bit peculiar. They believe it was Bellatrix who brought their family to ruin. If it weren't for her, they could have been absolved like my family. Now, half of them are in Azkaban. Then they should seek out Bella. Ein scratched his head. What does that have to do with me? Draco rolled his eyes. Before marrying into the Lestrange family, Bellatrix was a Black. Originally, they despised my family. Since my mother is also a Black, but they dare not confront the Malfoy family directly. Draco said, a hint of pride in his voice. But you are different. You are the heir of the Blacks, Draco continued, his tone wavering slightly. So, they choose to pick on the soft target? Ein finally grasped the convoluted situation. That's correct. Draco nodded, and the head boy challenge is an excellent excuse. Lestrange, as the fourth-year head boy, could easily throw a few curses your way during the duel and claim it was an accident. Thus, Snape had summoned Ein to protect him. After a moment of thought, Draco felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering when his godfather had begun to show such care for others. Yet, upon reflecting that it was Ein, he felt at ease. Ein possessed an undeniable charm that compelled everyone to treat him kindly, like a little sunbeam. By the way, what was the outcome of the head boy challenge? Ein asked Draco. With a proud smile, Draco replied, "Of course, I am the head boy." At that moment, Ein suddenly realized. "I finally understand why the professor called me to his office. You get it now?" Draco nodded approvingly. "Yes, I understand," Ein affirmed earnestly. The system remarked. "You truly grasped it." For some reason, a sense of foreboding lingered. Ein insisted, "I understand. Snape must be concerned that my presence will make Draco anxious and affect his performance in the head boy challenge." Ein concluded. "Snape is so good to him," Ein mused. The system remarked, "I knew it would turn out this way." In the Slytherin dormitory, each room accommodates 2 students, and with a bit of maneuvering, Draco found himself sharing a room with Ein. As the night deepened, the 2 of them washed up and settled into bed to sleep. The following morning, Ein was awakened by the faint clattering of bottles and jars. Groggy, he rose to find Draco meticulously working at a table strewn with various containers. With his disheveled hair, Ein appeared somewhat dazed. "What are you doing?" he asked, staring blankly at Draco, still not fully awake. "Skincare," Draco replied, opening a bottle of peculiar light blue liquid and beginning to apply it. Ein, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What time is it?" "It's still early, just 6 o'clock. Draco answered casually. "Do you want to join me for skincare?" "I can lend you my beauty potion," Draco suggested, only to turn around and find Ein's tousled head buried back into the pillow. Ultimately, Ein could not fall back asleep. The consequences of Ein's restless night were evident. He spent the entire morning listless and yawning. The students were gathered in the great hall for breakfast. Draco radiated vitality, while Ein sported dark circles under his eyes. "I will head to the library to study properly," Ein declared. "Has he changed?" the system remarked. "I must master the silencing charm today." Ein insisted. "I knew it," the system replied. The first class for Slytherin was Charms. The short Professor Flitwick stood on a chair, barely taller than the lectern. Nevertheless, Flitwick's demeanor was remarkably affable, treating both the reserved Slytherins and the earnest Hufflepuffs with warmth. "Today, we will learn the levitation charm. Follow my lead." The gesture is a wave followed by a shake. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. With a casual flick, Ein successfully cast the charm. "Excellent. I see Mr. Black has succeeded. Slytherin earns 5 points." "What a talented child," Flitwick praised, his eyes glinting with admiration, though Ein, still drowsy, remained oblivious. One by one, students from Slytherin successfully cast the spell, earning points for their house. After a moment of surprise, Draco raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ein, have you studied this beforehand?" Ein yawned. "No. Is there really a need to study in advance?" "It's not that difficult." His voice trailed off as he succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the desk. Flitwick, occupied with assisting the Hufflepuffs, did not notice Ein's slumber. When a Hufflepuff finally succeeded, Flitwick clapped his hands in delight. "Everyone has done splendidly. Those who have completed the exercise may preview the material for our next lesson." Turning around, Flitwick spotted Ein. "Ein Black," he called. Ein did not respond. "Ein Black." Flitwick raised his voice. Draco nudged Ein with his elbow, jolting him awake. "Huh," Ein exclaimed, his gaze unfocused and momentarily lost. A snicker echoed from somewhere in Slytherin. Draco's sharp gaze darted towards the source. The culprit, however, showed no signs of restraint, instead, provocatively staring at Draco and Ein. Draco frowned. Eric Bogus, one of the students who had challenged him and failed the previous night, and someone who had been seen closely associating with Lestrange. Meanwhile, Ein was still struggling to regain his composure. "Regrettably, Mr. Black, while your talent in charms is commendable, sleeping in class is unacceptable. I must deduct 10 points from Slytherin," Flitwick stated, shaking his head. "Professor," Draco raised his hand. "Mr. Malfoy, what is it?" "Ein seems unwell. May I take him to the hospital wing?" "Of course," Flitwick replied. Thus, Draco and Ein discreetly skipped their first class of the term. "Draco, you're so nice," Ein said, his eyes glistening with a mix of sleepiness and gratitude, appearing utterly charming. "It's nothing. Your lack of sleep is partly my fault," Draco replied, his ears tinged with pink. "Shall I accompany you back to the dormitory?" Let us go. I want to sleep together," Ein exclaimed, joyfully tugging at Draco's sleeve, eager to return to their room. After escorting Ein back, Draco intended to return to class, as he felt it necessary to set an example as the head boy. Before leaving, he earnestly reminded Ein, "Be cautious of Eric Bogus. He is likely in cahoots with Lestrange and may target you." Ein mumbled as he nestled under the covers, seemingly unaware of the warning. When Ein awoke again, it was already evening, and Draco was seated by his bedside, looking hesitant to speak. "What's wrong, Draco?" Ein rubbed his eyes and stretched, finally feeling more alert. Professor Snape wishes to see you in his office," Draco said hesitantly. "Oh, Okay, Ein replied, oblivious to any potential concern, and prepared to head out. Draco couldn't hold back. He already knows about you losing points on the first day of class. Ein hesitated. Is that a serious matter? It's the first time since Slytherin was founded, Draco replied. Oh, however, Ein did not take it to heart, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he made his way to the dungeons. The doorknob of the office was adorned with a small snake sculpture, and Ein instinctively reached out to touch it, only to be startled as the sculpture flicked its tongue. Just then, the office door swung open. Mr. Black, standing at my door, do you wish to become a statue? Snape looked down at Ein, gesturing for him to enter. Black, explain, Snape commanded, closing the door and scrutinizing Ein, who stood in the middle of the office. What is there to explain? Ein asked, bewildered. Surely you are not referring to your slumber during class? What else? Has our Mr. Black accomplished any other noteworthy feats that warrant discussion? Snape raised an eyebrow, his tone stern yet strangely devoid of anger. Ein fiddled with his hands, twirling his fingers nervously. The charms lesson was rather dull, and the content was simple. I just happened to be very sleepy dull? Simple? Snape's tone rose slightly, and Ein sensed trouble brewing. It seems that the ordinary first-year curriculum is insufficient to engage Mr. Black's brilliant mind. Snape produced a book nearly the size of Ein's head. Now, let us examine the fruits of your studies from last night. Take out your wand and attack me. Ein was taken aback by Snape's method of evaluation, which involved practical demonstration. He brandished his wand, recalling the spell from the previous day. Restrictus. A beam of magical light shot towards Snape, who merely waved his wand casually, effortlessly dispelling Ein's spell. The output of magical power is unstable, the speed is excessively slow, and the accuracy leaves much to be desired. Severus Snape mercilessly critiqued Ein, leaving him utterly demoralized. After releasing a barrage of confinement spells, totaling no less than 10, Snape finally managed to exhibit a semblance of satisfaction. Barely acceptable, he declared, next spell, disarm. For the ensuing hour, Ein experienced what could only be described as a hellish trial. Just as he felt on the brink of collapse, Snape finally relented. Thus, when Draco encountered Ein in the Great Hall post-meal, he was met with a visage of utter despondency, devoid of any energy. What has happened to you? Draco exclaimed, astonished. What has Professor Snape done to you? Ein wearily waved a hand. Don't even mention it. My right hand nearly felt as though it would snap. Draco was taken aback. That night, as Ein lay in bed, he had tossed and turned multiple times, yet slumber eluded him. System, I am unable to sleep, Ein lamented. The system replied, given that you napped extensively during the day, is it not rather normal for you to be awake now? Perhaps we should embark on a night adventure. Ein suggested. Later that night, at the entrance of the Slytherin common room, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped out. The dungeons were somewhat chilly at night, and Ein meandered through the castle corridors, intending to ascend. However, he soon found himself lost. Unperturbed, he contemplated the intricate and shifting staircases before him, deriving unexpected amusement from the experience. Most portraits within the castle were asleep, and those few that were awake paid Ein little mind, remaining quietly still. The vast castle was eerily silent and empty, with only the echo of his footsteps reverberating through the corridor. All around were tightly closed doors, some leading to classrooms known from daylight, while others concealed unknown mysteries. At last, I understand why children are so fond of nighttime escapades. Ein mused. Why is that? The system inquired. It offers a sensation that the entire castle belongs to me, Ein replied. The system, recalling that this was a boy who almost aspired to own a castle, remained silent. As Ein wandered aimlessly, he stumbled upon a slightly ajar door and pushed it open. To his surprise, he discovered a storage room, seemingly belonging to Filch. The chamber was cluttered with confiscated contraband, and a bloodstained pair of handcuffs hung ominously on the wall, likely a remnant of some punitive device Filch longed to reinstate. Curiosity piqued, Ein rummaged through the seized items and, as expected, unearthed the fabled parchment, the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear I am up to no good, Ein declared, tapping the parchment, which instantly revealed a detailed map of the castle. The names of students quietly lined up in their dormitories, with the name Ein Black marked by a red dot in a room labeled as Filch's office. Continuing to scrutinize the map, Ein observed Filch's red dot moving through the corridors, still at a considerable distance from him. The professors' names were predominantly located in their respective lounges, save for Professor McGonagall, who was on night duty, and Snape, situated near the astronomy tower. As Ein observed Snape's stationary red, a sense of agitation washed over him, yet an undeniable curiosity stirred within. He felt compelled to uncover why Snape was in the astronomy tower at such a late hour and whether the Marauder's map was truly reliable. Thus, he resolved to venture to the tower. Chapter 15. Night Adventure 2. The castle was profoundly tranquil at night, with only Ein's soft footsteps breaking the silence. Following the map, he ascended towards the astronomy tower, and stealthily concealed himself around a corner, peeking out. Not far away, a man leaned against the window, his dark eyes gazing downwards. Lost in thought, moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his hair as if draping him in a mysterious veil. His chiseled profile exuded an intense aura, rendering him both formidable and imposing. However, at that moment, Snape appeared less acerbic than usual, exuding an unexpected gentleness. Snape cherished his visits to this spot at night, for it was the highest point in Hogwarts and the first to greet the dawn. Yet the concept of sunlight seemed alien to him. Long ago, during his protracted life as a spy, he had relinquished his claim to sunlight. Perhaps only darkness was his true haven, akin to the brevity of his past existence. In his youth, he had severed ties with his own light, plunging into darkness only to inadvertently drag his sunlight into the shadows of death, ultimately seeking atonement through his very existence. Yet, perhaps one act of redemption was insufficient. When death approached, he inexplicably found himself returned to 1991. Merely another cycle. Snape gazed coldly out the window, yet his thoughts drifted elsewhere, unwittingly landing upon the reflection of his own shadow. Cold, bitter, and solitary, he could easily conjure a multitude of descriptors for himself. Such a self, he believed, was destined to gaze into the abyss of another cycle alone. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. At least now there was an inexplicably peculiar little spirit added to the mix. A pair of cerulean eyes and a somewhat striking visage began to materialize in his mind. To his surprise, when recalling that little spirit, Snape's expression softened ever so slightly. His thoughts wandered uncontrollably, the image of the blue-eyed boy becoming increasingly vivid. His smiles, frowns, seriousness, playful antics, and now, his sneaky demeanor. Peering out the window, Snape caught sight of a small head peeking around the corner not far behind him. Was it not exactly the figure he had just been musing about? Snape nearly chuckled in exasperation. The boy's presence was a perpetual source of unexpected surprises. "Come out," he commanded. His voice, though low, resonated like thunder in Ein's ears. Ein quickly recoiled. Discovered? No way. I'm so far away, Ein thought. Perhaps he is merely feigning. I must maintain my composure. The system observed silently. Amused by Ein's predicament, Snape regarded the abruptly withdrawn head with a hint of amusement. His mood lifted from the depths of despair. He turned away from the window, leaning against it, arms crossed. "Do I need to personally fish you out?" The cold thread in Snape's tone was undeniably potent. Before long, Ein cautiously emerged from his hiding place, his body still sheltered behind the corridor's corner. "Professor." Snape raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him in silence. Ein pondered for a moment before stepping fully into view, standing obediently before Snape, head bowed in an attempt to atone for his misdeeds. Snape, however, was all too familiar with the boy's tactics. What appeared to be contrition was merely stubbornness in disguise. "Come here," Snape ordered. Ein took tentative steps towards Snape, inching closer before halting. The moonlight streaming through the window elongated Snape's shadow, lending him an even more formidable presence. Ein, with an instinct akin to that of a small creature, sensed the inherent danger emanating from the man before her. "I shall not repeat myself for the third time." "Come here," Snape continued, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, maintaining a chilling indifference. Ein hesitated momentarily, then took a few steps forward, ultimately halting before the man. His shadow enveloped her entirely. "What brings you out for a nocturnal stroll?" There was no anger, no accusation, no sarcasm. Ein found Snape's unusual demeanor today rather surprising. "I simply couldn't sleep and decided to take a walk." She fidgeted with her fingers, casting a furtive glance at Snape, yet found no cracks in his stoic facade. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ein thought to herself how fitting it was that the renowned double agent could conceal his thoughts and emotions so expertly. She could only surmise that Snape was likely irked. On one hand, he encountered a Slytherin student out at night, and on the other, his enjoyment of the moonlight had been interrupted. Reflecting on the hour of practice earlier that evening, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. But little did she know, Snape's mood was unexpectedly light, particularly upon witnessing the boy's futile attempts to concoct a defense, which only served to elevate his spirits further. "Community service, 1 week, commencing tomorrow. Report to me every evening at 8, Snape announced with a surprisingly cheerful tone. Upon witnessing the boy's expression akin to a thunderclap, he took delight in the decision to escort him back to his dormitory. Thus, when Draco awoke to learn that his roommate had ventured out at night, successfully encountered Snape, and earned himself a week of community service, he could not suppress a rather unkind chuckle. "You're still laughing?" Ein retorted in indignation. "My apologies." Draco managed to stifle his mirth. "But you really are quite unfortunate. How was I to know this would be discovered?" Ein lamented, collapsing onto her bed as the fatigue from her nocturnal escapade began to manifest. "Well, Professor Snape is merely looking out for your well-being. Hogwarts harbors many dangers at night." Draco reassured her, handing over a vial of potion. "What is this for?" Ein inquired. To diminish dark circles, he replied. Ein tossed it back at him. 10 minutes later. Having completed her evening routine, Ein gazed into the mirror at her raccoon-like eyes and decisively retrieved the potion once more. Time flew swiftly, and before long, it was time for the eagerly anticipated flying lesson for the first-year students. The lesson was a combined affair of all 4 houses, and Ein was unsurprised to spot Harry Potter among them. Ein, Draco, Harry exclaimed, nearly rushing over the moment he spotted them. Harry, it's been a while. Ein greeted him with a cheerful smile. How is life in Gryffindor? Everyone is quite content, Harry replied with a cleverly crafted response. Ein raised an eyebrow, withholding her judgment. Draco regarded the recently transformed savior with a knowing glance. By the way, Ein, Draco, Harry continued, shall we study together in the library tonight? Is there no issue with your proximity to Slytherin? Draco did not immediately acquiesce to Harry's suggestion. Of course, trust me, he replied. Harry offered a slight smile and a wink. At that moment, Ein's spirits suddenly plummeted. Oh, you and Draco go ahead. I probably won't be able to make it. What's wrong, Ein? Harry inquired with concern. I was just sentenced to a week of community service by Professor Snape, and it's during the evenings. Draco explained with a shrug. What a pity. Harry's expression dimmed momentarily, though he soon rallied. But we can study together another time. We'll have to see about next week. Ein stretched lazily. In any case, the community service involves either reading or practicing spells, which is actually quite interesting. Just then, a mocking voice chimed in from the side. Blake, Malfoy, is this how you've chosen to be the Savior's lackeys? Chapter 16, Bogust's Provocation. Draco's expression darkened as he turned to face the speaker, Eric Bogust. You ought to apologize for your words. Eric arrogantly raised his chin, a sneer escaping his lips. Have I misspoken? A distinguished Slytherin. So closely aligned with the Savior, doesn't that merely signify a desire to be his lackey? Draco, incensed, nearly lunged to cast a curse, but was promptly restrained by Ein. Ein, let me go? I need to teach him a lesson. Draco's platinum hair appeared somewhat disheveled in his fury. Draco, Professor Hodge is still present, Ein cautioned, her gaze indicating the flying instructor approaching from a distance. Draco shot Eric a glare filled with indignation. All right, everyone, gather by your brooms. Quickly. Professor Hodge clapped her hands to capture their attention. Like this, command your brooms, she instructed, placing her hand above her broom. Up. Soon. The air was filled with students issuing commands, yet only a select few succeeded on their first attempt. Among them were Draco and Harry. However, upon grasping his broom, Draco let out a disdainful click of his tongue. This broom hasn't been replaced in years. The tail is all frayed. Draco grumbled. When I return, I'll have my father buy me a new broom. And I'll get one for you too, he added, addressing Ein. I don't think I'll need one, Ein replied, somewhat troubled. The reason was simple. While few succeeded initially, many eventually managed to grasp their brooms after 3 or 4 attempts. Ein's broom, however, remained obstinately inert, behaving like a true broom with no signs of movement. Why don't you try mine? Draco suggested after a moment's thought. Thus, they exchanged brooms. Ein gathered her strength and bellowed, up. Yet the broom remained utterly still. Ein. Draco. Ein. Am I doing something wrong? System. Indeed, everything is wrong. Crack, crack. Ein. What are you doing? System. Snacking. Ein. Is that appropriate? System. It's fine, sea salt flavor. Ein. I meant, is it suitable for you to be snacking in my mind? System. Given your progress, I doubt you'll complete the task. There's no challenge too great if one is willing to give up. Ein. I think it's going all right. Hasn't the Savior already reversed 20? System. Do you realize how far behind you are compared to other hosts? Ein. System. Other hosts typically begin collecting Horcruxes upon arrival and engage in a battle of wits with Dumbledore. And look at you. Ein. But I'm just a first-year child. System. Need I remind you? Your soul age is already 25? Ein. All right. I will earnestly start tackling my tasks. Now let us focus on the flying broom. System. Perhaps you should try threatening it? After a moment's hesitation, Ein retorted, if you don't rise, I'll use you for firewood. The broom quivered slightly. Ein's eyes lit up. I mean it. My fire spells are quite effective. Want to give it a try? A wicked smile crept across Ein's face. The flying broom seemed to sense a chill run through it, and promptly soared into Ein's hand. Look, Draco. I did it. Ein's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Draco. Ah, splendid, Draco exclaimed, utterly astonished. Who knew it could be played this way? Meanwhile, as Ein engaged in a battle of wits with the enchanted broomstick, chaos erupted within Gryffindor. Neville Longbottom's broom spiraled out of control, sending him tumbling through the air before crashing down. Madame Hooch escorted Longbottom to the hospital wing, leaving the rest in a state of anxious anticipation. Longbottom's memory ball. Eric had somehow managed to join the Gryffindor side, brandishing one of Longbottom's memory orbs. Ein remarked, this plot seems eerily familiar. The system replied, indeed. Only the protagonist has changed. Ein cast a complex glance at Draco. Put down Neville's memory ball, you wretched Slytherin. Ron, with his fiery hair, pointed an accusatory finger at Eric. Nonchalantly, Eric tossed the memory ball and mounted his broom. Want it? Then come and take it. You. Ron fumed, but Harry intervened. Mounting his own broom. Isn't this what you wanted to compete? I shall oblige. Harry spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Eric. Oh, the savior finally emerges from behind his two lackeys? How impressive, Eric mocked as he cast a scornful glance at Ein and Draco. Or perhaps these two lackeys cannot even protect their own master. Ha. With that, Eric soared towards the highest platform of the tower, closely pursued by Harry. Ein, don't stop me this time. Draco intended to follow on his broom, only to find Ein already soaring ahead. He hurried to catch up. In an instant, for figures raced towards the tower's pinnacle. However, the moment Ein left the ground, regret washed over her. The broom was exceptionally difficult to control. She had not intended to fly so swiftly. Yet, the broom seemed to possess a will of its own, trailing after Harry. Eric landed on the platform, followed closely by Harry, while Ein nearly was flung off her broom, saved only by Harry's timely catch. Draco landed last. Ein, still shaken, cursed the troublesome broom and the instigating Eric 1,000 times in her mind. You want this wretched ball? Eric taunted, tossing the orb in his hand. Fine, but I have a condition. For a moment, the three on the opposite side remained silent. Eric, feeling slightly awkward, continued, my condition is, I want you. He pointed at Ein. A duel with me. Harry's expression darkened, his green eyes clouded. Draco frowned and instinctively retorted, what nonsense is this? Only Ein, rolling her wrist, replied. Very well here? Ein, he must be up to something. Don't be deceived. Harry urged, while Draco also displayed disapproval. Eric was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ein's prompt acceptance. Of course not now. Let us set it for next Monday at midnight, in the trophy room, Eric declared. Agreed, Ein replied decisively. But I have a condition as well. What? Eric began, but before he could finish, Ein waved her wand and cast a full-body bind curse. Eric's eyes widened in disbelief as he crashed to the ground. Shall we go? Ein said nonchalantly to the stunned Draco and the perplexed Harry. Wait a moment. Harry pondered briefly, then approached Eric. He seized Eric's hair and forcefully slammed his face against the ground several times until blood flowed. He then delivered multiple kicks to Eric's joints. Helpless in his petrified state, Eric could do nothing but endure Harry's actions. Boggett, struggling to control his broom, was flung to the ground upon reaching the tower. Harry tidied himself up, brushing dust from his robes. Let us hurry down and inform Madame Hooch. Absolutely, let us go. I nodded, then added, by the way, could you ride the broom and assist me? This broom seems to have a serious ailment. Of course, Harry replied, and together they mounted the broom. Draco observed the departing figures, feeling a sudden sense of disorientation. Draco, hurry up. Ein waved from Harry's broom. Oh right, he replied, sensing that the world was becoming increasingly chaotic. Chapter 17, The Beating. The events from flying class had escalated long before dinner time. Thus, Professors McGonagall and Snape stormed off, laden with a heavy atmosphere, taking their respective students with them. In the Slytherin head's office, Ein mused to herself that she was likely the most frequent visitor here. Without a doubt. Draco, however, did not share her nonchalance. Being summoned to the office by his own professor and godfather felt rather intimidating. After ushering them in, Snape slammed the door shut. Draco flinched. Ein scratched her head. Explain, Mr. Malfoy. Snape cast a glance at Ein, opting to hear the truth before allowing the boy to spin his tail. Professor, it was Boggett who provoked first, Draco stammered nervously. And you followed the savior to the top of the tower like two brainless, foolish lions, disregarding the professor's prohibitions? Snape began to unleash his venom. But Boggett was truly out of line. Draco protested, feeling indignant. Mr. Malfoy, Snape's voice turned icy, as a Slytherin. You should know the better course of action in such matters. Draco lowered his head, acknowledging, yes, Professor, we acted impulsively and put ourselves in danger. Mr. Malfoy, return and transcribe the Slytherin code 100 times, to be submitted to me by Friday, Snape instructed, dismissing Draco from the office. As Draco departed, he cast a worried glance at Ein, to which she responded with an unconcerned smile. Once Draco left, only Snape and Ein remained in the office. Very well, Mr. Black. Snape's lips curled into a feigned smile. You certainly know how to bring surprises. Ein shyly lowered her gaze. It's not as impressive as you make it sound, Professor. Snape's false smile vanished, his cold black eyes scrutinizing the seemingly naive boy before him. Why did you pursue Boggett? Snape's gaze simmered with a brewing storm. Especially on a broom that you have yet to master? Ein hesitated before answering. To be honest, I don't quite know. The broom seemed to have a mind of its own. Your talent for deception continues to astound me. Snape's voice dripped with disdain as it loomed over Ein. Ein muttered. When I speak the truth, You choose not to believe me, forcing me to concoct tales. The system interjected. Do you not realize why your credibility is in ruins? Ayn bowed her head, protesting through silence. Refusing to answer? Very well, then for my second question. Snape's stormy gaze intensified. Was the petrification curse on Boggett your doing? Yes. Ayn admitted without hesitation. Why? What transpired that compelled you to cast a malevolent curse upon your classmate? Snape's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate through Ayn. It is a reason that cannot be divulged. Ayn pondered before responding cautiously. Ayn, Boggett challenged me to a duel at midnight. I suppose that's not something I should disclose. System. Smiley face. Ayn, from the perspective of wizard dueling regulations, as well as school rules, it is indeed not something I ought to mention. Ayn nodded internally in agreement. Snape took a step closer to Ayn, the distance between them shrinking to a point where they could almost feel each other's warmth. The man's imposing figure enveloped Ayn entirely. An overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon him. Ayn lifted his gaze, his sky-blue eyes innocently meeting the man's dark orbs, akin to a firefly whose light persists in the darkness. Ayn black. Snape's voice was low, simmering with restrained fury, yet he exhibited a remarkable calmness as he warned. You would do well not to test my limits. One final question. How did Boggett sustain his injuries? Ayn hesitated. That too is something I cannot disclose. Ayn, I truly am the best ally at Hogwarts, completely unwilling to betray my friends. System. Smiley face, reluctant to remind the host, sensing that a spectacle was about to unfold. Not willing to speak. Snape's tone rose slightly at the end, his deep voice carrying an unnameable danger. Indeed, I cannot speak. Ayn hesitated briefly but stood firm in his assertion. Very well, if you choose not to speak, then you need not say anything further. Just as Ayn was momentarily stunned, Snape seized Ayn by the collar, striding to the sofa, where he unceremoniously pinned Ayn across his knee. Slap, slap, slap. 3 resounding smacks echoed against Ayn's backside. Ayn was momentarily stunned, unable to process the situation. Once he regained his senses, he began to struggle fiercely. Snape, what are you doing? Let me go. Ayn's ears flushed red, uncertain whether from shame or anger. You chose not to speak earlier, so now you shall keep your mouth shut. Snape's cold, unyielding voice resonated above Ayn. Ignoring Ayn's futile struggles, Snape's powerful hand held him firmly, rendering Ayn's efforts utterly ineffective. Slap, 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 slap. Snape showed no restraint, delivering a tempestuous flurry of blows upon Ayn. Let me go. You bastard. Snape, you bastard. Ayn continued to writhe, but his strength paled in comparison to Snape's. After an indeterminate period, Ayn's furious cries began to crack with the tremors of tears, his voice growing hoarse. And his struggles diminished significantly. Snape, I hate you. Snape's hand halted midair, the pause palpable. Feeling the cessation of Snape's hand, Ayn made one last feeble attempt to escape, this time easily breaking free from the man's grasp. Ayn stumbled upon landing, the pain causing him to falter slightly. Snape instinctively reached to assist him, but halted upon witnessing Ayn's expression. The boy's face was streaked with tear stains, flushed from ear to cheek, the cause of which was indiscernible, whether from humiliation, rage, or pain. His once bright eyes were now red and swollen from crying, and his robes lay disheveled from their earlier tussle. His breath, interspersed with sobs, was erratic. Yet, the most alarming aspect was the fire igniting in his blue eyes as he shot Snape a furious glare. Without another word, the boy turned and exited the office, slamming the door behind him with a forceful thud. Snape observed the retreating figure, his expression darkening. The word Snape, I hate you echoed in his mind like an incantation, lingering ominously in the air. Chapter 18, A Quarrel. Outside, Ayn emerged from the door and hastily wiped his face with his robe. A surge of overwhelming grievance swelling in his chest, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. He endeavored to ignore the throbbing pain emanating from behind, wishing to hasten back to his dormitory. After all, he did not wish to be seen in such a state. Unfortunately, just as he turned a corner, he encountered a familiar figure. Ayn, what happened to you? Blaise stared in astonishment at Ayn's tear-streaked visage. Embarrassed by his appearance before Blaise, Ayn could only avert his red-rimmed eyes. After a moment's thought, Blaise guided Ayn into an unoccupied classroom. Did Professor Snape do something to you? Blaise retrieved a handkerchief, gently wiping away Ayn's tears. Ayn remained silent, for how could he explain to an 11-year-old boy that a man in his 20s had chastised him like a child, leading him to tears? After a while, Ayn's sobs finally subsided. Blaise patiently stayed by Ayn's side, allowing him to regain his composure. Blaise, I'm fine. Ayn hesitated to speak, embarrassed to meet Blaise's gaze, uncertain how to articulate the events that had transpired. It's all right, Ayn. The tall boy with chocolate-colored skin appeared reassuring. Blaise could not resist reaching out to Towseline's hair, which was surprisingly soft. You need not speak if you do not wish to. but I am always here should you feel inclined to share. With Blaze's comforting presence, Ein's emotions gradually calmed. Yet, once he regained his tranquility, a new wave of embarrassment washed over him. A grown man being consoled by a young boy. How utterly humiliating. When Ein returned to the dormitory, Draco found him sprawled across his bed, wearing a gloomy expression, refusing to even change out of his clothes. Ein, Draco ventured cautiously. Ein remained silent, merely turning his head away, presenting the back of his head to Draco. Draco, recognizing the need for discretion, quietly gathered his materials to copy the Slytherin rules and tiptoed out of the dormitory, heading to the library. Ein lay on the bed, listening to the soft click of the door as Draco exited, followed by an oppressive silence. The room was filled solely with Ein's own breaths. He reflected on the events that had unfolded in Snape's office, the dull ache in his back serving as a constant reminder of what had transpired. This is outrageous. Truly outrageous. A man in his 20s has been struck. And in that particular place. Snape is such a bastard. Ein's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as he pounded his fists against the bed, his sky-blue eyes ablaze with fury. System. Ein, system. Do you know? No one has ever dared to treat me this way throughout my life. System. Congratulations on achieving the first time being hit milestone. Ein. Please, be reasonable. System. That might be a challenge. Following that encounter, Ein deliberately skipped 2 days of his labor service, resolutely avoiding any form of interaction with Snape. Even during meals in the Great Hall, should their paths cross, Ein would not spare Snape a single glance. Thus, the final day of the first week for the new students arrived, a Friday. The morning heralded Professor Snape's potions class. Early that day, Draco sensed an unmistakable atmosphere of gloom emanating from his roommate. Even the most oblivious of individuals could discern that something had transpired in Snape's office that afternoon, prompting Ein to adopt an entirely dismissive demeanor towards the professor. Today, they faced an uninterrupted series of 3 potions classes. Draco hesitated before speaking. Do you need me to request an absence for you? Ein's demeanor had sunk to such depths that one might believe a dark cloud loomed visibly above him. He was acutely aware of the gravity of Snape's potions class. Just days prior, it had been his most anticipated subject, without exception. Now, it had transformed into the very course he dreaded most. However, Ein coldly replied, "No, I will attend class." His gaze bore the sharpness of a venomous blade. Why should he refrain from attending? After all, it was merely Snape. Surely he could not impede his education. What was he, after all? Draco, observing his roommate's intense expression, instinctively shivered. Surely, this could not bode well. The potions classroom lay in the depths of the dungeons, perpetually cool and devoid of sunlight. Ideal for the long-term storage of various potion ingredients. Yet, for students, the classroom exuded an overly somber ambience. As the class hour approached, Snape swept into the room, his black robes billowing and an air of palpable tension trailing in his wake. He surveyed the room, a slight frown creasing his brow. Upon confirming the absence of a certain individual who ought to have been present, his expression darkened further, casting a shadow over the entire classroom. Draco Malfoy. Where's your roommate? Snape inquired, his voice low and devoid of any emotional inflection. Draco hesitated, recalling that Ein had stated he would attend. Yet here he was, absent, leaving Draco uncertain about Ein's intentions. Snape's frown deepened, and just as he prepared to unleash his acerbic tongue once more, the door to the potions classroom was flung open with a resounding bang. Silence enveloped the room instantly as Ein entered, carrying an even heavier aura of gloom than Snape himself. Upon entering, Ein offered not a single glance in Snape's direction, instead making his way to the only vacant desk, which happened to be adjacent to Harry Potter. Ein's actions prompted a collective gasp from the other students. Harry regarded Ein with a look of concern. After all, Snape was infamous for his ferocity, and to arrive late to class and completely disregard him was a feat that Ein had seemingly achieved alone. Ein Black, you are late. Snape's cold voice sliced through the stillness of the classroom. Oh, Ein replied, equally indifferent. The room once again filled with gasps of disbelief. Snape's brow furrowed, his dark eyes fixed on Ein. After observing that Ein displayed no inclination to divert his attention to him, Snape ultimately withdrew his gaze. Chapter 19, The First Potions Class. You are here to learn the meticulous art of potion brewing and the strict craftsmanship involved. Snape commenced his opening remarks. I do not expect you to comprehend the exquisite beauty of the steam wafting from a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame. You will not grasp the enchanting allure of the liquid coursing through veins, intoxicating and captivating. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. At this juncture, nearly all the Gryffindors and Slytherins fixated on Snape, striving to absorb the visions he painted, save for Ein, who remained engrossed in his book. Snape, however, pivoted abruptly, but there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of foolish simpletons I frequently encounter. Harry Potter. Snape called out, prompting Harry, who had been observing Ein's unusual demeanor, to look up in surprise and slowly rise to his feet. Professor? Harry tentatively inquired. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood, along with asphodel root and sleeping draught, what would the result be? Snape's gaze bore into Harry, while his peripheral vision remained on Ein. Harry hesitated. Ein rolled his eyes at Snape, scribbling a note, which he then tore off and handed to Harry. Oh, it would yield a potion of eternal sleep. Harry read from the note, successfully answering. It's a powerful sleeping draught, Professor. And if I required Bezoar, where would you procure it? Snape narrowed his eyes, continuing his questioning. Ein discreetly passed another note. From the stomach of a goat, Professor, Harry responded readily. It appears our illustrious savior has a commendable assistant. It seems that sometimes, fame has its advantages, such as classroom cheat sheets. Snape's gaze turned piercingly towards Ein. Ein met his stare defiantly, refusing to look away. Snape's expression shifted from anger to a sardonic smile. Very well, then. Ein Black. What would be the result of combining moonstone powder with the essence of sneezewort syrup? Snape's cold gaze landed on Ein, observing the boy's transition from bewilderment to disdain, and finally to a serious expression mingled with uncertainty. Ein thought, wait, shouldn't he be asking about the difference between aconite and monkshood right now? The system interjected. It is essential to remind the host that this is the real magical world, no longer merely a Harry Potter novel. Quick, help me look it up. Otherwise, I might embarrass myself in this situation. The system is not an encyclopedia and lacks the functionality of a potions textbook. What good are you then? Very well. It has taken note of that. Smiley face. An extended silence descended upon the classroom. It seems our benevolent Mr. Black, who enjoys assisting his classmates, has not garnered the wisdom of omniscience nor received any reciprocal aid. Snape unleashed his venomous remarks, although his expression lacked the usual mockery and was instead cold, with a hint of irritation surfacing. I apologize, Professor, Harry suddenly interjected, standing up. I believe Hermione would know. Why not ask her? Indeed. The clever little Gryffindor which had her hand raised throughout. Snape glared at Hermione. Sit down. He then turned back to Harry. It seems our savior is also quite eager to assist his classmates, albeit lacking in personal capability. A mocking laughter erupted from Bogart in a corner of the classroom, joined by several confused classmates. Snape's sharp gaze swept over them, and the laughter fell silent. Moonstone powder combined with sneezewort syrup yields a calming draught, one that can soothe your nerves, as delicate as a doddering vine. Snape spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on Ein. Ein rolled his eyes in response, ignoring Snape entirely. With a sudden movement, Snape slammed the potions textbook onto the desk with a resounding thud. In the classroom, nearly every student trembled with fear. So, do you possess such unwavering confidence in the vast capacity of your minds, filled with the knowledge of the marsh grass, that you neglect to take notes? The atmosphere once again erupted into a chaotic flurry of flipping pages and scribbling. Blake, Porter, take your seats, Snape commanded. Harry's gaze darkened, an amalgam of inexplicable emotions swirling within as he looked at Snape, before slowly complying. Ein, however, stood rigidly upright, chin slightly raised. Apologies, Professor. I am unwell and prefer to stand. Snape's response was curt. Very well. Thus commenced the potions class. The day's lesson centered around the concoction of a potion for scabies. Subsequently, the students were instructed to pair up for the potion-making task, with an odd number of participants, when Ron approached Harry, cauldron in hand. Harry intended to decline this Gryffindor friend's offer. Yet, before he could voice his refusal, Ein proactively relinquished his position, taking the cauldron and moving to occupy an empty desk alone. Ein, Harry hesitantly inquired, what's wrong? We should be partners. Ein smiled nonchalantly at Harry. It's fine. I prefer working on potions alone. Contemplating the small note Ein had previously provided him, Harry surmised that Ein's potion-making skills would likely be commendable, and he might inadvertently hinder his progress. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, he teamed up with Ron. After once more declining Draco and Blaze's invitation to partner, Ein finally seized the opportunity to concoct potions on his own. Unbeknownst to the small creatures, Ein harbored a hidden aspiration to brew potions with his own hands. During his childhood, while watching Harry Potter, he had developed a particular fondness for the art of potion making. Various potion ingredients, manipulated by different temperatures and magical energies, ultimately coalesced into diverse elixirs with distinct effects. How utterly fascinating. Containing his excitement, Ein meticulously adhered to the prescribed steps of the process. Ron Weasley, is this the snake fang powder you've produced? The requirement was to create a fine powder, not coarse granules. 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry Potter, does your companion's blunder accentuate your aura as the boy who lived? Another 5 points from Gryffindor. Blaze Zabini, do I need to remind you to maintain a consistent heating temperature? Draco Malfoy, Your obsessive cleanliness has resulted in poorly handled slugs. Treat potion ingredients with the seriousness they deserve. Neville Longbottom, I must emphasize that you ought to handle the porcupine quills with greater care, lest you forget to remove the cauldron from the flame before adding them. Snape traversed the classroom, delivering a thorough reprimand before finally arriving at Ein's workstation. Chapter 20. The First Potions Class 2. Ein was almost obsessively focused on the potion ingredients before him, striving for perfection in every step. The normally mischievous boy's sudden intensity was disconcerting to those around him. Snape paused to observe Ein's meticulous technique, his gaze shifting to the boy's profile. Busy with his tasks, the side of the youth's face was striking, reminiscent of divine favor. The still-developing features bore soft curves that evoked an illusion of tenderness. Yet, Snape was acutely aware of the boy's mischievous nature. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the classroom. Snape swiftly made his way to the source of the commotion, which originated from a young wizard named Neville Longbottom. His cauldron had exploded. Damn it! You must have neglected to remove the cauldron from the flame before adding the porcupine quills. Has your brain capacity diminished to the point where you cannot recall what I reminded you of just 10 minutes ago? Snape seethed, waving his wand to restore order amid the chaos. Neville trembled in fear, his face marred by the scabs resulting from the potion splatter. You, Simon. Escort him to the infirmary, Snape commanded one of the students in Neville's group. Simon hurriedly supported Neville, and together they stumbled out of the classroom. I reiterate, potion making is a craft that demands precision and diligence. If any of you cannot comprehend the steps involved, then I suggest you leave my classroom, Snape declared, his brow furrowed as he addressed the students. The young wizards quaked in trepidation, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. The only sounds were the bubbling cauldrons and the grinding of ingredients, and the students proceeded with their potion making with heightened caution. Another explosion shattered the silence, echoing clearly in the quiet classroom, startling several young wizards. Damn it! Who was that foolish enough? Snape turned sharply, but his words faltered upon seeing the source of the blast. At the epicenter of the explosion stood Ein, wand raised. A look of bewilderment plastered across his face as he stared at the shattered remnants of his cauldron. What happened? I followed the instructions precisely, Ein exclaimed. The system interjected. Perhaps you should ask Snape? Ein tilted his head, staring in confusion at the wreckage of his cauldron. Just as he reached out to inspect the remnants of the explosive concoction, a large hand grasped his wrist. Mr. Blake, do you wish to lose your hand? Snape's cold voice resonated in his ear. It was only then that Ein realized Snape had approached him without his notice. Snape scrutinized Ein, confirming that the boy was unharmed before waving his wand to clear the remnants from Ein's cauldron. Prepare another batch, otherwise, your score for today will be a failure. Snape's tone was icy as he turned away, leaving Ein to ponder his misfortune. As if in a daze, Ein gathered new ingredients. Still reeling from the moment, and missing the chance to retort to Snape. What had gone awry? Ein meticulously followed the potion-making process anew. 10 minutes later, boom. Another massive explosion erupted from Ein's cauldron. Snape was immediately at his side. Fortunately, Ein remained unscathed. Snape, furrowing his brow and crossing his arms, regarded Ein with a deepening frown. Ein, still in shock, wore an expression of disbelief. Well, it seems our Mr. Blake is particularly fixated on the art of explosions, Snape remarked, his voice lower than usual. Ein's look of astonishment shifted to one of confusion and shock. But I truly followed the steps to the letter. Ein protested. Redo it, Mr. Blake. This time, I will stand right here and observe your method. Snape positioned himself beside Ein, his imposing shadow casting a weighty presence over the boy. Though Snape remained silent, the air was thick with pressure. Ein resumed the process, adhering strictly to the steps. As Snape watched, his frown deepened with every action. Each of Ein's steps was executed flawlessly, the ingredient handling and temperature control impeccable. There was no reason for the cauldron to explode. Ein's endeavors proceeded smoothly until he grasped the wand to infuse it with magical energy. Bang! A deafening explosion ensued as Ein once again shattered the cauldron. However, this time, Severus Snape was by his side, immediately casting a protective spell around Ein. Having meticulously supervised the young man's potion-making process, Snape likely discerned the underlying cause. A rare breed of wizard possessed an innate incompatibility with magic and potions, resulting in catastrophic failures whenever they attempted to infuse magical energy. Such wizards inherently lack the ability to brew potions. After a moment of contemplation, Snape addressed Ein. For this lesson, you shall temporarily partner with Draco, responsible for organizing potion ingredients. You are to refrain from any involvement in the infusion of magical energy. Please visit my office after class. Professor, why? Ein still wore a bewildered expression, a hint of barely perceptible disappointment lingering after 3 failed attempts. Snape hesitated, clearly noticing the young man's despondency. Yet he could say little more before turning away. After class, Ein approached Snape's office in silence, the serpentine doorknob appearing to twist slightly. He knocked, and Snape opened the door. Ein kept his head bowed, revealing only the whirl of hair atop his head, along with a few rebellious strands. Likely a testament to a restless night. The memory of their previous discord in this very room hung heavily in the air, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Snape chose his words with rare deliberation, stating in a calm tone, "It is a natural phenomenon for a select few wizards to possess an innate incompatibility with magic and potions, and currently, there is no solution." Ein, still staring at the ground, did not lift his gaze. According to Hogwarts tradition, you may opt to forego the potion-making class. Of course, you may choose to continue, albeit without the capacity to partake in the infusion process. Snape endeavored to present Ein with all available options. However, nearly every potion requires the infusion of magical energy, rendering any potential gains from the class minimal. Snape paused, concluding, "For you, it would be best to consider relinquishing the course. No need for that." Ein raised his head, his sky-blue eyes resolutely meeting Snape's. Surprised by the young man's unexpected response, Snape raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to continue. "I shall not abandon potion-making. Since no one has resolved the issue of magical incompatibility, then," the young man articulated each word deliberately, "I shall solve it." Chapter 21. The Dual Agreement. Ein suddenly immersed himself in fervent study, burying himself in the library without so much as a glance upwards. The catalyst for this was the recent flying lesson, after which Harry and Draco had decided to study together in the library, inadvertently attracting the book-loving Hermione Granger. Ron Weasley, after fruitlessly attempting to persuade Harry to steer clear of Draco, begrudgingly joined them in their study session. However, the dynamics were stark. Harry, Draco, and Hermione scribbled furiously, surrounded by stacks of reference books, while Ron struggled with a single piece of parchment, pulling at his hair in frustration, occasionally glancing at Harry's work for answers. This scenario persisted for several days, leading to Saturday. "Oh dear, more studying on a Saturday," Ron lamented. "You all are more terrifying than the professors." Draco raised an eyebrow, not pausing in his writing, not even casting a glance in Ron's direction. Hermione frowned, shaking her head disapprovingly at Ron. Harry made a shushing gesture, pointing towards Madame Pants, the librarian. Sure enough, Madame Pants wore a chilling expression, her somewhat gaunt face resembling that of a vulture, armed with a feather duster. Her piercing gaze fixed directly on Ron Weasley, as if any further utterance from him would prompt her to launch the duster as a reprimand. Ron immediately lowered his head, quiet as a mouse. As the group continued their studies, a figure glided past them, heading straight for a solitary table by the window. Pulling out a book to begin reading, Draco instinctively looked up and was surprised to see Ein. Taken aback, he contemplated approaching Ein. "Ein, what brings you to the library? Are you joining us for study?" Draco inquired, settling down across from Ein. Ein produced a book titled What You Don't Know About Salazar and Godric. Draco responded, "What?" Ein rubbed his forehead. "It's not what you think. Salazar had profound insights into ancient magical texts, while Godric excelled in alchemy. This book delves deeply into those subjects." Draco was astonished. "But we're only first years. Why are we already delving into these topics?" Ein fell silent. The inability to brew potions weighed heavily on him, and despite his bold declarations in Snape's office, it remained an unresolved issue. He could only contemplate that through alchemy or ancient texts, he might temporarily alter his magical attributes or store another's magic for infusion. Yet, these were merely vague directions, far from a solution. "In any case, I am researching these two areas. If you encounter any relevant books, please recommend them to me." Ein cast a serious look at Draco. Draco, now serious himself, replied, "Rest assured, I shall owl my father tomorrow and have him send over the Malfoy family's relevant collection." "Good bro." Ein joyfully patted Draco on the shoulder. Draco's cheeks flushed. "All right, no need for such physicality. We are still in the library." Observing Ein once more engrossed in what you don't know about Salazar and Godric, Draco mused that it might be best not to include Ein in their study group for the time being. Not far away, a pair of eyes cast a glance in their direction. That person was Harry. He had been subtly observing Ein and Draco, and upon witnessing Ein patting Draco's shoulder, Harry's grip on his quill tightened. Hermione, seated beside him, seemed to sense something amiss, casting a thoughtful glance at Harry, while Ron remained absorbed in his battle with his homework. A pleasant weekend passed as the group reveled in their time at the library. During dinner on Sunday evening, they exited the library together, heading to the Great Hall. Ron stretched, exclaiming, "Finally finished my homework. You wouldn't believe it. Madame Pants was glaring at me the entire time. It was utterly terrifying." "That's because you were too loud yesterday," which drew her attention, Hermione pointed out incisively. "I was merely venting. Must you be so serious?" Ron grumbled, casting a resentful glance at Hermione. The Gryffindor Queen raised an eyebrow, poised to retort when Ein interrupted. "Draco, Harry, do you recall that Bogus has challenged us to a duel on Monday? Ein casually mentioned, clutching his book. Draco, taken aback, inquired, he has healed? Harry, equally surprised, gazed at Ein incredulously. Ein raised a small piece of parchment. This was handed to me by a passing student during study today, reminding me of the duel time. Hey, it seems I was too lenient last time, Draco exclaimed, indignation bubbling within him. What? Tell me more. Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of gossip. A duel? You intend to duel at school? Hermione, the little queen, looked utterly incredulous. You could be expelled. Harry, noncommittally, took the note from Ein's hand. Midnight on Monday. Trophy room. Wager dignity in this duel, Eric Bogus. Shall we go? Draco inquired of Ein. Sure, Ein shrugged casually. I want to go too. After a moment of contemplation, Harry made his decision. Can I join as well? Ron's eyes gleamed, clearly unwilling to miss such an event. No. Hermione immediately interjected, forbidding the others. Nighttime excursions are prohibited. And dueling is also forbidden. You dare to duel during a forbidden outing. If discovered, expulsion is certain. The honor of Slytherin cannot be trifled with. Draco raised his chin, exuding an air of the Slytherin prince's haughtiness. I nodded, not necessarily endorsing Slytherin's honor. He was merely in a foul mood lately due to potion troubles and sought an outlet for his frustrations. Realizing her self-control would fail to convince the two Slytherins, Hermione turned to the two Gryffindors. I absolutely will not permit your participation. Hermione frowned, looking sternly at the two, resolutely forbidding it. Don't even think about it. Hey, why should we listen to you? Ron erupted. Harry, however, remained silent. The group continued their way to the entrance of the Great Hall. Draco and Ein headed toward the Slytherin table. As Draco departed, he shot a questioning glance at Harry. Harry subtly nodded, signaling his intent to attend. Chapter 22, The Dumbledore Appointment. The group dispersed here, and the trio of Gryffindors made their way to the Gryffindor table. Ron and Hermione continued their heated argument. You'll be unable to find a boyfriend acting like this. Ron even resorted to personal attacks. Mind your own business. Hermione scoffed, dismissing Ron. Meanwhile, Harry wore a nonchalant smile as he began to enjoy his dinner. Halfway through the meal, a phoenix suddenly flew in through the window, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was a magnificent phoenix, adorned with splendid orange-red feathers interspersed with golden tail plumes, soaring in with a loud cry. After circling the hall, the phoenix precisely placed a letter before Harry. Ron beside him stared in shock at the spectacle, and Harry paused, halting his meal. Hey, mate, quick, see what it is. Ron leaned closer to Harry, utterly lacking any sense of boundaries as he peered at the letter with no intention of averting his gaze. That's Dumbledore's phoenix. Ron's eyes sparkled, even wanting to help Harry open the letter. Harry subtly furrowed his brow and reached for the envelope. Once the letter was delivered, the phoenix took flight and soared out of the hall. At the Slytherin table, Ein watched the phoenix's departing figure, glancing down at his wand with a contemplative expression. Ein, that must be Fox. System, if all goes as expected, indeed. Ein, I recall that both my wand and Voldemort's wand contain Fox's tail feather as their cores. System, what are you planning? Ein, it should be quite valuable. System, would the host like to know your chances of winning a duel against Dumbledore? Smiley face. Ein, share. I'd be satisfied if it's 5. System, it's 0,005. Ein, sigh. Draco. Not understanding the situation, Draco observed his roommate, who had been contemplatively watching the phoenix, then suddenly appeared fervent, only to now look despondent. However, his instinct told Draco that it was best not to inquire at this moment, lest the answer shatter his worldview. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Harry had opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Dear Mr. Harry Potter, I apologize for interrupting your dinner, and I hope the arrival of this letter does not cause you too much inconvenience. In truth, the purpose of this letter can be understood as an elderly man, concerned for his students, wishing to inquire if your week at Hogwarts has been enjoyable. If convenient, I shall await your arrival in my office after dinner. Albus Dumbledore P.S. I've developed a fondness for fizzing Whizbees lately. Dumbledore has invited you to his office. Ron looked at Harry as if he were gazing at a treasure, speculating that he might receive some extraordinary magical item, perhaps even something to ward off the killing curse. Harry remained noncommittal. Ward off the killing curse? I think I might not need that. Indeed, you are the only one who has survived it. Ron gazed at Harry, filled with envy. Harry hastily finished a few more bites of dinner before rising to leave. The headmaster's office is situated at a higher point in the Hogwarts castle. Harry ascended the staircases, layer by layer, until he finally arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office, where a stone statue blocked his way. Password. Harry pondered for a moment, fizzing Whizbees. The password was correct. Harry entered Dumbledore's office. Harry, it is a pleasure to see you. Behind the desk, Dumbledore greeted the boy with a warm smile. Professor Dumbledore. Harry nodded cautiously in acknowledgement. Do not be so tense, my child. Dumbledore waved his hand, and a chair appeared before Harry. Sit, relax a bit. Harry instinctively glanced at Dumbledore, who, through his spectacles, bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Ein is quite a delightful child, isn't he? Dumbledore remarked, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, perhaps hoping the blue-eyed man would ease Harry's tension. Harry's pupils dilated in shock. His thoughts had been overheard. Harry, I apologize for causing you discomfort, but please forgive an old man's little habits. Dumbledore spoke seemingly casually, though he keenly observed Harry's expression from the corner of his eye. It's all right, Professor. Harry quickly composed himself, also beginning to avoid eye contact with Dumbledore. He struggled to recall the little lions he had encountered in Gryffindor, including Ron, Simon, and Hermione. No, I must not think of that person. Yet the harder he tried to ignore that individual, the clearer their figure became in his mind. Harry broke into a cold sweat. Harry, do not be so solemn. Dumbledore sighed, somewhat exasperated. That Slytherin child is indeed quite a good one. No one has ever said that Gryffindor must be at odds with Slytherin. Dumbledore spoke to Harry. Harry reined in his emotions, and when he looked up again, a cautious expression crossed his face. You won't be angry with me for getting too close to Ein, will you? Of course not, Dumbledore winked. However, sometimes it may be necessary to balance the importance of friends from Gryffindor and those from Slytherin. Yet, this may be a matter requiring considerable time to achieve equilibrium. Harry let out a long sigh. Ron and Hermione also like Ein. It's just that Ron has always had a bit of a rough relationship with Draco. Between companions, a playful tussle is sometimes necessary. Dumbledore winked, seemingly attempting to convey a sense of ease to help Harry relax. Indeed, Harry responded positively, revealing his characteristic bashful smile. They are all very important friends of mine. I am delighted that you have made so many friends right at the start of the term. Should you encounter any troubles later, you are always welcome to seek me out. The door to the headmaster's office is always open for you, Harry. Thank you, Professor. Harry exclaimed, his emerald green eyes shimmering with brilliant light, his smile appearing gentle and harmless. It's getting late. Perhaps Mr. Weasley will soon start to worry about your safety. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Professor. Harry politely bid farewell before exiting the headmaster's office. Inside, Dumbledore absently stroked Fawkes' feather, reflecting on what a genuinely kind-hearted boy Harry seemed to be. It appeared that the plan could soon be set into motion. However, as Harry left the office, the warm smile on his face vanished in an instant, his green eyes now appearing as if shrouded by darkness. Chapter 23. The night of the duel. In the stillness of the night at Hogwarts, two small figures moved stealthily through the shadows. Ain't it likely we might run into a professor? Tonight is Professor Snape's patrol, Draco whispered softly, his eyes darting anxiously around, fearful of encountering an unexpected turn of fate. Fear not, Draco. The professor is on the 4th floor of the castle, far from our current location, Ein reassured, glancing at the parchment in his hand. What is that? It looks quite useful. Draco leaned in, eager to inspect the mysterious parchment. Ein folded it away, stating firmly, mine, not for sharing. Draco responded with a pout. The two arrived at the trophy room unscathed. It was now 11:30, with half an hour remaining until the scheduled duel. Wait, Ein, aren't we here to duel August? Why are we? Draco looked incredulously at their cramped hiding spot. Since entering, Ein had pulled him into the narrow gap between two cabinets, leaving them both somewhat breathless, utterly bewildered by Ein's intentions. Indeed, we are here to duel. Once he enters, we shall launch a surprise attack. Ein managed to turn his head awkwardly. First, we'll immobilize him with the binding spell, then use the bird spell to peck at his head, and finally make him dance the tango in the trophy room all night. Ein's exuberance left him slightly breathless. I think we could just hide behind the door for the ambush, right? Draco suggested, his face slightly flushed from the lack of air. Ein replied, let us endure a bit longer. It wouldn't be wise to leave now. True enough, Draco conceded. Silence enveloped them, broken only by their hurried breaths, caught in the tight space. By the way, didn't Harry say he would come too? Draco stammered. Who knows? Perhaps he was caught up with those two Gryffindors. Ein replied with effort. What if August doesn't show up tonight? Draco continued, struggling to speak. Draco, cease talking, conserve your strength. I can hardly breathe, Ein gasped, his breaths growing more rapid. Draco fell silent. Time slipped by. Suddenly, the door to the trophy room cracked open. They're here. Ein and Draco's eyes lit up, their wands aimed at the entrance. Yet, illuminated by the moonlight, the figure at the doorway bore little resemblance to August. Ein, Draco, are you here? Harry's voice echoed softly from the threshold. Over here, Ein weakly called out. Harry stepped into the room, followed closely by two Gryffindor tails. Upon reaching Ein, he halted awkwardly for a few seconds, taking in the peculiar sight of Ein and Draco wedged together. Harry began. Ron, Hermione, Draco. Ein. The situation was undeniably awkward. Ain, let me explain. I intended to ambush. All right, I understand. But now, should we not get out of here? Harry glanced around at the space devoid of cover, then at the cramped gap that could barely accommodate two, and finally at the three unexpected newcomers. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, "Pull me out." The three exerted considerable effort, finally extracting Ain and Draco from their confinement. The moment they emerged, they disregarded Slytherin's noble decorum, collapsing onto the floor, gasping for air. "How astonishing. What on earth were you thinking?" Ron blurted out, his voice rising under Harry's pointed gaze. Ain and Draco fell into an eerie silence. "Why did you bring 2 extra people along?" Ain deftly diverted the subject. "Hey, a duel is a duel. How could I not be part of it?" Ron's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've come to take you back. Dueling is strictly forbidden, as is wandering the halls at night. If you wish to avoid expulsion, it's best to leave this very moment and return to your dormitory." Hermione spoke sternly. Draco arched an eyebrow at Harry, who shrugged helplessly. "I didn't anticipate they'd wait for me in the common room all night. Thus, you should heed my advice." Hermione, the little queen, attempted to persuade the group, only to be interrupted by Ain. "Quiet. Someone's coming." The trophy room fell into an immediate hush, all ears attuned to the sounds from outside. Footsteps could be faintly heard, accompanied by snippets of conversation. "Professor, I am certain there are students hiding here tonight," came August's voice, mere steps from the trophy room. "Humph, little brats," Snape's voice followed. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. He is reporting us," Ron exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "It's the headmaster." Draco gasped in alarm. Ain decisively declared, "Run." In an instant, the 5 bolted down the corridor at the fastest pace they could muster. "Professor, it's them. They're trying to escape," August shouted, pointing at their retreating figures. Snape narrowed his eyes, a familiar smirk playing on his lips as he caught sight of the fleeing figures. The 5 dashed upstairs, but before long, they encountered Filch around the corner. "This way." Ain quickly redirected them down another path. They sprinted down the corridor, soon reaching a locked door at the end. What do we do? What do we do? Filch is coming." Ron nearly cried out in desperation. "Don't worry." Hermione stepped forward and cast a spell at the door lock. Alohomora. The lock clicked open, and relief washed over their faces, though Ain's expression remained tense. "Wait." But before Ain could finish, the others had already pulled him inside the room. Outside the door, Filch, unable to find the others, let out a few frustrated sounds before gradually walking away. The group, pressed against the door, sighed in relief. "Has Filch departed?" Ain's voice, cold and indifferent, resonated. Yes. He has left. Rest assured." Ron exhaled deeply. "If Filch has indeed vacated, you must, at once, and immediately, exit this room quietly." Ain's emotionless tone persisted. Chapter 24, Injured. "What troubles you, Ain?" The group sensed something amiss with Ain and turned their curious gazes towards him. They beheld Ain, his expression grave, fixated on something before him. Following Ain's line of sight, a colossal beast materialized, resembling a dog but boasting 3 heads. At that moment, those 3 heads glared menacingly at the 5 small figures before them. Almost everyone gasped in shock. The creature did not rush to attack, seemingly biding its time for the group to relax or reveal a vulnerability. Ain struggled to steady his voice, speaking quickly and quietly. "I will count to 3. You must immediately dash outside. Do not look back. 3, 2, 1, go." Just as Ain finished speaking, the beast erupted with a furious roar and charged at him. Ron was the first to dash through the door, followed closely by Draco and Hermione. Harry glanced back at Ain before following suit, with Ain being the last to exit. In that fleeting moment, one of the beast's heads clamped down on Ain's right leg. With a forceful tug, he escaped its jaws. Bang! After exiting, Ain swiftly shut the door and cast a locking charm. At the moment of closure, a sharp pain surged through his leg, sending waves of numbness coursing through his nerves, and he felt a sudden dizziness. Yet, at that instant, the others, having narrowly escaped, halted at the doorway. The reason was none other than Severus Snape, whose hollow and indifferent black eyes loomed over the small group. 3 Gryffindors and 2 Slytherins. How delightful. Snape's cold sarcasm slipped from his lips. Truly astonishing, isn't it? Draco lowered his head, too intimidated to speak, while Ain, barely able to stand, stumbled slightly. Noticing Ain's unsteadiness, Snape's pupils contracted as he stepped forward to grasp Ain. The moment Snape drew close, the scent of blood reached his nostrils. "Damn it, you are injured." Ain's surroundings blurred, and the last image he registered was Snape's black eyes, filled with fury yet tinged with concern and anxiety. Ain collapsed into Snape's embrace, losing consciousness. In the dead of night, within the hospital wing, Ain stirred from his unconsciousness, his awareness slowly returning as he distantly heard voices conversing. "Albus, I warned you that Hogwarts should not harbor such dangerous creatures. These curious children are bound to get hurt." The speaker appeared to be a woman. "Calm down, Pomfrey." The immediate priority is to address the current situation, came the voice of Dumbledore. This is quite a delicate matter. This child possesses an exceptionally rare incompatibility with potions. Not only is his magic incompatible, but he also exhibits a strong resistance to most potions. The anxious tone belonged to the woman named Pomfrey. The efficacy of healing potions on him is minimal. Should we transfer him to St. Mungo's? Dumbledore inquired. St. Mungo's would be equally helpless in such a case. Fortunately, although he has sustained some damage to his bones, it is not overly severe. With time, he should recover. The woman continued. However, the recovery period will be quite arduous. Pain relief potions, healing potions, soothing potions, none seemed to have much effect. As Ain listened to their discussion, his consciousness began to fade once more. In the final moments of lucidity, he seemed to hear a familiar voice. Let me give it a try. A deep male voice declared. By altering some of the potion's ingredients, perhaps we can address the issue of resistance. The man's voice always brought a sense of reassurance. As he listened, Ain drifted back into slumber. When Ain awoke again, it was daytime. This time, he was fully conscious. Yet the consequence of this clarity was the intense pain radiating from his leg. Ugh, Ain gasped, glancing down at his right leg. It was wrapped tightly like a dumpling, obscuring the severity of his injury. However, he could sense from the pain that the damage was quite serious. After all, Ain recalled the events of that fateful night. One of the heads of the three-headed hellhound had bitten his leg, and he had forcibly wrenched himself free from its grasp. Even the memory was painful. Child, you are awake. Just as Ain relived the agony, a woman's voice echoed in the ward. He recognized her as Madame Pomfrey, the woman he had confronted alongside Dumbledore the previous day. He immediately regarded her with admiration. Good day, Madam, Ain greeted her. Such a polite young lad, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her maternal instincts surging as she gazed at the boy with compassion. Do not worry, your leg will heal. Professor Snape will concoct a potion that can restore you. Ain remained silent, merely nodding in response. The boy's obedient demeanor elicited an overflow of maternal affection from Madame Pomfrey. Good child, you can rest a bit longer. Professor Snape will be here to see you tonight. After her words, she departed, leaving Ain alone in the now somewhat desolate hospital wing. Lying on the bed, Ain attempted to close his eyes and drift off to sleep, but the persistent pain in his leg kept rousing him. Thus, in a state of half-dreaming, night fell. A series of footsteps approached Ain, who remained lost in slumber. The boy lay on his side, a delicate arm draped over the edge of the blanket. His brow slightly furrowed, a few beads of sweat glistening at his temple. Perhaps due to the pain, he slept restlessly. Snape instinctively softened his footsteps. He eventually halted at Ain's bedside, his gaze tracing the contours of the boy's form. Ain, with his eyes closed, lacked the usual mischievousness. His sky-blue eyes, known for their deceptive innocence, were hidden beneath thick lashes. At that moment, the boy appeared as serene as an angel, albeit one with broken wings. Perhaps sensing the presence of another, Ain awoke abruptly, his heart racing as he scanned the room before gradually relaxing. Realizing he was in the hospital wing and that the man beside him was Snape. Professor, Ain attempted to greet Snape, but his voice emerged as a hoarse whisper. Snape frowned slightly and, with a flick of his wand, conjured a cup of water that floated before Ain. Ain paused, reached for the cup, and took a small sip. For the time being, you will be residing with me, Snape stated succinctly, and during this period, I will endeavor to prepare suitable potions for your use. Now, let us transfer you to the wheelchair. Snape gestured to a nearby wheelchair. Perhaps you require my assistance with the levitation charm? Ain hesitated, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions. Thank you, but I believe I can manage on my own, Professor. Chapter 25, Cohabitation. Severus Snape escorted Ain to his office, where he had fashioned a small chamber in his adjacent bedroom, furnished with a modest bed. During this period, this would serve as your dwelling. With a flick of his wand, Snape employed a space extension charm, instructing Ain to seek him next door should any matters arise. Furthermore, a potion would need to be administered daily, both morning and evening. Very well, Professor, Ain replied, obediently settling into his wheelchair, surprisingly devoid of any mischievous intent. Shortly thereafter, Draco would bring your belongings from the dormitory, Snape declared before turning to leave for his office. Indeed, it was not long before a platinum blonde head peeked curiously around the door of Snape's office. Draco hesitated momentarily before politely rapping on the door. Ain opened it, and upon seeing Ain, Draco exhaled a sigh of relief. I thought I might encounter the Godfather himself, he muttered under his breath. Draco Malfoy, I trust your shoes are not adhered to my floor by the mucus of a slug, a low male voice mocked. Hearing this familiar tone, Draco's earlier relief swiftly transformed into apprehension. My apologies, Professor, he instinctively replied. Humph, come in, Snape grumbled. Draco hurriedly entered, casting a look of incredulity at Ain. silently questioning why Snape was in his office at this hour when he should typically be dining in the Great Hall. Ein tilted his head, not comprehending his roommate's implication, prompting Draco to abandon any further communication. With Draco's assistance, the two managed to complete the spatial transfer of Ein's belongings. Although it was ostensibly a joint effort, it was predominantly Draco who toiled, while Ein merely directed him from his wheelchair. Once the task was accomplished, Draco exhaled deeply, turning on his heel to flee, eager to avoid being ensnared by Ein's antics. Having arranged his cozy nook, Ein performed a deft maneuver from his wheelchair, nestling comfortably into the soft embrace of his bedclothes. Releasing a contented sigh, just as Ein contemplated rolling about in his warm cocoon, Snape rapped on Ein's door. "Now, come out for dinner." His emotionless voice resonated from outside. Ein sat up, pouting slightly, and sluggishly transitioned from the bed back into his wheelchair, proceeding at a leisurely pace toward the door. The man outside exhibited remarkable patience, waiting without urging, even as Ein dawdled. Ein mused, if only he didn't regard me with such predatory intensity, I might truly believe he has altered his temperament. At this moment, a dining table had been set up in the center of the office, adorned with plates of creamy bacon mushroom pasta and pumpkin soup. The interruption of Ein's intimate time with his bedclothes soured his mood further as he gazed at the food on the table. Pouting, Ein declared, "I do not wish to eat this. Today, I desire a medium-rare tomahawk steak, drizzled with black pepper sauce, accompanied by creamy mussel soup, a mango shrimp salad, and freshly squeezed apple juice." Snape raised an eyebrow at Ein, and just as Ein anticipated an outburst or a sarcastic retort, Snape merely called out a name. Winnie. As soon as Snape finished speaking, a house elf appeared before him. "Prepare another dinner according to his specifications," Snape instructed. "Yes, sir," the house elf exclaimed excitedly before vanishing, presumably to prepare Ein's desired meal. Ein blinked in astonishment. Something feels off about Snape today, he thought. Perhaps it is a special treatment for a patient, the system suggested. Being injured is rather advantageous. Ein replied. "Keep your spirits up, The system chimed in. After dinner, Ein, thoroughly satisfied, wiped his mouth and turned to Snape with a beaming smile. "Professor, I've finished. Today's tomahawk steak was exquisite." "Very well, let us proceed with tonight's potion," Snape stated, casting a glance at Ein. With a flick of his wand, a vial of potion materialized before Ein. As Ein accepted the potion, his expression shifted dramatically upon removing the cap. "Professor, did you add snail powder to this potion?" he exclaimed incredulously, staring at Snape. Snape arched an eyebrow. "Snail powder? Such a substance would never grace my potion ingredients." Ein remained skeptical. "Then it must contain durian or something equally foul. There is no other explanation for this taste." "Ein black," Snape said, growing impatient. "Drink it." Ein swallowed hard, glancing from the potion to Snape's increasingly dark expression, and bravely pinched his nose before downing the potion in one go. Gagging, Ein felt the potion's true flavor was even more horrific than its scent. Snape, indifferent, stated, "Should you vomit, you will be required to ingest it again in its entirety." Ein stifled the urge to retch, his blue eyes glistening with unshed tears of indignation. Snape, feeling a flicker of concern, instinctively averted his gaze. "The effects should manifest in approximately 10 minutes. During this time, you must accurately convey all sensations and reactions." "Nausea. The urge to vomit," Ein blurted without hesitation, but swallowed the latter part of his statement upon meeting Snape's cold stare. Ein grumbled inwardly. He insisted on truthful responses, yet expects compliments for this atrocious concoction. The system interjected. "The finest potion master of the century personally crafted this potion. Such treatment is desired by many. Does anyone want this kind of fortune?" Ein retorted. The system replied. "It seems you have provoked a desire to lash out." Despite his internal complaints, Ein maintained a facade of compliance, responding to Snape's inquiries. I feel a slight warmth in my abdomen, and my leg aches a bit. Though I'm unsure whether it is the potion's effect or a pre-existing discomfort," he hesitated to articulate. Snape nodded slightly, falling into contemplation, then seemingly struck by a thought. He retrieved a notebook and began to jot down notes. Ein attempted to lean in for a closer look, but before he could, Snape waved his wand, transporting him and his wheelchair back to the threshold of his bedroom. Ein muttered under his breath, not even allowed to peek at his notebook. How stingy. He resolved to scrutinize his notes eventually, huffing in defiance. Chapter 26, Halloween Night 1. Although it was not the first time Snape and Ein resided under the same roof, Snape gained a clearer understanding of Ein's boundless energy. This imp perpetually loved zipping about the corridors in his wheelchair, only to feign a pitiable demeanor of leg pain whenever it was time to take his potion. Recently, Ein had not anticipated Snape's unexpected change in temperament. After nearly vomiting from the peculiar taste of the potion on their first encounter, Snape had, remarkably, modified the potion's flavor. While it remained less than delectable, it was no longer utterly unpalatable. When Ain inquired in astonishment about this alteration, Snape merely retorted coldly that it was a minor adjustment to prevent a certain clueless imp from wasting precious potion ingredients. As time passed in Snape's potion brewing chamber, Ain spent his days immersed in the process of potion experimentation. Gradually, Ain's leg began to heal, possibly a result of Snape's potions, or perhaps due to Ain's robust self-healing abilities. Regardless, he was now able to hobble down to the ground. Thus, Hogwarts prepared to celebrate its annual Halloween festivities. Throughout the day, anyone who encountered Snape could feel the palpable tension radiating from him, unbeknownst to the uninformed. They attributed his dark demeanor to the overly rambunctious ghosts that had once again riled the notorious potions master. Only Snape was aware of the events that were set to unfold. Early that morning, upon learning that Ain had no classes for the entire day, Snape swiftly issued a decree prohibiting Ain from engaging in any activities, even commanding the sculpture on the doorknob to prevent Ain from leaving his office. When dinner time arrived, Snape, draped in his flowing black robes, made his way to the Great Hall, surveying the room with satisfaction as he noted that the Gryffindor rascals were dutifully seated, ensuring that no antics involving the Gryffindor and Troll would mar the evening. Taking his place at the staff table, Snape awaited Quirrell's performance with a cold, detached gaze. Suddenly, the doors of the Great Hall swung open with a resounding bang, and Quirrell stumbled in, breathlessly declaring, "Troll. There's a troll in the corridor, you know," before collapsing to the ground. Instantly, chaos erupted within the hall. Snape observed with approval as the head of Slytherin swiftly organized the students into an orderly line to escort them back to their dormitories. The other houses, however, lacked such discipline. Fortunately, the heads of the various houses, with the assistance of senior students, quickly restored order. Snape reassured himself that the Gryffindor troublemakers remained in their designated spots before turning his attention back to Quirrell. As predicted, the moment the hall descended into chaos, Quirrell stealthily rose and made his way toward the exit, prompting Snape to follow closely behind. Quirrell, aware of Snape's pursuit, blended into the frenzied crowd, causing Snape to lose sight of his target amidst the commotion. The atmosphere around Snape grew unexpectedly still, as if the creatures nearby sensed something amiss, creating a vacuum around him. However, Quirrell had already vanished, rendering Snape's newfound clarity futile. Ultimately, Snape resolved to wait at the fourth floor, anticipating Quirrell's return. Little did he know that he was about to witness a scene that would be etched into his memory for eternity. At the end of the corridor, a door stood ajar, revealing Quirrell sprawled on the ground, while Ain perched upon Quirrell's back, curiously inspecting his turban. Half of a dog's head protruded from the open door, baring its fangs at the youth, while behind Ain, an adult troll swung a club, poised to strike the boy. Snape's pupils dilated in shock. Meanwhile, Ain, brimming with excitement, leapt out of bed early on Halloween morning, only to cry out in pain as he clutched his leg and fell back onto the mattress. The system chimed in, foolish. Ain declared, "System, today, I shall be the most dashing vampire of them all." The system replied, question mark. With eager hands, Ain retrieved a box from beneath his bed, still sealed in its packaging. His eyes sparkled as he opened it to reveal a dark red, medieval-style outfit, adorned with shimmering accessories and intricate dark patterns, complete with a set of vampire fangs. Excitedly, he donned the attire. "System, tell me, am I not splendid?" Ain proclaimed, lifting his chin and mimicking Draco's haughty expression. Giggling to himself, as Ain limped out of his bedroom, he encountered Snape just as the professor was about to leave. The boy, clad in his dark red ensemble, showcased a tailored silhouette that accentuated his tall and striking form, complemented by a face that held a captivating blend of beauty and ambiguity. Perhaps due to a restless night or lingering sleepiness, the corners of his eyes bore a hint of redness, adding an alluring touch to his already striking visage. Resembling a delicate bloodline noble, Snape's gaze darkened slightly as he inquired, "No classes today?" Ain's bright blue eyes blinked innocently. "Yes, Professor. What do you think of my outfit for the Halloween feast?" Snape's inflection changed subtly, hinting at a barely perceptible edge of danger. "Ah yes. I must be the most dashing in all of Slytherin. No, in all of Hogwarts," Ain exclaimed. Snape raised an eyebrow, recalling the last time Ain had made a similar boast, which had nearly led to a disastrous outcome. "That was merely an accident," Ain protested. "This time, I will surely outshine them all." The system interjected, "Outshine them all?" Ain corrected himself. Perhaps the most charming?" The system responded with a firm no. Snape, arms crossed and scrutinizing Ain, declared, "Today, you shall remain here. You are not to leave." Ain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Snape, who turned without a backward glance, instructing the serpent-shaped doorknob to ensure that no one exited the room. As Ain processed the situation, he realized Snape had already departed. "System, I am trapped here," Ain protested. The system confirmed, "Indeed, that is the case." Ain lamented, My plan to be the Halloween heartthrob. Chapter 27, Halloween Night 2. Ain sat despondently confined within Snape's office. The system suggested, I recommend you find a way to participate in the Halloween feast. It is pivotal to the core narrative, and altering its direction would benefit your objectives. Ain sighed, rubbing his still injured leg. I already took a bite for Snape. Hasn't that altered the narrative enough? The system retorted, I cannot refute that. Sitting cross-legged at the office door, Ain stared intently at the serpent sculpture on the lock. Hiss, hiss. He attempted to communicate. The doorknob remained silent. The system inquired, what are you doing? Ain innocently replied, I was pondering the possibility of having Slytherin blood. Perhaps my unknown father is Voldemort? The system shot back, then what are you doing now? Ain responded, trying to converse with the doorknob in Parseltongue. He hissed again, but the doorknob, seemingly exasperated with the boy's nonsensical musings, ceased to respond. Ain sighed, realizing that his cheap father likely had no connection to Voldemort. The system remarked, how absurd. Yet Ain, though slightly disheartened, quickly regained his spirits. Rushing to his desk, he pulled out a piece of parchment and began composing a letter. The system inquired, what are you up to now? Ain replied, I can't speak Parseltongue, but I can summon someone who can to let me out. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Harry frowned slightly upon realizing that Ain was absent, particularly as he caught sight of Snape and noted Ain's absence, which deepened his furrowed brow. At that moment, an owl swooped in, delivering a letter directly to Harry. Shortly thereafter, another owl arrived, dropping yet another letter. Wow, 2 letters, Ron remarked, casting a surprised glance at Harry. He then squinted mischievously. Could they be love letters? Ron. Harry quietly cautioned him, prompting Ron to relent. The first letter was from Hagrid, inviting Harry to sample his homemade rock cakes that weekend. The second was from Ain, containing only a few urgent words. Snape, office, come quickly, urgent. Harry immediately rose, the chair scraping loudly against the floor, garnering the attention of those around him. Ron, puzzled, queried, Harry, what's wrong? I need to step out for a moment. Harry swiftly exited the hall, leaving Ron and the surrounding Gryffindors exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, Harry arrived at Snape's office door and knocked. Harry, is that you? Ain exclaimed, almost leaping up, only to remember his injured leg and instead straightened his upper body. It's me, Ain. Harry's voice filtered through the door. Thank goodness. Snape has me trapped in here. He won't let me out. Ain immediately began to denounce the man's actions. Harry frowned. Do you need me to fetch another professor? Snape is being rather unreasonable. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Just help me open the door. Ain waved dismissively, propped on his injured leg. Harry hesitated. How can I assist you? Do you see that serpent-shaped doorknob? Just talk to it and get it to open, Ain instructed, urging him to interact with the door. Harry paused, momentarily speechless. Oh, come on. Just look at it writhing around. It must be so lonely. You could at least chat with it, Ain said through the door. Harry stared at the serpent-shaped doorknob, feeling as though it might have moved slightly. What is going on? Harry instinctively muttered, producing a hissing sound. Parseltongue? The serpent decoration on the doorknob indeed shifted and even emitted a sound. What do you mean Parseltongue? Harry inquired reflexively. Did you not notice? You were just speaking the snake language, the doorknob continued. Harry was taken aback, reflecting on his previous state, and fell into contemplation. However, he did not dwell for long before speaking again. Would you be willing to keep this a secret from others? Confidential? About your ability to speak Parseltongue? The doorknob sounded puzzled. In Slytherin, Parseltongue is a mark of noble status. Regardless, I hope you can keep it under wraps, Harry earnestly implored the doorknob. Well, that seems manageable, the doorknob readily agreed. Then, one more thing. Could you please open this door? Harry blinked, posing the question to the doorknob. The doorknob hesitated. I should obey the commands of a parcel mouth, but after all, this is an order from Professor Snape. Harry blinked again and replied. It won't be an issue. Professor Snape might just want to keep Ain inside for a little while, considering how well they usually get along. After pondering for a moment, the doorknob found some merit in Harry's reasoning and unlocked the door. Yet, at that instant, a shadow of doubt crossed Harry's face. Were they truly on such amicable terms? Unbeknownst to the doorknob, which had unwittingly revealed certain truths, Ain, who had been listening intently to the hissing sounds, remained completely oblivious to Harry's change in expression. Once freed, Ain hopped forward on one leg and enveloped Harry in a big hug. It was curious how Harry had grown so quickly. He had been half a head shorter than Ain during the summer, and now they were nearly eye to eye. Ain felt a twinge of disappointment, but was overall elated to be free. Thank you, Harry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to don my vampire attire for the banquet tonight. The system interjected. Is your focus on the vampire outfit or the banquet? Ain retorted. It doesn't matter. The system replied, huh. As Harry watched Ain adjust his vampire attire, his emerald eyes dimmed slightly, but he managed to bid farewell. Ain, I must head to class. Oh, see you later, Harry. Ain waved as he turned back to tidy his collar. For reasons unknown. Harry felt an inexplicable sense of being discarded after use. And why did I know that he could converse with snakes? Parseltongue, Slytherin. Harry turned away, making his way to class, his mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 28, Halloween Night 3. Ein donned a dark red little outfit adorned with exquisite dark patterns and splendid accessories, resembling a noble straight from a medieval painting. His usually sky-blue eyes, under the influence of colored contacts, transformed into a deep blood red, with small fangs peeking from beneath his crimson lips, making him appear like a little devil cloaked in nobility, seated in a wheelchair draped with a dark red velvet blanket. Even the wheels sparkled with tiny gems, perfectly complementing his entire ensemble. As class was in session, the corridors were sparsely populated with students. Yet, even amidst the few, Ein undoubtedly became the focal point of everyone's gaze. Did you see? This is the power of beauty, Ein proclaimed. The system responded. It's still daytime, and there is a considerable time until the banquet. Such a rare opportunity. Shouldn't I venture to a more crowded place? Ein countered. A crowded place? Are you attempting to incite a commotion to trigger the evening's events prematurely? The system queried. Of course, the more, the merrier, Ein asserted. However, tonight's narrative does not present an opportunity for early activation, so I would advise against it, the system cautioned. If fewer people are around, wouldn't my splendid outfit be wasted? Ein retorted. The system mused. It should not have expected normal behavior from this host. Throughout the day, Ein reveled in traversing the campus, garnering numerous compliments and admiration, which brought him immense satisfaction. As he meandered, the banquet hour approached. The castle was empty, with nearly all students having migrated to the Great Hall. Consequently, Quirrell's figure lurking in the corridors appeared particularly suspicious. Armed with the Marauder's map and taking advantage of his geographical knowledge, Ein tracked Quirrell, witnessing him release the troll before dashing into the Great Hall. The troll, just freed, was still quite bewildered, swinging its club aimlessly as it wandered around without purpose. Ein, I have a bold idea. System, you certainly have a plethora of bold ideas. Ein, I was thinking. System, question mark. Ein, which is stronger, a giant or a three-headed hellhound? System, Ein, how about this? I'll place a wager on a small stake, betting that the hellhound is stronger, given it possesses 3 heads. System, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Smiley face. Ein, the giant could knock one head unconscious with its club, while its own head could bite at one of the hellhound's heads, leaving the third head as the potential victor. System, Ein, no time to waste, let us give it a try. Ein casually tossed a flock of birds toward the giant. The flurry of pecking birds instantly enraged the giant, which began furiously swinging its club. Hey, that was me. You big oaf. Ein taunted as he approached the giant. Provoked, the giant charged after him, swinging its club. Ein skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair, disappearing around a corner. The giant grew even angrier, relentlessly pursuing Ein. Ein, holy cow, how is it running so fast? I'm doomed. System, that is an adult giant. Ein, so? System, it's not on the same level as a newly matured little giant like you. Just as Ein was about to respond, his path was abruptly blocked by Peeves the poltergeist. Oh, look at the little crippled black, not heading to the hall. Let us see what he's up to. Peeves stuck out his tongue. He is playing with a wheelchair in the corridor. Haha, I'm going to tell Filch. Peeves gleefully floated in the air. Ein quickly devised a plan, casting a petrification spell that immobilized Peeves. The poltergeist's expression froze in an exaggerated grin. Apologies, but we have a friend who is a bit upset and needs you to cool him down. Ein feigned embarrassment, yet his actions were swift and decisive. Another levitation spell placed Peeves in the middle of the corridor corner, and Ein continued his escape. Thus, the giant, following Ein, encountered Peeves at the turn. A chilling wave washed over the giant, making even it shiver. Meanwhile, Peeves watched in awe as a foul and dirty giant squeezed past him. Peeves. Giant. With a furious roar, the giant swung its club at Peeves, only to realize that its physical attacks could not touch the poltergeist. After a couple of frustrated roars, it abandoned Peeves and resumed its pursuit of the detestable two-wheeled human child. With Peeves acting as a buffer, Ein deftly evaded the giant. Reaching the 4th floor, Ein happened upon Chilo opening the door at the end of the corridor. Hey, Professor Chilo, what are you up to? Ein called out, his body moving without hesitation toward Chilo. Before Chilo could recover from the shock of seeing the 3-headed hellhound, he was confronted by a child in a wheelchair barreling toward him. Damn it. Chilo raised his wand, weighing the consequences of casting a spell on a student here. And with a bitter scowl, he sheathed his wand and turned to flee. Don't go, Professor Chilo. Ein leaped, landing squarely on Chilo's back, promptly casting a stunning spell. Chilo, taken by surprise at being ambushed by a first year, found himself staggered as consciousness faded, feeling a terrifying pressure at the back of his head. It's over. At that moment, Ein, perched atop Chilo, curiously glanced at the professor's scarf. Ein. I have a feeling the scarf just moved. Is someone angry? System. Ein. Will he suddenly appear for me to see? System. Why does facing Voldemort excite you so much? Before Ein could act further, the pursuing giant swung its club behind him, and the door that had been left ajar allowed the hellhound to poke its head out. Just then, Severus Snape appeared from the other side of the corridor. Snape felt himself on the brink of madness. He dashed toward Ein at a speed unprecedented in his wizarding career, seizing Ein and pulling him into his embrace. With his left arm shielding Ein, Snape unleashed a curse toward the giant. The injured giant howled and staggered back. Snape unleashed a flurry of spells upon the giant, which stumbled and fell to the ground. Then, with a precise turn, Snape sheltered Ein as he dodged the hellhound's attack. He cast a repelling charm, sending the hellhound back into the room, then forcefully locked the door with a wave of his wand. The entire sequence was fluid, taking mere seconds, leaving Ein utterly astounded. Chapter 29, Interrogation. Once again, they found themselves in the familiar office, the very place Ein had been confined to during this time. However, at this moment, Snape nearly dragged Ein back into the office. With a loud slam, Snape forcefully shut the door with one hand while the other intended to throw Ein down. However, considering Ein's still recovering leg, he hesitated and gently set him down instead. Yet Snape's tone brimmed with fury, his hollow black eyes seemingly ablaze with anger. Explain. Snape spat out the words with palpable rage. Ein fidgeted with his hands, his blue eyes darting nervously. Snape, in a fit of rage, mocked, "What? Does our esteemed Mr. Black have another brilliant excuse ready?" "No, Professor." Ein looked up with a pitiful expression. "Please believe me." Snape scoffed coldly. "Do not present that expression, Mr. Black. Do I need to remind you how many times you have attempted to evade punishment with that very face, yet never succeeded?" Ein bit his lip, lowering his gaze. "Regardless of the situation, I would never deceive you, Professor." Snape's heart stirred slightly, even though he knew this child was likely full of lies. He could not help but be moved by his words. Snape, uncharacteristically, refrained from further sarcasm and directly addressed the matter at hand. First question, how did you leave the office? Snape crossed his arms, scrutinizing Ein while glancing at the doorknob of his office. The doorknob's sculpture twisted uneasily. "It was an accident." Ein scratched his head. "Harry came to find me and discovered he could converse with the little snake on the doorknob. So he asked Mr. Doorknob to let me out." Ein blinked innocently. "Please don't blame Harry. It was my request. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me." Snape continued to sneer, growing more irate, unsure whether it was due to Ein's nonsensical behavior or his speaking on behalf of Harry. "Do you think you can bear the brunt of all the consequences from this incident alone?" Ein lowered his head, falling silent. Second question, why did you return to the corridor on the 4th floor, with a giant swinging a club behind you, nearly smashing your brain? "Actually, I happened to encounter the giant." Ein hesitated, but I was curious to know which was stronger, the giant or the hellhound. "Thus, you attempted to lure a giant towards the three-headed dog with that brain of yours, which is yet to attain the girth of a troll's arm." Severus Snape's deep voice dripped with sarcasm. "Mr. Black, should I commend you for your fearless ignorance, or should I applaud your Gryffindor bravery?" Clearly, neither of these remarks bore any semblance of goodwill in Snape's eyes, a fact that Ein was all too aware of. Consequently, he merely pressed his lips together, refraining from retorting. "One final inquiry. Why were you riding on Quirrell?" Snape's dark eyes bore into Ein, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion that might betray him. Ein, however, merely furrowed his brow in confusion before responding without a hint of faltering. "Because he was running away." "Because he was running away?" Snape echoed dangerously, his tone laced with skepticism. "Indeed, he was fleeing, and I merely blocked his path." Ein nodded, his expression one of sheer nonchalance. "What led you to believe that a first-year student could confront a dark wizard, let alone a professor of defense against the dark arts?" Snape's black eyes remained devoid of emotion as they fixed upon Ein, questioning whether it was the foolishness instilled by the Gryffindor lion or the wild bravado he had adopted. Snape had indeed contemplated Ein's actions. The timing and nature of his appearance were too coincidental, provoking suspicion. Faced with Snape's interrogation, Ein pursed his lips, opting for silence as a form of protest. "Speak, Black," Snape pressed relentlessly. Ein lifted his gaze to meet Snape's, his azure eyes shimmering with a defiant hurt. Snape momentarily faltered. In that instant of distraction, Ein obediently reclined on the sofa. "Then strike me." He mimicked Snape's tone, cold and indifferent. Snape observed the seemingly compliant boy before him, his eyes betraying a tempestuous darkness. "Ein Black." Snape nearly spat, his teeth clenched. Ein remained silent, continuing to lie there, expressing his stance through his silence. For a moment, Snape found himself at a loss with Ein. The boy always possessed an array of strategies that ultimately compelled him to relent. The truth serum would prove ineffective against a boy with such an innate resistance to potions, while the legitimacy would be somewhat excessive for a first-year child. Snape endeavored to dismiss the pang of empathy that welled within him, a feeling he had never before experienced towards another, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Snape remained silent and motionless. His stillness made Ein perceive it as a form of cold cruelty, inciting a flicker of irritation within him, prompting him to rise once more from the sofa. If you will not strike me, then what do you intend to do? Use truth serum or legitimacy? Go ahead. Ein felt an inexplicable aversion to Snape's current demeanor. The void in his dark eyes suggested an instinctive employment of mental barriers. Ein imitated Snape's tone, elongating his words and raising an eyebrow. Very well. After all, Mr. Snape will never truly believe me, no matter what I do or say. I presume you can comprehend how irrational your actions appear to a rational individual, Snape replied tersely. Thus, Mr. Snape will suspect me. Let me guess, what exactly does he suspect? That I harbor ill intentions, that I seek to steal the Philosopher's Stone, that I pose a threat to the Savior, that I am a follower of Voldemort. Or perhaps that I possess foreknowledge of future events. Snape made no reply, his eyes remaining hollow and devoid of life. It seems my guesses are not far from the truth. Are they, Professor Snape? At that moment, Ein's demeanor sharply contrasted with his usual carefree attitude. Shedding his playful facade, he displayed an unsettling sharpness. Let me hazard another guess. Why, knowing my peculiarities, do you permit my actions at Hogwarts without reporting me to Dumbledore, or even St. Mungo's for dissection? Are you not perhaps fond of me? Ein's voice pierced the air as his azure gaze locked onto Snape's. In that moment, Snape felt as though he were confronting an individual with an uncanny awareness, reminiscent of an elderly man with similar blue eyes. Ein slowly approached Snape. The oppressive aura of the man previously stifling him now felt replaced by a subtle sense of danger. The proximity allowed him to hear the rhythm of their breaths intertwine. Ein extended a finger, gently pressing against Snape's heart through the weighty fabric of his black robes. The sensation was marked by a steady heartbeat. For a fleeting moment, Ein was entranced. Yet, he quickly resumed his dangerous tone. What is it then, Professor? Ein rose on his toes, the word professor tinged with his unique warmth. Nearly brushing against Snape's ear, enveloped in an unusual air. Is it because you two have secrets you wish to remain hidden? Retracting his finger from Snape's chest, Ein circled around him, drawing tantalizingly close. Snape remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed vacantly on a distant point. Undeterred, Ein lightly grazed Snape's hand, his touch eliciting a flicker of movement from Snape's left hand. The boy's fingers seemed to ensnare Snape's heart. Ein noticed Snape's subtle reaction, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, before he retreated and circled back to Snape's right side. Or perhaps, Professor, you are reluctant to expose me? His clear voice, laced with a hint of intimacy, danced in Snape's ear, further darkening his expression. Ein returned to face Snape, gazing intently at the man before him, a not-so-gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Professor, you do not harbor feelings of affection, do you? Silence. Snape snapped, his eyes tightly shut. Ein mused. How's that for a reaction? Am I not on the verge of driving him to madness? The system interjected. What exactly are you attempting to achieve? To provoke him. That way, the incident of the night will diminish into triviality. Ha. I truly am quite the clever little imp. The system responded with a slow question mark, perplexed by Ein's peculiar logic. Oh, it's merely a distraction tactic to shift Snape's focus. If I can incite his anger, he will likely order me out of the office. The system replied. Ah, you are close to succeeding. What was it you intended to say? Surely, he must be fond of my talents. Anyone would be infuriated by a self-important little child boasting about himself. Ein reveled in his own cleverness, eagerly awaiting Snape's eruption. Envisioning himself expelled from the office and left to his own devices, chuckling to himself. Snape regarded the boy before him in silence for an extended period. Just as Ein felt his facade of calm was about to crack under the weight of his apprehension, Snape finally began to speak. Yet, the tone was not the rage Ein had anticipated. Snape's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet his tone remained remarkably steady. Ein Black. Leave my office at once. Although the process seemed rather different, Ein's outcome was undoubtedly achieved. A sense of relief washed over Ein, and he dashed out the door with surprising speed. Even with his limp, Ein exclaimed, Hee, the plan succeeded. The system replied, what a foolish boy. After the youth departed, Snape maintained his stance, his gaze fixed ahead, yet utterly vacant. The lingering sensation of the boy's fingertips still faintly resonated on the back of his hand, and Ein's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. It was unclear how long Snape retained this posture until a sudden burst of green flames erupted from the fireplace, and another figure with blue eyes sprang forth. Severus, come to my office. It was Albus Dumbledore. Once he conveyed his message, he vanished into the fireplace. Snape unfastened the collar of his robes, his breaths growing heavier, and after a moment's pause, he secured the button once more. It seemed as though this simple act could help untangle his chaotic thoughts. Only after the button was fastened did Snape sweep from his office in his flowing robes. Meanwhile, Ein, limping yet jubilant after leaving Snape's office, encountered Draco, who had come seeking him after a day of worry. Ein, are you all right? Draco exclaimed, visibly shaken. I heard there was a troll. You must find somewhere to hide. Fear not. The troll has been dealt with. Ein cheerfully patted Draco's shoulder. Though Draco felt a sense of relief for his roommate's happiness, he could not shake the feeling that Ein's joy was somewhat inexplicable. Ein, how do you know the troll has been resolved? Draco inquired curiously. I witnessed it myself. Ein blinked. Professor Snape handled it. I see, Draco mused. If it was the headmaster, that makes sense. He is exceptionally powerful. Wait, you said you saw it with your own eyes. Draco's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, I nodded matter-of-factly. But how did you encounter Professor Snape and the troll? Draco hesitated. Well, Ein pondered, organizing his thoughts. First, I discovered the troll, then it chased me, and ultimately, I came across Professor Snape. In consideration of his roommate's fragile heart, Ein chose to omit certain details, such as Quirrell and the three-headed dog, along with the fact that the dog's teeth and the troll's club were mere inches from his head. Nevertheless, this was enough to make Draco gasp in horror. Ein, do you realize that I owe your survival to your encounter with the headmaster? Draco said, a hint of dread in his voice. I think so too, Ein agreed, nodding in rare accord. So, did the headmaster say anything to you? Draco pressed, curiosity piqued. He kicked me out of his office. He probably doesn't wish to see me again. Ein feigned a contemplative expression. Chapter 31, Dumbledore's Suspicion. Draco patted his chest, relieved. Well, that's not so bad, just being sent out of the office. The headmaster can't truly be angry. If he were to truly be upset, it wouldn't be so easily resolved. Ein refrained from commenting, believing it wiser for Draco to remain unaware of how close he had come to inciting Snape's ire. However, Draco was oblivious to the fact that Ein had nearly provoked Snape to the brink of fury. In truth, Snape's emotional turmoil was far more complex than Ein could fathom. The system noted, as the sole truth-bearer of this convoluted situation, it bears an immense burden. Regardless, this incident granted Ein no reason to linger in Snape's office any longer. He had successfully extricated himself from the dreary days of potion testing and the seemingly endless peculiar potions. Yet, should the wizarding world discover that Ein had squandered a personalized potion from Snape, it would surely be met with cries of wastefulness. Returning to Snape, the master potioneer fastened each button of his robes once more, regaining the imposing demeanor of the Serpent King as he made his way to Dumbledore's office. Albus, you better have a valid reason for summoning me. Snape entered the office, his hollow black eyes already engaged in mental fortitude. Severus, my boy, do not be so grim. Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. Would you care for some cockroach clusters? We've recently introduced honey-flavored ones. Snape promptly displayed a look of disgust. Dumbledore, undeterred, continued to enjoy the clusters himself. Now what is it? Speak. Snape's voice was cold, the elder's piercing gaze making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Severus, you know, regarding that boy Ein. I find myself quite worried, Dumbledore said, his hands clasped beneath his chin. The greatest wizard of the century was concerned about a mere Slytherin student. It was truly an honor. Snape replied dryly, his vacant gaze betraying no emotion. Oh, Severus, Dumbledore shook his head disapprovingly. As headmaster, I have a responsibility to care for each child. However, Ein has an uncanny way of appearing in precarious situations, which troubles me greatly. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his weathered face taking on an oddly comical expression. Yet, Snape had no inclination to mock Dumbledore. He understood better than anyone how formidable this elder was. To be under Dumbledore's scrutiny was no trivial matter. Troublesome attractor, humph, just like your golden boy, Snape scoffed, avoiding a direct response to Dumbledore's concern. Dumbledore observed Snape closely, but the latter remained silent. Severus, you promised me you would protect Harry, Dumbledore pressed, rubbing his temples. He cannot escape your protection. After all, his parents. I understand, Albus. Snape interrupted coolly. I will fulfill my promise. I hope you comprehend my intentions. I merely wish to avert any unforeseen complications, Dumbledore expressed with a hint of remorse. I know what I must do. Your reminders are unnecessary. Snape maintained his icy demeanor. That is reassuring, Severus, Dumbledore said. I have faith in you. It would be best if that were the case, Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. As Snape departed Dumbledore's office, he was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. He strode briskly through the castle, yet his steps lacked purpose. The castle's small creatures had long since retreated to their dormitories due to the troll incident, leaving Snape as the sole figure striding through the empty halls. With each step, his thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, recalling all that had transpired in his previous life. The arrogant Gryffindors, time and again finding themselves in peril, paved their way with the lives of countless wizards, ultimately laying down a path of salvation for that golden boy with their blood. And what of the others? Severus Snape found himself pondering over Lucius and Draco, reflecting on his own existence, even considering that foolish dog, as well as Dumbledore himself. He had anticipated that he would accept the same fate without complaint, even knowing that in many instances, it was merely Dumbledore's foolish plan for a savior. Yet, all of this was his own destiny, the consequences he had sown, and the sins he needed to atone for. All for the sake of the immaculate lily in his life. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt a sharp pain in his palms. He had indeed changed. Once, the mere thought of Lily would plunge him into despair, but at this moment, he found that the anguish was not as profound as he had envisioned. Instead, what took its place was the gradually clarifying figure before him, that of a youth. This boy had forcefully entered his world, yet subtly transformed into an indispensable weight within his heart. Snape shut his eyes tightly, reopening them to reveal a tempest swirling within his dark gaze, yet he remained resolute. He would not allow anyone to embroil Ein in danger, not even Dumbledore. No one could harm that boy. Days passed in a steady rhythm, and soon Christmas was approaching. In the Slytherin common room, the head boy was tallying the names of those staying at Hogwarts for the holidays. Draco decisively signed his name on the list to go home, turning to Ein and saying, "Ein, come home with me for Christmas." "Why? To see your parents?" Ein raised an eyebrow at Draco, finding it somewhat inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Draco was baffled, completely missing Ein's teasing tone. "My mom and dad miss you." Ein, unusually contemplative, eventually signed his name on the Christmas list. Upon seeing Ein's signature, Draco beamed. "Wonderful, Ein. This Christmas, I can take you to see my family's garden. It's filled with exquisite rare species, and the house elf takes care of it splendidly. Plus, there are Luke and Helena, those two white peacocks. They are simply breathtaking when they spread their tails. And the fountain sculpture at the entrance, I've always wanted my father to replace it, but he insists it looks good." Chapter 32, Signs of Crisis. Draco continued to chatter away about his home and how the two flamboyant peacocks resembled his current self. Ein stifled a yawn. Gazing sleepily at Draco, recognizing the hint, fell silent. Yet, it wasn't long before Draco's eyes sparkled with mischief as he leaned closer to Ein. "By the way, Ein, the Quidditch match is in a few days. Would you like to watch it together?" As he spoke of Quidditch, Draco's eyes glimmered with excitement, akin to his shiny platinum hair. "Quidditch?" Ein frowned. A bunch of people riding rickety brooms chasing after some balls, and then being chased by those same balls. What is so captivating about that? However, seeing Draco radiate enthusiasm, Ein refrained from voicing his disinterest in Quidditch. "But this match has Harry in it," Draco added. A hint of pride mixed with bitterness. "After our flying lesson, we were all reprimanded by the headmaster. Yet Harry Potter was singled out by Professor McGonagall for the Quidditch team." Draco's tone dripped with envy. "Sometimes, being in Gryffindor has its perks." I nodded, noncommittally. After all, Quidditch would become a perilous sport for Harry Potter in the years to come, and Ein did not perceive this as a positive development. "Ein, you really aren't going to watch?" Draco hesitated, addressing Ein. "You could drag Ron, Hermione, or even Zabini along." Ein found it puzzling. Normally, Draco wouldn't be one to persist after a refusal. His behavior seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of his noble demeanor, causing a faint blush of embarrassment to rise on his face. "Speak up, Draco." Ein halted his departure, crossing his arms, watching Draco with a bemused expression, curious about what was amiss. Draco's countenance shifted oddly as he contemplated, his brow furrowing as he hesitated to articulate his thoughts. "Not going to say anything?" Ein raised an eyebrow. Draco finally murmured, "Ein, you currently resemble a younger version of the headmaster." Ein was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, Draco eventually exhaled deeply and addressed the matter at hand. "Recently, those from Gryffindor have been suspecting that our headmaster intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which has caused some unpleasantness." "How could they suspect the headmaster?" "That is utterly foolish." Draco's indignation was palpable. Ein replied nonchalantly. "Aren't you angry about this?" Draco looked at Ein in confusion. "The headmaster has always been quite fond of you, hasn't he?" "Well, I suppose." Ein's thoughts drifted to that man. The absence of strong emotional upheaval stemmed from his understanding that the man never cared for others' misinterpretations of him. Truly powerful individuals are indifferent to how others perceive them. They operate by their own principles. This sentiment was particularly apt for Severus Snape. Moreover, even if he were angry, what difference would it make? Was it necessary for a grown man to argue with a bunch of 11-year-olds over right and wrong? It seemed rather unnecessary. "I remember there's a small test in potions class next period," Ein casually remarked. "Yes, what about it?" Draco was baffled by Ein's sudden shift in topic. "The materials for Gryffindor and Slytherin seem to be stored separately," Ein stated, his tone indifferent, which only heightened Draco's alarm. "Are you implying?" Draco's expression turned apprehensive. Ein smiled slightly. Children who speak out of turn ought to face some consequences, don't you think? Besides, it's just a minor test. Receiving a P and a warning is quite reasonable. I'm mused. I believe I recall that they plan to burn Snape's robes during this Quidditch match. The system interjected. Perhaps you should have more faith in Snape. Ein recalled the man's splendid duel that night, feeling it unlikely that a bunch of 11-year-olds could burn his robes. Nonetheless, Ein remarked, those children ought to learn a lesson. Draco instinctively distanced himself from Ein, sensing that something was off with the serene demeanor of Ein before him. On the day of the Quidditch match, nearly everyone chose to spectate, while Ein opted not to participate. Within the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle, Ein wandered alone, rendering the surroundings eerily empty. The system suggested, it is advisable for the host to attend the Quidditch match, as it will contain significant plot developments. Ein retorted, what is there to see in Quidditch? The system pressed, what about Snape? Ein replied dismissively, what concern is it of his? The system noted, detected fluctuations in host's heartbeat levels. Ein snapped, be quiet. You annoying system. System. Smiley face. Admit it, you want to go see it. Ein, I do not want to. System. Smiley face. You do. You are merely too shy to admit it. Ein. System. The core character, Snape, has been in a relatively abnormal state. It is still advisable for the host to investigate. Ein's gaze flickered slightly. However, his body remained unmoved as he walked down the corridor, harboring no intention of leaving. After a while, Ein halted his steps. System. Has the host changed his mind? Ein. System. Have you noticed that we seem to have been here before? Ein surveyed his surroundings. Most of Hogwarts corridors bore a striking resemblance to one another, yet this particular passage was memorable to Ein. There were 7 doors in total, and the third door from the corner was ajar, with a gap approximately wide enough for a hand. This was the second time he had passed this way. Ein drew out his wand, slowed his pace, and began to approach the end of the corridor. Upon reaching the end, Ein turned a corner, only to find 7 doors before him once again, with the third door remaining slightly ajar. System. Warning. Warning. An anomaly exists in the current scene. The host should leave immediately. Ein. Your warning is as good as meaningless. Do you think I don't want to leave? Ein's gaze fell upon the slightly open door, clearly set as a temptation by whoever orchestrated this test, beckoning him to step inside the unknown room. Chapter 33. The Endless Corridor. As Ein traversed this identical corridor for the third time, he began to realize that he was caught in an endless loop. Ein. System. I feel as though I've wandered into the wrong place. System. Ein. Isn't this endless loop a trope exclusive to supernatural literature? Why would it manifest in Hogwarts? System. Perhaps Hogwarts harbors ghosts. Ein. For some reason, it feels as though you've said something significant, yet equally nothing at all. System. Schrodinger's nonsense. At the end of the corridor, a pair of eyes watched the young boy in the shadows. When the boy passed by the ajar door for the third time, he finally paused. The figure concealed in the shadows squinted slightly, observing Ein and awaiting his entrance into the classroom. However, the boy merely stood before the slightly open door, lost in contemplation for an extended moment. Just as the hidden figure furrowed their brow, unsure of the boy's days, Ein moved. The boy closed his eyes. Rather than stepping into the room, he began to feel along the door, shutting it with a decisive snap, then proceeded down the corridor, inching forward with eyes shut. The figure in the shadows. At this point, Ein closed his eyes, relying solely on tactile sensations to navigate the walls. He could not discern how long he had walked until he turned a corner and finally opened his eyes. What lay before him had transformed. The corridor he thought would never end had vanished, revealing the familiar classroom of charms not far away. Ein. Supernatural literature does not deceive me. System. What have you been reading? Ein. The so-called endless loop is a kind of illusion. A visual deception that ensnares one in a repetitive cycle within a confined space, all the while believing they are progressing in a direction. System. So, Ein. Without sight, I cannot be deceived by what I cannot see. Ein wore a smug expression. System. The figure in the shadows. Emerging from the illusion of the endless corridor, Ein strode briskly toward the Quidditch pitch. With each step, Ein's pace quickened. System. Oh my. Ein. Question mark. System. I wonder who was so adamant about avoiding the Quidditch pitch earlier. Ein. Ah, really, who was it? System. When it comes to audacity, Ein has never been outdone. Yet, upon reaching the Quidditch pitch, Ein was genuinely taken aback. Instead of being in the stands, Snape had taken up the role of referee. Perched on a broom that was decidedly uncharacteristic of him, Snape's expression was dark enough to suggest he could bleed ink. It was evident he harbored a strong disdain for such trivial pursuits. Ein. I recall that referees are obliged to inspect the brooms before the match begins. System. Indeed. Snape is genuinely concerned for Harry Potter's safety. Ein. Oh. An inexplicable wave of displeasure washed over Ein as he observed the surly figure on the broom. who remained fixated on Harry Potter. At that moment, a hand suddenly draped over Ein's left shoulder from behind, an arm wrapping around him in a semi-embrace. "Ein, you've come to watch Quidditch too," said Blaise Zabini. Ein's earlier annoyance had not yet faded, and being thus embraced only deepened his furrowed brow. He initially intended to shrug off the intrusive arm, but then he noticed that Snape, who had been intently focused on the so-called savior, had shifted his attention to him and Blaise, wearing an expression of discontent. Though Ein could not fathom why, his mood inexplicably lightened a notch, even rendering Blaise Zabini somewhat more tolerable. He begrudgingly allowed the presumptuous arm to rest on his noble shoulder for the time being. Ha ha ha. Ein acquiesced to Blaise's proximity as they walked toward the Slytherin viewing area. Snape, hovering in midair, let out an irate whistle, warning a Gryffindor attempting to commit a foul. The Gryffindor muttered indignantly, but dared not speak further in Snape's presence. By this time, the match was already underway, with Gryffindor trailing behind in points. However, the incident in which Harry Potter's broom would be cursed by Quirrell did not occur, likely due to Snape's presence. Even Voldemort harbored a modicum of trepidation in his presence. After all, directly casting a curse was an easily detectable offense. Moreover, he needed to conceal himself within that garlic bulb for a while. Ein suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Voldemort. Just as Ein was on the verge of dozing off while watching the match, Blaise seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation. "Ein, how's your leg recovering lately?" Blaise inquired with a smile. In truth, Blaise was quite adept at socializing, having inherited his mother's renowned charm among the wizarding elite. With his mother's beauty and a distinctly masculine countenance, he did not appear effeminate. Ein glanced at the attractive face and, in an uncharacteristically good mood, replied, "It's pretty good. I hardly feel anything now." Blaise smiled. "That's wonderful to hear. I was quite worried about you. However, with the headmaster by your side at first, and then Draco, it was rather difficult to find an opportunity to chat." Ein chuckled lightly. "Haha, but we just happened to run into each other, right? Quite a rare occurrence." Blaise smiled at Ein before turning his attention back to the match. After a while, as Ein felt himself beginning to nod off again, Blaise timely resumed the conversation. "Ein, what happened during our last encounter in the headmaster's office?" Blaise seemingly asked the question nonchalantly, as if it were merely a casual remark, not necessitating a response from Ein. Ein fell into silence. Ein thought, "I've been hit. This person is truly bothersome." The system chimed in. "Oh dear, someone is becoming quite flustered." Ein retorted, "Why bring up such an inconvenient topic? How infuriating." The system interjected. "Snape is watching you both." Upon the system's prompt, Ein, who had been feeling somewhat drowsy, became significantly more alert, glancing towards the center of the Quidditch pitch. As expected, Snape, who had initially been facing away from the stands, adjusted his position to face the Slytherin section directly. At that moment, his piercing black eyes locked onto Ein's. However, Snape did not maintain his gaze for long before diverting his attention elsewhere. Nonetheless, this fleeting moment elevated Ein's spirits considerably. In his newfound exuberance, Ein patted Blaise on the shoulder and replied, "That is a secret among men, one that cannot be divulged." Chapter 34. The rampaging bludger returning to the conversation. Ein's response left even the socially adept Blaise momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, Blaise decided to shift the topic. Living with the headmaster for a while must have felt rather stifling. Given his stringent expectations regarding many matters, he remarked casually. This prompted Ein to instinctively recall their chaotic cohabitation, particularly the Oscar-worthy performances of the potion master, who would scowl daily at Ein while he begrudgingly adjusted the potion's taste to make it more palatable for himself. Ein involuntarily smiled at the thought. Blaise, caught off guard by the sudden laughter, found himself captivated by the radiant smile gracing the boy's beautiful face. Ein's expression radiated warmth, as if he were reminiscing about a delightful memory. "Haha, I can't help but laugh every time I recall Snape's expression when he pretended to be oblivious to my antics. As if he had just swallowed a fly." Ein exclaimed. The system observed, "Please refrain from such remarks. Blaise appears on the verge of tears." Ein added, "You know, Snape can be a bit endearing at times." The system quipped, "Why does it suddenly smell sour?" Though somewhat puzzled, Blaise's keen intuition alerted him to the peculiar atmosphere. After shaking off the enchanting smile of the boy, he resolved to avoid the current topic. Silence enveloped them once more. Ein gazed into the distance and suddenly seemed to notice something, raising an eyebrow. "Snape just glared at me again," Ein remarked. The system replied, "Oh," with a hint of amusement. Ein continued, "He's being unusually strange today. Why does he keep glaring at me? I haven't provoked him at all." He muttered softly. Blaise, unable to catch Ein's words, leaned closer to inquire again, his handsome face mere inches from Ein's. "It's nothing, really." Ein hastily waved his hand, instinctively creating some distance. Yet, when his gaze met Snape's furious glare from afar, he hesitated. "Has Snape taken some wrong medicine today? He keeps glaring at me." Fortunately, Blaise chose not to pursue any new topics and quietly enjoyed the Quidditch match. It seemed Snape had finally decided to relent, no longer fixating his gaze on Ein. Today, Snape appeared particularly displeased, aware that the broom of the so-called savior would be tampered with during the match. He had to devise a strategy to avert any mishap while remaining inconspicuous, lest those pesky Gryffindors interfere. The best course of action was to take on the role of a Quidditch referee. He believed that even the Dark Lord would not dare to confront him with a spell under such circumstances. As it turned out, his predictions were correct. The match unfolded without incident, save for the unexpected appearance of that little rascal. The black boy immediately allied himself with the Zabini boy, which infuriated Snape. How could that little Zabini not understand the implications of his actions? Instead of focusing on his studies, he was preoccupied with matters of the heart at such a young age. Clearly, he had assigned too few tasks. Next time, he would double the length of the essay requirements. It had been a while since that Zabini lad had engaged in any labor. Snape imagined Filch would be quite pleased to have an energetic assistant to channel his vigor. He had already plotted the subsequent developments maliciously. Just as Snape thought the Quidditch match might conclude smoothly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark iron bludger suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards the stands at breakneck speed. The audience erupted in startled screams. The bludger's direct target was none other than Ein. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape mounted his broom and sped toward Ein. Ein initially froze, then ducked just in time as the bludger grazed his scalp, soaring past him. The thwarted bludger circled back, seemingly intent on flattening Ein's head. Ein dodged back and forth in his seat while attempting to deflect the bludger with his wand. However, the bludger's speed was relentless, and Ein's spells missed their mark. Failing to hit it, in mere seconds, Ein had evaded the bludger's onslaught 3 times. As the 4th attack approached, Snape finally arrived. The angle of the 4th bludger's assault was exceptionally tricky, almost impossible for Ein to evade. Just as Ein braced himself to absorb the impact with his shoulder, Snape swiftly pulled him up, using the broom's lift to suspend Ein in midair and evade the strike. Snape then positioned Ein behind him on the broom, his deep voice resonating in Ein's ear. Hold on tightly. Ein, seated behind Snape, paused momentarily before wrapping his arms around Snape's waist to maintain his balance on the soaring broom. This allowed Snape to wield his wand freely. Snape's spells, both in speed and density, far surpassed Ein's capabilities. A series of spells erupted from Snape's wand, effectively blocking all potential paths of the bludger. Subsequently, a beam of red light struck the bludger, reducing the dark iron sphere to dust that dissipated into the air. The immediate crisis had been averted. However, Snape did not hasten to let Ein dismount from his broom. As the bludger incident concluded, the savior had successfully caught the golden snitch, thus ending the match. Harry, without pausing to celebrate with his teammates, zoomed over to Ein's side. Ein, Harry called out, his expression darkening slightly upon noticing Ein perched on the same broom as Snape. Yet, concern swiftly replaced his momentary dismay. Are you all right? That bludger was problematic, Harry said, anxiously scrutinizing Ein. I'm fine, really, Ein replied, scratching his head. As he released one hand from Snape's waist, he suddenly became aware of his current position, his face flushing slightly. Cough. Professor, Ein said, tugging at Snape's robe. I think it's about time you let me down. Snape gradually descended the height of his broomstick, and as Ein gauged the distance to be adequate, he leapt off the broom with a flourish. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly, earning yet another fierce glare from Snape. Ein, what else with the glaring? You've been at it all day? System, smiley face. Well deserved. Chapter 35, A Hellish Scene. At that moment, Harry also landed beside Ein, while Blaise hurried over from a few paces away. Are you all right? Blaise asked, concern etched on his face as he placed a reassuring hand on Ein's shoulder, seemingly checking for any injuries. Harry observed Blaise's hand resting on Ein's shoulder before turning his gaze to the handsome youth who was now looking at Ein with evident worry. Ein, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have been there with you. Harry spoke earnestly. Blaise's attention briefly diverted to Harry, raising an eyebrow at the unique savior. Ein, however, was utterly perplexed. What is their deal? What does my presence have to do with the quaffle? System. Popcorn. Ein, what are you up to now? System. Such an exhilarating scene. I must have some snacks. Smiley face. Ein, what scene? System. Figure it out yourself. Soon after, Snape dismounted from his broom. Blaise Zabini, merely preserving your own safety amidst your friend's peril does not render you commendable, he admonished. Professor. I didn't. Blaise instinctively began to retort, but upon meeting Snape's cold, dark gaze, he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and opted for silence. Community service until the end of the month. Filch will be more than willing to arrange some activities to help you better understand the essence of altruism, Snape quipped. Yes, Professor. Blaise cast one last lingering glance at Ein before turning to leave. So, our valiant Gryffindor hero, Snape turned to Harry, the illustrious Mr. Potter. At this very moment, why aren't you reveling in the adulation? I'm sure your foolish lion companions are eager to throw you a victory celebration, aren't they? Snape's gaze swept over Harry with unmistakable intent. We'll talk later. Harry bid farewell to Wine, politely acknowledged Snape, and departed. Humph. Snape scoffed at Harry's retreating figure. He then turned his attention to Wine, who instinctively tensed and blurted out, I didn't know. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Snape's expression darkened immediately. Silence, Black. Snape's brow furrowed in exasperation. I know you're not foolish enough to control the quaffle to chase after yourself. Wine lowered his head, pouting in defiance. Snape's reaction to Wine's demeanor elicited a slight twitch of his brow, revealing a hint of frustration. The recent attack had indeed taken Snape by surprise. It was all too clear who the instigator of this incident was, as such an act requiring profound mastery of magic was beyond the capabilities of any Hogwarts student. The conclusion was evident. Initially believing that only the savior was the target, he was taken aback to find Ein ensnared in the web as well. Recalling the events of Halloween night, Snape surmised that Ein had been under his scrutiny since that fateful evening. The prospect of Harry Potter being in danger was somewhat manageable. As the focus of the public eye, Dumbledore's golden boy was assuredly secure under Dumbledore's protection, even without Snape's intervention. However, Ein was different. He had no one to safeguard him. Merely a scion of the Black family, and a Slytherin at that. A Slytherin who, in fact, had enemies even within his own house. Snape regarded Ein, lost in thought. In truth, Ein was frightened, for the brush with death was not an experience to be taken lightly. Even the typically carefree Ein could now feel his heart racing in the aftermath. Fear is an instinctive response when death draws near. Observing Ein's shaken demeanor, Snape momentarily softened. Youth possesses an extraordinary allure. Regardless of past actions or their shared history, it all seems to fade into insignificance. It remained unclear whether Ein was deliberately provoking him while feigning ignorance or simply naive. Come with me, Black. Despite his momentary compassion, Snape maintained an impassive exterior. Ein found himself once again in Snape's office, fidgeting nervously with his fingers. What troubles you? Snape inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. You haven't done anything this time. Perhaps the atmosphere of this office is just unsettling, Ein replied awkwardly. Snape paused to reflect on their limited encounters, realizing that conflicts within this office were indeed frequent. He hesitated, then waved his wand with a flick. Hot cocoa or hot milk? Snape inquired. What about hot mulled wine? Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. Snape remained silent, summoning a vial of potion instead. Then let us forego all that and drink this. Ein grimaced, pinching his nose as he swallowed the potion with a grimace. Whether it was mere suggestion or not, Ein felt a semblance of relief in his previously tense state. After being unceremoniously expelled from Snape's office following the potion, Ein pondered that he should delve into his studies of ancient runes, aspiring to ascend the throne of potion mastery. System, Ein, what with the attitude? Haven't you ever seen a future master of potions? System, if Snape knew what you were thinking, he would impart a valuable lesson. Ein, what lesson? System, there's a distinction between dreams and delusions. Ein, all right, enough. Silence. Upon entering the library, Ein was unexpectedly seized by Ron, who led him to their little gathering spot. Ein gazed in bewilderment at the Gryffindor trio before turning a questioning look towards Harry. Harry, feeling awkward, averted his gaze. Avoiding eye contact with Ein, Ein raised an eyebrow. Ein, I need to tell you something, but don't be shocked. Ron whispered urgently, glancing around as if to ensure their secrecy. What is it? Ein asked with curiosity, not particularly interested in the news, but rather in what secret a Weasley could possibly possess. Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron dropped the bombshell. Chapter 36, The Mirror of Erased. Ron's words struck like thunder, leaving Ein momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. His first instinct was to think that Snape was experimenting with new potions that necessitated the use of the Philosopher's Stone. However, a moment later, he recalled the plot from the original story where Snape was indeed suspected of such treachery. Nevertheless, Ein raised an eyebrow, leisurely observing Harry. He found it hard to believe that the current savior shared such sentiments, for Harry was far from the naive facade he donned while masquerading in Gryffindor. This was a white-to-black savior he had meticulously crafted. Ein had always possessed unwavering confidence in himself. Harry, however, averted his gaze from Ein and refrained from engaging in Ron's conversation, instead focusing intently on his textbook, appearing diligently studious. Ein was determined to disrupt his tranquility, inquiring, "Does Harry concur?" Harry's fingers, which clutched the book, turned slightly pale, yet he remained silent in response to Ein's question. Fortunately, Ron seized the opportunity to speak, eagerly proclaiming to Ein, "It was Snape I surmised. The Philosopher's Stone was uncovered by Hermione. Initially, when I shared this with Harry, he was skeptical. But after the Quidditch match, When you nearly perished at Snape's hands, he finally came to believe it. Ron spoke with palpable excitement. I almost died at Snape's hands? Ein articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Ron remained oblivious to the shift in Ein's demeanor, while Harry's grip on the book tightened, his fingers growing whiter. Indeed, that was our analysis. It began on Halloween night. I heard that after we all returned to the dormitory, Snape encountered you at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Why would he venture to that room if not to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ron continued, his eyes wide with enthusiasm. Then why didn't you suspect Quirrell and me? Ein queried, curiosity piqued. Quirrell must have been coerced by Snape. Otherwise, with his timid nature, how could he dare to seek out that three-headed beast alone? Ron replied, wearing an expression that suggested he had unraveled the entire mystery. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that the three-headed dog was guarding something, as it had a trapdoor beneath it. Ron's eyes bulged with excitement. And then, guess what happened next? What? Did you discover it was the Philosopher's Stone? Ein replied casually, only for Ron to falter momentarily. The process was rather convoluted. We first thought of what Hagrid had retrieved from Gringotts, which was stolen the very next day. Then, from Hagrid, we learned about Nicholas Flamel. Ron prattled on. Do you know Nicholas Flamel? The most esteemed alchemist of this century, the oldest living person, and the owner of the Philosopher's Stone. Ein rested his chin on one hand, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he regarded Ron. Ron was once again momentarily silenced, continuing, through Nicholas Flamel. We confirmed that what was in the vault was indeed the Philosopher's Stone. And then what? What does this have to do with the Quidditch match? Snape actually saved me during the match. Ein pointed a finger to his own face, feigning deep contemplation. Yet, Ein was genuinely pondering something of great significance. One that must remain undisclosed for the time being. System, what are you thinking? Ein, about the task at hand. System, I suspect I misheard that. Ein, weren't you always bringing up the task? System, so you are aware of that, are you? Ein, of course, I am quite dedicated. System, share your plan. Ein, not telling you. System, smiley face. Meanwhile, Ron was diligently explaining. You fool, you spoiled his plans last time. He must harbor resentment towards you and want to teach you a lesson through the Quidditch match. He saved you later because he didn't dare escalate matters at Hogwarts. So after giving you a little lesson, he came to your rescue. Ron's analysis was delivered with utmost seriousness. And just think, if he saved you, wouldn't that eliminate his own suspicions? Ron nodded earnestly, convinced that Snape had acted solely to clear his own name. Oh, I see. Ein remarked cryptically, glancing at Harry, who remained silent, and the young witch who had sensed Ein's unusual demeanor from the beginning and chose to remain quiet. But do not breathe a word of this to Malfoy, Ron added anxiously. We told you because we know your relationship with Snape is tumultuous. But Malfoy is Snape's protege. If he were to inform Snape, we would all be doomed. Ron expressed, his face reflecting sheer terror. Oh, very well, I understand. Ein casually nodded in agreement, though his mind had already drifted to another matter. During dinner, the group departed from the library together, but Ein concocted a trivial excuse to part ways. Armed with the Marauder's map, Ein swiftly navigated the castle, ultimately arriving at the corridor where he had once found himself ensnared in an endless loop. Given that it was dinner time, this typically deserted corridor was even more devoid of life. The door, which had previously been ajar, was now firmly shut and even locked. The Marauder's map revealed no other signs of life nearby. With a simple Alohomora, Ein unlocked the door, slipped inside, and closed it behind him. The room was dimly lit, illuminated only by the fading light of the setting sun filtering through the heavy dark glass, casting a soft glow that revealed the outlines of objects within. At the center of the room stood a large, full-length mirror. Ein positioned himself before the mirror, softly uttering the inscription, I show not your face, but your heart's desire. He then chuckled softly to himself. The system slowly displayed a question mark. Ein remained silently before the mirror, his icy blue eyes coldly fixated on its surface, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. He stood there for an extended period, long enough that the system could no longer refrain from speaking. System, it is merely a mirror that reveals your innermost desires. Ein, yes, I am aware. System, so what did you see? Chapter 37, the eve before the holidays. Ein appeared to be in high spirits, his smile broadening, and his steps light as he prepared to leave the room. The system, observing Ein's demeanor, was increasingly anxious to learn what he had witnessed. Ein, why are you so agitated? I want to be returning here, so you need not worry about me becoming ensnared by its allure. System, well, that is true, but I'm just so curious. I genuinely want to know. Ein had resolutely decided against revealing his thoughts. He certainly would not disclose what he had seen in the mirror, the figure of that man, the one he had once yearned for yet ultimately came to despise. Time continued to pass swiftly. Perhaps it was the approach of Christmas that dulled the students' enthusiasm for their studies. However, Ein, in a rare display of diligence, resumed his studies of ancient runes and alchemy. Slytherin's last class before the Christmas break was History of Magic. Professor Binns, the ghostly instructor, likely found it a rare occurrence to encounter a classroom so alert and engaged. Thus, he uncharacteristically quickened his pace of lecturing. As the class drew to a close, nearly all the students were eager with anticipation, poised to burst from the classroom at the very moment the bell rang. Professor Binns, not entirely devoid of compassion, observed the disinterest that enveloped the room and graciously decided to dismiss the students early. The instant the lesson concluded, Draco hastened like the wind to Ein's side, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with excitement, practically emblazoning the very essence of exhilaration upon his countenance. In contrast, Ein remained notably composed. He first extracted a book titled Shocking, What He Does in the Still of the Night from his History of Magic textbook, then, with a deft shrinking spell, tucked it securely into his pocket before firmly closing the hefty tome and cradling it with utmost seriousness in his arms. Draco, momentarily taken aback, was no stranger to Ein's peculiar antics and quickly resumed his enthusiastic chatter. I've already spoken with my father. Tomorrow morning we shall board the Hogwarts Express to return home. They will be waiting for us at the station. Draco's eyes gleamed with fervor. Let us set off together at dawn. Ein pondered for a brief moment before readily agreeing. All right then. That evening, well past curfew, Draco intended to regale his roommate with tales of his two magnificent peacocks, only to be met with the surprise that Ein was not in their dormitory. Ein was off on another nocturnal adventure, but this time, his destination lay within the library. He ventured into the restricted section of the library. On the eve of the Christmas holiday, it seemed professors had not anticipated anyone would dare to wander into the restricted area at such an hour, allowing Ein to slip in with ease. The air in the dimly lit section was thick with an ominous aura. Some tomes radiated dark magical energies so potent that they threatened to spill forth from their covers. Nevertheless, Ein merely perused the spines of the books, refraining from touching any of them. Yet, despite his caution, many grim tomes exuded a terrifying presence as he approached, seeking to ensnare him or tempt him into opening their pages. Ein, with wand in hand, continued his meticulous examination. The dark magic you don't know. How to fly from death, secrets of the soul, the end of darkness, teaching you how to crave ecstasy. Titles flickered through his mind. Some books even trembled, suddenly leaping open before him. However, Ein remained unperturbed, skillfully avoiding the ensnaring volumes like a merciless bibliophile on a quest. He pressed on, scrutinizing the forbidden texts. The secrets of magic, magic you cannot comprehend, the dark arts we invented together, deciphering the ancient runes of Salazar. Ein halted, hesitantly eyeing the ancient runes books several times. His curiosity was piqued, yet after a moment's deliberation, he chose to bypass it and continued his search. Ein spent the better part of the night in the restricted section, his eyes nearly weary from the effort, convinced he would leave empty-handed when, at last, a book caught his attention. Shocking. What He Does in the Still of the Night, Part 2. With a rush of excitement, he seized the volume from the shelf, eagerly tucking it into his embrace as he sprinted back toward the dormitory. However, joy turned to despair as the once silent library reverberated with a deep male voice. Let me see who dares to wander the forbidden section on the eve of Christmas. Ah, a foolish little mouse. Severus Snape's voice, low and ominous, was laden with a palpable sense of danger. Ein froze, acutely aware of the sharpness of this double agent. The man was drawing nearer, and discovery was merely a matter of time. Ein's mind raced, devising a perfect plan. He could wait until Snape approached the row of bookshelves, then cast a spell on the adjacent shelf, creating a diversion to facilitate his escape. As fate would have it, just as Snape rounded a bookshelf, a sudden noise echoed from a short distance away. Snape glanced briefly toward the source of the sound, but did not turn to investigate. Instead, he scoffed with a derisive chuckle. Foolish little tricks. Believing his plan had succeeded, Ein boldly prepared to make his escape, only to trip over a book that had previously flung itself open before him. With his balance compromised, Ein stumbled into the bookshelf, creating a loud thud. Snape's eyelid twitched, an ominous premonition washing over him. He strode over in a few swift strides. Illuminated by the bright moonlight streaming through the window, he found Ein cradling his arms, wincing in pain, while a book titled Teaching You How to Crave Ecstasy lay splayed open at his feet, and another, Shocking, What He Does in the Still of the Night, nestled in his arms. Snape, Ein, would you care to hear my defense? Ein ventured weakly, adopting a pitiful expression and gazing up at Snape with his watery blue eyes. Snape remained silent, his initial ire morphing into a habitual exasperation upon encountering the boy. With a stern countenance, he retrieved the book from the floor, furrowing his brow as he returned it to the shelf, then extended a hand toward Ein. Hesitating, Ein placed his hand into Snape's large grasp. Snape, with a frown, Snape reiterated, the book. Chapter 38, Malfoy Manor. Ein, with a touch of reluctance, retrieved the book from his robe, reluctantly placing it into Snape's hand. Snape had intended to deliver a serious lecture on the perils of the restricted section in the Hogwarts library, yet considering Ein's typical behavior, he surmised that his words would likely fall on deaf ears. Thus, Snape chose to disregard Ein altogether, casually returning the two books to their rightful place in the restricted section and, with a single hand, grasped Ein by the collar, dragging him toward the exit. "Professor, be gentle. That hurts," Ein protested, grasping Snape's hand that clutched his collar, attempting to pry it loose, though his strength proved insufficient. Snape glanced down at the boy, who appeared somewhat pitiful and helpless, and instinctively loosened his grip. Regaining his freedom, Ein took a few deep breaths, rubbing his neck where the collar had left its mark. "Professor, you were too rough," Ein pouted, expressing a hint of complaint. Snape's forehead twitched in irritation. "Shouldn't you explain why Mr. Black, who ought to be in his dormitory, is found wandering the restricted section of Hogwarts at this hour, and moreover, seeking such intriguing books, Ein, caught off guard, fell silent. Fortunately, Snape showed no intention of delving deeper into the matter, merely instructing Ein coldly, "Now, return to your dormitory. If I see you again tonight, you shall remain in Hogwarts for Christmas, spending the holiday alongside those portraits on the walls." Snape's lips curled into a malicious smile. Filch will surely be delighted to have someone to assist him in cleaning the entire castle's collection of frames this Christmas. Ein stood obediently, his posture reflecting his disinterest in celebrating the holiday with the portraits, and finally, Snape relented. With a sigh of relief, Ein returned to the dormitory. By this time, his roommate was already fast asleep, and by the light of the moon, Ein withdrew from his robe the book. Shocking. What he does in the still of the night, Part 2. Ein withdrew his wand, recalling a particular incantation from a book, and then whispered a phrase softly towards its pages. In the dimly lit Slytherin dormitory, a faint glow enveloped the book before dissipating, revealing a transformed cover, now titled Revelations of Advanced Dark Magic, Continuation. Meanwhile, in the restricted section of Hogwarts, an inconspicuous tome entitled Shock, He Does This in the Dead of Night lay quietly amidst a collection of seemingly perilous dark magic texts, exuding an air of innocence. As dawn broke the next day, Draco's impeccable biological clock awakened him naturally. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed his roommate buried deep under the covers and rose quietly. After a meticulous skincare routine, breakfast time approached, prompting Ein to stir from his slumber. "Ein, hurry up. We're returning to my home today," Draco exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Ein stifled a large yawn, the consequences of last night's late hours becoming evident. Observing the pronounced dark circles under Ein's eyes and his lackluster demeanor, Draco tossed 2 vials of potions at him. "These are topical, give them a try. They might be effective," he said, concern etched on his face. "If you don't address those dark circles promptly, they could prematurely compromise the vitality of the skin around your eyes, leading to wrinkles." Ein felt slightly exasperated, but, contemplating the need to face Draco's family, ultimately accepted his friend's well-intentioned offer. Perhaps it was merely psychological, but after using the potions, Ein felt as though his dark circles had diminished somewhat. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at the station, Draco nearly leapt out of his seat, tugging Ein's sleeve as he prepared to disembark. "Father, Mother." He disregarded his noble upbringing, rushing towards a couple as the train came to a halt. "Draco, mind your manners," Lucius cautioned, adjusting his composure upon seeing his son approach. Though his affection for Draco prevailed as he reached out to pat the boy's platinum head. "How has Hogwarts treated you, Draco?" Lady Narcissa inquired with a warm smile. "Quite well. This is my best friend, Ein." Draco introduced his companion to his parents. "We are far more familiar with your esteemed friend than you might imagine," Lucius replied, raising an eyebrow with a knowing smile directed at Ein. "Uncle Lucius, Aunt Narcissa," Ein greeted the elders respectfully. "Do not be so formal, Ein." Narcissa smiled gently. "Relax. Just consider it a return home." "All right," Ein acquiesced, realizing that cultivating a good relationship with them would be wise, especially with Christmas approaching. Malfoy Manor was indeed vast. Even though it was Ein's second visit, he remained awestruck by the opulence of the estate. "System, let us amend our mission objective," Ein declared. "What?" The system responded. "Change it to owning a manor," Ein insisted. "But weren't you just wishing for a castle?" The system countered. Ein's excitement surged. "Are you allowing me to purchase a castle?" "Not a chance. Focus on your task," the system retorted, nearly revealing its true nature. "Oh," Ein replied. Upon arriving at the manor, Draco immediately dragged Ein to his room, enthusiastically showcasing his collection of dragon model figurines. As Draco's eyes lit up with each introduction, Ein grew increasingly fatigued. After an extended monologue, Draco finally noticed his friend's waning energy. "Ein, did you not sleep well last night?" he asked with concern. "Yeah," Ein yawned. "Then you should rest a bit. I'll call you for lunch," Draco suggested, worried for his friend. Okay. Ein perked up suddenly, and then added, just don't bother calling me for lunch. Let Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa know I want to rest a little longer. Draco nodded, don't worry. Go ahead and rest. Ein swiftly returned to his guest room, ensuring the door was locked and casting several protective charms before making his way to the fireplace. After sprinkling a handful of flue powder, green flames erupted, and Ein stepped inside, clearly articulating his destination, Nocturne Alley. The flames enveloped him. In the Master's chamber, Lucius raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and chuckled softly. Severus has indeed encountered a little troublemaker. Lucius approached the fireplace, tossing in flue powder and stepping through. Meanwhile, upon arriving in Nocturne Alley, Ein, drawing from his previous experiences, headed directly towards the apothecary. Hello, I would like a ton of aging potion, he stated. The potion shopkeeper glanced up at the young boy. A potent aging potion, just a drop, can add 10 years to your age, lasting for 10 days. The shopkeeper produced a small vial. This one will suffice for a year. I nodded. Very well, I'll take 50 vials. Chapter 39, Borgin and Berks. I then retrieved a large water bottle. Store them all here. The shopkeeper scrutinized this unusual customer. The boy appeared to be no older than 18. Such young patrons frequented Nocturne Alley, so he remained unperturbed. Demonstrating professional decorum, he complied with Ein's request without further inquiry. However, he was unprepared for the unforgettable spectacle that unfolded before him. The boy began to gulp down the aging potion as if it were mere water. Grimacing at the potion's unpleasant taste, an extraordinary event occurred. After consuming a quantity sufficient to induce an elderly appearance, the boy's stature visibly increased, ceasing at a point that rendered him approximately in his early 20s. Ein assessed his physique, finding it comparable to his previous life's age, somewhat unsatisfactory, yet within acceptable bounds. Meeting the shopkeeper's astonished gaze, Ein paid promptly and proceeded to his next destination, the shop that housed his vanishing cabinet, Borgin and Berks. As he traversed Nocturne Alley, Ein found that his youthful physique afforded him considerable convenience. Having long been deprived of the advantages of youth, he couldn't help but admire himself. He pinched his slender arm and mused, a bit too skinny, lacking in muscular strength. Then he grasped his waist. Why is my waist so thin? Like that of a girl? The system remained silent. And I'm not particularly tall. I recall being 180 centimeters before my transmigration. After precise calculations, your height is only 178 centimeters. The system replied with a hint of amusement. Ein, the height difference between humans can reach up to 2 centimeters over time. System, oh, Ein. Overall, it seems quite similar to how I was before my journey, though lacking the imposing physique I once had. My eyes have also not reverted to their original black. Ein wrinkled his nose. System, does the host have no self-awareness regarding their appearance? As Ein walked, he examined his body, and before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Borgin and Berks shop. Today was another day of sparse foot traffic. He looked up at the bright morning sunlight. Approaching Christmas, Nocturne Alley stood in stark contrast to the bustling Diagon Alley, where Diagon Alley thrived with activity. Nocturne Alley languished in desolation. After all, such an ominous place was ill-suited for the festive season. Just as Mr. Borgin was resigned to another unfruitful day, a young man entered the shop. The last time he had encountered someone so strikingly beautiful was nearly several decades ago, an individual whose name could no longer be uttered. The young man wore a simple robe that resembled a school uniform, yet even this unadorned attire could not conceal his exquisite and resplendent features. Tall and slender, his shoulders broad and waist narrow, his facial contours were finely chiseled, imbued with a softness not commonly found in most Westerners, hinting at an Eastern grace. His striking azure eyes evoked the vastness of the sky, while his thick black hair perfectly complemented his excessively fair complexion. Good day, Mr. Borgin, the young man said. A hint of playful irreverence in his smile, his demeanor a blend of elegance and casual nonchalance. Good day, esteemed guest, Mr. Borgin replied politely to this distinctly different patron. What may I assist you with? It seemed Mr. Borgin did not remember him. Ein raised an eyebrow. I am here to collect my vanishing cabinet. Only then did Mr. Borgin realized that the man before him bore a resemblance to the boy who had fortuitously wandered into the shop half a year prior. Yet it was uncertain whether the youth had consumed an aging potion or if the young man had partaken in a de-aging potion. Regardless, when the youth presented his receipt, Mr. Borgin retrieved the ornately decorated vanishing cabinet. Your vanishing cabinet has been repaired, though we cannot ascertain the location of the other side. This matter falls outside our service parameters, Mr. Borgin stated in a businesslike manner. No matter, Ein said, taking his time to browse the shop. After perusing the items, he found nothing particularly intriguing, save for a deck of blood-stained playing cards that piqued his interest slightly. You have a discerning eye, dear customer. This is a cursed deck of cards, Mr. Borgin dutifully explained. It can serve as a weapon. Those struck by the cards will randomly trigger a form of dark magic. The effects are unpredictable. The advantage of this deck is that no one will be able to trace any misfortune back to you. Of course, should luck be unkind, some irreparable consequences could ensue, though Mr. Borgin did not explicitly state this. Ein understood nonetheless. "I'll take it," he said casually. While checking out, Ein seemingly innocently inquired, "You wouldn't happen to have access to those kinds of wands, would you?" Mr. Borgin understood immediately. Each year, certain wizards, for reasons best left unspoken, sought a particular wand from him to deal with flashback curses or to partake in deeds that must remain in the shadows. A flicker of darkness ignited in Mr. Borgin's eyes. A person of exquisite beauty, in reality, was merely newly acquainted with dark magic, perhaps only just entering the magical realm. It was akin to tossing a delectable cake unguarded into a den of ravenous fiends. "Of course, noble guest," Mr. Borgin said, stepping closer to Ein. "Every year, some customers have such needs, so we always keep a selection of wands on hand." Mr. Borgin deliberately moved around Ein, casting a surreptitious glance at the young man. He then approached a cabinet and retrieved a wand. "Birch wood, dragon heartstring. It is a rather gentle wand. While it may not be as responsive as a faded wand, this material has always been favored for such purposes." Mr. Borgin extended the wand to Ein. Ein waved it experimentally. The sensation in his hand was indeed not as satisfying as that of a faded wand, but it would suffice. After completing the transaction, Ein pointed the wand at the vanishing cabinet and cast a shrinking charm. He gathered his purchases and prepared to leave. "Sir, please hold." Just as Ein was about to exit, Mr. Borgin called out to him. Ein turned in confusion, only to find Mr. Borgin pointing the tip of the wand at him. A flash of red light erupted. Chapter 40, Snape. Before Ein could comprehend the situation, a burst of red light exploded before him. Almost immediately, a powerful force tugged at his waist, and Ein was violently pulled aside. A loud crash erupted beside him, followed by Mr. Borgin's pained cry. Ein blinked in astonishment, and when the dust settled, he realized that Snape had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. A cold expression etched on his face as he stood beside him. One arm wrapped around Ein's waist, while the other brandished a wand at Mr. Borgin. Just moments earlier, as Mr. Borgin attempted to ambush Ein, Snape had intervened to save him. "Mr. Borgin, we hold great respect for your long-standing business in Nocturne Alley, but some individuals are not to be trifled with." Snape's deep voice resonated with an icy edge. Mr. Borgin stumbled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, regarding the man before him with evident trepidation. His gaze instinctively fell upon the youth beside the man. A look of greedy longing mingled with reluctance fixated on Ein. Ein frowned. He found such attention unsettling. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding Snape shifted, the tension palpable. Sensing Snape's change in demeanor, Mr. Borgin quickly averted his gaze, speaking cautiously. "Of course, if this gentleman is in your company, then what transpired moments ago was merely a misunderstanding." Snape's icy glare bore into Mr. Borgin until the latter was nearly sweating bullets, at which point Snape slowly lowered his wand, though he did not release his grip on Ein. Ein discreetly pushed against the powerful arm encircling his waist. A gentle nudge yielded no response. A firmer shove again met with resistance. Yet Snape's gaze shifted to Ein. Instantly, Ein became an obedient lamb, daring not to move, fearful of drawing the man's attention. Snape maintained his protective hold as they exited Borgin and Burke's, navigating the streets of Nocturne Alley. Here and there, eyes from various corners regarded Ein with an insidious greed. Snape guided Ein through Nocturne Alley back to Diagon Alley. Upon reaching their destination, Snape released his arm around Ein, crossing his arms as he scrutinized the troublemaker before him. This young man, or rather this striking youth, had shed the androgynous ambiguity of his boyhood. His handsomeness was striking, yet his features retained a unique elegance and softness, akin to a beautiful angel, an angel seemingly intent on being utterly consumed by darkness. Snape's gaze darkened slightly as he gently caressed his fingertips. As if lingering, there was the warmth of the youth's waist. Though the young man's slender figure was quite delicate, the sensation was surprisingly resilient. Yet, regardless of how the appearance of the individual before him might have transformed, one undeniable truth remained. This was Ein. Ein Black. Snape reflected upon the actions of this individual over the past half-year. Arrogant, foolish, and recklessly audacious, embodying a quintessential Gryffindor. However, at times, he displayed a certain cunning cleverness. Like at this very moment, Ein's blue eyes darted nervously within their sockets, and Snape instantly surmised that the youth was concocting yet another ill-fated scheme. Truly, he was an incorrigible little trickster, brimming with deceit. Yet, unbeknownst to Snape himself, he should have harbored disdain for such a person, particularly one who possessed Gryffindor traits and reveled in flaunting trivial cleverness. Yet, he had never genuinely loathed Ein Black. In fact, to some extent, Snape had indulged him. He He was reluctant to ponder the reasons behind this, for some matters are best left unexamined. This was a predetermined reality. They were merely a professor and an assistant, confined to a relationship of ordinary colleagues. Returning to Ein, he fidgeted nervously with his fingers, observing the increasingly profound and inscrutable gaze of Snape, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. However, almost immediately, his clever little brain devised a solution. "Ah, good sir, I am most grateful for your assistance earlier. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" Ein blinked his cerulean eyes earnestly, attempting to convince Snape that this was their first encounter. Snape replied, "Why don't I treat you to a drink? How about the dessert shop next door?" Ein continued to flutter his blue eyes, a harmless smile gracing his lips. "Ein black." Snape could no longer contain himself, the muscles in his forehead twitching as he forced the name through gritted teeth. "Huh, Ein black." Ein feigned confusion. "Did you just say your name is Ein black? What a splendid name. One can tell at first mention that you are a kind, intelligent, brave, sincere, powerful, and wise individual." Ein sincerely complimented, showing no signs of guilt. "Ein black. I presume your intellect, even if it hasn't matured alongside your physique, at the very least functions adequately. Or have you pawned your brain in Nocturne Alley for some trivial items?" Snape remarked quietly with sarcasm. Ein maintained an expression of complete bewilderment, as if he were merely a passerby. "Now, I present you with two choices," Snape stated coldly, gazing at the young man before him. "Either remain here in Diagon Alley until your potion wears off and promptly return to Malfoy Manor, or accompany me back to Spinner's End, where I assure you your entire Christmas will be thoroughly unpleasant." Ein shrank back slightly. "I shall remain here obediently. No more pretense?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "I apologize." Ein lowered his head. "There will be no next time," Snape warned. "Do not let me see you again in Nocturne Alley. Otherwise—" Snape's sentence trailed off, but his menacing glare was enough for Ein to nod vigorously in agreement. After scrutinizing Ein once more to confirm that he would likely refrain from further reckless endeavors, Snape strode away, leaving Ein alone amidst the bustling throng of Diagon Alley. For reasons unknown, even in the midst of the crowd, Ein suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. Meanwhile, after departing, Snape returned to Nocturne Alley. The rationale was simple. Some unsavory individuals had designs on what they ought not to covet, necessitating a thorough cleanup. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, his robes swirling with ominous dark energy. Chapter 41. Christmas Gifts. Having just encountered Snape, Ein had no intention of further provoking him in Nocturne Alley. Aimlessly wandering through Diagon Alley, he decided to procure gifts for his companions. For Draco, a dragon model will suffice. As for which dragon, it matters little as they all look rather similar. Ein hastily selected a model of an indeterminate dragon from the toy shop, settling on his gift with little thought. As for Harry, Ein hesitated, glancing at the other dragon models, ultimately deciding to put forth a bit more effort rather than purchasing a duplicate gift. "Oh, I recall Harry will receive an invisibility cloak. Thus, I shall gift him a vial of odor-concealing potion. It should assist him in his nocturnal escapades." Ein nodded to himself, congratulating his thoughtfulness. As for Hermione, a book would suffice. Selecting a popular study guide would undoubtedly be a safe choice. Regarding Ron, Ein pondered whether directly gifting him gold galleons would provoke his ire or be met with sincere gratitude. Ultimately, he decided upon a set of the latest wizard's chess. For Blaise Zabini, a pair of cufflinks seemed fitting. Ein entered a clothing store and immediately spotted a pair of emerald green cufflinks, deciding to gift them to Blaise. Then came Lucius and Narcissa, a hair potion for Lucius and a beauty potion for Narcissa. Given Draco's demeanor, it seemed evident that skincare was a family tradition. Ein counted on his fingers, ensuring he hadn't overlooked anyone. As he counted, he found himself pondering Snape once more. "Oh, such a large head. What on earth should I gift him? It wouldn't do to present a potion master with potions, and he certainly doesn't lack potion ingredients. As for ornate accessories, Snape has never worn any. Perhaps a book." Suddenly, Ein recalled, with ill-timed amusement, that book titled The Potions Master and His Little Wife. Ein burst into laughter. "Ha! System? Question mark. Ein, The Potions Master and His Little Wife? Ha! System, are you unwell?" Ein, TSK, you wouldn't understand the joke. System, smiley face. "I understand far more than you think. I just fear you might not be ready for it." Ein, hey, what do you think would make a suitable Christmas gift for Snape? System, yourself. Ein, such words cannot be uttered lightly. They would not pass moderation. System, what I mean is, think for yourself. Ein, oh, ultimately, Ein settled on a substantial tome concerning the defense against the dark arts as Snape's Christmas gift. System, does it carry any significance? Ein, wishing him success in realizing his dreams. System, I sense you might be retaliating for his insistence on practicing dueling at the start of term. Smiley face. Ein, if you perceive it that way. I can't help it. After completing his gift shopping, Ein conveniently shrank all the items and stuffed them into his pocket. Indeed, having a wand usable outside of school was quite convenient. After perusing a bookstore for a while and replenishing his literary collection, dusk had begun to settle, and the effects of the age potion finally waned. Ein returned to Malfoy Manor. In the guest room, he was then seen earnestly and solemnly reading Shock. What He Does in the Dead of Night, Part 2. System. I have always been puzzled. How did you come across such a book, one that even Voldemort cannot find, among so many others? Ein. Are you foolish? Just look at the author. System. Ein. The author of Revelations of Dark Magic and the author of In the Dead of Night are the same person. System! Exclamation point. Ein. Moreover, the first volume of In the Dead of Night is available in ordinary bookstores, while the second volume is located in the restricted section of Hogwarts. Ein. Isn't that rather obvious? System. You mean? Ein set down the book in hand, which was currently open to a page clearly inscribed with The Guide to Horcrux Fusion. Ein. Clearly, someone is fishing. As for whether this was the author's wicked sense of humor or a response from someone who had discovered all of this, that remained unknown. Nevertheless, the alchemy and ancient runes that Ein had been self-studying during this period would likely prove useful. Suddenly, a distortion rippled through the space, and Ein's gaze sharpened. Instinctively closing the book before him, with a resounding pop, a house elf appeared before Ein. The house elf bowed deeply, its nose nearly touching the ground. Master invites Mr. Black to dinner. Ein pondered for a moment and spoke. You interrupted my reading. Why didn't you knock first? The house elf's bulbous eyes instantly filled with terror and tears. It dramatically began to bang its head against the floor. Oh, Dobby. Dobby disturbed Mr. Black's reading. It is all Dobby's fault. Dobby must punish himself. Stop, Dobby. Ein was surprised to find that this house elf was, in fact, a pivotal character. But that was of little importance. At Ein's command, Dobby ceased its self-punishment. Gazing up at Ein with tear-filled eyes. Oh, Mr. Black is truly too kind. He cannot bear to see Dobby punish himself. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby is the worst. Unworthy of being a house elf. Ein, however, wore a rather sinister smile, his cerulean eyes glinting with persuasion as he looked at the house elf before him. It's all right, Dobby, Ein's soothing voice whispered in the elf's ear. I shall grant you an opportunity to assist me, so you need not feel remorse. What does Mr. Black need Dobby to do? Dobby will do anything, Dobby said, its large eyes sparkling with excitement as it looked at Ein. Dobby, come here. Ein beckoned the elf. And the moment Dobby drew near, the tip of his birch wand suddenly gleamed with light. Out of body, Dobby's eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit. Dobby, remember, Ein Black has said nothing to you today, nor has he done anything to you. Ein's voice fell into Dobby's ears. Tonight, while Lucius is not paying attention, bring me the diary he treasures most. Dobby nodded uncontrollably, and in the next moment, its previously vacant eyes gradually regained their luster. Dobby looked at Ein with confusion, as if struggling to recall why it was there. Come now, weren't you going to invite me to dinner? Ein stood up, straightening his robes. Suddenly, Dobby's expression cleared. Yes, Master invites Mr. Black to dinner. Very well, lead the way. Ein smiled slightly and left the guest room. Chapter 42. The diary in the guest room of Malfoy Manor. Ein sat at the desk, with a black leather diary on his left and Shock. He Does This in the Dead of Night, Part 2, on his right. System. Oh my, it appears a lazy fish has begun to undertake tasks. Ein. Oh, it seems the system has started to speak in human language. System. So what do you intend to do? Directly confront the Dark Lord and tell him you wish to assist him in merging souls. Ein. Shoo, he is still a child. System. Still a child. He is one of the most terrifying villains in this realm, a piece of the pie. Ein. Indeed, he is only 16, still just a child. Ein gently caressed the diary's black cover. The system felt a chill. System. If you tell him directly, he won't believe you. Ein. Exactly so. Ein retrieved a quill, dipped it in ink, and opened the diary. Ein. I shall tell him a bedtime story. Ein began to write. Today marks the 198th day since I lost my son, and I miss him dearly. The freshly written ink vanished without a trace. Ein waited for a moment, and upon receiving no response, he continued writing. Oh, my Merlin. I would trade everything to have my son back. After a brief pause, the diary finally could no longer contain itself and began to reply. Good day, sir. The words that appeared were written in beautiful cursive, adorned with elegant flourishes. The letters slender and graceful. Ein suddenly recalled a certain Slytherin whose handwriting bore striking similarities, albeit with a sharper stroke, particularly when grading his potions assignments. As he mused, he continued to weave his tale. Who are you? How did you come to be in this diary? Typically, one's handwriting reveals much about their emotions. However, Ein's own writing, resembling a dog's scrawl, was insufficiently revealing for the young Dark Lord to deduce anything. I am sorry to hear about your son. Would you be interested in sharing more stories about him? Ein continued to write. Ah, my son, he is a student at Hogwarts, just recently turned 16, still a child indeed. In fact, you remind me somewhat of him. If my son were still alive, I would give everything for him. Ein wrote rapidly, stifling yawns, appearing bored and nonchalant. Then he must also be an exceptional Slytherin? The diary inquired. Ein scoffed softly and began to write. Slytherin? No, no, how could he possibly be a Slytherin? That house is home to that lunatic. What lunatic? The diary was evidently intrigued. As Ein silently relished the Dark Lord's predicament, he continued writing with ill intent. That person? Tom Riddle. Ein composed himself calmly. You don't know? Tom Riddle, that notorious lunatic. What did he do? The diary inquired, unable to contain its curiosity, the elegant handwriting now laced with urgency. Ein smirked. The entire world was aware of that lunatic. He had once been remarkably handsome, only to ruin his looks by splitting his soul into pieces like slices of toast. And then, the diary pressed, even dropping its previous formalities. And then, of course, he became a madman and was sent to Azkaban. Ein concluded, TSK, what a beautiful face, utterly disfigured. Tell me, is this the work of a human? What of his soul fragments? The diary grew increasingly anxious. Ein, conversely, found himself halted, sensing some of his vitality seeping into the diary. He chuckled coldly. Suddenly, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Perhaps this matter can be deferred for another time. I shall take my leave to rest. Without waiting for the young Voldemort from the Gryffindor house to respond, Ein decisively closed her notebook. Ein mused. He still dares to make a move against me. Let him experience the despair of an abrupt cessation of updates. The system chimed in. You truly lack a sense of humanity, don't you? Smiley face. Ein replied, just watch. In a couple of days, my foolish son will be clamoring to call me father. With a sense of satisfaction, Ein placed the notebook at a distance, preparing to drift into slumber, and casually cast a plethora of isolation and confinement spells upon it. The following day heralded a joyful Christmas Eve, and Ein blissfully slept until she awoke naturally, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the diary. Clad in a robe and slippers, she groggily made her way to the first floor, only to find that the entire Malfoy family was already awake. Ein, you have finally awakened. Draco exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. I was waiting for you to open presents with me. Narcissa, however, gave Ein a disapproving glance at her exposed ankle, commenting, Ein, you ought to wear socks properly. The weather is frigid, and even warming charms cannot provide complete insulation. Ein scratched her head, replying, Aunt Narcissa, I'm not cold, with a resigned shake of her head. Narcissa acquiesced and accompanied Ein. Ein sighed in relief. Sitting on the sofa was Lucius, perusing the Daily Prophet, exuding the demeanor of a refined gentleman. He greeted Ein, saying, Thank you for your gift, I truly appreciate it. Lucius elongated his tone, yet there was no ulterior motive behind his words, merely an expression of gratitude. Ein offered a shy smile in response. Soon after, Ein approached the Christmas tree, where she discovered a delightful array of gifts awaiting her. Ein, come and eat first. Since you rose so late, I had the house elf prepare a special meal just for you. Narcissa gently patted Ein on the shoulder. All right, Aunt Narcissa. Ein thought for a moment before responding, I would like to open my gifts in my room, if that's all right. Of course. Narcissa smiled faintly and turned to instruct the house elf to carry Ein's Christmas gifts upstairs. Draco, looking dejected, remarked, I was hoping to open presents with you. Ein smiled gently. You will love the gift I got for you. Draco's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Really? What is it? Ein merely smiled and began to eat, while Draco fidgeted, eager to unwrap all his presents immediately. After indulging in the opulent breakfast prepared by the Malfoys, Ein resolutely ascended the stairs, ready to commence the gift unwrapping festivities. Chapter 43, Unwrapping Gifts. As Ein was returning to her room, Lucius looked up and said, There will be a Christmas gala at the Royce Manor tonight, Ein. If you wish to prepare, this evening presents an opportunity you should not forego. His words bore an ambiguous undertone, causing Ein to momentarily suspect that he might know about her taking the notebook. However, upon reflection, she concluded that he likely had not discovered it yet. His implication seemed to be that he hoped she could integrate into the aristocratic circle. TSK. What is so appealing about that insipid world? It appeared that Ein's reluctance was almost palpable, yet Lucius did not press her further, only expressing a hint of exasperation. You are the last scion of the Black family. If you wish to truly inherit the legacy of the Blacks, cultivating certain connections could be quite beneficial. Fine, I understand, Ein replied, pouting slightly. Your dress will be delivered to your room shortly, Lucius added before returning to his Daily Prophet, while Ein made her way back to her guest room. At that moment, the house elf had neatly arranged a plethora of gifts beside her bed. Elated, Ein sat down and began the joyful process of unwrapping her presents. The first gift she unveiled was a book titled A Synopsis of Ancient Alchemy. Upon seeing the signature, she confirmed it was from Hermione. Next, she unwrapped another book. The Alchemical Magic Guide, which was a gift from Ron. Anne found herself momentarily speechless, pondering whether she truly appeared to be such a bookworm. Continuing, she opened Harry's gift, which turned out to be a beautiful pendant adorned with a gemstone that strikingly resembled the color of her own sky-blue eyes. Lucius and Narcissa gifted her a splendid wizarding cloak, embellished with fine, shimmering sequins that exuded elegance. Blaise presented her with a concealed wand holster, designed to seamlessly hide her wand beneath her robes while allowing for easy access. Anne immediately affixed it to her spare wand. Then, Anne opened Draco's present, revealing a miniature Anne figurine, complete with blinking blue eyes, appearing adorably cute. The final gift bore no signature, yet the familiar sharp script instantly revealed its sender. It was a vial of specially concocted Felix Felicis, likely tailored by Snape to suit Anne's unique constitution, resulting in a deeper hue compared to the standard potion. Anne exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful it is to unwrap gifts." The system responded, "That little model is quite amusing." Anne inquired, "Are you referring to the figurine Draco sent?" "Indeed." Anne retorted, "It tarnishes my grand and imposing image." The system quipped back, "Oh, grand and imposing?" Anne snapped, "You ought to be silent." Feeling somewhat discontented, Anne pouted. For although her adult physique was already tall, it lacked the robust strength she desired. She resolved to cultivate a strong physique and become a formidable figure. In her vexation, Anne decided to vent her frustrations in the diary. "Today is Christmas, and I am overwhelmed with sorrow. I can vividly recall last year's date when my son called me father so adorably." Anne began to write, and the diary responded, "Please accept my condolences. We last spoke about that slice." The writing abruptly halted. Anne feigned ignorance and probed, "Slice of what? I am unaware of whom you are speaking." The previously elegant script of the diary began to show signs of agitation, appearing somewhat angry. "The slice, you lunatic." Anne smirked. "Oh, you mean that individual?" "Indeed. He is quite the lunatic." The diary eagerly inquired, "What happened next? How did it end for him?" Anne, composed, feigned ignorance. "What? Did I not tell you before? He was sent to Azkaban." The diary pressed, "And what of his soul fragments?" Anne nonchalantly replied, "Those soul fragments." Then paused. "How curious. Why are you so interested in that lunatic?" Suddenly shifting her tone, Anne began to interrogate the diary. "I hadn't realized until now that this notebook bears the name Tom Riddle. What is your connection to him? You cannot possibly be that lunatic, can you?" The diary hurriedly clarified, "I am merely a memory encapsulated here. I have no relation to that Tom Riddle whatsoever." "Oh, is that truly the case?" Anne continued to write. "Do you genuinely have no connection to Tom Riddle?" "Absolutely, sir," the diary quickly assured. Anne slowly twirled her quill, deliberately delaying her response. "Why do I feel as though you are deceiving me?" The diary began to show signs of anxiety. "Sir, I have no reason to deceive you." "Do I? There exists no conflict of interest between us. I have no reason to harbor any ill will towards you." "This is quite a reasonable assertion." Anne continued to write. "So, do you have any further inquiries?" Anne imagined that if the diary could express emotions, it would likely wish to obliterate itself at that very moment. Nevertheless, even the youthful Voldemort maintained clarity of thought, swiftly concocting a suitable excuse for himself. He adeptly delineated the current interests shared between the two of them, contemplating from a broader perspective. However, his counterpart was none other than Anne, who was already fully aware of everything. Anne continued to inscribe, "Thus, you have yet to elucidate why you place such importance on that lunatic." Anne was curious to see how Voldemort would fabricate his response. "In truth, you have noticed that the name Tom Riddle is inscribed upon my front page." The diary began to slowly reveal its words, attempting to convey its sorrow through its deliberate pace. Yet Anne merely furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with the diary's sluggishness, and casually retrieved Salazar's storybook to peruse while he waited. "I was once a blank diary, merely a vessel for memories. At that time, the individual we have just discussed inscribed his name upon my front page using dark magic, establishing a certain degree of binding between us. You are aware of Tom Riddle. He is indeed unhinged, and thus I yearn to sever our connection." Anne let out a scoff, nearly applauding Voldemort for his impressive storytelling. Anne promptly replied, "Why should I assist you? You are not of any significance to me." Chapter 44, A Son Acquired. "Sir, I regret learning of your son's tale. If it would not inconvenience you, I am of the same age as your son. Allow me to serve as a companion in his stead." This time, Voldemort genuinely invested in his admission, not only acknowledging his insanity, but willingly offering himself as a son. Anne clutched his abdomen, laughing uncontrollably upon his bed, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. "Sir?" The diary, receiving no response for an extended period, manifested new text. Anne stifled his laughter, his hand trembling slightly at the pen's tip. "Do you truly wish to be my son?" Voldemort misinterpreted Anne's shaky handwriting as excitement and quickly responded, "Yes." if you desire it. Excellent, excellent, good son. Ein's laughter caused his pen to tremble so much that he nearly lost control of his writing. Ein, ha ha ha, oh my. I could die from laughter. Ha ha ha. System. Ein, Voldemort has genuinely become my son. This is a matter I could relish for 100 years. System. What to do? It truly is amusing, yet I must maintain my composure. Ein. Today, I shall bestow some privileges upon dear Father's good son. System. What privileges? Ein. Let him feel a father's profound love. System. Meanwhile, the diary seemed unable to contain itself any longer and decided to inquire. So, about that fragment of Tom Riddle's soul we mentioned earlier. Ein struggled to suppress his laughter as he wrote with a trembling hand, word by word. You see, those fragments have, of course, been nearly destroyed. Is it truly that simple to obliterate them? The diary appeared to experience a slight existential crisis, its letters beginning to float. My dear son, are you truly that foolish? Ein wrote with earnest intent. There are indeed many methods to destroy a soul embedded within an object. Moreover, the fragmentation of the soul has rendered that lunatic mentally unstable. Hence his madness. The diary fell silent, seemingly reconstructing its worldview. However, fear not, dear child. Your father will ensure you receive a new body. The diary remained contemplative, taking some time before its letters gradually appeared. Can I truly possess a body? Your father, being a practitioner of alchemy, can certainly grant a being of your intellect its own physical form. Voldemort within the diary fell into deep thought, contemplating the veracity of this man's assertions. Rest assured, father would never harm you. Ein wrote with flourish, laughter causing him to shake uncontrollably. You are indeed father's cherished son. All I do is for your benefit. I would never question my father's good intentions. Voldemort hastily professed his loyalty. The diary appeared to experience a physiological aversion to the term father, opting for a more formal expression. Yet this was sufficient to nearly send Ein rolling off the bed in laughter. What a good boy. After Ein finished laughing, he contentedly wrote, Soon, father will take you to absorb some vitality. Do not inadvertently harm anyone. The diary seemed to suddenly fall into an odd silence. What? Do you think your little tricks can deceive father? Ein raised an eyebrow as he wrote. However, it is true that father can fashion you a body. Do not entertain thoughts of undertaking anything inappropriate that might provoke father's ire. The diary remained mute, and Ein, having nearly finished his admonitions, set the diary aside. After all, it would be quite some time before the diary could manifest a semi-corporeal form. Ein had no concerns about being exposed. He was, in fact, eagerly anticipating Voldemort's reaction upon discovering the deception. Ein. Ha ha ha. I could not breathe from laughter. This version of Voldemort with only a fraction of his intellect seems rather dim-witted. System. It is 1/8. The system answered languidly. Ein. Diary, locket, gold cup, diadem, ring, Nagini, Harry. No errors there, a total of 7. System. And the main soul. Ein. Oh, the fragmenting maniac. Ein pondered for a moment before retrieving another book from the collection in Diagon Alley and began to read. He and his 7 husbands simultaneously seek divorce. System. Strangely fitting. Thus, as it neared the time for the banquet, Draco burst excitedly into Ein's room, nearly eager to assist Ein in changing into formal attire. Ein swatted Draco's hands away and temporarily expelled the bothersome creature from his chamber. Ein leisurely donned his own formal robe. He chose a pure white fitted wizarding robe, which accentuated his skin like exquisite mutton-fat jade, his blue eyes sparkling enchantingly. A pair of sapphire cufflinks mirrored his eyes, dazzling enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Upon seeing the charming young Ein, Narcissa nearly wished to embrace him and inhale his essence. Truly, he is adorable. Lucius timely reminded everyone that it was time to depart. As dusk began to fall, the opulent Malfoy carriage had already transported everyone to the Royce estate. The Royce family's enterprise centers around wine. Hence the garden was replete with clusters of plump purple grapes. A grand fountain at the entrance flowed with rich red wine. From a distance, a figure clad in a black formal robe greeted Lucius. Lucius, astonished, turned to the newcomer. Severus, I never anticipated you would agree to attend such a gathering. Lucius's tone clearly revealed more disbelief than surprise. He found it hard to believe that Severus, who typically eschewed such frivolous and time-wasting aristocratic social events, would make an appearance. Severus's countenance bore a slight grimace, and he remained silent, evidently not fond of such venues. However, Snape instinctively cast a glance at Ein. Lucius raised an eyebrow, his gaze flitting back and forth between Snape and Ein, before he suddenly let out a soft chuckle. Severus, you truly are something else, he said with a hint of mischief, causing Snape's expression to darken further. I mean no offense, but it appears you are quite smitten with young Ein. Lucius's smile faded, yet the corners of his mouth retained a subtle upward curve. Snape chose to ignore his somewhat insufferable platinum-haired friend. Soon after, Ein followed Lucius and Snape to the heart of the evening's festivities. Given the esteemed status of the Malfoy family and the presence of the Serpent King, the banquet commenced shortly after their arrival. Mr. Royce, the evening's host, was a kindly, jovial middle-aged man with neatly combed brown hair slicked back into a prominent pompadour. As Lucius leaned in to whisper something to Snape, his voice was low, but Ein, standing close by, caught the words. Royce wore a perpetual smile, and after Lucius finished speaking, he remained silent. Yet you still chose him, Snape murmured through gritted teeth, compelled to lower his voice. There's no alternative, Lucius shrugged. He is the most adept among the remaining old aristocracy in England. Ein requires his assistance. Snape refrained from voicing his opinion. Mr. Royce stepped toward a podium at the front. Dear friends, thank you for gathering at Royce Manor for this delightful Christmas banquet. I hope you all enjoy a splendid evening. Polite applause rippled through the audience. With a warm smile, Royce continued, Tonight, I would like to introduce two new friends. Lucius leaned closer to Ein, whispering, Don't be nervous, just greet everyone when the time comes. Ein nodded, somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Snape took Ein's hand, adopting the stance of a protector. Ein felt a sudden flutter in his chest. As predicted, Mr. Royce began the introduction. Our young Mr. Black, Ein Black, hails from the esteemed Black family, and he was only returned to England by Mr. Malfoy last year. All eyes in the room turned toward Ein, drawn by Royce's outstretched hand. Ein instantly donned a flawless, practiced smile, his strikingly beautiful face exuding an air of deception. A pleasing appearance was undeniably a crucial criterion for aristocrats when deciding whom to respect. After all, beauty often signified strength in one's capabilities. Countless gazes scrutinized the youth who appeared to be on the verge of being elevated to the position of heir to the Black family by Lucius. The boy showed no signs of timidity. Instead, he smiled graciously, allowing the scrutiny of the entire assembly to wash over him. Amidst the multitude of glances, Ein perceptively detected a piercing gaze that unsettled him, prompting him to furrow his brow. The sensation was strangely discomforting. However, that gaze soon dissipated, lingering only briefly on his eyes. Roy smiled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Now, allow me to introduce our second esteemed guest, a remarkable gentleman from Germany, Mr. Iser Onvato. As Roy spoke, a middle-aged man in a wheelchair emerged from the shadows. He had golden hair and a strikingly handsome face, reminiscent of a youth filled with unparalleled charm. Although seated, he radiated an air of authority befitting one accustomed to high status. Ein furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that the unsettling gaze he had sensed earlier likely emanated from this very man. The attendees, perceptive as they were, recognized the extraordinary presence of Mr. Iser Onvato. Yet, Royce had no intention of elaborating further. Those wishing to learn more would have to inquire during the forthcoming reception. The gathering swiftly transitioned into a lively exchange of toasts and conversations. Guests began mingling with acquaintances or seeking new introductions. However, Ein glimpsed another side of Snape. The aloof demeanor he had imagined, one that would render him isolated from the aristocratic circle, did not manifest. Of course, he was not effortlessly navigating the social waters either. Numerous heads of households, eager to cultivate a rapport with the greatest potion master of the age, attempted to engage him, but Snape rebuffed them with impeccable politeness and poise. Noticing Snape seemingly preoccupied, Ein glanced at Lucius and Narcissa, who were busy attending to other guests, and then at Draco, surrounded by other Slytherin children. Before happily making his way to the banquet-esque beverage area, Ein's eyes sparkled. Since arriving in this world, he had not tasted a single drop of alcohol. Given that Royce's estate was renowned for its vineyards, he anticipated that the wines would be exquisite. Skillfully, he opened a bottle of red wine and poured himself a glass. Just as he was about to indulge when a hand intercepted his own. Taken aback, Ein initially thought it was his potion master keeping a watchful eye on him. But upon looking up, he met the gaze of a pair of deep blue eyes, reminiscent of the vast ocean, seemingly capable of piercing through one's very soul. He sensed the faintest intrusion upon his memories. The moment their eyes locked, Ein quickly averted his gaze. Ein, I have a comment that I'm unsure is appropriate to voice. System, you have already spoken. Ein X, a type of plant. I must learn mind shielding techniques upon my return. Such behavior is rather inappropriate, Ein thought, casting a sideways glance at the man in the wheelchair, attempting to maintain an expression of displeasure while avoiding direct eye contact. The man, however, laughed softly. Child, you must not drink wine. Ein's brow twitched. That doesn't seem to concern you, does it? The man's lips curled in an amused smirk. You are indeed a sharp and intriguing young lad. Ein, you're the child. Your entire family are children. I am of age. Ein tugged at his hand, but it remained firmly in place. He pulled harder, still unable to escape, and his wrist began to redden. As he prepared to splatter the wine onto the man, A deep voice resonated beside him. I sincerely appreciate Mr. Onvado's oversight of this unruly child. However, I believe I can take it from here, Snape said, holding up his glass and gently swirling the crimson liquid. His gaze warily fixed on the man in the wheelchair. Despite sitting, the man emitted an aura that matched Snape's stature as the Slytherin head. Snape's wariness intensified. This man was exceedingly dangerous. Onvado flashed a broad smile. Indeed, it is best to leave the supervision of a child to their protector. Releasing his grip on Ain's wrist, the oppressive hold vanished, and Ain's arm felt suddenly liberated. Yet, in the next instant, Ain's wrist flicked, causing the entire glass of wine to spill onto the man's lap. Chapter 46, The Christmas Banquet. Ain splashed a glass of wine, leaving Severus momentarily stunned, as did the man who had been doused. Severus, after a brief pause, furrowed his brow deeply. Meanwhile, the man in the wheelchair, after a brief moment of surprise, unexpectedly burst into laughter. He gazed at Ain, who wore a defiant expression, and then glanced at Severus, who was scowling at the troublemaker, before casually waving his hand. Instantly, the wine stains on his trousers vanished, an impressive display of nonverbal magic. Even with the current advancements in magic, silent spells remain beyond the grasp of many. However, they are nonetheless mastered by several exceptional wizards. In contrast, wandless magic is an ability reserved for only the most elite practitioners. Severus, being capable of such silent and wandless enchantments himself, recognized the extraordinary prowess of the man before him and felt increasingly vexed by Ain's antics. The man in the wheelchair seemed disinterested in confronting Ain, instead observing the rebellious youth before him with mild curiosity. The boy's eyes bore a striking resemblance to someone, yet his temperament was vastly different. Onvado reflected quietly before abruptly losing the desire to engage the boy in conversation. Ain, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, appeared poised to act again, but was swiftly quelled by Severus's warning glare. Ain muttered, "What a shame. He was the one who initiated the trouble." The system cautioned. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Ain replied with a playful smirk. As time passed, Ain felt the weight of scrutinizing gazes from all directions. However, thanks to the wheelchair-bound man's presence, the orphan of the Black family, who was no stranger to public attention, did not draw excessive notice. The silent, wandless magic display had certainly caught the eyes of many. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Ain's culinary pursuits. Although Severus's watchful presence prevented him from fully indulging in the pleasures of alcohol, the Argentine shrimp and Asmara caviar on the table remained undeniably exquisite. After a while, Lucius approached Ain, gently patting his shoulder. Ain, cheeks puffed, was busy devouring a large French escargot. Lucius raised an eyebrow. Ain, finish up. I'll take you to meet someone. Ain chewed thoughtfully and then playfully patted Lucius's shoulder. Let us go. Lucius's lips twitched slightly as he met Ain's innocent gaze and Severus's sardonic smile. He discreetly drew his wand and cast a cleaning charm on the stained white formal where that Ain had touched, also applying a few cleaning spells on the young boy himself. Lucius then guided Ain to a slightly balding, plump gentleman. Ain, this is Mr. Jorson, the head of the Department of Magical Affairs responsible for aristocratic inheritance matters, Lucius conveyed with subtle implication. Mr. Jorson, this young gentleman is the orphan of the Black family. Ain Black. Mr. Jorson squinted his small eyes, his smile exaggerated. Ah, so this is young Mr. Black. Quite the handsome lad with a promising future. Ain flashed a charming smile. Hello, Mr. Jorson. Greetings, greetings, Mr. Jorson responded warmly, though a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. As you know, my wife, being a former member of the Black family, has always been deeply concerned about their affairs, Lucius remarked with a professional facade, his tone laced with habitual arrogance. Ain couldn't help but wonder if Lucius's seemingly solicitous demeanor might provoke a negative reaction. However, it was evident that these officials held Lucius in high regard. Despite his requests and somewhat haughty attitude, Mr. Jorson's demeanor remained amiable. Rest assured, Mr. Malfoy, the ministry will handle the matters concerning the Black family with utmost diligence. We will ensure your satisfaction, Mr. Jorson assured. Lucius smiled contentedly, but Mr. Jorson's tone shifted. However, the inheritance process may require some time, as there are quite a few intricate steps involved. Mr. Jorson frowned, his beady eyes darting between Ain and Lucius. Lucius raised an eyebrow, preparing to respond when Ain's clear voice chimed in. Then I shall leave it in Mr. Jorson's capable hands. I am still quite young, and even after inheriting the Black family's assets, I may need to rely on Mr. Jorson's assistance, Ain said, his beautiful brows arched in a smile. Lucius looked at Ain with surprise. He had expected Ain to be more straightforward and less adept at navigating the complexities of such discussions, akin to Severus. Yet, the lad's surprising finesse was reminiscent of seasoned aristocratic capitalists. Ha ha ha, Young Mr. Black is jesting. It is indeed my honor to assist you, Mr. Jorson replied, clearly charmed by Aine's words. It seemed that Aine's innocent appearance, coupled with his status as the heir of the Black family, made him a delectable prize to many. Lucius pondered the disappearance of his diary, realizing it was prudent to warn his old friend that this boy was no mere lamb. Lucius glanced towards Severus, who was now surrounded by a group of nobles attempting to engage him in conversation, his expression one of irritation as he cast sidelong glances in their direction. Lucius, feeling a mischievous streak, decided against alerting his friend to the impending social chaos he would face. It was amusing to envision what lay ahead for Severus. Meanwhile, Aine, whose inner maturity belied his youthful exterior, discerned the intentions of the ministry official before him. He decided to play the role of the compliant child, painting a flattering picture with his words, knowing that he had not truly committed to anything substantial. Taking a sip of juice, Aine blinked his sky-blue eyes innocently. Christmas was spent amidst this rather mundane, yet oddly fruitful gathering. In the days that followed, Aine's time was primarily occupied with crafting personas for his diary, exchanging banter with the father of his adopted son, and occasionally sparring verbally with the system, all while enduring Draco's intermittent intrusions. Yet, throughout this period, Aine had not encountered Severus at all. Chapter 47, Return to School. As the Christmas holiday came to a close, Aine and Draco boarded the Hogwarts Express, sharing a compartment. Throughout the journey, Aine listened to Draco ramble on about trivial matters. Aine, you know what? I absolutely adored the Christmas gift you sent me, Draco exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Sure, Aine replied, his tone lacking enthusiasm, his expression one of indifference. After all, anyone would grow weary of hearing the same sentiment repeatedly over an entire summer. The dragon model you gifted me is precisely what I wanted most, Draco continued, undeterred by Aine's apathy, bubbling with excitement. It's a Norwegian Ridgeback, one of the fiercest dragon breeds. Just imagine if I could raise a dragon. How incredibly cool that would be. Sure, Aine reiterated, clearly uninterested. Aine continued to feign disinterest, pondering that perhaps this semester he might finally realize his aspirations. After calculating the days, he surmised that the Gryffindors should soon discover Hagrid's dragon. He resolved to carve out some time to assess the situation. Sitting in the carriage, Aine rested his head on one hand, his cerulean eyes gazing dreamily out the window. Outside, a vast expanse of white stretched before him. The fields that had once flourished with summer crops were now blanketed by a thick layer of snow. Such was the winter in London. Aine exhaled onto the glass, and in the fog that formed, he traced a large heart with his finger. Draco, taken aback, observed Aine's rare display of childlike wonder. Oblivious to Draco's scrutiny, Aine instinctively inscribed Snape in the center of the heart after completing his drawing. Draco stared, momentarily dumbfounded. Aine, you. Draco appeared as though he wished to speak, but hesitated. Upon hearing Draco's voice, Aine paused briefly before leisurely continuing to draw an arrow that pierced through the heart and the letters spelling Snape. What's the matter? Aine asked, unrepentant. As he looked at Draco, Draco hesitated, his gaze shifting between Aine and the artwork on the window, before finally replying, nothing. Satisfied, Aine returned his gaze. System. Smiley face. I see through it but won't speak of it. Aine, are you the same? System. What on earth are you talking about? Aine, do you wish to be struck through the heart by my arrow? System. This is absurd. Aine, I was once dubbed Cupid, if you beg me. I might just pierce your heart, and then shoot a public system for you to pair up with. System. What nonsense. When did our system differentiate between genders? Aine, oh, asexual reproduction, perhaps. System. That's not right. What nonsense. Besides, even if there were genders, why would I be the female? Aine, TSK. With that little proud demeanor of yours, you still aspire to be the male? System. Smiley face. And you dare to speak? Aine, what? Am I not handsome, composed, and mature enough? System. Smiley face. In life, it is crucial to possess a sense of self-awareness. As for Draco, witnessing his godfather's transformation from a grand heart to an arrow piercing through, he felt a complex array of emotions. However, he soon realized that the person before him was Aine, which brought him a sense of relief. It was not surprising for Aine to act in such a manner. Thus, Draco and Aine sat together on the Hogwarts Express, returning to school. The welcome feast upon the students' return was particularly lavish, and those who had stayed over Christmas were filled with excitement. Harry, glancing over the long tables, cast a fervent look at Aine. Aine responded with a smile, igniting an even more intense gaze from Harry. Meanwhile, Snape, who had not been seen for most of the winter break, sat indifferently at the staff table. His eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to the raucous chatter of the students or the presence of Quirrell, who was harboring Voldemort's essence. Aine, feeling somewhat perplexed by his earlier behavior on the train, found himself glancing around, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with Snape. Upon noticing Ein's averted gaze, the oppressive atmosphere around Snape seemed to drop several degrees, rendering Quirrell hesitant to engage him in conversation. During the evening feast, many struggled to swallow their food, each harboring their own thoughts. Particularly, Ein, burdened with his own concerns, completely lost his usual appetite, merely pushing his food around before abandoning his utensils. As the crowd moved towards the dormitories, it came as no surprise when Snape summoned Ein. "Ein Black," Snape's cold voice called out, halting the boy amidst the throng. "Come to my office." Draco, standing beside Ein, immediately understood the implications, his eyes filled with sympathy for his godfather, while his gaze towards Ein brimmed with admiration. Confused, Ein glanced at Draco before following Snape. Unbeknownst to them, in a shadowy corner, a chocolate-skinned boy clenched his fists tightly, having witnessed the interaction between Ein and Snape. In the potions classroom, Ein had lost count of how many times he had visited this place over the past semester. It was likely more frequent than his trips back to the dormitory. "Take out your wand," Snape's cold voice commanded, and in the next moment, a flash of red light filled Ein's vision, causing him to instinctively shut his eyes. When facing an enemy, do you simply shut your eyes and allow them to manipulate you at will? Snape's voice was frigid, laced with a hint of anger. "Now, treat me as your enemy and attack me in whatever manner you deem fit." Snape flicked his wand. "Ah, why?" Ein furrowed his brow. "But you are Severus. How can I possibly attack you?" Snape remained silent for a moment, steadily advancing towards Ein, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. When he stood directly in front of Ein, the distance between them closed to mere inches. Leaning down, Snape's deep voice, imbued with an unsettling intimacy, whispered in Ein's ear, "Ein." For the first time, Snape called Ein's name with such gentle, lingering tones. The breath brushed past Ein's ear, causing his cheeks to flush. Snape continued, "At present, we can be colleagues, or even friends. However, should there come a day when I am no longer your colleague or friend, but instead, your—" Snape paused, then continued, "your enemy. What will you do?" Chapter 48, The Capture of the Mind. "If one day I become your enemy." The words hung in the air like a spell, casting an inexplicable heaviness upon the two. Ein remained silent, his head bowed, his ears burning as he gazed at Snape, who appeared oddly captivating. Snape suppressed his own peculiar feelings and continued, "Thus, you must learn to protect yourself." "Professor," Ein's clear voice suddenly shattered the oddly intimate, yet sorrowful atmosphere. "There will never be such a day." Ein abruptly lifted his head, his cerulean eyes piercing through the darkness, locking onto Snape's unfathomable black depths. "There will never be such a day," Ein declared with conviction. Snape fell silent for a moment before a cold laugh escaped him. "A first-year child? What right do you have to say such things? Your only task is to grow up well and safeguard your life, both now and in the future." "Professor, I can do much more than you think." Ein remained calm, entirely unaffected by Snape's scorn. Snape was momentarily ensnared in a strange silence, scrutinizing the boy before him. Indeed, it was still the familiar Ein. Yet, the boy had seemingly shed his innocent facade at some point, revealing a sharp and profound essence. He sparkled like a finely polished gem, radiant and alluring. Snape was fortunate enough to witness the entire process of the gem's refinement. In that moment, this gem shone in his grasp, evoking an irresistible desire to possess it. After all, this gem was so dazzling, yet only he could perceive its brilliance. "Do you comprehend your situation?" Severus Snape did not directly refute Ein. Instead, he employed a roundabout approach, continuing, "You have become a thorn in the side of a force you are utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, you lack the formidable backing of a savior. Thus, it is only you who can safeguard yourself." Ein silently scoffed within. Isn't the leader of the savior's entourage none other than Snape himself? "System, I cannot allow you to use such an absurd description." Ein, "Oh, is that not the case?" "System," Ein coldly derided in his heart. "Indeed, he is the beloved son of the white moonlight." "System," Ein continued with icy sarcasm, "what a pity that the father of the white moonlight son is not himself, but rather his own mortal enemy." "Humph." "System," smiley face, "I detect a different aroma." Ein rolled his eyes internally, choosing not to engage further with the system. "System, what's wrong? Did you not previously declare your unwavering support for Snape?" Ein, "Oh, did I say that?" "System, would you like me to pull up the records for you?" Ein, "Be quiet." A wave of inexplicable irritation spread across Ein's expression. Snape, noticing Ein's impatience and annoyance, presumed his provocation had worked and prepared to press on. "So, you should." Snape's words were interrupted by Ein. "All right, since you wish to instruct me on self-preservation, then first teach me the art of mental occlusion." Ein furrowed his brow, his face clouded with displeasure. Now it was Snape who was taken aback. "Mental occlusion? Ein, what's wrong? Is it not permissible? If you cannot even teach me that, What else do you intend to impart? Ein turned to leave the office. For the first time, Snape felt threatened by a student, and he thought he should abandon this audacious brat, letting him experience the harshness of the world and the terror of the Dark Lord. Only when he was filled with regret would he return, weeping at Snape's feet, begging for instruction. Snape maliciously envisioned Ein, tear-streaked and kneeling in supplication for protection, yet his hand reflexively grasped Ein's wizarding robe. What are you doing? In reality, there were no tears or pleas, only a strikingly beautiful face glaring at him with indignation. Snape's temples throbbed, but he suppressed his negative emotions, striving for a calm tone. Very well, I shall teach you mental occlusion, but during this time, I will also impart other dueling techniques, which you must diligently learn. Ein hesitated, his mental calculations clattering noisily. After much deliberation, he reluctantly acquiesced. All right then. Ein's reluctant agreement only heightened Snape's irritation. Now clear your mind. Snape pointed his wand at Ein, his gaze suddenly sharp, invoking legitimacy. The significant memories were well guarded by the system, leaving Snape with only mundane recollections. At that moment, Snape glimpsed the memory of Ein unwrapping Christmas gifts. Damn Zabini, does he even know what gifting cufflinks signifies? Snape cursed inwardly, raising his wand again. Legitimacy. The vision unfolded to reveal Ein calling Dobby over, then fading away. Just then, a powerful sense of rejection propelled Snape backward. Had Snape finally lost his temper? His anger reached a boiling point, and he demanded, what was that? Ein blinked innocently. Ah, it's nothing, just that a new DLC for Castlevania has been released. Snape glared at Ein, his dark eyes piercing as if attempting to see through him. Ein, failing to deceive, surrendered to nonchalance. Well, if you have the skill, go ahead and keep looking. Ein shrugged indifferently, internally urging the system to shield that memory as well. The system, however, mirrored his apathy. Such memories are unrelated to the system. Please resolve them on your own. Legitimacy. This time, Snape was evidently serious, the invasive sensation more intense than before, compelling Ein to begin clearing his mind. This time, he unearthed the memory of their collaboration in bullying Bogart atop the tower. Legitimacy. Next, it revealed a night when Ein strolled past a portrait and chatted for half the night. Legitimacy. Then came the moment when Ein encountered Harry in Privet Drive. Snape momentarily halted his mental intrusion. The youth before him looked pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if recovering from a severe illness. Snape abruptly ceased his examination, and as Ein faltered, nearly collapsing, Snape caught him in his arms. Chapter 49, The Constraints of the Diary. Ein had anticipated that Snape would question him about Privet Drive or Dobby, and he was frantically devising excuses. However, Snape did not pursue those matters. Instead, he simply gazed deeply at the person in his embrace. The sensation was as soft and delicate as ever, the form of a boy not yet fully matured. Due to the after effects of the mental invasion, the body in his arms was slightly warm, and through the fabric, Snape could feel the stickiness of cold sweat. The boy was rarely so vulnerable, languidly leaning against him, breathing heavier than usual. Yet, Snape found himself inappropriately recalling the young man he had seen in Nocturne Alley. If that young man were to collapse in his arms like this, Snape remembered the soft sensation of the young man's waist when he had held him. This boy harbored countless secrets, and it was indeed necessary for him to learn the art of mental occlusion. However, the boy had chosen his own path. Snape pondered that perhaps he need not press further, for, if he could protect the Savior, he could also safeguard the individual before him. An intense urge to protect this person surged within Snape. The impending war would eventually arrive, but Ein would not be at the center of the storm. Thus, Snape believed he could shield him. As for the Savior, Snape recalled the person he had once protected with his life, falling into a rare silence. That was a sin he ought to atone for. Of course, at that moment, Snape was unaware of the fundamental differences between Ein and Harry. If the Savior attracted trouble, Ein was a troublemaker himself, entirely incomparable. We shall continue tomorrow. Snape's unusually gentle tone resonated above Ein's head, prompting him to regain his composure and stand upright. Well, I shan't tell you. Ein thought for a moment before adding seriously. Snape remained silent. Subsequently, Snape retrieved a peculiar concoction resembling a stamina potion from his potion cabinet and handed it to Ein. Drink this. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein tilted his head back and drank. Snape, uniquely sarcastic, remarked, "You dare drink without knowing anything." Ein mumbled, "You wouldn't harm me." Snape's mind flickered, but his tongue remained unyielding. "I assume your giant brain is aware of a potion called Polyjuice Potion. Rest assured, anyone attempting to imitate you will only invite disaster." Ein raised an eyebrow. Such acerbic wit was not easily replicated by just anyone. Furthermore, Ein lifted his gaze, his cerulean eyes fixed on Snape, evoking an illusion of unparalleled gentleness and focus. How could a potion not of your own making possibly affect me? As Ein unsteadily made his way back to the dormitory, Draco wore a frown beside him. Ein, you are still quite young. You must take care of your health. Draco began to worry like a concerned father. Ein glanced at Draco with confusion, responding with a casual HM. Draco sighed inwardly. Today's youth simply do not heed advice. Lost in thought, he proceeded to commence his evening skincare routine. The following morning heralded potions class. The Slytherin table was enveloped in a serene hush, while the Gryffindor side buzzed with chatter and lively exchanges. On the first day of term, during Slytherin's potions lesson, Ron slumped over the Gryffindor table, his expression one of utter despondency. Come on, Hermione rapped Ron on the head. Neville hasn't even spoken yet. Indeed, Neville remained silent, struggling to stand as his legs trembled beneath him. At the Slytherin table, Draco casually inquired, Ein, has your constitution for potion-making improved? Ein pondered momentarily. I suppose not. Having been barred from the cauldron by Snape for some time, Ein was uncertain about his current capabilities in potion-making. Nevertheless, he contemplated his plans for the day and reached a decision. Upon entering the potions classroom, Ein deliberately lingered. And just as Draco appeared on the verge of tears from anxiety, he finally pulled him inside and settled at a table in front of Eric Box. In the next instant, the classroom door swung open with a forceful shove, and Snape strode in, his black robes billowing. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief, entirely unperturbed by the piercing glares behind him. Take out your textbooks. Today we shall concoct the energy potion. Indeed, the very potion designed to fill your ogre-like brains with a bit more vitality. Snape began the lesson coldly, then instinctively glanced at the unusually compliant Ein. Something was amiss. The astute double agent quickly sensed Ein's peculiar demeanor, heightening his scrutiny of him. During the potion-making process, Draco and Ein partnered up, with nearly all their actions occurring beneath Snape's watchful eye. Even someone as capable as Draco felt a twinge of nervousness. Ein, however, remained remarkably unperturbed. He observed Draco as he handled the ingredients while discreetly sliding his hand into his pocket, caressing the black leather notebook within, which shuddered in response. To recount the events of the previous night, after ensuring Draco had fallen asleep, Ein mustered the strength to rise, having cast the isolation and light-repelling charms. He then retrieved the black notebook. My dear child, do you wish to obtain a corporeal form? Ein wrote fervently. The notebook promptly responded, Of course, father. Have you found a method? Method? Not yet, but I have located a mobile blood bag for you. I noted pensively before continuing to write. Mobile blood bag. The notebook hesitated in its display. I mean to provide you with someone whose vitality you can siphon, thereby sustaining your semi-corporeal state long enough to facilitate the reconstruction of your body. In such a scenario, it would be considerably easier. Ein patiently elucidated to Voldemort. How could a 16-year-old Voldemort be so foolish? Such ineptitude in attempting to create Horcruxes. I can't fathom which lunatic guided him. The image of the wall he had encountered flashed through his mind, accompanied by the memory of a face resembling an orange peel. Ein scoffed. Sometimes the old fox, the White Lord, proved to be far more troublesome than the Dark Lord. Father, are you not afraid that I may betray you once I obtain power? The notebook sought to employ a tactic of emotional manipulation. Ein took the bait and replied, I am indeed concerned, yet I am willing to trust you. After all, you are my obedient son. A malicious smirk crept upon Ein's lips as he inscribed father in the notebook. Before the entry was complete, he hastily struck through Voldemort's intended words and added, when adults are speaking, children should not interrupt. The notebook remained silent. Chapter 50, An Unbreakable Oath. Although I trust you, my dear son, it would be prudent for us to establish an unbreakable vow. The notebook remained quiet. Ein contemplated for a moment before writing. Speak, father, you may proceed. After careful consideration, the notebook replied, Father, I am somewhat fearful of the unbreakable vow. What if I inadvertently break it? I fear death. Without a hint of compassion, Ein wrote, then engrave the vow into your actions. Remember not to transgress it. The notebook attempted to resist. Father, I believe that an unbreakable vow would undermine the trust between us. Ein remained composed. However, your refusal to pledge undermines my unilateral trust in you. The notebook tried to plead. Father, can we forego the vow? I promise to be good. Ein replied coolly. You may choose not to swear, coincidentally. I recently learned a new spell called the Fiendfire Curse. Perhaps it would be better if I sent you directly to the afterlife. The notebook fell silent. Satisfied, Ein called out for Winnie. The last time she had brought him food at Hogwarts, she appeared before him with a snap. What can I do for you? Winnie began to inquire, mistakenly assuming this student merely desired a midnight snack, only to find herself, soul extracted. Ein cast a spell upon Winnie, her eyes glazing over. At this moment, I require you to serve as a witness for an unbreakable vow, but you must forget everything that transpires tonight, and, under any circumstance, you will forget all that occurs today. Ein's voice resonated in a soothing manner in Winnie's ear, and she mechanically nodded in agreement. The system quipped from the sidelines. You truly are something else. Ein rolled his eyes. You're no better. He placed his hand upon the notebook while Winnie held Ein's spare wand, directing it towards where their hands overlapped. Tom Riddle, do you vow to never harm Ein Black in any form, under any circumstance? The notebook seemed momentarily stunned by Ein's direct address of his name, as if it understood that its previous facades had been thoroughly penetrated. Despite the complexity of his thoughts, the notebook honestly displayed, I do. A beam of light emitted from the wand, entwining around their hands. Tom Riddle, do you vow to never harm another's life? Under any circumstance? I do. Tom Riddle, do you vow to prioritize Ein Black's wishes above all else? Simultaneously, I pledge to refrain from any actions detrimental to you and to do my utmost to aid in the reconstruction of your body. I do. The contract was sealed. Ein wagered that if Voldemort were not merely a notebook, he would undoubtedly wish to eliminate him. But what did it matter? He had accomplished what he set out to do, and having handled Winnie, he tossed the notebook into his bag and collapsed into bed. Indeed, there was nothing more delightful than sleep. The system remarked, "Huff, it sounds like a marriage vow." Ein retorted, "Be quiet." The system added, "You only feel secure because he is just a notebook. Wait until he has a physical form." Ein, having signed the deed of servitude. What can he possibly do to me? System. Suddenly, I feel a tinge of pity for Voldemort. However, at this moment, Ein remains oblivious to the fact that the ostentation he displays in his diary will eventually have to be repaid before the true soul. Time rewinds to the potion class. Ein smacks his lips in annoyance. Snape is watching too intently, leaving no opportunity to blow up the cauldron. Just as Ein prepares to take a desperate gamble and thrust his wand into the cauldron, his delicate wrist is seized. What do you intend to do, Ein Black? The cold, somewhat frigid grip belongs to Snape. Ein pouts. It's time to stir 5 times clockwise. Snape regards Ein with suspicion. There is no infusion of magic involved. It is merely stirring, pure stirring. Ein blinks innocently at Snape. Slowly, Snape releases Ein's wrist. In a moment of elation, Ein finds his wand snatched from his grasp. Stirring does not require a wand. You may retrieve your wand after class, Snape states with complete clarity, turning his back and walking away with indifference. Ein, was my sincerity insufficient? The system coldly replies, sincerity, indeed, far too sincere. Ein, then why does he not believe me? System, perhaps because your sincerity has never borne good fruit. Ein, that is prejudice. System, no, it is foresight. Ein feels a twinge of dejection. In front of everyone, he cannot produce a spare wand and can only watch with longing as Draco operates, attempting to convey his intent through his gaze. Draco, feeling Ein's piercing stare, is unnerved. Why do you keep looking at me? Draco finally whispers, unable to contain his curiosity. Ein responds with a haunting look. I'm watching to see when you blow up the cauldron. Draco recalls his flawless record since the start of the term and dismisses the thought. Blow up the cauldron? That is something only Longbottom would do. Just as Draco's thoughts conclude, a loud explosion resounds. Ein nearly leaps for joy. Longbottom's cauldron has exploded again. Joy and jubilation ensue. The focus of the crowd shifts entirely to Longbottom, who is now a swollen mess, tears streaming down his face. Snape, though scolding, swiftly uses his wand to control the situation, ensuring that the Gryffindors escort Longbottom to the hospital wing. This sequence of events unfolds with a fluidity that captivates the audience, as it is not their first encounter with such chaos. Boggs is no exception. Recently, Boggs has had a rough time. After several failed attempts to entrap the individual named Black, it seems that Senior Lestrange is growing increasingly dissatisfied with him. Damn Black, damn Malfoy, they all deserve their fate. Boggs seethes as he slices the daisy roots in his hand, glaring daggers at Ein, who sits before him. At that moment, the explosion occurs. Lestrange glances toward the source of the blast, and indeed, it is the foolish Gryffindor Longbottom, who has made a complete mess of himself, looking utterly pig-like. Lestrange maliciously enjoys the spectacle before returning to his own work. Chapter 51. He wishes to raise dragons. Suddenly, he sharply raises his head. It seems that Black just cast a glance in his direction while he was focused on Longbottom. Damn it, did he do something to my cauldron? Boggs glares at Ein, only to find that Ein has shifted his gaze elsewhere, leaving him staring into emptiness. He hastily checks his own cauldron. Everything seems fine. Was Black's glance merely a figment of his imagination? Not long after, Boggs discovers a black leather diary in his backpack. Initially, he considers handing it over to Senior Lestrange, but recalling that Lestrange has been rather dismissive of him lately, he decides to keep it for himself. Even so, he hesitates to open the diary, as it instills in him a sense of foreboding. After a considerable time, when the diary remains peacefully nestled in his backpack, Boggs finally musters the courage to open it. The pages are blank, seemingly awaiting someone's inscription. After a brief moment of hesitation, he writes, Wednesday, Hogwarts, clear. Words begin to materialize on the pages. This period is unusually tranquil, as if everything is concealed beneath a turbulent surface. Meanwhile, Ein is wholly unconcerned. As a father, he is well aware of his son's persuasive capabilities and feels no anxiety. Instead, he worries about a different matter, the various alchemical materials he requires. Ein discreetly informs Draco to prepare a vast, secluded location and to gather individuals skilled in dragon care. Draco is taken aback. Ein, are you planning to establish a Gringotts-like enterprise? Raising dragons privately is illegal. Ein contemplates, what if it were for security? Draco replies, unless it's a family heirloom from one of the oldest wizarding families with a dragon, which must be reported to the Ministry of Magic. It is not permissible. Ein sighs in defeat. Just as Draco believes Ein has abandoned this fanciful notion, Ein quietly states, then we shall have to do it clandestinely. Draco nearly spills half a bottle of de-wrinkling potion on his face. His expression is one of incredulity. You can't be serious. Ein remains silent, simply fixing his earnest gaze upon Draco. Faced with Ein's rare seriousness, Draco reluctantly nods, acknowledging that while it is feasible, his actions certainly cannot evade his father's scrutiny. Who would undoubtedly intervene? He wouldn't dare interfere, Ein muses. With Lucius' diary still in his possession, he feels he holds a significant advantage. Raising a dragon is not unreasonable, and he is certain his father will turn a blind eye. What Ein does not anticipate is that while Lucius may not confront him directly, he has chosen to inform on him. When Snape, in a whirlwind of black robes, seizes Ein by the collar as one would a chick, Ein's expression darkens. Professor, please put me down. Ein struggles in midair. Other students look on as Snape unceremoniously drags Ein to his office. Raising dragons? Snape's voice drips with danger. Finally on solid ground, Ein rubs his neck, red from being yanked. Ah yes, Ein does not even attempt to disguise his intentions. It seems necessary to reserve a spot for you in Azkaban, to give your foolish dog of a cousin and your mad aunt an opportunity for a family reunion. Being discreet shouldn't be a problem, Ein mutters. Besides, even if discovered, I am about to inherit the Blacks. Having a dragon in the ancient lineage of the Black family isn't unreasonable, is it? Snape glares at Ein in silence. Ein, with his bright blue eyes darting, then playfully tugs at Snape's robes. In the past 6 months, Ein seems to have grown taller. Previously, he could only grasp the hem of his robes, but now he can easily reach the waist of his wizarding attire. Professor, I wish to raise a dragon, please. Ein began to whine, his cerulean eyes sparkling with a dazzling light. Snape remained impassive, yet internally, he felt a tumult of emotions. As he contemplated whether raising a dragon in his own name might mitigate the repercussions for Ein if discovered. Please, Professor. Ein persisted, tugging at Snape's robe, the fabric brushing against his skin, igniting a slight itch, yet Snape did not pull away. Observing the unyielding demeanor of the man before him, Ein grew impatient. He rose onto his toes, wrapped his arms around Snape's neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Professor, please. This time, Snape finally reacted, with a stern expression. He grasped the collar of Ein's robe and ushered him out of the office. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind Ein. He scratched his head, pondering, Snape must be thoroughly annoyed with me and has decided to relent. System, guess again. Ein, haha, what is there to guess? It must be just that. System, hee. Ein, what's wrong? Surely no one would be shy and scowl like that. System, hee. Ein, impossible. System, smiley face. Knowing too much is truly a bother. I have to endure it daily. Ein stood at the door for a moment, convinced that Snape had acquiesced, and gleefully returned to the dormitory to share this delightful news with Draco. When Draco learned that Snape had indeed agreed to Ein raising a dragon, his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Upon hearing the circumstances of Snape's agreement, Draco could only pick up his dislodged chin in speechless astonishment. What was there to say? Oh dear, Godfather. With the groundwork laid, Ein began to intercept others. On another weekend, the Gryffindor trio excitedly received a small note, and Ein and Draco blocked their path. What are you doing? We're not going to the library today, Ron said nervously. We're going to see Hagrid. He might be hostile towards you, Hermione deduced astutely. Harry remained silent, merely regarding Ein with his deep green eyes. Ein, inappropriately, thought to himself how striking Harry's eyes were. No wonder Snape could protect him for a lifetime based solely on that gaze. Truly, he was blessed, surrounded by so many guardians. Chapter 52, Polyjuice Potion. Ein raised an eyebrow. We intend to accompany you. Hermione's brow furrowed with concern. Although Draco was reluctant to go, he felt compelled to support Ein at that moment. After all, between the Gryffindor trio and Ein, he would undoubtedly choose Ein. Indeed, we shall accompany you, Draco affirmed, aligning himself with Ein. Ron, agitated, exclaimed, I told you it's inconvenient to bring you. What makes it so inconvenient to bring us? Is there something illicit? Draco challenged, raising an eyebrow. There's nothing illegal. Ron retorted angrily, adding, "Besides, can your family compete with the level of illegality?" Draco's ire was ignited, but at Ein's prompting gaze, he managed to temper his emotions, seizing upon the flaw in Ron's words. "Oh, so, it seems you're off to do something illegal?" Draco raised an eyebrow, suppressing his anger and adopting a look of amusement. "You," Ron fumed, readying his wand. Hermione quickly restrained him. "Ron, magic is prohibited in the corridors." "But how could they say such things?" Ron was on the verge of tears, having expected camaraderie from those he considered friends. Yet, he failed to realize that he had been the first to speak hurtfully. "Ron." Hermione was about to offer a heartfelt response when he collapsed, eyes wide in confusion as he gazed into the void, not knowing who had cast the stunning spell in that final moment before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Hermione watched in disbelief as Harry, who had drawn his wand at some point, had incapacitated both of his teammates. Without a word, Harry seized Ron and instructed Draco, "Give me a hand." With mixed emotions, Draco picked up Hermione and a princess carry, bringing both of them into a nearby concealed classroom. Harry then extracted his wand and cast a forgetfulness charm on Hermione, mindful of maintaining his Gryffindor persona. Just as Draco took a sip of Ron's polyjuice potion and Ein downed a generous bottle of Hermione's, the freshly transformed Gryffindor trio made their way to Hagrid's hut. "This skin is absolutely dreadful. How can there be so many freckles on my face?" Draco incessantly complained about his new form, lamenting that it felt like the dry wood from the shed at home. "Is this truly the skin of an 11-year-old? "Draco," Harry called, exasperated. "What is it?" Draco replied. "It's already terrible. Must I be silenced as well?" He frowned. "And this red hair, it does not align with my aesthetic." "Then why did you drink Hermione's polyjuice potion?" Ein interjected. Draco muttered under his breath, "I was hoping to give it to you." Ron's potion looked unpalatable. "Draco," Harry pondered before deciding to finish his earlier thought. "You really look just like Ron back there." Draco promptly fell silent, his heart aflame with indignation. Unable to discern where to direct his frustration, being compared to Weasley was the utmost insult to a Malfoy. There was no comparison. Ein, however, was thoroughly intrigued by his new body, exploring every inch and even giving a tentative squeeze to his newfound curves. Ein mused. As Ein attempted to explore the unfamiliar contours of his form, Harry could no longer contain himself and seized Ein's hand. "What is the matter, Harry?" Ein blinked innocently. Unbeknownst to him, despite Hermione's brown eyes before him, Harry sensed something uniquely Ein within those depths. He instinctively averted his gaze, admonishing, "Ein, please refrain from any peculiar behaviors." Ein obediently placed his hands down, but his eyes continued to wander, examining his body. Hee. So this is how a girl's body is structured. System, do you know what you resemble right now?" Ein puffed out his chest, "A great beauty?" System coldly retorted, "No, you resemble a perverted creep." Ein. Approaching Hagrid's hut, Ein and Draco synchronously resumed normal human behavior, even mimicking the speech and mannerisms of the individuals they had transformed into. Harry observed the instantaneous transformation of the two individuals before him, reflecting deeply on the stark contrast between Slytherin and Gryffindor. He took the initiative to knock on the door. "Hey, children, you've arrived," Hagrid exclaimed with a smile as he wiped the sweat from his brow. The moment the door swung open, a wave of oppressive heat surged forth, causing the remaining two, aside from Harry, to instinctively frown, though they refrained from voicing their discomfort. "Come in and have a seat. Little Norbert is about to hatch," Hagrid declared, setting several chairs before them and casually plopping down on the floor in front of his roaring fireplace. Inside the hearth, the flames blazed vigorously, with a massive dragon egg at their center. "A Norwegian Ridgeback," Draco shouted excitedly upon spotting the egg. Hagrid cast a curious glance at Ron, who seemed oblivious to the specifics of dragon species. Draco suddenly realized that Ron, in his naivete, was unlikely to recognize the type of dragon egg. The last time we saw a dragon egg, Hermione researched it and found out that it was a Norwegian Ridgeback, Harry explained to Hagrid with a gentle smile, recalling Ron's persistent fascination since then. "Ah, I see," Hagrid responded, chuckling. "It's quite normal for young boys to be interested in dragons. I dreamed of raising one myself when I was a child. Now, I can finally fulfill that wish." Harry discreetly nudged Ein. Ein blinked in surprise. System, proceed with the plot." "What do you mean, huh?" Ein recalled the storyline and Hermione's characteristic demeanor, furrowing his brow and adopting a stern tone. "Hagrid, but you promised us you wouldn't raise a dragon on your own." The half-giant's face immediately displayed reluctance. "Oh yes, I know. I just wanted to keep it until it hatched and grew a bit more. But it will be as big as your house in just a few days." Ein continued firmly, insisting that the creature must be sent away immediately after hatching. Hagrid let out a sorrowful whimper. "I just want to keep it a few more days now." Chapter 53, The Hatching of the Dragon. "No," Ein asserted with conviction. In such a hot room, and under these dreadful conditions, I do not wish to return a second time. We must resolve this in one go. Ron had already contacted a dragon specialist, who would come to retrieve Norbert that very day. Ein suddenly faltered. Norbert. Draco seamlessly interjected. Yes, Norbert, I nodded. Channeling Hermione's authoritative presence, insisting that the dragon must be sent away today. Hagrid's pitiful demeanor was genuinely vexing, causing Ein to break out in goosebumps. As Ein contemplated, he added, Hagrid, but you can at least witness its hatching, can't you? Hagrid, still disheartened, managed to smile and agreed. Just then, the dragon egg began to stir. Oh, Norbert is about to hatch, Hagrid exclaimed, and the three immediately crowded around the fireplace. Draco gazed at the egg with fervent enthusiasm as Ein observed the shell and glimpsed the dragon's blood, flesh, and scales through the crack, while Harry felt a rare thrill of excitement. Norbert, my dear Norbert, look over here, Mama is here. Hagrid's words successfully shifted the atmosphere from anticipation to discomfort. Gradually, a small claw emerged from the egg, followed by a tiny dragon head. The little dragon struggled to break free from its shell, finally collapsing on the ground with a puff of breath after emerging. The dragon seemed slightly dazed, unsure of which of the four enlarged faces to focus on, glancing around before ultimately fixing its gaze on Ein. Perhaps Ein was the only beautiful female present at that moment. The little dragon extended its tiny claw, seeking a cuddle. Ein hesitated. While the alchemical materials appeared undeniably adorable, and she was inclined to confirm their quality, the egg fluid covering the dragon made it difficult for her, given her intermittent compulsive cleanliness. While Ein grappled with whether to offer a thorough cleaning, Hagrid had already rushed toward the little dragon, affectionately calling it Mama. Startled, the little dragon emitted a small fireball in response. Hagrid, unfazed by the potential singeing, robustly reached out to grab the dragon. The little creature began flapping its wings, darting around to evade him, while Hagrid mistook its antics for playful banter, grinning foolishly. The remaining three looked on, speechless at the unfolding scene. Eventually, after one of them grew tired, a small fireball erupted from its mouth, singeing Hagrid's beard. Hagrid, far from angry, appeared delighted, exclaiming, Norbert must recognize his mother. Look, the little one is full of vigor. Indeed, indeed, Ein echoed, drawing out her wand. She contemplated the half-giant's magical resistance and weaknesses. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Ein cast 3 consecutive spells at the same spot on Hagrid's neck. Hagrid remained upright, turning in shock to look at Ein, attempting to articulate a response. Sleep, sleep. Simultaneously, Harry and Draco unleashed 2 more stunning spells at the same spot on Hagrid's neck. Finally, the half-giant succumbed to the 5-fold stunning spell, collapsing heavily to the ground. The little dragon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, witnessing the once pursuing half-giant now motionless, and it collapsed onto the table, heat billowing from its nostrils. What do we do now? Draco asked, wiping the sweat from his brow with a hint of anxiety. What if we make them forget everything? Ein suggested after a moment of deliberation. Let them completely forget about the dragon. That might not work. Harry pondered for a while. I have a feeling Dumbledore knows everything we've done. He seems to have some ulterior motive guiding us. Ein thought to herself, indeed, guiding you towards the defense of the Philosopher's Stone, setting you up as pawns from the very start of the school year. The chilling realization of Dumbledore and Snape's eventual fates made Ein yearn to storm into the headmaster's office to deliver a swift curse. Calm down. You cannot defeat Dumbledore, the system advised. Humph, but someone can, Ein retorted. Yet, the pressing matter at hand required resolution. After much discussion, they decided to suitably alter everyone's memories. Hagrid's memory would be modified to reflect that they had taken Norbert to Ron's brother, Charlie. Subsequently, he would simply fall asleep. Hermione and Ron's memories would be altered to indicate they intended to escort the little dragon to the astronomy tower. But Harry felt that 3 was too many for the task and decided to go alone with the invisibility cloak, leaving the 2 to encounter an attack by masked Slytherins on their way back to the dormitory. As for Charlie, Draco's father would ensure the matter was handled discreetly by applying pressure to keep it under wraps. Thus, Ein's dragon-rearing plan was astonishingly realized. How utterly incredible. At this moment, Ein, Harry, and Draco concealed themselves beneath Harry's invisibility cloak, clutching a box containing the little dragon. Draco had prepared to meet the individual receiving the dragon at the astronomy tower that very night. For reasons unknown, Ein felt a lingering sense of unease. At this moment, Draco's polyjuice potion had worn off, yet Ein, having mismanaged her dosage, still appeared as Hermione. An ominous intuition prompted Ein to prioritize altering Hermione and Ron's memories first. This back and forth caused a delay, and as midnight approached, curfew loomed. After considering the situation, Ein turned to Draco and said, "You should return to the dormitory." Draco responded. Ein, I harbor an unsettling premonition. Will you trust me? Though Draco was exceedingly reluctant, he could not defy Ein's desires. Thus, he could only watch as the other two, cloaked in invisibility, discreetly departed. Harry, of course, relished the opportunity to be alone with Ein. As for the possibility of being caught and the potential deduction of Gryffindor points, who truly cared? Ein remained apprehensive. But before Harry, it was not appropriate to reveal the Marauder's map. Instead, he anxiously escorted the small dragon to the astronomy tower. After bidding a reluctant farewell to his little dragon, Ein gazed longingly as it was taken away. As he observed the dragon's retreating figure, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze and tugged at Harry's sleeve, urging him to move. However, Harry remained still. Ein, what? Following Harry's line of sight, Ein turned to look behind him. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had silently trailed behind, devoid of any sound. At that moment, the man stood not far behind, arms crossed, coldly scrutinizing the two. Chapter 54, Snape and Harry. Snape, Harry whispered, his emerald green eyes darkly fixed on the man. Addressing the professor by name incurs a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape's calm voice resonated sharply in the quiet night. Unlike his usual Gryffindor bravado, Harry did not erupt in anger. Instead, he regarded Snape with a scrutinizing and hostile gaze. The atypical demeanor of the savior drew Snape's attention for a moment. But soon his focus shifted to the small witch attempting to retreat behind Harry. Out after hours incurs a deduction of 50 points from Gryffindor, Snape continued, his tone devoid of warmth. Harry's expression remained unchanged as he continued to scrutinize the man while protectively shielding Ein behind him. Snape, amused, commanded, come out. Startled, Ein flinched. Professor Snape, please be gentler with the lady. Isn't that one of Slytherin's principles? Harry replied, maintaining his composure while perfectly guarding Ein. Finally, Snape granted the White Knight some of his attention. With a derisive smirk, Snape retorted, Harry Potter, do not presume your little tricks will work on me. If you wish to maintain your facade as a foolish lion in Gryffindor, I advise you not to provoke my ire. Otherwise, I have countless methods to make your life miserable, even if you are Dumbledore's golden boy. Snape's piercing black eyes bore down on the boy with emerald irises. Yet, he no longer felt the familiar disorientation. Once, when facing those eyes, he would experience a fleeting moment of distraction, as if something could be seen beyond them. But it had been too long enough that he could no longer discern the emotions he once held for those eyes. Perhaps it was after the last death when he finally let go of those eyes, or perhaps Snape's gaze instinctively fell upon the small witch, nearly shrinking behind Harry to avoid his sight, a mocking curve forming on his lips. I'm black. Snape's deep voice resonated. Shall I personally drag you out? Professor Snape. I am Hermione Granger. You have mistaken me for someone else, Ein squeaked, attempting to assert herself. I believe Miss Granger has already been subdued in one of the classrooms you passed by, Snape replied, eyeing the hint of brown hair peeking out from Ein's disguise. Observing the awkwardness of the situation, I shall repeat myself. Come here. Snape's voice carried an edge of anger. Ein understood that it was best not to provoke the furious man at that moment, and thus she obediently stepped out from behind Harry. Mr. Potter, will you choose to return to the Gryffindor dormitory now, or shall I summon Professor McGonagall to discuss the reasons for your nocturnal escapade? Harry shot a deep glance at Snape, then cast a worried look at Ein before clenching his teeth and turning to leave. Damn Snape, one day. Harry, cloaked in invisibility, vanished from sight before the two. Very well, now it is just us, Snape said, arms crossed, looking down upon the small witch before him. Truly an eyesore, he thought to himself. Snape casually seized Ein by the back of her collar, preparing to drag her back to his office, causing her to stumble slightly. After all, she was still adjusting to the unfamiliarity of a female body, her flexibility and pain tolerance evidently inferior to those of her male counterpart. Ein's eyes prickled with tears. Snape paused, releasing her, and coldly instructed, follow closely. Do not let me catch you attempting any more tricks. The two arrived at the familiar potions masteress office. A vial of potion was presented before Ein, who, without hesitation, tipped it back. Snape had indeed altered the potion's flavor. Ein smacked her lips, feeling the taste was considerably improved. What? Would you like another vial? Snape's deep voice carried a hint of mockery. As Ein drank the potion, she transformed from the brown-haired, brown-eyed witch back into the azure-eyed boy. Much more pleasing. Snape silently assessed. So, this is your method for raising dragons? A complete erasure of memory combined with manipulation? Snape sat in his office chair, exuding authority as he regarded the bewildered boy standing before him. Well, isn't it quite effective? Ein scratched her head, uncertain of what had provoked the Dark Lord's ire this time. Snape often became irate for inexplicable reasons. Ein dared to glance up at Snape, only to find herself locked in the depths of his obsidian gaze. It should have been intimidating, yet she surprisingly did not look away. His eyes are captivating. Like black pearls, Ein mused inwardly. However, Snape continued to emanate an aura reminiscent of a Serpent King. Had it not been me tonight, but another professor. Have you considered the consequences? Snape's tone remained icy. A total erasure of memory? Snape chuckled in disbelief. What grants you the confidence that your meager magical prowess could erase the memory of a professor? Ein. Confidence from Lockhart. System. If you have the ability to think, you should dare to speak. Ein replied dismissively. No ability, no ability. Reflecting on her predicament, Ein sincerely lowered her head in apology. I am sorry, Professor. I acted without due consideration, and I am fortunate to have you here. Raising her head, a youthful and cheerful smile illuminated her face. If it weren't for you, Professor, I might truly have been in dire straits. Thank you. Snape's resolve softened momentarily. Consider this a warning. He tapped the desk as a caution. Your dragon-rearing activities will henceforth be under my supervision. You best prepare yourself. All right. Ein acquiesced readily, or rather, she had never truly perceived Snape as an outsider. After all, dragons are sizable creatures, and she could always allocate a portion of her alchemical resources to him, ensuring there was no conflict. System, you might as well be slow-witted. Ein. Just as Ein joyfully strolled from Snape's office back to the dormitory, an unexpected figure appeared before her. Ein instantly retracted all semblance of a smile. His entire body tensed, and the wand concealed within his sleeve trembled slightly. Relax, my child, murmured Dumbledore, leaning against the wall. His robe adorned with stars and moons appearing particularly eerie in the twilight. Though the hour is quite late, would you care to join me in my office for a cup of bedtime milk? It would be a privilege. Chapter 55, Dumbledore's Confrontation. Dumbledore's office was adorned with warm hues, and while a phoenix was supposed to grace the shelf beside him, it was currently absent. The room was lined with portraits of former headmasters, most of whom were resting with their eyes closed in their frames. This was, in a strict sense, Ein's first direct confrontation with Dumbledore. He reflected on his foresight in seeking Snape to practice the mental occlusion technique, realizing it was indeed remarkably prescient. Please, take a seat. My child. Dumbledore casually transformed a cup into a sofa, causing Ein to momentarily freeze in surprise. With a playful wink, Dumbledore added, just a little trick. You shall learn it in due time. Ein hesitated, his words caught in his throat. No, I meant to say, Professor. Dumbledore settled into his chair, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, his azure eyes fixed upon Ein. Ein glanced at the sofa, then at Dumbledore's cup. So, will you still be using this cup after? Dumbledore merely responded. System. Ein, what? Is my inquiry unreasonable? System. It seems the old fox has encountered such a question for the first time in many years. Ein shrugged dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence, and took a seat on the transformed sofa. Would you like something to drink? Honey tea? Pumpkin juice? Dumbledore, ever the composed figure, quickly regained his usual demeanor. Rest assured, it is a cup that has never been transformed into a sofa. Dumbledore winked at Ein, while Ein's gaze was drawn to his vast collection of books. Wow, Headmaster, your library is truly extensive, Ein exclaimed, enviously eyeing the bookshelf. System, yet, I have not seen you exhibit much fondness for reading. Ein, that is sheer prejudice. Prejudice. Observing Ein, who was impervious to pressure and deftly evading the topic, Dumbledore felt a flicker of intrigue rather than impatience. Inviting you here tonight was rather sudden. Dumbledore explained, I happened to encounter Harry during my night rounds, and he enlightened me on the reasons for your nocturnal escapades. Dumbledore's gaze bore into Ein. Now might you, a mere youth, elucidate what you were up to so late at night? Ein scratched his head in confusion. Ah, did you not say that Harry had already informed you? Dumbledore replied, perhaps Mr. Black would prefer to recount it directly to me. Ein chuckled. Why not ask Professor Snape? I have already shared everything with him. Dumbledore. This young lad was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Severus. Dumbledore sensed a shift in the once reliable double agent he had come to depend upon, although he could not pinpoint any explicit evidence. Yet, an instinct whispered that something was amiss. Even the savior, Harry, was likely still a good child. However, this Ein Black seemed poised to introduce considerable unpredictability. All right, Headmaster. Ein exclaimed, snapping his fingers, his eyes curving into a smile. There is something I must tell you. This Christmas, there was a gentleman, well, he claimed to be from Germany, Ein said, glancing at Dumbledore, his peripheral vision catching a flicker of wariness in those azure eyes. TSK. Simply mentioning Germany has made you so alert. You truly are the white wizard who has shaped and vanquished 2 generations of dark wizards. That gentleman asked if I were a student at Hogwarts, to which I affirmed. He then inquired about you, Headmaster Dumbledore, Ein added, his gaze dropping slightly in embarrassment. Dumbledore lifted a cup of honey tea to his lips, feigning nonchalance, though his hand trembled slightly. Are you well, Headmaster? Ein inquired, a hint of concern playing on his lips. I am quite well, merely taken aback. Did that gentleman mention anything else? Dumbledore queried, still scrutinizing Ein. Ein's gaze shifted upwards, adopting a classic expression of recollection, though he began to fabricate. He said he had an acquaintance whose eyes resemble mine. Ein continued. He lamented that the two of them were in different countries. That sounds like an intriguing tale. Dumbledore smiled, setting down his cup. I wonder if I might have the honor of hearing the entirety of it. Ein was taken aback, fearing that his fabrication had been uncovered. Yet he realized that Dumbledore enjoyed such whimsical discourse, likely hoping to glean more from the narrative. Having pieced it together, Ein began to recount. Half-truthfully, that gentleman exuded a formidable presence, though he did not divulge much more information. However, what is it? Dumbledore pressed. That gentleman's leg. It seems he cannot stand. Ein watched Dumbledore's expression subtly shift. Thank you, Mr. Black. Perhaps I may now address you as Ein, Dumbledore replied, his countenance momentarily shifting before returning to its usual geniality. Of course, Headmaster Dumbledore, Ein remarked, glancing at the untamed tufts of hair atop Dumbledore's head, suddenly feeling a pang of sympathy for Grindelwald's aesthetic. Thank you for indulging an old man with tea at such a late hour. Perhaps staying any longer would impede your studies tomorrow. Dumbledore began to usher him out. You are quite right, Headmaster. I shall take my leave for the dormitory now. Good night. Headmaster, Ein said, rising with a cheerful smile as he departed. As he left, he discreetly placed a telescopic eye upon Dumbledore's desk, the action executed with great stealth. After Ein's departure, Dumbledore casually transformed the sofa back into a cup, and after a moment of contemplation, placed the cup on a high shelf he seldom utilized. He then cast a glance at the telescopic eye, which he believed to be cleverly concealed. Ah, the Slytherin boy. Dumbledore did not even need his wand. With a mere wave of his hand, he reduced the telescopic eye to dust. Yet, unbeknownst to Dumbledore, the pattern on that cup seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Perhaps not, but it did not hinder it from standing atop Dumbledore's transparent glass cabinet, quietly surveying the entirety of the office. Produced by Bokingbach, the transparent monitoring device. The telescopic eye was merely a facade from the very beginning. Later that night, as Ein wandered through the castle, he donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the scene of Dumbledore's office appeared instantly within the left lens. Chapter 56, The Philosopher's Stone. With the metal-framed glasses perched upon his nose, Ein beheld the entirety of Dumbledore's office. He observed Dumbledore remain motionless in his seat, undisturbed, until Ein eventually returned to his dormitory and lay upon his bed. Just as Ein was preparing to remove the glasses and surrender to sleep, abandoning his surveillance for the day, Dumbledore finally stirred. He approached the bookshelf and extracted a particular tome. With a gentle tap of his wand, the book flipped open to a specific page, dislodging a slip of parchment. Dumbledore retrieved the note and returned it to the book. As Ein squinted to discern which book it was, he overheard Dumbledore softly utter the name Gellert Grindelwald while clutching a note. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Ein suddenly became alert. He swiftly retrieved the Marauder's map and meticulously scoured it, confirming that Dumbledore had indeed left the grounds of Hogwarts. Ein exclaimed, "Goodness gracious." The system remarked, "I wager a box of data disks that note is a key." Ein replied, "That goes without saying. He must be going to see Grindelwald. Probably to check on him at Nurmengard." The system concurred, "That seems likely." Ein mused, "Wait a moment, system. As a system, you ought to know more than I do. How come you're unaware that Dumbledore possesses a key?" The system retorted, smiley face. "I only have the original material, just like you." Ein scoffed, "Useless." The system shot back. "Having read the original text is already a significant advantage. What more do you want?" Although Ein was bickering with the system in his mind, he was swiftly getting dressed, ensuring that he didn't disturb Draco, who was sleeping beside him. Just in case, Ein cast a series of silencing and sleeping spells on his good roommate. The system inquired, "What are you up to?" "It's the dead of night." Ein replied, "And what's wrong with that? My nightlife is just beginning." The system questioned, "So? What are you planning to do now?" Smiley face. Ein declared, "Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts." The system asked, "So?" Ein pressed on, "Dumbledore is not at Hogwarts. Don't you find that phrase rather familiar?" The system speculated, "Are you suggesting?" Ein affirmed, "Yes, I intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone." The system fell silent. Ein asserted, "Right now." He adeptly made his way to the Yolary, using his left hand to scribble a crooked letter. The system questioned, "Aren't you going to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Ein replied, "Of course, isn't that the perfect scapegoat?" Once the letter was complete, Ein sent it off to Quirrell. Having just finished his letter, he confidently strolled to the end of the corridor on the 4th floor, and with an incantation of Alohomora, he opened the door. Inside, the furious growl of the three-headed dog echoed. Ein skillfully pulled out a sunflower seed and cast a transformation spell, turning it into a harp. The system asked, "A sunflower seed?" Ein explained, "Ever since you made that crunching sound in my mind last time, I've been a bit peckish." The system responded, "Like this? Crunch, crunch." Ein retorted, "Be quiet." At that moment, the three-headed dog stood atop the trapdoor, and I knew he had to devise a way to divert its attention. He entered the room, executing a series of agile leaps to the corner. The three-headed dog charged at him with a growl. Ein dodged just in time and began to play the harp. The melody, a reflection of Ein's musical prowess, inexplicably resembled, "I am a cheerful boy, a cheerful boy. My talent is smiling. Look at my upturned lips," albeit with a slight variation. Nevertheless, it sufficed to lull the massive canine into slumber. Without a second thought, Ein opened the trapdoor and, just before leaping down, thoughtfully lifted the transformation spell from the harp for Quirrell, who was sure to follow. As the three-headed dog let out a roar, Ein shut the trapdoor above him and plunged into the darkness. Flames blazed. Realizing what awaited him below, Ein promptly cast a fire release spell to free himself from confinement. Immediately, hundreds of keys swirled in the air. The system exclaimed, "Wow!" In the original text, Quirrell had recognized a key he had previously caught. "What now?" Ein retorted, "You're foolish. This is a savior's development plan. It's certainly something taught in the first year." He waved his wand at the keys, and lo and behold, one key stood out distinctly among the rest. With a flurry of freezing spells, he finally struck the key. It fell in freefall, and Ein effortlessly caught it. Upon opening it, he found a gigantic wizard's chessboard, missing a knight on his side. With a sardonic smile, Ein approached his king. "I never serve as a knight for others. Even if you are but a pawn, that remains unchanged." He pointed his wand at his king. "I am aware that you possess a modicum of basic intelligence. Now, I demand you to allow me to take the throne while you fill the knight's position." The king's piece glared at Ein, ready to protest, but was silenced by a spell, leaving it only able to flail about. "Next time, it won't be a silencing spell," Ein warned coldly. The king, filled with indignation, marched to the knight's position and transformed into one. The game commenced. Under Ein's deliberate manipulation, the knight quickly sacrificed itself, taking out the opposing bishop in the process, all while casting a resentful glance at Ein. Ein remarked, "Did you see that? Danger should be nipped in the bud." The system agreed, "Absolutely." Ultimately, Ein used his queen to lay a trap, stepping forward to stand before the opposing king. Checkmate. Ein coldly directed the stone sword at the opposing king. Defeated, the opposing king conceded and opened the next door. A foul stench assaulted Ein's nostrils. It was a troll. However, this troll seemed to have lost some of its wits ever since Snape had dealt with it previously. Ein pondered, casting a disillusionment charm on himself along with several silencing spells, preparing to sneak past. He succeeded. He entered the stage set by Snape. The elegant yet imposing handwritten note mirrored his own persona, and Ein couldn't help but glance at it several times before using his memory to locate the smallest vial. He wondered if that small amount would be sufficient to traverse the flames. Just as he was about to drink it, a warning from the system sounded. The system cautioned, "Warning, the host is attempting self-harm." Chapter 57, A Heart-Wrenching Decision. Ein's hand, holding the vial, froze. He then earnestly reread the logical reasoning question. It was indeed entirely different from the original text. With a complex expression, Ein mentally calculated, swiftly locating the enormous potion bottle in under a minute. Ein asked, "What do you think would have happened if you hadn't warned me, and I had drunk that poison?" The system chillingly replied, "Nothing much, with your constitution. To some extent, you wouldn't have been poisoned without a significant dosage." Ein complained, "You're so annoying. You don't offer any comfort." The system quipped, "So? Are you still going to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Ein downed a large bottle of potion with satisfaction, confidently stepping into the final room enveloped in black flames. Meanwhile, Quirrell was suddenly disturbed by an owl tapping at his window in the dead of night. "Knock, knock, knock. Go see who it is." Quirrell, exasperated, was even more troubled by the presence of Voldemort lurking in the back of his mind, issuing commands. The envelope contained a scrawled, crooked handwriting. "Dumbledore is absent from the school. I must retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. In the name of my soul, you should yield. Give it to me. Go, fetch the Philosopher's Stone." Voldemort was infuriated, and Quirrell, in a fluster, clumsily crawled into the corridor on the 4th floor in the dead of night. Before the final room's mirror of Ariste, Ein had been standing for a while. The mirror continuously reflected the man who evoked a tumult of love and hate within him. The man in the mirror knelt before him, confessing in remorse, while Ein kicked him down, reminiscent of how that man had once treated him. The endless cycle within the mirror seemed devoid of conclusion. It was that man's expression of regret and despair, along with his incessant confessions. Suddenly, the imagery within the mirror shifted slightly, and Ein's eyes widened. The reflection of his younger self appeared, while the man who had been confessing was now a young man, assaulting him with fists and feet, leaving the younger Ein defenseless, clinging to himself. Ein frowned. Before he could ponder further, a figure named Snape emerged in the mirror. He coldly waved his wand, suspending the young man in midair, binding him, and then struck him down with a fierce spell. Subsequently, Ein's younger self was cradled in Snape's arms, who repeatedly whispered soothing words, healing his wounds. The more Ein observed, the more his cheeks flushed. Was this truly the scenario he had longed for? How embarrassing. System. Something is amiss. What have you witnessed? Ein. Nothing at all. After this moment of frivolity, when Ein looked back at the mirror, clarity dawned upon him, and shortly thereafter, a philosopher's stone fell into his hands. He pulled out the Marauder's map and discovered that Quirrell had reached the classroom at the end of the 4th floor. Retracing his steps was no longer an option. After some contemplation, Ein decided to conceal the philosopher's stone in the farthest corner of the room, employing a dozen ignoring and hiding charms. Utilizing various destructive spells, he created signs of a post-battle scene throughout the room, then rolled on the floor several times, coating himself in dust, before using his spare wand to knock himself unconscious. Ein lost consciousness. When he next awoke, it was to excruciating pain. A soul-searing agony jolted Ein from his stupor. In his haze, he seemed to glimpse a serpent-faced man. Voldemort had arrived. Speak, what transpired? Where is the philosopher's stone? Hissed the raspy voice in Ein's ear. Ein was overwhelmed by pain. Once he managed to regain a semblance of composure, he weakly replied, I believe a senior was trying to stop him, but I didn't defeat him. Who is it? Voldemort roared. Ein grimaced in pain. I truly don't know. I think he was a Slytherin senior, perhaps in his 5th year, rather handsome. I followed him here, and I saw him take the stone. Ein struggled to fabricate. Then he discovered me, and we fought. Damn it! Damn it! Voldemort seethed, nearly beside himself with rage. But he could not disclose the matter of his Horcruxes in front of Quirrell and Ein, so he unleashed another agonizing curse upon Ein. Ein writhed on the ground, emitting horrific screams. Time blurred in torment until Voldemort's fury finally subsided a fraction. Leave Hogwarts, Voldemort commanded his servant. Yes, master, Quirrell murmured submissively, casting a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate boy who bore the brunt of his master's wrath. As the most unbearable pain gradually receded, Ein finally succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke once more, he found himself in the comforting warmth of the hospital wing. Child, you are awake, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with delight and a touch of affection. I truly cannot fathom how you endured. He is but a child, and yet has suffered 2 Cruciatus curses. Pomfrey's loving gaze radiated maternal warmth. I didn't, Ein began, only to realize his voice was hoarse, a result of his screams during the Cruciatus. In the next moment, a man clad in black robes stormed into the hospital wing, his eyes aflame with barely contained fury. I'm black. Snape nearly spat through gritted teeth. His rage seemed to coalesce into a palpable force, swirling around him. Severus, you cannot treat a child who has endured 2 Cruciatus curses in such a manner. Pomfrey interjected. Ein, in tandem with Pomfrey, displayed a pair of tear-filled, pitiful eyes. Though Snape was fully aware that the boy was feigning, the sight of his pale face and bloodless lips softened his heart just a fraction. The oppressive atmosphere around him began to dissipate a little. Seeing that his tactic was effective, Ein intensified his pleading gaze towards Snape. The tension surrounding Snape entirely eased. I know, Pomfrey, Snape replied, his demeanor calming as he picked up 2 potions from his hands. Very well, Severus, Pomfrey acquiesced, departing but not before telling Ein, Severus truly cares for you. He has painstakingly brewed a special calming potion for your potion intolerance. Even if he seems a bit harsh, it is only because he cares. I nodded obediently. He was well aware of how much the man before him cared for him and indulged him, to the extent that he had become utterly unruly. Chapter 58. The secret is discovered. Snape, with a stern expression, handed 2 vials of potion to Ein, who obediently drank them down. The special calming potion proved effective. Ein felt the lingering pain of the Cruciatus curse subside significantly. Thank you, Professor, Ein expressed gratefully, then quickly added, did Professor Quirrell truly take the Philosopher's Stone? Snape narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sensing something amiss, and began to speak slowly. Since your disappearance, Quirrell has also gone missing. Later, Dumbledore found you in the chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was hidden, amidst significant signs of a struggle. You bore the marks of 2 Cruciatus curses, and the stone has vanished. The current explanation is that you followed Quirrell to the chamber of the Philosopher's Stone, where he discovered you, and ultimately, the confrontation did not prevent him from leaving. Snape continued, his gaze fixed on Ein. Of course, there is another explanation. Quirrell used the Imperius curse to control a student to test the waters, ultimately taking the Philosopher's Stone and then releasing the control, leading to a struggle between the student and Quirrell, culminating in the student suffering 2 Cruciatus curses. Snape regarded Ein's pale complexion, momentarily hesitant to continue. But considering the boy's actions, he steeled himself. So, might I request you to enlighten your unfortunate potions professor on the truth? Ein pondered before responding. The second explanation is plausible. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. I hope to hear the truth, Mr. Black, he intoned, his voice low yet laced with menace. I am speaking the truth. Ein blinked innocently, looking perplexed at Snape. For a moment, they stared at one another in silence, neither willing to speak. Ultimately, it was Snape who relented. After your discharge, come to my office, Snape stated. I do not care how you explain it to Dumbledore. However, here, this will be your final opportunity to tell me the truth. Ein was taken aback, hesitating momentarily. Severus Snape cast a penetrating glance at Ein, remaining silent before departing. Shortly thereafter, Albus Dumbledore arrived, and his dialogue with the cunning old fox proved to be quite taxing. With a pallid complexion, Ein recounted his sudden assault after leaving Snape's office, the subsequent bewilderment that led him to another location, and the moment of clarity when he found himself face-to-face with Professor Quirrell, who was horrifically infested by a monstrous entity. Terrified, Ein screamed and instinctively attacked Quirrell, resulting in a grievous assault from the entity lurking behind him. The explanation was remarkably coherent and aligned with the traces left at the scene. Although Dumbledore harbored suspicions regarding such coincidences, he certainly could not force a student who had suffered 2 Cruciatus curses to undergo legilimency. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. Voldemort suspected that a fragment of his soul, likely the diary, had taken the Philosopher's Stone, while Ein's failure to thwart him had allowed Voldemort to wreak havoc. In contrast, Dumbledore believed Voldemort had seized the stone, and Ein had merely been under control, ultimately breaking free, which accounted for the signs of a struggle. The crux of the truth was that once Ein's condition improved slightly, he insisted on leaving the hospital. Seizing the opportunity of a bustling daytime, he effortlessly infiltrated a room on the 4th floor. By this time, most obstacles had been removed, allowing Ein to traverse smoothly to the final chamber, where he discovered the Philosopher's Stone he had hidden. Indeed, the reality was that Ein had taken the stone and had even enlisted 2 scapegoats. As he picked up the stone, a voice echoed behind him. It was Snape. Ein feigned nonchalance as he tucked the stone away and turned to face the man who had stealthily followed him without his notice. One could not deny Snape's prowess as a double agent. His level of tracking was something Ein had truly underestimated. Well then, Professor, what do you intend to do? Inform Dumbledore? Ein inquired gently, devoid of the guilt he usually feigned when in error. Snape narrowed his eyes, observing the boy before him, whose demeanor had shifted. Ein had stolen the Philosopher's Stone, concealed it, and deceived both Voldemort and Dumbledore. The boy, who habitually gazed at Snape with tearful eyes, had shed his pretense and revealed his true fangs, a genuine little serpent cloaked in lion's skin. The Sorting Hat's decisions had never been in error. I know you are Dumbledore's man, Ein declared. You are free to disclose my actions to him. I shall not hold it against you. Ein's sky-blue eyes, for the first time, bore a trace of compassion as they regarded Snape, a gaze that instinctively unsettled him. Snape required neither sympathy nor compassion. What do you wish to convey, Mr. Blake? Snape managed to suppress his emotions and engaged in negotiation with Ein. Stepping closer, Ein invaded Snape's personal space, their familiar proximity once again allowing them to hear one another's breaths. Yet, at that moment, both were perilous, akin to 2 serpents confronting one another. Professor, in your heart, who matters more to you, Harry or I? Ein's breath lingered in Snape's ear. Snape remained stoic, offering no response. Or rather, Professor, Ein continued after a brief pause. In your heart, who matters more to you, your Lily or I? Snape's gaze shifted to one of danger, as if a tangible vortex of darkness surrounded him, threatening to consume everything in its path, with Ein bearing the brunt of such pressure. Ein's pallor deepened as the lingering effects of the Cruciatus curse surged, a metallic taste flooding his throat, yet he forcibly swallowed the blood that threatened to escape. In that moment, he refused to show weakness. It mattered little that the professor was reluctant to answer. Would you be willing to wager with me, Professor? Without me, all that you hold dear will merely replay a tragic narrative. I am the sole variable capable of altering this course, Ein asserted, his azure gaze piercing through Snape, illuminating the encroaching darkness that had long obscured the light. Chapter 59, Do Not Let Me Catch You Again. Did Snape know? Of course. He was acutely aware of the countless futile efforts he had undertaken since his rebirth. Everything had reverted to its origin. He felt as if he were compelled to reenact a narrative whose conclusion he already knew, a cruel fate that left him helpless. Despite attempting every conceivable method, the formidable Slytherin found himself powerless and diminutive before the vast rules of the world. Yet, this boy represented a variable. Everything occurring around him was subtly shifting. These quiet transformations culminated today in a momentous change. The boy's actions were perilously audacious, straddling the line between light and darkness, establishing his own set of rules. Though he adeptly concealed himself beneath the guise of an innocent youth, rendering everyone, including Dumbledore and his former self, complacent, this boy was evidently no ordinary first-year wizard. All of this was likely mere masquerade. Snape recalled the young man he encountered in Nocturne Alley. Perhaps that was the true visage he was meant to embody. You wish for me to submit to you? Snape crossed his arms, scrutinizing the audacious youth. Ein momentarily faltered, as if the scene before him morphed into a memory of a night in which he helplessly beseeched Dumbledore, accompanied by the haunting question, "What can you offer me in return for my assistance?" Anything. The word hung in the air like an incantation, piercing the heart. To receive Snape's fealty was a coveted dream for many, yet he had only ever pledged allegiance to his love, his Lily, his flower. Thus, Dumbledore had effortlessly exploited Snape's guilt regarding Lily, compelling him to sacrifice everything for him, including his life and soul. Ein felt a pang of empathy for this man, an enduring ache that had persisted since before he had entered this narrative, and he had come to save him. Yet he could not voice it. Severus Snape did not require anyone's salvation. Such a notion was an affront. In a fleeting moment, Ein's mind swirled with countless thoughts and emotions, but at this juncture, they were securely locked away by the mental occlusion spell he had mastered. For the first time, Snape pondered whether teaching Ein the occlusion spell had indeed been a grievous error. Certainly, in the days to come, a decision made by this boy would induce profound regret regarding that choice. Returning to the present, Ein, having completed the mental occlusion, turned his gaze back to Snape. "Nobody is worthy of your fealty, Professor, myself included," Ein replied with unwavering composure. "Humph," Snape scoffed lightly, intrigued to discern what the boy would say next. "I merely hope you can keep a few secrets for me." Ein knelt on one knee, gazing up at the towering figure before him. "I assure you, all that weighs on your mind, I shall extinguish in its infancy. Everything you hold dear, I will protect with unwavering diligence. The aspirations you cherish, I shall strive to fulfill to the best of my abilities. It is my will to submit to you, Professor." Severus Snape's pupils flickered in surprise. He had not anticipated that the boy kneeling before him would utter such words. He had expected threats, negotiations, pleas, or perhaps the familiar displays of petulance. Yet, regardless of these expectations, he had already resolved not to betray this individual. For his purpose was never to serve Dumbledore, but solely to safeguard Lily's child. And this boy before him, or rather, this person, nothing more, merely a double agent. What did it matter if he became a triple agent? He existed solely for himself, to protect Lily's lineage, while also looking after this boy. Yet, at this moment, the young man before him expressed sentiments that completely caught Snape off guard. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence as Ein remained kneeling, his gaze lowered in anticipation of Snape's response. Snape regarded the boy's tousled hair, lost in contemplation. "System, are you serious?" Ein. "System. Host, this is merely a book." Ein. "System, it is advisable for the host not to carry excessive emotions that may interfere with task execution." Ein. "To me, he is not just that." System, "What do you mean he is not?" Ein. "He is not a character in a book. He is Severus Snape." System. "Ultimately." Snape relented. "I will keep your little secret, but next time." Ein looked up at the man with delight. "Next time, you must not conceal anything from me." Snape's tone remained icy as he continued. "I do not wish to be informed of any unexpected surprises." "Yes, Professor." Ein's eyes sparkled, genuinely revealing a hint of a smile. Snape lifted Ein from the ground and set him back down, using his wand to brush away the dust. "You need not utter any words of submission. I have no interest in the fealty of a child," Snape stated with a cold demeanor. "I will be formidable." Ein protested, frowning. "Silence." Snape's command rendered Ein as quiet as a mouse. "Now, divulge everything you are currently doing and what you intend to do." Snape initiated his interrogation. "Well, about that." Ein's eyes began to dart around. "I merely intended to utilize the Philosopher's Stone for some alchemical experiments, such as crafting a body for the diary Horcrux using the stone. Afterwards, I plan to focus on my studies, exploring the knowledge available at school and the Horcruxes that can be discovered within, if the opportunity arises. I also wish to travel and learn, as some Horcruxes remain outside and need to be sought after. Should I be fortunate enough to inherit the Black family legacy, I will diligently manage the family business, especially that locket." Ein solemnly assured Snape. "I swear everything I have said is the truth, though I may have conveniently omitted a portion of the truth." Snape chuckled coldly. "I'm Black. You are quite familiar with the Slytherin code, aren't you?" "Huh." Ein feigned ignorance. Snape suddenly leaned down, whispering in Ein's ear. "Cunning is our trait. Evasion is our method, is it not, Mr. Black?" Ein blinked, falling silent. Snape straightened up, gazing down at Ein. "Then you should also be aware of the Slytherin rules." With that, Snape turned to leave. "Ein, do not let me catch you again." Chapter 60, the end of first year. In short, the Philosopher's Stone incident came to a close, and Ein's academic journey was devoid of any remarkable developments. As the final examinations approached, study groups in the library were engrossed in their books, with even the professor's assignments doubling. The astute young witch Hermione, ever since her memories were altered, sensed that something was amiss, yet with Harry feigning ignorance, she quickly redirected her focus to her revision. Ein, however, felt little need to review. Thus he continued to delve into ancient runes and alchemy. Ein, why has life been so uneventful lately? System, is that a bad thing? Ein, it's rather dull, yet I feel as though I've forgotten something. System, I am uncertain whether I should remind you. Ein, System, the diary. Ein, oh dear, what a bother. Our poor Eric Bogus recently encountered a matter he could not share with others. He had unknowingly picked up a notebook, which claimed to harbor a fragment of memory. The diary was akin to a considerate senior, meticulously caring for him, offering insights in areas he did not comprehend. A gentle, courteous, and knowledgeable Slytherin senior. Since meeting this senior, Bogus had even ceased to follow Lestrange's orders to trouble the Blacks. With a senior like that, what more could one desire? Bogus even wished to clutch the diary while sleeping. Yet, for reasons unknown, his physical condition had deteriorated, often leaving him in a daze. At times unaware of how he had ended up in certain places, his stamina waned, and he grew increasingly lethargic. On the day of the final exam, Bogus, in a daze, completed his last history of magic examination, sitting in place for a long while after before exiting the classroom. The corridor was deserted, but he sensed something was amiss. However, due to his lack of rest, he paid it no heed. As he turned a corner, his soul momentarily vacated his body. A beam of light struck him, and he became oblivious to everything. Ein had ambushed Bogus while hiding around the corner. Seeing the individual before him moving like a mere automaton, Ein commanded, "Hand over the diary, and forget everything about your time with it." Yes. Bogus retrieved the diary from his bag and handed it to Ein. The sensation of the diary in his hands felt slightly warm. Ein glanced at Bogus' sunken cheeks and vacant eyes, likely having absorbed quite a bit of vitality. Ein stroked Bogus' hair, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the child. System, you should consider who is responsible for this. Ein, oh, come on, this is a different situation. Ein, clutching the diary, placed a series of enchantments upon it, rendering it incapable of causing further trouble. He then skipped back to his dormitory. Even until the end of the academic year, Ein did not lift the restrictions on the diary. He merely opened it and chatted with it. Ein wrote, "Dear child, Father is coming to take you home. Father, good day." The diary appeared displeased, having been abruptly summoned back and placed under restrictions. "Be good. How has your vitality fared? Perhaps Father should lift the restrictions and see the state of my soul." The diary displayed its condition. Ein cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Draco beside him and decisively closed the diary. He chuckled softly to himself, for there was no rush. He could still play the role of a father for a few more days. The diary, facing Ein's reluctance to lift the restrictions, harbored its own doubts. Yet it found itself bound by an unbreakable vow to this individual. Tom Riddle had never felt so constrained. Once he had usurped the primary soul and ascended as the Dark Lord, he would ensure retribution. Having signed an unbreakable oath seemed to render him powerless. However, for a middle-aged man who had lost his child, there were still numerous methods to inflict a fate worse than death upon him. Even if he did not take action himself, countless avenues remained at his disposal. Tom Riddle seethed within the confines of the diary, contemplating how to deal with Ein in the future. Meanwhile, Ein was enjoying the final feast of the academic year. With the absence of Harry's battle against Quirrell for the Philosopher's Stone, Slytherin had triumphantly secured its 7th consecutive championship, outpacing Ravenclaw by a significant margin. Snape, visibly elated, was a rare sight indeed. Ein savored his pumpkin juice, pondering how he would spend the upcoming summer break. Draco, sensing the moment, leaned in and remarked, "Ein, shall we take the express back together later?" There was an uncanny sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of leaving school together. Ein hesitated momentarily, yet acquiesced to Draco's request. Satisfied, Draco returned to his meal. On the Hogwarts Express, Draco and Ein were among the first to board, soon joined by Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who settled in beside them. "Are you coming to my house for the summer? My dad recently got a Muggle car. We could have some fun driving it around," Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. "I'm afraid I won't be able to leave my aunt's house," Harry replied with a resigned smile and a shrug. "Humph, a Muggle car," Draco scoffed disdainfully, causing Ron's face to redden with indignation. The others were already accustomed to the back and forth between the two. "Ein, will you come to my house for the summer?" Draco extended the invitation once more. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, "Yes," Ein responded, involuntarily recalling the summer he spent with that man. However, if the inheritance from the Black family could be smoothly acquired, perhaps it would be feasible. Ein cast a furtive glance at the diary he had placed under a restriction within his luggage, then at the concealed Philosopher's Stone nestled in his pocket. Oh, certainly no one would suspect that the Philosopher's Stone, revered by all, was currently residing in Ein's pocket among his assorted trinkets, hardly befitting its status. Of course, as a Horcrux of Voldemort, The diary also shared no dignity as it lay mingled with a collection of student textbooks. Ein thought to himself with a hint of indifference. Why do I always feel as if I have done something monumental? He mused. The system replied, as long as you are aware. Oh, how surprising. Ein exclaimed. It's been a while since you've shown that expression. Then let me give you another glimpse. The system responded. Harry, if you wish to go out during the summer. I might have a way, Ein casually suggested. Draco raised an eyebrow, glancing at Ein. Chapter 61, Inheritance. As the heir of an old noble family, Draco was evidently familiar with a few magical tricks for the summer. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find Ein, who typically appeared obedient and compliant, possessed that very wand. Ein exchanged a knowing look with Draco, responding with a raised eyebrow. Their tacit understanding caused Harry's gaze to darken momentarily. Professor Dumbledore stated that I must stay with my aunt for at least a week, Harry remarked, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Inwardly, Harry contemplated. Perhaps it would be easier to have my aunt stay with me for a week. Kidnapping a muggle seemed relatively simple, especially if he could use magic during the break. Harry cast a furtive glance at Ein, then at Draco, clearly aware that they were privy to some secrets. Ein, oblivious to Harry's expression, was lost in thoughts of the potential events of the upcoming holiday. With the diary resolved, Dobby would likely not trouble Harry Potter any longer. Aside from the annoyance of Gilderoy Lockhart in the second year, there didn't seem to be much else to contend with. As for the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, provided no one disturbed it, it would likely remain docile. At that moment, Ein envisioned a tranquil second year, utterly unaware that this fantasy would be shattered during the summer. However, for now, they were safely aboard the Hogwarts train, and all was as it should be. Just as Ron announced his intention to pick Harry up in 2 weeks, Harry cast a disappointed glance toward Ein and accepted Ron's invitation. Ein inquired, "What's wrong?" The system asked. The savior just looked at me oddly, Ein remarked. Teenage musings, nothing to overthink, the system reassured him. Ein pondered Harry's expression of disappointment, suddenly struck by inspiration. Harry, I'll come to visit you during the summer, Ein casually declared. Great. It's a deal then, but don't leave me hanging. Harry replied, his momentary disappointment vanishing, replaced by a warm smile. I can't shake the feeling that his earlier disappointment was feigned, Ein mused. The system chuckled. Let it be. Now, there was an added summer activity, visiting the savior. It would clearly be inappropriate to visit the Dursleys, so it would have to wait until the savior was at his aunt's house. And he would also have to contend with a host of muggles. All because he was too quick to speak. The boys' exchange evidently failed to pique Hermione's interest. She had been watching Harry thoughtfully throughout, glancing at Draco and Ein. Finally regarding Ron with a look of bemused pity. Ron scratched his head in confusion. Hermione, are you coming to my house too? Hermione's gaze softened as she replied. No, I'll be traveling with my parents during the summer. As the Hogwarts Express arrived at its destination, Draco eagerly pulled Ein to find Lucius and Narcissa. Naturally, this doting pair of parents had come to the station to fetch their precious son, alongside Ein. Upon arriving at Malfoy Manor, Lucius summoned Ein to his study. Ein, I have some wonderful news to share with you, Lucius began, producing a key. The Ministry of Magic has approved your inheritance from the Black family. All properties belonging to the Black family under the Ministry's supervision are now yours. We simply need to complete some paperwork at the Ministry. Ein's eyes brightened. Really? What properties are included? Among other things, a family home at Grimmauld Place, various Black family enterprises, and a vault at Gringotts, Lucius explained. Beatrix's vault? Ein inquired. Lucius gazed at him meaningfully. Of course not, my dear. Bella's vault is private property. You will inherit only the portion of the estate that belongs to the Black family collectively. Oh, the goblet is gone. But the locket box is accounted for. Excited by the prospect of securing the locket box, Ein failed to notice the significant look Lucius cast his way. As astute as Lucius is, he is undoubtedly aware of the myriad secrets harbored by this Black, whom he unearthed from the recesses of obscurity. The sudden disappearance of a diary at home, along with the abrupt mention of Bella's vault, piques his interest. Well versed in the intricacies of Voldemort's dealings, Lucius knows all too well to whom the Dark Lord once entrusted certain artifacts. Ein Black is certainly no ordinary individual. Lucius pondered briefly about his genius friend, the master potioneer and expert in dark magic, and his enigmatic gaze transformed into one of keen anticipation. The interplay between Severus and the mysterious Black promises to be quite captivating. Lucius accompanied Ein through the fireplace to the Ministry of Magic, and after navigating a series of bureaucratic hurdles, Ein finally secured the keys to Gringotts and Grimmauld Place. Shall we take a glimpse at your new abode? Lucius inquired as they concluded their visit to the ministry. I can apparate you there, though it will only be a brief excursion to the entrance. Then I shall rely on you, Uncle Lucius. Ein exclaimed, his azure eyes blinking innocently as he unabashedly tugged at the man's robes. Lucius raised an eyebrow at the term uncle, yet refrained from commenting further. Upon arriving at Grimmauld Place, Lucius, after a series of maneuvers, finally revealed the doorplate of number 12. This is where we shall pause for today. I cannot allow you to enter, little Ein. The old black residence is rife with dark magic, and you might find yourself consumed, leaving not a single bone behind. Then accompany me inside, Uncle Lucius. Ein decided to play the charming card. He continued to flutter his striking blue eyes while tugging at Lucius's sleeve. Lucius felt a wave of nostalgia as he realized how his own child had always been so self-sufficient, never resorting to such endearing tactics. Yet, he simply replied, "No, I'm afraid that's not possible." Lucius gently patted Ein's small head. "It is already dinner time, perhaps on another occasion. You could invite a master of dark magic to accompany you here." Ein's hopeful demeanor faltered as he lowered his head in disappointment. "Very well. Let us return to enjoy our dinner," Lucius said, and with a flick of his wrist, they apparat back to Malfoy Manor. Draco was immensely thrilled about his friend suddenly inheriting the Black family legacy. And only after Ein promised to take him to the Black ancestral home did Draco reluctantly depart from Ein's room. Indeed, several hours had passed since dinner, and it was time for Ein to put his plans into action. Chapter 62. Tom Riddle. Ein retrieved a coin. Recalling the method of creating a port key he had learned in alchemy, using the coordinates of Lucius's earlier visit as an anchor. After approximately half an hour of diligent effort, he successfully crafted a port key. Ein hesitated, casting a few glances at the object. "Ein, this is my first attempt at making a port key. What if I end up transported to some bizarre location? System. This is what happens when you neglect to learn apparition. Ein, where would I find the opportunity to learn at Hogwarts?" Thus, mastering apparition became a priority on Ein's summer agenda. Fortunately, his skills in alchemy proved adequate. When the port key activated, he felt a strange tugging sensation at his navel, and before long, he arrived at his destination, Grimmauld Place. Relief washed over him as he realized there were no unforeseen complications. Ein approached number 12, the entrance adorned with a dark, scratched door, its handle entwined with a large serpent, devoid of any keyhole. Only a doorbell was present, indicating that magic was required to gain entry. After a moment's contemplation, Ein decided to simply use Alohomora to unlock the door. Why bother knocking when it was, after all, his own home? Upon stepping inside, a house elf materialized before him. "Oh, the blood trader's illegitimate offspring has arrived. How distressing it must be for the matriarch to witness the Black family reduced to needing a side branch to inherit. And a filthy half-blood at that," the house elf sneered, bowing respectfully even as venom dripped from its words. Ein remained unfazed, adopting a contemplative pose before responding. "You have a point. I would be upset too, were I in your shoes." The house elf was clearly creature, stifled in indignation. "Get out of my house, you filthy half-blood." A distant portrait screeched, its voice piercing the air. Ein silently wished for earplugs and quickly cast a silencing charm on the portrait, drawing the curtains to obscure it. After a moment's thought, Ein added a permanent binding charm to the curtains and issued creature a command. "No one, including you, is permitted to draw back these curtains by any means." Creature's bulbous eyes swiveled, and upon realizing there were no loopholes to exploit, he erupted in fury. "Oh, the aged creature must obey the commands of a filthy half-blood. The Black family has reached such depths. If young Regulus were still here, he would never allow a filthy half-blood to treat an old creature in such a manner. Good to know. Now, prepare a room for me," Ein commanded, adding playfully, "The aged creature?" Creature, with palpable malice, replied, "The rooms in this house are quite suitable for a filthy half-blood. They would certainly match." "Very well. I shall occupy Regulus's room," Ein said, a malicious smile curling on his lips. "Oh, you cannot." Creature glared at Ein, seething with indignation. "I most certainly can. The entirety of the Black estate belongs to me, including Regulus's room," Ein said, deliberately pausing as he observed Creature's reaction. "That little trinket is mine as well," he whispered conspiratorially to Creature. Creature's eyes widened in shock. "So, you will prepare a room for me, or you shall not wish to discover what I am capable of." Ein resumed his cold demeanor as he issued his command. Creature cast a long, scrutinizing glance at Ein before bowing and vanishing from sight. The house elf's efficiency was remarkable. Shortly thereafter, Creature returned, leading Ein to a tidily arranged room. Though somewhat shabby and dim, it was clean and habitable, prompting Ein to forego any further complaints. Ein closed the door, placed a multitude of wards, and retrieved the diary that had been locked away for an unknown number of days. He chuckled softly, curious to see Voldemort's current expression. Layer by layer, Ein unraveled the diary's enchantments until the final barrier dissolved. "Come forth. I know you can manifest in your soul form now," Ein said, crossing his arms and observing the diary with a sense of leisure. After a lengthy silence, just as Ein raised an eyebrow in anticipation, a wisp of white smoke began to seep from the pages. The smoke gradually coalesced into a translucent figure. A boy of roughly 16, handsome with sharply defined features. His cold, hawkish eyes betrayed a hint of feigned gentleness. "Hello, I am Tom Riddle," the semi-transparent youth introduced himself. His voice melodious and youthful. In his younger years, Voldemort possessed an undeniable allure. Tall, strikingly handsome, and possessing an enchanting voice, surely captivating many young maidens. Ein smacked his lips, internally appraising the situation. Tom observed Ein's apparent confusion. In his view, the one capable of releasing him should be the unfortunate father he had attempted to obliterate with the Avada Kedavra curse. Yet, before him stood a mere boy, a strikingly handsome lad who seemed utterly devoid of any threat. Although Tom was well aware of the folly of judging by appearances, having witnessed countless individuals pay a grievous price for such misjudgments, the boy before him was indeed disarming, until Ein casually shook his wrist, causing the golden thread of the unbreakable vow he had sworn with Tom to shimmer momentarily. "Why? Has it only been a few days, and you no longer recognize your father?" Ein quipped cheekily. Tom, nearly on the brink of laughter, struggled to maintain his gentlemanly composure. "Huh? A middle-aged man mourning the loss of his son?" Ein, unperturbed, cast a sidelong glance at Tom. "I wonder who is so eager to play the role of son." Tom's ebony eyes began to redden, not from anger, but as they gradually transformed into a deep, ruby hue. His blood-red gaze fixated intensely on Ein. However, the pressure emanating from the adolescent Voldemort was of little concern to Ein, especially since he possessed the protection of the unbreakable vow. "Ah, how prescient I am," Ein mused, symbolically shaking his wrist to remind Tom that any attempts against him would be in vain. "I believe you ought to understand that there are myriad ways to render a life worse than death." Tom's ruby eyes glimmered with coldness, and his words sent a shiver down the spine. Yet, Ein remained unfazed, continuing to rummage through his belongings until he produced a stone. "You can forget about acquiring the Philosopher's Stone." Chapter 63, Tom Riddle 2. Tom narrowed his crimson eyes dangerously. "Let us converse earnestly." Ein transformed his wand into a comfortable chair, oddly resembling one from Snape's office. He settled into it, tapping his fingers against the armrest. "I can provide you with the Philosopher's Stone to reshape your body." Tom replied coolly, "What are the terms?" "Don't rush," Ein smiled, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he addressed the younger version of Voldemort. "My plan is not yet complete." He tossed a book toward Tom. "Surprising. He does this in the dead of night," continued. For a fleeting moment, Tom's expression turned peculiar, but he swiftly recognized the book's unusual nature. He turned his gaze toward Ein, who wasted no time. With a flick of his wand, he restored the book to its original title. "Advanced Dark Arts Unveiled," continued. Tom's red eyes grew serious. "Familiar, are we, Tom?" Ein leaned back, crossing his legs, exuding an air of reckless abandon. "I've only encountered Advanced Dark Arts Unveiled. I had no idea there was a sequel." Tom recalled the moment he discovered that book, which detailed the intricate crafting of Horcruxes, precisely when he sought immortality. Everything was too conveniently orchestrated, as if someone had deliberately guided him to this revelation. Tom squinted, a glint of danger flashing in his ruby gaze. Ein thought to himself, "Not bad. He's starting to channel the Dark Lord's essence." Tom remained silent, engrossed in the book, swiftly locating the relevant sections on Horcruxes. However, the creation of a Horcrux would diminish the strength of one's soul, leading to irritability and instability, ultimately resulting in a loss of all power. Tom tightened his grip on the book, his fingertips turning pale. At that moment, he was nearly certain he had been ensnared in a plot. Who was behind this? His first instinct was to suspect Dumbledore, the only one who had been wary of him from the very beginning. If he had orchestrated this trap, it would make sense. Creating a snare for Tom meant that should he fall into it, it would be of little consequence to Dumbledore, given that the process of crafting Horcruxes required murder. If he refrained from taking the bait, no harm would come to him. What a cunning scheme, Dumbledore. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Tom's scarlet eyes, but he managed to suppress it. He continued perusing the book, his peripheral vision drawn to the seemingly idle boy before him. This individual held the unbreakable vow in his grasp, along with the Philosopher's Stone he desired. His stance remained ambiguous, compelling Tom to mask his intentions. Yet, the creation of Horcruxes was not irreversible. A severed soul could be reintegrated through special means. Upon reaching this conclusion, Tom had a clear understanding of Ein's intentions. He closed the book. It seems you've grasped the concept." Ein lifted his gaze to meet the young Dark Lords. Ein Black, Tom, as the contracting party, was certainly aware of Ein's true identity. "You wish for me to reintegrate my soul, using the Philosopher's Stone to reshape my body, and then merge with the Horcruxes you have severed." "Indeed," Ein confirmed, "that is my proposed assistance." Tom smiled slightly. His handsome face lit up with a grin that momentarily dazzled Ein. And what would you like me to do for you? Tom's voice dripped with allure as it reached Ein's ears. Tom was undoubtedly the most adept at leveraging his physical appeal that Ein had ever encountered. As he recalled the instances in his diary where he addressed Tom as father, he struggled to steady his racing heart. Ein, Voldemort truly has a way with words. System. Oh, are you developing feelings elsewhere? Ein, when did I ever say I wanted to change my affections? System, smiley face. Ein, wait. When did I ever fall in love? A peculiar expression crossed Ein's face, while Tom regarded him quizzically. Could it be that his esteemed physical advantage had lost its potency? Ein cast a complex glance at Tom. I have no demands. Everything that needs to be said is encapsulated in the unbreakable vow. First, under no circumstances are you to become the Dark Lord again. Second, you are forbidden from killing indiscriminately, unless with my consent. Lastly, should I require assistance, you must endeavor to fulfill my needs as best as you can. Tom swiftly reviewed Ein's stipulations in his mind, realizing they essentially sought to have him serve as Ein's aide. However, the conditions were relatively lenient, granting him considerable freedom. Moreover, Tom glanced at the Philosopher's Stone in Ein's possession. Having access to the Philosopher's Stone as a partner was not an unacceptable arrangement. Very well, I accept. Tom readily acquiesced to the terms. Ein raised an eyebrow. You would have accepted regardless, having already sworn the unbreakable vow. Tom shrugged nonchalantly. Ein tossed the Philosopher's Stone toward him, and it passed through Tom's ethereal form, landing squarely on the diary. Let us expedite the process of obtaining your body. Young Tom, Ein remarked sympathetically, eyeing the disembodied Tom Riddle. Tom's crimson gaze flicked toward Ein. Is this place secure? Crafting a body from the diary would undoubtedly require time. He needed to ascertain that their surroundings were sufficiently safe. Ein pondered the timeline of Sirius's escape and boldly declared, rest assured, it's safe. Even if something goes awry, this is the stronghold of your most loyal follower. He added, reflecting on his words. At that moment, the Tom who retained only memories of his time at Hogwarts was oblivious to Ein's implications, merely raising an eyebrow in response. Oh, and by the way, Ein snapped his fingers. The illegitimate son of the filthy black family summoned creature, and oh dear, this is a soul, a spirit detached from its vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Ein cast a soul-snatching curse upon creature. This space was devoid of anything, yet it belonged to the new master of the black family. Hence entry and exit were strictly forbidden. Ein issued his command. Yes, creature replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Tom looked at Ein with an air of surprise. Surely you understand the efficacy of the soul-snatching curse better than I do, Ein retorted somewhat irritably. However, Tom chuckled, observing the youthful bravado of the boy before him, his laughter tinged with a hint of mischief. Indeed, I am more aware than you are. Worry not. Who has worried? Ein instinctively shot back, yet faltered momentarily under Tom's amused gaze, pondering the allure of wielding dark magic. Yes, quite right. Tom replied in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child, nearly causing Ein to explode with indignation. After a moment's contemplation, Ein retrieved a miniature vanishing cabinet from his pocket. Chapter 64, Apparition. Ein enlarged the cabinet and positioned it in the corner of the room. Rest assured, Father will take the time to examine your well-being, Ein provocatively remarked to Tom, who merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Ein felt an overwhelming sense of futility, as if he had struck the air with his fist, pouting slightly. Creature, Ein called out, his voice tinged with frustration. The house elf appeared before him, still wearing a vacant expression. Bring me the locket box that Regulus entrusted to you, Ein commanded. As he issued his order, Creature's expression visibly contorted with struggle. Narrowing his eyes, Ein reinforced the soul-snatching curse, and Creature once again fell silent, obediently retrieving the Slytherin locket box. This is, Tom's scarlet eyes narrowed, sensing the essence of his own soul emanating from the box. Let us dissolve it for now. I shall assist you further later. Ein tossed the box to Tom and prepared to leave. And then, how do I return? Tom observed the somewhat proud boy speaking of his departure. A minute passed, 2 minutes. The boy remained stationary, motionless. Tom raised an eyebrow, glancing at the inexplicably still boy. Ein felt awkward enough to dig his toes into the ground. Just moments ago, he had spoken so boldly, yet he couldn't even perform apparition. I can't perform apparition, Ein stammered, his gaze flitting about, deliberately avoiding Tom's astonished countenance. Then how did you get here? Tom inquired. I used a door key. But I ran out of materials, Ein continued to avert his eyes. After a few seconds of silence, Tom couldn't suppress a laugh. Hey, Ein glowered at Tom in a flustered rage. I won't tease you any longer. I will teach you, Tom said, stepping closer to Ein. The chill emanating from his soul causing Ein to shiver. Why is your soul temperature so low? Ein nearly shuddered. Besides me, no one else has ever experienced the tearing of the soul from the body, Tom stated calmly. Now you understand that the temperature of a detached soul is indeed cold, akin to that of a ghost. Ein suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for this young Voldemort, whose misguided choices had led him down a path of no return. Tom's instruction proved effective, and Ein learned swiftly. Now, try to apparate from here to the doorway. Tom guided Ein towards the entrance of the room. This space prohibits outsiders from apparating inside. If you manage to exit and something goes awry, I cannot save you. Who needs your help? You make me sound like a fool, Ein grumbled. Ein thought, why is this young Voldemort so insufferable? System. After all, he is the Dark Lord. Ein, what does being the Dark Lord have to do with being irritating? System. The Dark Lord's emotional path is anything but conventional. Ein, what are you even talking about? System. Figure it out for yourself. Ein felt that the system had become increasingly nonsensical of late. With a sense of bewilderment, Ein successfully apparat from his original position to the doorway without incident. It seems you've grasped it quite well, Tom nodded approvingly. Why does your tone carry a hint of disappointment? Ein questioned, his brow furrowing as he looked at Tom, who met his gaze with calm assurance. Next, we shall practice the precision of apparition. Now, apparate from the doorway to stand before me, as close as possible. Tom issued his teaching command once more. Ein wasted no time, as he indeed needed to master apparition urgently. With a flick of his wand at the doorway, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Tom. So close that he nearly penetrated Tom's ethereal form, stumbling slightly as he landed. The icy temperature of Tom's proximity sent a shiver through Ein, yet he managed to raise an eyebrow. How about that? Isn't it impressive? Tom smiled. Indeed, our young Ein is quite remarkable. Ein frowned. Do not speak to me in that condescending tone. Tom feigned indifference. Yes, of course. Ein was ready to jump in frustration. Yet, he remained oblivious to the subtle caress of Tom's fingers, which ached to reach out and steady the boy as he materialized beside him. But alas, Tom's ruby-like eyes dimmed, brewing a storm within, while concealed beneath his handsome facade. The Dark Lord had always been mad, in every conceivable sense. As he observed the boy before him, blissfully unaware of any impending danger, a hint of seductive amusement played upon Tom's lips. Ein, you are truly exceptional. You have completely mastered apparition. The deliberately softened tone indeed relaxed Ein, who smiled in response. Right? Your partner will never disappoint. Ein waved his hand grandiosely, preparing to leave number 12 Grimmauld Place. Tom watched Ein's retreating figure, his crimson gaze harboring an undisclosed tempest. When Ein returned to Malfoy Manor, it was already late at night. As Ein was considered half a master of Malfoy Manor, he triggered no alarms upon entry and successfully slipped back into his room. He then slept soundly until the following afternoon. Ein, you've finally woken. The moment Ein stepped outside his door, he was seized by Draco. You really can sleep for ages, can't you? Ah. Ein laughed awkwardly, then yawned. We were just discussing how to arrange your birthday banquet. Draco pulled Ein along as he spoke. Huh. Ein snapped to attention. Birthday banquet? Indeed, in 3 days, on July 15th. Isn't at your birthday? Draco looked at Ein incredulously. You haven't forgotten your own birthday, have you? Ein fell silent. Due to unique circumstances in his past life, he had never anticipated a birthday celebration, and thus had never celebrated one. How could he know the sudden designation of a date? After a brief pause, he replied, How could I forget? It's just that I haven't fully woken up yet. Ah. His laughter was somewhat awkward, yet fortunately, Draco did not dwell on it. Come on, let us go. We're discussing how to plan your birthday. Perhaps you can take inspiration from my own birthday banquet. Draco tugged at Ein's robe. Huh. Ein hesitated once more. Surely, you haven't forgotten my birthday, have you? Draco cast a dubious glance at Ein. A nervous chuckle escaped Ein's lips. Chapter 65, The Manor. Fortunately, Draco had no intention of putting Ein in a difficult position and promptly clarified. My birthday falls on June 5th. On the day of the celebration, you were unfortunately attacked by Quirrell and fell into a coma. Draco recalled the incident with a sense of lingering pain. How could Hogwarts appoint such a person as the defense against the dark arts professor? Attacking his own students was utterly outrageous. Draco was filled with righteous indignation. Ein thought to himself, if you knew what I had done, you wouldn't be saying that. Quirrell was merely a pitiful scapegoat. Do not worry, Ein. I shall ensure your suffering is not in vain. Draco lifted his chin, declaring, I have already pressured Dumbledore through my father in the name of the board. There must be an explanation for the attack on a student at Hogwarts. Ein gazed at Draco in surprise, realizing that was why the cunning old fox hadn't sought him out for a conversation during that tumultuous period. He had been preoccupied with the Board of Governors. Ein seemed to have grasped a potential means to counterbalance the old fox's influence. Upon arriving in the Grand Hall, he found Lucius and Narcissa already present. Have you awakened, Ein? We were just discussing plans for your birthday celebration. Do you have any thoughts? Narcissa said with a gentle smile, offering a plate of delicate pastries to Ein. Having just woken and feeling somewhat hungry, Ein's eyes lit up at the sight of the treats. He casually picked up a small biscuit, crisp and sweetly balanced. His eyes squinted with delight as he savored it. I'm open to anything, Ein replied nonchalantly. You could choose to invite close friends for an intimate gathering or opt for a grand public banquet, Lucius suggested. Setting aside the daily profit. Ein pondered for a moment. Both options seemed feasible. Having just inherited the Black family's estate, hosting a public banquet would be an excellent opportunity. However, it may expose you to malicious provocations from certain nobles. After all, you know the Black family made quite a few enemies under that former master. Lucius analyzed the pros and cons with utmost seriousness. That doesn't seem to matter much to me, Ein mused casually. The Dark Lord himself has taken me under his wing. Why should I fear his former followers? Lucius hesitated, casting a contemplative glance at Ein. After a moment, he decided, since you feel that way, let's proceed with a public birthday banquet. Lucius silently recalled a certain potions master friend, as long as that individual could attend. Protecting Ein should pose no issue. Wonderful. Ein readily agreed. Now, let us discuss the venue, Lucius continued. Ein, you should consider acquiring a new manor. Ein's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that's the topic, I'm wide awake. How do we go about obtaining a manor? His enthusiasm nearly propelled him from his seat. Lucius raised an eyebrow, surprised by the boy's keen interest in such matters, which was rare given the myriad secrets he harbored. You seem particularly eager about acquiring a manor, he pointed out. Absolutely. Ein's cerulean eyes gleamed with dreams of owning his own estate, filled with an array of enchanting creatures. He almost let slip his ambitions regarding alchemical materials. Lucius pondered for a moment. In that case, we might consider acquiring the Selwyn Manor. Their financial chain has faltered, and they are currently looking to sell. I recall their estate housed a significant number of magical creatures, likely to be of your interest, or perhaps Snape's. Given that many of them are rare potion ingredients. It was a pity that Snape had already inherited the prince's estate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have pursued this manor. Lucius glanced at Ein, a smirk playing on his lips. However, granting this estate to Ein would certainly benefit my friend. Ein, unusually animated, urged Lucius to take him to visit the legendary Selwyn Manor. Lucius graciously arranged for an invitation, and upon receiving a positive response, let Ein out the door. Jean and Selwyn was a gentle soul, perhaps overly so at times, which may have hindered her decisiveness in certain business matters. Nevertheless, she displayed remarkable patience while guiding Ein and Lucius through the manor. Ein surveyed the grounds and was thoroughly impressed. The entire manor centered around magical creatures, with the front garden showcasing a variety of visually captivating and gentle beings. Various plants formed a floral clock, where different species bloomed every hour, marking the passage of time. At the center of the clock stood a magical fountain, intricately sculpted as a mermaid playing a violin, producing a melodious tune. The manor's architecture comprised 3 floors, plus a basement. The first floor housed a grand hall, typically used for hosting banquets, and furnished with dining tables for family meals. The second floor contained numerous guest rooms, while the third housed the master bedroom, study, and other unused chambers. The basement was transformed into a potions and alchemy workshop, indicating the Selwyn family's affinity for magical brews and alchemical arts, equipped with a complete array of apparatus. Ein excitedly examined the alchemical tools, though he cast a wistful glance at the potion apparatus, lamenting that he might never again have the opportunity to use them, unless his potion incompatibility could be resolved. Ein silently mused. Lucius, meanwhile, seemed to be contemplating something, appearing quite pleased with the entire manor, particularly its basement. Ultimately, Ein decided to acquire the estate, allocating a portion of the inheritance from the Black family to claim it as his own. Next, he needed to handle some formalities at the Ministry of Magic and find a house elf to assist with the preparations for the birthday celebration. Of course, Ein and Lucius would need to be present for most of the arrangements. When it came time to select a house elf, Ein casually pointed to the one he found most appealing among 3 available, who seemed to be named Sunny. I am eager to serve Mr. Black. Sunny's large, glistening eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her voice bright and melodic. Very well, Ein replied, signing the floating house elf contract before him. Chapter 66, Privet Drive. As Ein signed the contract, he recalled the 2 house elves he had encountered before, one named Dobby and the other Creature. Ein thought to himself, I don't have too many demands. I hope this one is simply normal. Meanwhile, Sunny excitedly vanished on the spot to the Selwyn estate, now the Black Manor, to prepare for the birthday celebration and to clean up after the transfer of ownership. Ein returned to Malfoy Manor to temporarily reside there, planning to move to his new estate after the birthday festivities. Draco, however, tugged at Ein's sleeve with a forlorn expression. Can't you just stay here? Ein gently patted Draco's head. Now I have my own manor to manage. He politely declined Draco's request. What a jest. Having one's own estate certainly makes everything much more convenient. Is it possible to activate the Flu network directly to Malfoy Manor? Draco inquired once more. Ayn lifted his gaze towards Lucius. Rest assured, the Flu connection for your new estate has already been established during the paperwork at the Ministry of Magic. Many of the frequently visited individuals and locations have been included, Lucius assured Ayn, affectionately ruffling Draco's hair. Of course, you can always visit Ayn through the fireplace. I'm certain he would be more than welcoming. Ayn mused silently. If it's not during the performance of certain special tasks, I would certainly be delighted to have him. As another day passed, Ayn unusually rose early, contemplating the impending birthday banquet tomorrow, apprehensive that something extraordinary might occur. Lost in thought, he felt a nagging sensation that he had forgotten something important. A sudden wave of urgency washed over him, as he sensed that failing to recall this matter could lead to dire consequences. Just as he struggled to recollect, Draco approached him. Hey, I heard Harry's birthday is at the end of July. What gifts should we prepare for him? Draco's casual remark sent a jolt through Ayn. Oh right. We agreed to visit the Savior during the first week of summer. Ayn calculated the days nervously. Thankfully, today was precisely the 7th day. There was still time. Draco observed the transformation of Ayn's expression, from confusion to shock, and now to a sudden tension. Draco? Ayn hurriedly rushed out. Turning to Draco as he made his way. I'm heading out today. Please let Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa know not to wait for me for dinner. Upon reaching the door, Ayn immediately disapparated to Privet Drive. Skillfully, he located Harry Potter's aunt and uncle's residence. Considering the family's demeanor, he waved his wand and transformed his wizarding robes into a dapper waistcoat ensemble. Clad in a chic waistcoat and tailored trousers, Ayn exuded an indescribable air of British gentlemanliness. Yet sensing something was still missing, he fashioned a branch into a splendid long-handled umbrella. Perfect. Ayn's elegant attire announced his presence at the Dursleys' door. Oh, we have a guest. Dad. Mom. The door was opened by a plump boy, presumably Dudley Dursley. Dudley, momentarily taken aback by Ayn's striking beauty, quickly displayed a look of surprise and called for Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Ayn offered a flawless smile, momentarily dazzling Dudley. As Vernon and Petunia appeared downstairs, they were greeted by the sight of this charming young man. May I ask who you are? Vernon, with his rotund figure, made his way into the living room and welcomed Ayn inside. He racked his brain, trying to recall if any prominent business associates had a son so extraordinarily handsome, but drew a blank. Hello, I am Ayn Black. Ayn composedly settled onto the sofa, smiling at Vernon and Petunia while casting a sideways glance at Dudley, who was observing him from a distance. This little brat seems to have changed. He no longer carries that air of arrogance. It seems the Savior has had a positive influence on him. Black? Wait, is that the Black family? The one associated with the company? Vernon was momentarily stunned. The Black family's enterprises extend even into the Muggle world. Although they traditionally looked down upon Muggles, they were quite adept at profiting from them. Their reputation in the Muggle sector was particularly noted in the toy and pharmaceutical industries. However, it was an elderly mute butler from the Black family who managed that division, establishing the Black group under the name John Black, which Vernon was now learning about. John Black is a distant cousin of mine. I presume you are familiar with his name, Ayn introduced, clearly catching Vernon off guard. Of course. You know, we often see him on the financial channels. He is quite the esteemed entrepreneur. Vernon wiped the sweat from his brow. While he respected this distant relative of a successful businessman, he couldn't shake the fact that Ayn also bore the Black name. Ayn observed Vernon's reaction, pausing for a moment. Thankfully, he refrained from revealing that John was merely a junior butler of the Black family, and that his real surname wasn't he even Black. May I inquire why you are here today? Petunia cautiously ventured. The moment Petunia spoke, Vernon shot her a glare. Mr. Black's presence in our home is already an honor. How could you be so rude to ask? Vernon scolded Petunia, clearly anxious to avoid offending this esteemed guest. With a good-natured smile, Ayn shifted to a more relaxed posture. It's all right. I came to visit a friend. His name is Harry Potter. The moment Harry's name was uttered, the visible change in Vernon and Petunia's expressions was palpable. After Ayn savored their reactions, they grimaced and inquired, May we ask how you know Harry Potter? Ayn found it amusing yet answered graciously. We happened to meet at King's Cross Station during a little trouble, and Harry kindly assisted me, which forged our bond. At King's Cross Station? Vernon queried, uncertain. Indeed. Ayn arched an eyebrow in inquiry. Is there something I should know that you haven't mentioned? Absolutely not. Everything is completely normal in our household, including that little brat. I mean your friend Harry Potter. Everything is exceptionally normal, Vernon assured, thumping his chest. Ayn, suppressing a chuckle, queried, then where is Harry? I haven't seen him around. Please wait a moment. Vernon beckoned Petunia to a corner, gesturing and whispering. Unbeknownst to them, Ayn overheard every word. Chapter 67, Dobby. Vernon and Petunia conferred in hushed tones. You go upstairs and call that boy. Tell him to come down to greet our esteemed guest. Make sure he hides away all those peculiar items. We can't let our guest discover he's a freak." Petunia nodded slightly and ascended the stairs to summon Harry. Meanwhile, Vernon returned to his seat across from mine, wearing a forced smile. "Please hold on. Petunia is fetching Harry. He'll be down shortly." "Excellent." Ein elegantly crossed his legs, resting his hands casually on his lap, exuding grace with an added touch of nonchalance. When Harry descended the stairs, he beheld Ein in this poised manner. "Ein!" Harry exclaimed with delight, calling out his name from the top of the stairs. "Harry, it's been quite some time." Ein felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Harry, relieved to see that he didn't seem to mind that it was the 7th day before his visit. The savior, who could be so unpredictable, was a force to be reckoned with. Harry bounded down the stairs, arriving beside Ein, his emerald green eyes softening as they met Ein's gaze. Ein felt his heart soften under the warmth of those eyes. Ein thought to himself, even if the savior has a dark side, he is still quite charming. The system chimed in. "You are aware of his duality, which is good." Ein responded. "What's wrong?" The system replied. "Every tear you shed henceforth will be a drop lost to the ocean of your thoughts at this very moment." Vernon, observing the camaraderie between Ein and Harry, grew increasingly anxious, his complexion darkening further, as he began to glance at the clock with growing unease. Ein sensed that something was amiss. "Mr. Dursley, do you have any plans for the upcoming events?" Ein inquired, directing his gaze towards Vernon. Vernon wore an insincere smile. "To be frank, Mr. Black, we were expecting a business guest to visit us today." Ein understood immediately. "Then Harry and I shall take our leave." No. If you were present, I am sure the guest would feel honored," Vernon stammered, fearful that Ein might take offense and cause a ruckus. "It's fine. Harry and I can just step aside," Ein suggested. "What do you think, Harry?" Ein turned to Harry. "Sure," Harry acquiesced, though Vernon shot him a disapproving glare. Ein cast a chilling glance at Vernon, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes and force a smile. As expected, during their ascent up the stairs, the doorbell rang. The 3 Dursleys downstairs immediately assumed a defensive posture. Amused, Ein followed Harry to his small room. "Harry, let me tell you, I've been extraordinarily busy lately. Not only have I inherited the Black estate, but, just as Ein was venting to Harry, he opened the door and found himself face to face with a pair of bulbous eyes. He swiftly shut the door behind him and expertly cast a silencing charm along with a locking charm. Harry seemed momentarily dazed by the unexpected encounter and pointed at the house elf, asking, "What is this?" "Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to attend school. Hogwarts is in grave danger this year." "Silencio." Ein quickly cast a silencing spell, rendering Dobby unable to utter a sound. Ein thought to himself, what a bizarre stroke of luck to stumble upon a live plot twist. The system chimed in. "Isn't it splendid?" Ein continued, "But why is Dobby here? The diary should have been dealt with." The system replied, "Have you heard of the butterfly effect?" Ein lamented, "No way, system." The system cheerily encouraged, smiley face. "Please, host, resolve the issue." As Dobby began to roll his eyes in panic, Ein sensed trouble brewing. Before he could react, Dobby cast a levitation charm, causing everything in the room to float. "Blast!" Ein exclaimed, swiftly casting a petrification spell on Dobby while simultaneously halting the levitation charm on the surrounding objects. He regarded Harry with a sympathetic gaze. "Harry," he explained, "you know we can't use magic during the summer due to the trace." "Yes, I've heard," Harry replied, glancing at the spare wand in Ein's hand, deep in thought. "So, we will procure a backup wand from the black market. Spells cast from such a wand will not be monitored by the ministry." Ein elaborated, but the house elf had just carelessly cast a spell detectable by the ministry. "So, my trace will be triggered?" Harry interjected, completing Ein's thought. Ein nodded sympathetically. As fate would have it, a few moments later, an owl swooped in through the window, delivering a note to Harry. "Upon inspection, you have illegally used a levitation charm at number 4, Privet Drive. As you are aware, underage wizards are prohibited from using magic outside of school. Should this happen again, you will be expelled from Hogwarts. According to Article 13 of the International Confederation of Wizards, any magic that can be detected by muggles is deemed an extremely dangerous crime. Have a pleasant summer. Sincerely, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Harry blinked at the note in his hands, and Ein mirrored his confusion with wide eyes. Harry then turned to Dobby. "Ein, you should have a way to make him answer my questions without causing a ruckus," he said with a smile. For some reason, Ein found Harry's smile at that moment somewhat unsettling. Complying, Ein waved his wand, conjuring a rope that bound Dobby, while simultaneously lifting the silencing and petrifying charms. "Dobby is so happy to see Harry Potter," the elf exclaimed. "Everything Dobby does is for Harry." Harry gently interrupted. "Your name is Dobby, is it?" Dobby's large, bulging eyes sparkled with excitement. "Yes, Harry Potter is truly a kind wizard. He is calling Dobby's name. Does your master know of your actions today?" Harry asked with a faint smile. As far as I know, house elves who act without their master's permission are not considered good elves. Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears. Oh yes. Dobby is a bad elf. Dobby must punish himself. As he spoke, Dobby struggled to throw himself against the window. If you break the window, it will only add to your mistakes, Harry casually remarked, plunging Dobby deeper into self-reproach. Dobby only wanted to save Harry Potter. Dobby pleaded with his pitiful eyes, seeking Harry's understanding. However, Harry merely regarded the ugly, oversized doll before him with indifference. Do all house elves like you make excuses? Chapter 68, Harry Potter. Dobby's last glimmer of hope seemed shattered as he stared at the indifferent savior, as if he were seeing Harry for the first time. Harry Potter and Dobby think differently. Dobby suddenly began to sob. Dobby is a bad elf. Harry's lips curled slightly. Knowing you are a bad elf means you must atone, does it not? Atone? Dobby appeared bewildered by Harry's words. Now, tell me, who sent you? Harry initiated his interrogation. Dobby came of his own accord. No one sent him, Dobby replied. Though his gaze briefly faltered, Harry glanced at Ein, who returned a quizzical look. It seemed as if Dobby had been deeply influenced by something. Ein silently mused. Yet he could not use the Imperius curse in front of Harry. This implied that someone else had likely cast it on Dobby, and quite successfully at that. This individual's magical prowess was undoubtedly formidable. What else have you done besides this? Harry pressed. Dobby lowered his head. Dobby intercepted letters from Harry Potter's friends. Why would you do that? A flicker of darkness passed through Harry's emerald eyes, but he quickly concealed it. To make Harry Potter feel abandoned by his friends, Dobby answered. So that Harry Potter would become disillusioned with friendship and not return to Hogwarts. But my friends will be here shortly to take me away. Your scheme will not work, Harry replied coldly. But the two friends from Slytherin will not have the chance. Dobby's eyes began to glaze over again. Ein raised an eyebrow, and Harry's expression grew grave. Very well, Dobby, Harry continued. Though you are a bad elf, I have decided to grant you a chance for redemption. Leave the intercepted letters here and depart. Harry commanded Dobby. Dobby appeared conflicted, but upon meeting Harry's cold gaze, he despondently slumped his shoulders. Very well, if that is what Harry Potter wishes, Dobby said glumly, leaving a pile of letters behind. Just as he prepared to snap his fingers and vanish, Ein cast a forgetting charm. Dobby's form flickered before vanishing from the room. What do you think, Ein? Harry was unreserved, directly inquiring about Ein's perspective. How can I perceive it? With my eyes, of course. Captivated by the Savior's PUA techniques, which rivaled the effects of the soul-sucking curse, Ein suddenly felt that his own abilities, limited to merely projecting his soul, were pathetically inadequate. Harry, not waiting for Ein's response, sat down, counting the letters while continuing his discourse. That little elf must have been sent by someone. It could very well be Voldemort, as my absence from Hogwarts grants him more opportunities to act. However, I doubt he would resort to such a foolish and ineffective tactic. This is uncharacteristic of Voldemort. Harry's hand, counting the letters, paused momentarily before he continued. In fact, the only person left with a motive to do so is Albus Dumbledore. He spoke the name directly, delineating two purposes. One was to add more color to my summer life, and the other was likely to sow discord between Draco, you, and me. I nodded in agreement, his analysis mirroring Harry's almost perfectly. Old Dumble always enjoyed employing such petty schemes. It seemed the time had come to give him something to occupy his mind. Engrossed in Harry's words, Ein failed to notice that Harry had finished perusing the letters and had fallen into silence. Ein, Harry called softly. Oh, only then did Ein, lost in thoughts about how to trouble Dumbledore, come back to reality. So you really didn't write to me? Harry's emerald eyes looked at Ein, laden with hurt. Oh no, I completely forgot. I thought, why not just come find you directly? So I didn't write. He smirked at his own quick thinking. Thankfully, Harry did not dwell on the matter, instead continuing to question Ein. I'm not quite sure what will happen next. Harry sighed, waving the Ministry of Magic's notification letter in his hand, lamenting the inability to use magic over the summer while encountering such situations. Next, I suppose I'll have to make a trip to the Ministry's court. If I'm not mistaken, it will be old Dumble who will take you there. It serves to bolster his reliability in the eyes of the Savior, while simultaneously showcasing his influence within the Ministry to gain the Savior's trust and reliance. Harry evidently shared this thought, sneering, it seems I have no choice but to go. Ein observed Harry's somber expression and lit a row of candles for Dumbledore. Ein mused. System, the Savior's corruption is quite apparent. Ugh. How much has the Savior's fate altered? System, 49. Ein, is it really that precise? System, lacks a pivotal event to completely alter the trajectory. Ein discreetly scrutinized the Savior's darkened visage, thinking it might be about time. With the soundproof charm in place, even if a ruckus occurred in the room, the Dursleys and their guests downstairs remained unaffected. As dinner approached, the guests finally departed, and the Dursleys respectfully knocked on the door to inquire if Ein wished to join them for dinner. Ein politely declined their invitation and bid farewell to Harry. Before long, it was time for Ein's birthday celebration. The Black Manor was exquisitely adorned, preserving its classic design while incorporating several contemporary elements, much to Ein's satisfaction. At that moment, clad in a white wizard robe embellished with golden threads and matching gem cuffs, Ein appeared particularly refined. He stood at the center of the banquet hall, surrounded by those eager to test the waters with the heir of the Black family. As it was an open banquet, many without invitations mingled to catch a glimpse of the young Black. Ein's smile began to feel strained as he glanced towards a figure not far off. The man in black robes noticed his gaze and responded with an impatient expression. Chapter 69, A Birthday Celebration with a Fright. Ein beamed a radiant smile at the man, who, however, averted his gaze without acknowledgement. I knew Severus would come, Ein thought smugly. This dark-haired man, who always positioned himself as a protector, conveyed much through his actions. Despite the words left unspoken, the protective stance he maintained, neither too close nor too far, and his patience to endure this occasion, even if he loathed it, spoke volumes. System. Pull yourself together. Your smile is nearly reaching the heavens. Ein. What's wrong? Jealous? System. Frustrated, but unable to retaliate against the host. What to do? Just as Ein was engaged in a mental skirmish with the system, a commotion erupted at the entrance. The center of the stir was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, Isolon Vado, the disguised Gellert Grindelwald. Upon seeing the newcomer, Severus silently approached Ein, positioning himself to swiftly protect him. Ein swirled the glass of grape juice in his hand, watching the man in the wheelchair draw near until he stood before him. Long time no see, young one, the man proclaimed, his aura commanding enough to draw all eyes in the room to him. At that moment, the spotlight was solely on the host of the banquet and the enigmatic man in the wheelchair. Good day, Mr. Onvato, Ein greeted, raising his glass in acknowledgement. The man smiled, accepting a glass of red wine from a server. Happy birthday, young one. Thank you, Ein replied casually, lacking the intent to engage in further conversation. Yet the man seemed particularly intrigued by him. Should I be grateful that you didn't use red wine to stain my trousers this time? The man in the wheelchair remarked with interest. Didn't he expect you to remember such an old incident? Ein retorted, rolling his eyes, implying that the man held a grudge. The wheelchair-bound man, unfazed, continued to converse with Ein, maintaining a polite demeanor but peppering his sentences with young one, which Ein countered with playful jabs. After finishing his last sip of wine, the man revealed a rare smile of amusement. This is a birthday gift prepared for you, young one, he said, presenting a beautifully wrapped gift. Ein raised an eyebrow, accepting the gift. Most presents were arranged before entering the banquet hall and organized by house elves, with few individuals daring to present gifts in person unless they were particularly close or the gift was extraordinary. The wheelchair-bound man clearly did not belong to the former category. Ein took the gift, pretending to be nonchalant, yet he couldn't help but steal glances at the little box in his hands. His curiosity was piqued. What could Grindelwald possibly gift him? The man in the wheelchair chuckled, unabashedly amused by Ein's expression. What is so funny? Ein shot an annoyed glare at him. I simply find you to be a rather fascinating young one, the man replied, winking. A chill ran down Ein's spine as he momentarily thought of someone else, giving him goosebumps. However, one must admit, the wink from the wheelchair-bound man held a certain charm. As he prepared to leave after presenting the gift, another commotion erupted at the entrance. The commotion this time was not as pronounced as before, yet it was sufficiently noteworthy. It was instigated by a young wizard, none other than the familiar Lester Strange. With an air of arrogance, Lester made his way towards Ein, drawing forth a chorus of hushed whispers. After all, whispers of the Black and Lestrange families had circulated widely. It was clear that he had come to stir trouble. Upon noticing the newcomer at the entrance, Snape furrowed his brow deeply, inwardly cursing Lucius for the ill-conceived decision to transform this birthday celebration into a public affair. He should have stayed to scrutinize the motley crowd that had gathered. Indeed, after presenting Ein with a gift at the onset of the soiree, Lucius had departed with Narcissa and a reluctant Draco, claiming he needed to attend another charity gala hosted by the Malfoys. Damned if he didn't have to remain here to safeguard this young rascal. Otherwise, by the morrow, this child might be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. As Lester approached Ein, he brandished a delicately crafted gift box. Ah, Mr. Black, happy birthday, he declared with a peculiar smile, causing alarm bells to ring in Ein's mind. However, before Ein could react, the gift box was hurled at him with force. The impact sent a wave of confusion washing over Ein, and recognizing the sensation, he realized it was a portkey. Quick as a flash, Ein grasped the wheelchair-bound man nearby. The man's gaze was icy, yet he did not shake off Ein's grip. Not far off, Snape, without a moment's hesitation, cast a binding spell from his wand, ensnaring Ein's wrist. Almost immediately, he was by Ein's side. Amidst the whirl of chaos, The protagonist of the evening vanished from sight, along with Mr. Onvato and Professor Snape. After what felt like an eternity of displacement, Ein regained consciousness, nearly collapsing into Snape's arms. "Thank you, Professor," he stammered, steadying himself while clutching his still dizzy head. "I wasn't aware Mr. Black had become so courteous. With such manners, one might think you would consider your surroundings first," Snape replied coldly, his sharp gaze landing upon the man in the wheelchair. Despite the lengthy journey, the man exhibited no sign of discomfort, appearing as elegant and refined as if he had just attended a grand soiree. In fact, he had indeed just done so. "Since we find ourselves in this predicament, perhaps the gentleman could candidly introduce himself," Snape suggested, his wand pointing at the man in the wheelchair. "Now is hardly the time to raise wands against an ally," the man retorted calmly, observing the wand aimed at him with a steady gaze. "Rather than face potential betrayal at an uncertain juncture, I would prefer to quash any ambiguity at the outset," Snape replied icily, his wand unwavering. After a tense standoff, it was the man in the wheelchair who broke the silence, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. "It matters not. I am Gellert Grindelwald." Upon hearing this, Snape's expression shifted to one of realization as he retracted his wand. "It seems you have already suspected my identity," he remarked, observing Gellert's smirk. "Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald has not concealed his true nature, has he?" Snape continued. "Moreover, the young one here is not surprised, which is somewhat astonishing," Gellert noted, raising an eyebrow at the bystander. "Ein. Wait, what? This is about me?" Ein exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Oh my goodness. You are indeed Mr. Gellert Grindelwald. Merlin's pants. How utterly astonishing." Ein feigned an exaggerated expression of surprise, lacking any authenticity. Gellert merely chuckled, not pressing the matter further. Once Ein completed his charade of astonishment, he reverted to his usual demeanor, thoroughly dismissive. Even Snape couldn't help but furrow his brow in disapproval, pondering whether this child understood the gravity of addressing a dark wizard of such renown. Of course, Ein was well aware, having known from the outset. As Snape had observed, Gellert made no effort to disguise his lineage, retaining his iconic hair and eye color, merely swapping out his well-known visage. Coupled with his formidable magical prowess, it was easy to draw parallels to the infamous dark wizard from Germany. Having revealed his identity, Gellert relinquished his disguise, briefly covering his face with his hand before returning to his original appearance. He appeared even younger than the middle-aged man prior, with short, sun-kissed blonde hair, sharply defined features, a prominent nose, and deep-set, strikingly ocean blue eyes that exuded charm. Ein quipped, "It seems dark wizards are chosen based on their looks." The system chimed in. "There is indeed a notion in the magical world that greater power often accompanies greater beauty." Ein mused, how is it that among contemporaries, Dumbledore and Grindelwald can differ so vastly? The system, for once, conceded a point to Ein, acknowledging the validity of his observation. Having reverted to his true self, Gellert began to assess his surroundings. "You need not remain on high alert around me. Had I known you would arrive, I would not have permitted the young one to escort me here. My reluctance to intervene was solely due to my curiosity about him, as I wish for him to avoid an untimely demise in certain circumstances." After retracting his wand, Snape also surveyed the environment, casting a meaningful glance at Gellert in response to his words. Meanwhile, Ein, having absorbed the unfolding drama, began to explore the newly discovered space. The trio found themselves in a cavernous setting, dimly lit by sporadic beams of moonlight filtering from a great height. The atmosphere was damp, with the scent of moss lingering in the air. Glowing light flickered around them. Ein, emboldened, cast a Lumos charm, only to unwittingly trigger a mechanism that unleashed a barrage of arrows aimed directly at him. In an instant, he shielded himself with protective armor, yet Snape was quicker, yanking Ein into his embrace and spinning away from the deadly projectiles. "Do not act recklessly in unfamiliar surroundings. Have you allowed the foolishness of Gryffindor's lion to cloud your judgment? Where has your Slytherin caution gone?" Snape admonished, his obsidian eyes aflame with fury under the moonlight. "My apologies," Ein replied, rubbing his hands together sheepishly. He had not anticipated the precision of the trap. Had he been alone, he would likely have fallen victim to it. Nearby, Gellert observed the interaction with mild amusement. "At the very least, the activation of that mechanism has resolved our illumination issue," he interjected. With a flick of his wrist, Gellert conjured several clusters of fireflies, illuminating the entire cavern. The cave offered only a solitary path ahead, shrouded in darkness, seemingly fortified by a magical barrier that revealed its secrets only to those who approached. From the nature of the traps, it was evident that they were situated within an ancient dark magic site, designed to deter intruders from delving deeper into its mysteries. After surveying his surroundings, Gellert reached a conclusion. The young boy's classmates must have stumbled upon this place by chance, believing that these mechanisms could lead to his demise. Instead, they inadvertently found themselves benefiting from the misfortune. Gellert did not shy away from expressing his fascination with this dark magical site. Severus, however, remained noncommittal. Naturally, he too was intrigued by the relics of dark magic, but as a long-standing double agent, his need for caution prevailed. Only Ein, upon hearing Gellert's remarks, felt his eyes light up. Yet, casting a cautious glance at the protective Severus, he suppressed his enthusiasm. Is there a way to leave? Severus pondered the warmth he felt from the boy in his arms. The immediate priority was surely to ensure the child's safe return. Indeed, Gellert replied candidly. I have a gift for you. He gestured toward Ein. Within lies a key, granting access to one of my residences in England. Severus furrowed his brow as he observed Ein produce an object resembling a golden snitch. The key did not activate instantaneously, indicating it required a password. What is the password? Severus inquired of Gellert. Gellert merely smirked, a hint of haughty amusement flickering in his eyes. What makes you think I would divulge that? The atmosphere grew tense once more. Ein, nestled in Severus's embrace, felt the quickening of his heartbeat and silently wished the professor would release him, as this position was proving to be quite inconvenient. I will, of course, inform you when necessary. But for now, Gellert began, striding into the dark depths of the cave. I need your assistance to explore this place. Severus scowled, his gaze fixed on Gellert's retreating form. Weighing the odds and costs of confronting the Dark Lord, Severus finally spoke to Ein. You follow behind him. I will remain at the rear. With that, he released Ein. Suddenly liberated, Ein took a deep breath and eagerly scampered after Gellert into the cave's depths, while Severus closely trailed behind, ensuring Ein remained within his protective sphere. Thus, the trio ventured forth in a rather unfriendly manner toward the unknown relic. Chapter 71. Secrets of the Cave. The trio had not walked far when they were halted by a door. Bathed in Gellert's luminous aura, they could clearly see the imposing door blocking their path, adorned with an intricate tapestry of ancient ruins. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his knowledge, Ein prepared to demonstrate his understanding of ancient runes when Gellert spoke. To unlock the door of wisdom, one must discover the correct incantation, which is. Ein strained to decipher the runes on the door and noted that Gellert's spoken phrase had been deliberately crossed out. Pondering the details, he remarked to Gellert, perhaps we should return. It seems someone has already explored this place. Otherwise, why would they erase the entry incantation? Severus remained silent. Gellert merely turned back to Ein, speaking with a weighty significance. In what circumstances would one feel compelled to erase the entry point? To prevent someone from discovering what lies within. Ein pondered aloud. Oh, I see. He felt foolish. It must be that there is something within that cannot be taken, or perhaps something hidden inside that necessitated concealing the entrance, Severus deduced silently, recognizing that Gellert would have arrived at the same conclusion, thus rendering further discussion unnecessary. Visibly discontent, Ein pouted, but now that the incantation has been erased, what can we do? Patience, young one. Gellert raised an eyebrow. There is a lengthy narrative inscribed here, from which we can infer the unlocking incantation. Ein's enthusiasm rekindled as he diligently began to interpret the tale. The text was less a story and more a riddle. My father is an exemplary bank employee, diligent and busy, providing for our family's livelihood, yet he deeply loves my mother and sister, unaware of my existence. My mother, a gentle and kind full-time homemaker, cares for my father and sister at home. Lastly, there is my sister, who adores me and enjoys playing with me in the garden on sunny afternoons. How do I know all this? Because I am in my mother's womb. So, can you guess why I am in my mother's womb? As Ein contemplated, he thought, that's simple. Because his mother is pregnant. He blurted it out, but then hesitated, realizing it seemed incorrect. If that were the case, it should be an older sister, not a younger one. As anticipated, the door did not open. While Ein was lost in thought, a deep male voice resonated beside him. The answer is, my mother ate me. No sooner had Severus spoken than the door trembled violently, ancient stones cascading down. Severus swiftly cast a protective spell around Ein. Ultimately, the door began to creak open, revealing only darkness beyond. Ein stood there, dumbfounded. Ah, the professor knows ancient runes. Wait, why is the answer that the mother ate me? He was momentarily at a loss. Severus glanced at the bewildered Ein and, for once, explained, this tale originates from Mother Goose's nursery rhymes. The essence of the story is that the mother consumed me, my sister buried my bones beneath a tree, and ultimately, I transformed into a little bird to seek revenge. It's a reverse narrative, hence the answer is that the mother ate me. Moreover, the only scenario that fits both being in the mother's womb and playing with the sister is that she was playing with my bones after being consumed. Ein gasped, a chill running down his spine. That's rather eerie. Severus regarded Ein silently, while Gellert observed him with a knowing smirk. Dark magical sites have a penchant for employing such fanciful narratives to deceive. Sounds like you've encountered quite a few dark magical sites. Ein retorted without thinking, only to realize that the Dark Lord had indeed likely explored numerous such places. Gellert, unfazed, narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly lost in thought. In my youth, I certainly visited many places, often accompanied by companions. Ein's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation, urging him to elaborate. However, Gellert had no intention of continuing. Instead, stepping through the door, Ein hastily followed in pursuit. Upon crossing the threshold, they were met with a vast chasm, a broken bridge spanning before them, with a gap of nearly 3 meters in the center. Beneath the bridge lay a sinister black mire, bubbling ominously, with several skeletal remains floating atop it. Ein contemplated restoration to its former state. The bridge remained unchanged. He attempted to transform a stone into a plank to bridge the gap, but the moment the plank made contact, it melted away, dissolving into the black mire. What now? Ein scratched his head, unable to repair it or reconnect it. He then turned to the Dark Lord with a hopeful gleam in his eyes. Could we perhaps try a flying spell or a broomstick? Gellert glanced at him, his tone flat. There are anti-flying enchantments in place here. Ein pondered once more. Why not use a spell to propel me across? Gellert remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Ein. Severus did not provide a direct response either. Instead, he tossed a stone, which, according to the principles of parabolic motion, should have landed on the opposite side of the bridge. However, at the moment of contact with the chasm, it was abruptly drawn into the mire below by a formidable force, descending almost perpendicularly. Perhaps you do not wish to become one of the drifting skeletons within that black mire, Severus remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ein sheepishly fell silent. The trio observed the broken bridge for an extended duration, with Gellert and Severus leading the scrutiny, while Ein stared vacantly at the inky swamp. It seemed this was the only course of action. After a while, Severus suddenly spoke up, and Gellert, wearing an expression of reluctance, nodded in acknowledgement. Ein was left bewildered, questioning, what is happening? Why do they seem to be speaking in riddles? Avada Kedavra, Severus intoned as he waved his wand, causing the skeletons in the dark mire to rise in response, forming a bridge of bones across the chasm. This time, the skeletons did not dissolve into the murky depths. Severus was the first to step onto the bridge crafted from the floating bones, traversing it with several strides to reach the other side, leaving Ein utterly astounded. Chapter 72, The Secrets of the Cavern 2. Gellert remained in place, his expression sour, clearly displeased with this solution of bridging with skeletons, yet he had no alternative. Ein, momentarily stunned, followed closely behind Severus across the bridge. Gellert, after a brief hesitation, furrowed his brow and pinched his nose as he crossed as well. I momentarily thought Severus might rescind the spell while Gellert was crossing. Ein mused. Are you foolish? The system retorted. What? Ein responded, puzzled, setting aside Gellert's own magical prowess, which is sufficient for him to sustain several skeletons. Consider this. If Gellert were to perish here, what advantage would that present for you and Severus? Ein fell silent. For you both, it would merely increase the difficulty of escaping this place, which is precisely why Severus would not act in such a manner. Who says there would be no benefit? Ein countered. One less person to look down upon my intellect. Smiley face. This time, Severus did not wait for Ein to unravel the puzzle on his own. He directly elucidated Ein's confusion. The dark mire consumed all except for the bones. Thus only the bones could traverse the swamp. However, besides the skeletons already present in the mire, there were no other skeletal artifacts available, making the construction of a bridge from the mire's skeletons the only viable solution. Upon hearing this, Ein experienced a moment of clarity, acutely aware of the intellectual gulf between himself and the two before him. Puzzles. Without answers, it truly was a daunting task. After crossing the bridge, 2 paths lay before them. Gellert raised an eyebrow, glancing at Severus, who nodded in understanding. Ein, perplexed, thought, what curious consensus have they reached? Why is it that I alone cannot decipher these enigmas? Just as Ein was about to stew in frustration, Severus illuminated his wand and instructed, stay close behind me, while Gellert turned his back and proceeded down the alternate path. Isn't it safer to explore together? Ein queried as he jogged a few steps to catch up with Severus. His voice hushed. This approach would be more efficient, yet Severus merely glanced at Ein without further comment. What is the meaning of this? Ein exclaimed in curiosity, while Severus appeared somewhat exasperated, clearly uninterested in conversing. As they continued, the duo engaged in a noisy exchange, though it was primarily Ein who was vocal, with Severus providing occasional caustic remarks. Thus, they arrived at a new area. Before them stood 5 doors, a prominent central door flanked by 4 smaller ones, each adorned with uniquely shaped and curiously inscribed pole rings above them. The symbols above the small doors varied, and while each door bore different symbols and sequences, all of the symbols had appeared on the pole rings. The central door, however, was marked by 4 missing butterfly imprints. I know this. Ein exclaimed, raising his hand eagerly. His eyes sparkling as if for the first time he felt his intellect had some utility. We must pull the rings in the order indicated by the small doors. Not too foolish, Severus replied, raising an eyebrow. Severus waved his wand, sending the fireflies previously at the tip of his wand scattering throughout the area, akin to the effect Gellert had produced earlier. He then manipulated the pull rings of the small doors in the specified order. Upon correctly activating the first pull ring, the small door trembled and descended. Severus instinctively shielded Ein behind him. Thankfully, upon opening, the door revealed only a single butterfly, which promptly fluttered towards the nearest cluster of glowing light and danced around it. Severus waved his wand again, guiding the cluster of fireflies towards the central door. As the butterfly approached the door, it suddenly transformed into a specimen, perfectly embedding itself into a butterfly-shaped recess in the door. After Severus completed the operations on the remaining 3 small doors, the central door swung open. Wow, how cool! Ein exclaimed, showering praises without restraint, yet Severus remained unmoved, instead shielding Ein once more as the door opened. Must you be so tense? It feels like nothing will happen, Ein remarked, peeking around Severus only to be nearly struck by an oncoming entity. The figure, vaguely humanoid yet emaciated and formless, approached with a stiff and eerie gait. It was a wraith. Severus swiftly shielded Ein and performed a roll to evade. He then retaliated with a burst of flames. The ignited wraith lunged at them in a frenzy, but Severus swiftly dispatched it with a series of spells, first a stunning charm, followed by a slicing spell. The wraith was ultimately reduced to charred remnants. Ein, still cradled in Severus's arms, had yet to recover from the shock of the wraith's sudden appearance. Noticing Ein's stunned reaction, Severus awkwardly patted Ein's head. It's all right now, he murmured in his deep voice, causing Ein to look up in surprise. Professor, that wraith was truly hideous, Ein remarked, somewhat dazed. Severus responded. As they entered the next chamber, they were confronted by a maze of mirrors. However, Ein instinctively sensed that these mirrors were not as innocuous as they appeared. The door sealed shut behind them, encasing the entire space in reflections. It did not take long for Ein to realize something was amiss. Every mirror reflected images of his deepest fears, the eyes of a specter that had suddenly appeared, a ghostly figure crawling from a television, and memories of abuse from a man he loathed. Yet, all these images coalesced into a singular, haunting vision, a man with black hair, blood trickling from his neck, appearing on the brink of death. Ein instinctively grasped Severus's hand, feeling his strong pulse beneath his fingertips, which provided a modicum of comfort. Professor, here, Ein whispered, his azure eyes searching Severus's face. The sky appeared to be shrouded in a melancholic haze. For a fleeting moment, Severus Snape felt a pang of compassion. He glanced at the boy beside him, speaking softly. The mirrors here reveal the most terrifying visions of your fears. Ein beheld the countless despondent men, their lives flickering like dying embers, and the despair and reluctance reflected in their eyes pierced his heart. But it was merely an illusion. Snape turned to the youth beside him, unable to resist offering a moment of solace. Indeed, Ein lowered his head, following Snape deeper into the labyrinth. Chapter 73, Secrets of the Cave 3. So, Professor, what did you see? Ein endeavored to disregard the disheartening images surrounding him, focusing solely on the presence of the man beside him. He was there, flesh and blood, pulsating with life, standing right next to him. There was none of that deathly despair, nor the haunting words, "Your eyes resemble your mother's." Ein tightened his grip on Snape's hand. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Ein's somewhat pallid visage and quipped softly, "Are you but a child? These are merely phantoms, compared to the venom of the basilisk." His tone was almost gentle. Ein listened to the familiar baritone resonating in his ears and replied with a soft hum. Yes, he was a child, and children are prone to fear. Snape observed the rare display of affection from the boy and, astonishingly, chose not to retort but merely reciprocated the grip on Ein's hand. Professor, what do you see? Ein suddenly lifted his gaze, his sky-blue eyes appearing especially profound in the dim light. Snape remained silent, merely returning Ein's gaze. Amidst the despairing scenes surrounding them, the boy emerged as the singular embodiment of clarity. The images reflected in the mirrors were overwhelming, depicting a lifeless body of his beloved Lily succumbing to the void in his arms. The lost sunlight, the absence of warmth, the forfeiture of everything. This was the day he wagered everything, for he had already lost all that he was. Only upon resurrecting and encountering this boy did he find new life. It felt like an eternal curse, a cycle of repetition, a relentless reoccurrence. Yet within this cycle, a fissure had emerged. The radiant sun surged through this breach with an unstoppable force, much like the boy with azure eyes standing amidst the despair. The sole beacon of light. Stay close to me, Snape instructed as he led Ein onward. The labyrinth's mirrors concealed various ambushes from the specters, But armed with the experience of their first confrontation, Snape swiftly dispatched the specters with a series of cohesive spells. Flames erupted from the remnants of the specters, only to be extinguished as they met the mirror's surface, as if doused with cold water. The mirrors were no simple matter. The two continued onward. Eventually, they stumbled upon what appeared to be a transition point, where all the mirrors began to spin, ultimately forming a new path. Ein's eyes widened as he observed the transformation within the mirrors. The man who had been on the brink of death, bleeding from his neck, suddenly morphed into a living figure, dark-haired and dark-eyed, with sharp features, while he himself appeared as a youth, held in the man's embrace, sharing a deep kiss. Ein stammered, pointing at the mirror. What is happening? His hand trembled as he gestured towards the reflection, instinctively glancing at the man beside him. Yet, upon meeting Snape's profound black gaze, his face flushed crimson. Ein exclaimed, "System, this mirror is malfunctioning." The system replied, "I see nothing. Why ask me?" Smiley face. "Clearly, you know something." Ein retorted. "Well, one can easily guess," the system teased. "What the heck? Then just tell me." Ein demanded. The system responded. Smiley face. "How far have you progressed?" "Shut up." Ein snapped. "Oh, it seems my guess was correct." Ein fell silent. Snape regarded Ein with a meaningful look. What had once been his deepest fears now reflected his most fervent desires. "This seems amiss." "The erased mirror did not show me these," Ein muttered, his gaze flitting about, unwilling to meet Snape's eyes. "The erased reveals your wishes. Here, it likely unveils your desires." Snape's deep voice seemed to raise the temperature around them. Coupled with the sights unfolding in the surrounding mirrors, Ein felt as if he might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. Snape suddenly let out a laugh, laced with his usual sarcasm. "It appears our young Mr. Black has glimpsed something rather extraordinary. You too, aren't you?" Ein retorted, his cheeks aflame, his eyes wide and glistening as they stared at Snape. Snape's expression darkened. The sight of the boy's flushed cheeks and glistening eyes mirrored the images within the mirrors. Snape lifted his hand, poised to brush against the boy's cheek, but abruptly redirected his motion, grasping Ein's hand instead. "Enough chatter. Hurry and keep up." Ein ceased his protests, swiftly navigating through the maze, confronting the blush-inducing reflections. Finally, they arrived at the next grand door. Once recovered, Ein curiously inquired, "What did you see just now, Professor?" Snape glanced at the boy and replied with a sardonic tone. "Does Mr. Black wish to share his youthful romantic woes with me, a potions professor?" Ein recalled the intimate interaction between himself and Snape in the mirror, silently releasing Snape's hand and creating a bit of distance. Snape shot a cold glance at Ein. "Are you certain your colossal brain can handle the challenges awaiting in the next chamber?" Flushed with shame and indignation, Ein mustered the courage to grasp Snape's hand once more. Inside the next room, they were met with a congregation of specters. Snape instantly cast protective spells over Ein, then deftly maneuvered through the room to evade and counterattack. One by one, the specters shattered under Snape's onslaught. "Professor, I can fight too," Ein chirped, lifting his small head to gaze at Snape's sharp jawline. "Silence. Be quiet," Snape commanded, his incantation allowing for no interruptions. Ein pouted, twisting away from Snape's embrace. Flames blazing. "Retreat 3 feet. Shatter into pieces." Ein unleashed 3 spells, successfully repelling one specter. The specter howled in the flames, yet Ein's spell was insufficiently potent, causing the specter to lunge back at him. Armor shield. Cutting curse. Ein conjured a protective barrier and immediately employed the slicing spell. Under the relentless barrage of his advanced cutting spells, the specter was finally reduced to burning fragments, ultimately turning to ash. Ein turned back to Snape, eager for acknowledgement. But before he could utter a word, new specters surged forth. A chaotic battle ensued, with Snape as the primary force, capable of dispatching several specters with a single spell. While Ein, though somewhat lacking, managed to contribute. Before long, the area was cleared of specters. Chapter 74, Return to the Manor. As Snape led Ein into the final area, Gellert was already waiting for them. In the very center of the room lay a black well, its depths obscured from view. Suspended ominously above the well was a peculiar black sphere, casting an eerie presence. The ceiling of the room featured a transparent glass panel, allowing the moonlight to illuminate the sphere directly above the well. This black orb did not appear to be a solid mass, but rather seemed to contain a dark substance swirling within, twinkling with faint starlight. At this moment, Gellert had acquired a new wheelchair and donned a fresh, elegant suit. It appeared that the path on the other side was not without its challenges. Observing Severus holding Ain's hand, Gellert raised an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue. "Are we moving a bit slowly, perhaps due to the presence of a child?" Ain rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. Gellert chuckled softly. "Let us have a look at this." Ain, in a huff, lowered his sleeves. Severus approached to scrutinize the situation. meticulously comparing the distances between the skylight, the black sphere, and the well, furrowing his brow. The time is not yet ripe, Severus stated in a low tone. Gellert responded noncommittally. What is going on? Care to explain? Ain inquired curiously from the side. It is an ancient time-space magic that can only be activated at a specific moment, Gellert elucidated, clearly indicating that the present was not the right time. And when will it be activated? Ain asked, blinking with curiosity. Such magical arrays typically require a special celestial alignment to function, such as a planetary conjunction or an eclipse. However, only the creator knows the exact parameters, Gellert replied leisurely. But what if they designed it around an ordinary celestial event? Ain questioned. In that case, there would be nothing to be done unless you remained here indefinitely, Gellert shrugged dismissively. Then what a pointless trip this would be, Ain exclaimed with wide eyes. Gellert raised an eyebrow, while Severus remained indifferent. Can you now reveal to us the password for the key? Severus asked Gellert. Of course, Gellert paused, casting a meaningful glance at both Severus and Ain. I am quite intrigued by your future developments, he remarked. Severus let out a cold huff, opting not to comment further, while Ain continued to look on in confusion as the two engaged in cryptic exchanges. The password is Albus Dumbledore, Gellert informed Ain. Ain's eyes widened in surprise. Spinning around in disbelief, Ain exclaimed, Well, look what I've just heard. The system responded, I'm not deaf. Ain continued, Look at these two old foxes, one an old fox and the other an old scoundrel, using each other's names as passwords. The system replied, So? Ain added, Goodness. What a feast for the heart. The system chimed in, So you finally understand my feelings? As Ain reflected on this, he retrieved the golden snitch key that Gellert had gifted him, reciting Albus Dumbledore to activate the key. He couldn't help but think that Harry Potter would surely be thrilled to receive it. Surely the reason Dumbledore favors Harry cannot simply be that both are seekers, he mused, bringing his wandering thoughts back to the present. The three arrived at the entrance of a castle, and upon seeing it, Ain's eyes sparkled with wonder, unable to tear his gaze away from its magnificent architecture. Well then, Mr. Grindelwald, we take our leave, Severus said, as he distanced himself from Gellert upon returning to their usual territory, showing no intention of visiting. Gellert merely raised a slight smile, addressing Ain. You are always welcome to my castle, young one. Ain nodded enthusiastically, nearly bouncing with joy. Upon witnessing this, Severus's expression darkened further as he took Ain and Apparat away. They landed in Spinner's End. Why didn't you take me back to the manor, Professor? Ain scratched his head, puzzled by the man's decision. The manor is a chaotic place tonight, and with safety checks to complete, it's best we rest here. I will accompany you back to the manor tomorrow, Severus succinctly explained, tossing Ain a set of toiletries. Your belongings are still here. You can use them directly. With that, Severus retreated to his room, leaving Ain in the living room. Somewhat bewildered, Ain remarked, Why do I feel a bit strange? The system responded, Strange? What do you mean strange? Don't tell me it's a strange happiness. No, not like that. I'm not like you, bringing up old jokes from 10 years ago. The system replied, I've noted your words. Ain continued, It's just that Severus seems a bit off. The system queried, Oh? Ain elaborated, I thought he would simply toss me back to the manor to fend for myself, let alone leave me with my belongings. The system retorted, How foolish. Ain protested, What do you mean? Clarify. The system urged, Figure it out yourself. The next day, news of Ain's return to the Black Manor spread quickly. Having been framed on the day of the birthday feast, he returned unscathed, which further solidified various factions' assessments of his capabilities. Meanwhile, the Lestrange family had definitively severed ties with the Blacks. Notably, Draco, upon hearing of Ain's return, hastened over immediately, even foregoing his usual hair products. As soon as he entered the manor, he rushed to Ain, inspecting him thoroughly from head to toe, only relenting once he confirmed Ain was unharmed. All right, Draco. I'm really fine, Ain said, exasperated at Draco's insistence on checking for injuries. I assure you, Professor Snape and Mr. Onvato were with me. How could anything have happened? Ain explained, raising his hands in surrender. Really? You're sure? Draco looked at Ain skeptically. Yes. Truly. If you don't believe me, you can ask the professor, Ain affirmed earnestly. Draco seemed hesitant, contemplating something before ultimately deciding to remain silent. Asking about Ain's injuries seemed inappropriate, and it felt somewhat odd. Noticing Draco's discomfort, Ain kindly shifted the topic. So, anything new in the past couple of days? Nothing much. The Weasley family took Harry to the Burrow. Harry's birthday is at the end of July, and he wants to invite us to his party, Draco replied, his brow furrowing deeply at the mention of the Weasley household. I refuse to set foot in that rat's nest. Draco exclaimed vehemently. All right. No need to go if you don't want to, and shrugged indifferently. I can't fathom how Harry tolerates that family, and Dumbledore too, Draco scoffed. What are you saying? He is Dumbledore's golden boy? Ain raised an eyebrow. Surely he wouldn't let a perfectly good savior be treated like the third Dark Lord. Draco shrugged nonchalantly. If anyone were to become the third Dark Lord, it would be you who bears more resemblance to such a title. Alas, my greatest wish in life is for my second-year existence to be devoid of calamities. I chose not to engage with Draco's jest. Pondering who would willingly aspire to be the third Dark Lord, what a futile endeavor that would be. A chill unexpectedly crept over Draco as he remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you're tempting fate. Ein recalled the notebook he had disposed of and the inexplicably reappearing Dobby. It seemed as though a series of uncontrollable events had already commenced. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in the Dark Lord. The very concept eludes me, Ein retorted, mimicking a classic phrase. Huh. Draco rolled his eyes in response. The remainder of the summer swiftly passed. Aside from the end of July, when both Ein and Draco sent gifts to Harry, Draco's offering was a finely crafted accessory for wizarding robes. While Ein presented a homemade alchemical creation, a pair of glasses designed to thwart a deep-level legilimency attempt. It must be said that Ein's aptitude in alchemy far surpassed his talent in potion-making, having already mastered the creation of simple alchemical products independently. He had even managed to prepare the key for their final destination at the dark arts site. However, Snape remained oblivious to this fact, and it was imperative that he remained unaware. Ein fiddled with a special galleon hidden within his robes. This was the medium he had crafted as a key. Surely, it would go unnoticed. August arrived swiftly. Having taken residence alone in the Black Manor, Ein enjoyed unprecedented freedom, allowing him to visit number 12, Grimmauld Place, sporadically to gaze upon the red-eyed Dark Lord. When Ein encountered Tom for the second time, he was genuinely taken aback. Tom had transformed from the young sixth-year boy into a strikingly handsome young man, likely due to the fusion of the Horcrux and the Resurrection Stone. Tom could now momentarily solidify his form, though he remained bound to the diary, unable to stray too far from it. When the corporeal young Dark Lord stood before Ein, he was indeed taken by surprise. Tom? Ein asked uncertainly. Ein thought to himself, quickly tell me, who is this super handsome guy before me? The system replied, can't you recognize that red-eyed beauty? The striking young man possessed gemstone-like red eyes, imbued with a beguiling, flirtatious allure. Leaning against the window as he gazed at Ein. What? Can you not recognize me? His voice was melodious, in stark contrast to Snape's deep timbre. Tom's voice rang clear, yet carried a captivating charm. Coupled with the slight arch of his eyes, it felt as though he regarded everyone with an affectionate gaze. It was utterly unfair, Ein mused silently. No wonder Voldemort had once attracted so many followers merely by virtue of his looks. It seemed the magical world indeed favored beauty. Yet, Ein too held an extraordinary allure in Tom's eyes. The boy's appearance was distinct from Tom's own striking features, exuding a captivating androgyny. He was not the type to enchant young witches, but rather the kind that stirred a potent instinct for protection and possessiveness within male wizards. Perhaps even a hint of destructive desire. Tom's gemstone red gaze darkened momentarily before returning to its previous mirth. He absent-mindedly twirled his fingers, yearning to touch the boy's form once more, and unlike last time, he now possessed the corporeal form necessary to embrace him. How has your apparition practice been? Tom inquired seemingly casually. Such a simple spell. I can master it effortlessly, Ein replied with a proud expression, causing Tom to feel an itch of desire. Then why not try to apparate to me? Tom suggested, pointing to the empty space before him. Ein regarded Tom with skepticism. I suspect you merely wish to take advantage of me. Tom feigned innocence, gazing at Ein. What are you talking about? After contemplating, Ein concluded he may have been overthinking. While Voldemort had no known spouse, it was unlikely that everyone in the wizarding world was inclined that way. With this thought, Ein relaxed. Oh, it's unnecessary. I'm quite adept at apparition now. If you have time, why not teach me something else? Ein gestured dismissively, eagerly looking at Tom for any particularly impressive spells he could impart. I currently lack a wand, he added. Tom chuckled ruefully. I can't very well teach you wandless magic. That's not entirely impossible. Ein's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Tom shook his head with a smile. That's still too early for you. First, you should master silent spells. Presently, Ein could execute relatively simple spells silently, but those requiring greater complexity or precision remained challenging. Disappointed, Ein slumped his shoulders. Very well. However, Tom shifted the conversation. If you can bring a wand next time, I might teach you some intriguing magic. Ein's eyes lit up once more. Magic taught by the Dark Lord himself. It must be remarkable. Thus, when Ein returned for a second time with a wand, he was instructed in 2 spells. Why on earth must I learn the Killing Curse and Legilimency? Ein exclaimed in frustration. Legilimency I can understand, but the Killing Curse I've already mastered, thank you very much. Tom remained unperturbed, arching an eyebrow at the frustrated Ein. Are you certain your mastery of the Killing Curse is genuine? He queried. Ein recalled the inexplicably out-of-control Dobby, vaguely sensing traces of being controlled by Dumbledore. Ein fell silent. Evidently, there was no need for further elaboration. The young Tom regarded Ein with a mix of interest and amusement in his ruby-red eyes. You must have encountered something that caused your control to falter. Ein averted his gaze, pouting slightly. What is it with everyone being so perceptive? As for legilimency, you ought to learn how to initiate it through a person's eyes directly, rather than foolishly waving your wand and announcing your intentions beforehand. Tom elegantly waved his newly acquired wand, conjuring a splendid Slytherin-style chair, which he then took a seat in, facing Ein. Now, if there are no further inquiries, shall we commence the lesson? Tom's ruby eyes sparkled with mirth, sending a shiver down Ein's spine. How unnerving. His laughter was warm, yet the chill lingered. Ein awkwardly averted his gaze to avoid meeting Tom's eyes, but we have no teaching materials for this. The best education stems from personal experience, does it not? Tom effortlessly severed Ein's retreat. Do you trust me, Ein? He reached out, gently grasping Ein's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. With his chin held captive, Ein found himself irresistibly drawn into the depths of those red eyes. Do you trust me, Ein? Tom inquired softly once more. Ein, as if enchanted, nodded. Excellent, Tom smiled. Ruffling Ein's hair, what a good child you are. In the moment when Ein was provoked by the words good boy to the brink of eruption, ready to retort with I am your father, he lost consciousness upon locking eyes with Tom. His spirit seemed to leave his body, caught off guard, failing to evade. Tom observed the boy before him, who had suddenly become docile, his gaze vacant and his resistance utterly diminished, and a playful smirk crept across his lips. Good boy. Come here. Ein slowly approached Tom, his movements compliant, his eyes glazed. Upon reaching Tom, he obediently lifted his chin to gaze at the man who commanded him. Tom reached out to caress Ein's face, and the touch confirmed his expectations of its porcelain-like softness. He gently pinched the boy's cheek, leaving a vivid mark in the form of a crimson imprint. Tom's spirits soared further. Leaning down, his alluring lips drew nearer to Ein's. Just then, Ein unleashed a punch that landed squarely on Tom's handsome face, causing blood to erupt from his nose. The vivid crimson only enhanced Tom's allure, rendering him even more enchanting. Exuding a breathtaking beauty, Tom marvello Riddle. Ein seethed, enunciating each syllable with clenched teeth. Tom elegantly produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face, regarding Ein with an expression devoid of remorse. What do you intend to do? Ein glared, his teeth gritted. Observe the extent and duration of your resistance to the soul-stealing curse, Tom boasted unabashedly. Humph, Ein scoffed. Quite a commendable response. Your resistance is impressive, Tom remarked, raising an eyebrow. With time and practice, your mastery of the soul-stealing curse will surely improve. As if I'd want to practice it. Ein shouted. I haven't done anything to you, have I? Tom feigned innocence, adopting the demeanor of a cad who insists that Ein is overthinking. Ein lunged forward, intent on delivering another blow, only to have his wrist effortlessly captured by the young Dark Lord. Enough, stop your fussing, Tom cooed soothingly. I promise not to tease you any further, all right? The inflection in his voice carried an undeniable allure. Yet Ein remained engulfed in the fury of nearly losing his first kiss. Garbage, Tom. Garbage, Voldemort. Your mind is filled with filth. Tom raised an eyebrow. Filth? No. The world of Slytherin encompasses only elegance and desire. Do not use legilimency on me. Ein's fists clenched. Tom chuckled softly. Your expression is simply too transparent. Ein thought to himself that Slytherins were indeed bothersome. Tom shook his finger. It is not Slytherin that is bothersome. It is that you do not embody a true Slytherin. Ein employed a mental blocking spell. Tom suddenly laughed aloud. All right, I shall not provoke you further. He affectionately ruffled Ein's hair, calming the boy who was on the verge of losing his temper. Did you not say you wanted to learn legilimency and the soul-stealing curse? Shall we continue? Tom's ruby eyes sparkled with mirth. I feel deceived by you, Ein replied, his gaze vacant, his expression despondent. Shouldn't I use you as a target for practicing the soul-stealing curse and legilimency? Tom raised an eyebrow. Well, I fear you would gain nothing from it. Not necessarily, Ein declared, gripping his wand and suddenly raising it. Soul-stealing curse. With a casual flick of his wrist, Tom deflected the spell, causing Ein's own curse to rebound upon him, leaving him momentarily dazed. I told you, yet you did not believe me. Tom's voice grew increasingly indistinct as Ein struggled to maintain his consciousness, ultimately regaining his composure after a disorienting interval. Hey, did you see that? I successfully broke free from the soul-stealing curse. Ein exclaimed excitedly, grasping Tom's robe sleeve. The typically fastidious Dark Lord raised an eyebrow at the hand clutching his sleeve, but surprisingly did not shake it off. Indeed, you now realize how poorly you have mastered the soul-stealing curse, as you cannot even control it yourself, Tom openly ridiculed. Does a Slytherin not ridicule others? Ein retorted, glaring at Tom, earning another round of laughter from him. I would be curious to know, aside from me, who else has ever mocked you? Tom winked at Ein. Huh. As if I'd tell you. Before he could finish, Ein felt an overwhelming surge of magical power invade his mind, leaving him no time to erect a mental barrier. Images of Severus with his dark hair and eyes, his concern and anxiety, his embrace, his sarcasm, his tenderness, and even the blush-inducing scene in the mirror maze flooded his consciousness. Ein's expression hardened as he quickly established a mental barrier, expelling Voldemort's power from his mind. Who is he? Tom's voice dripped with danger. Chapter 77. Who did this? Tom narrowed his crimson eyes dangerously, causing Ein to instinctively shiver. However, recalling the unbreakable contract they had forged, Ein found courage once more. My boyfriend. What business is it of yours? He shot back defiantly. Tom's scrutinizing gaze roamed over Ein, who appeared rather guilty. Then he burst into laughter. Boyfriend? Ein, feeling guilty, could scarcely respond, already picturing Severus's potential reaction to such a declaration. Amen. No. Merlin's lace underwear. Severus Snape, the potions master at Hogwarts, a master of both dark magic and potions, and one of my former servants, is your boyfriend? Tom stepped closer to Ein, exuding an oppressive aura. The youthful Voldemort reached out, grasping Ein by the neck. What are you doing? Cough, cough, let go of me. Ein gasped, struggling as he clawed at Tom's hand around his throat. As the boy's face turned progressively red from lack of blood flow, the unbreakable vow began to tighten around Tom's arm, as if to remind him of their intertwined destinies. Tom slightly eased his grip. Cough, cough, cough. Though his breathing became less labored, Ein still could not dislodge Tom's hand. What are you doing, Tom Riddle? Ein's azure eyes reddened, tears of frustration welling at the corners, evoking a strong sadistic impulse in Tom. In fact, he indulged that impulse. Tom traced the imprint he had left on Ein's delicate neck, satisfied as he withdrew his hand. Is he your boyfriend? Tom dangerously elongated the final syllable. Ein, now too fearful to provoke this inexplicable Dark Lord, hastily clarified. No, it was merely my imagination. He rubbed his neck, speaking with trepidation, and cast a furtive glance at Tom, whose expression was inscrutable. Do you like him? Tom continued his dangerous inquiries. Ein hesitated, assessing Tom's demeanor, and shook his head with uncertainty. Tom remained ambiguous in his belief, yet he chose not to press Ein further. The earlier fury seemed to dissipate, restoring his handsome, elegant facade. Shall we continue practicing today, Ein? Tom gently curved his lips into a smile, extending his hand to ruffle Ein's hair. Ein instinctively flinched, evading Tom's touch. After dodging, Ein began to fear whether the Dark Lord might suddenly erupt in anger. However, Tom paused momentarily and then naturally withdrew his outstretched hand. With a gentle smile, Tom gazed at Ein. I said I wouldn't make things difficult for you, so why do you not trust me? He spoke with a rare tenderness in his tone, a hint of exasperation lacing his words. Ein silently scoffed inwardly, thinking it was because Tom's credibility had been utterly compromised. Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Ein quickly employed his mental barriers. Bah, wretched Voldemort, he thought to himself. Though his face remained devoid of any sign of displeasure, he merely smiled in a rather obsequious manner and remarked, I truly can't manage today. I feel utterly exhausted. Very well, then you should return and rest properly, Tom acquiesced. Ein, too weary to discern the veracity of Tom's words, took off as if granted a royal pardon. As Ein rubbed his neck, he made his way back to the Black Manor, the night having already cloaked the world in darkness. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected visitor in the hall. With the school term approaching, it had been over a month since he last parted with that troublesome boy. Severus Snape had been increasingly restless lately, plagued by the nagging suspicion that the boy was up to something clandestine. After hearing from Draco that Ein had declined an invitation to accompany him to Diagon Alley for book shopping, this unease reached a fever pitch. Thus, he had come directly to the Black Manor in search of the boy. As anticipated, Snape had arrived at the manor in the morning but had spent the entire day waiting in the drawing room until long after nightfall, when the errant boy finally returned. Snape narrowed his eyes at Ein, who was clutching his neck, and commanded in a low, menacing voice, Put your hand down. Ein shook his head in terror. Snape's tone grew increasingly ominous, his presence radiating an intimidating aura. I shall say this once more, put your hand down. Ein had no desire to experience the consequences of defying Snape again. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered his hand, revealing a distinct bruise against his pale skin. A glaring mark of distress. Who did this? Snape's voice was deep and stormy with suppressed rage. Ein hung his head, exposing only the crown of his hair to Snape. Avoiding any eye contact, I will ask again, who did this? Snape's patience was wearing thin, and Ein could almost feel the oppressive weight of his magical aura. I'm black. Do not compel me to employ legilimency, Snape warned, his patience finally exhausted, the wand in his hand slightly raised. Ein's eyes welled with tears. his cerulean gaze filled with hurt as he looked up at Snape, momentarily stunning him into silence. "No, please, don't use legilimency on me," Ein cried, his voice cracking, tears cascading down his cheeks, compounded by the vivid mark on his neck, rendering him utterly pitiable. Snape felt a dull ache in his heart, as if it had been wrenched. Even the wand he had raised fell back down. He simply stared at Ein, words failing him. Once the feeling of grievance surged forth. It could not be contained, mingling with the injustices he had suffered from Tom as well. Ein silently wept, occasionally raising a hand to wipe away the tears that dripped onto his chin, when his sobs began to intertwine with his breaths. Snape finally sighed deeply and stepped forward to embrace the boy, as he had done countless times within the cavern. Yet, in the context of their daily lives, this was the first time he held the boy in his arms. "No need for legilimency, do not cry," Snape murmured, though his embrace was stiff and lacking in warmth. However, for the first time, Ein felt an unprecedented sense of security. He rubbed his tears against Snape's black robes, which did not provoke anger from Snape, who remained somewhat rigid but continued to comfort the boy. Time slipped by, and eventually, Ein calmed down, his tear-stained eyes glistening with vulnerability as they regarded Snape. Chapter 78, The New Term at Diagon Alley. Regaining his composure, Ein suddenly felt embarrassed about his earlier display of emotion. After all, he was a grown man. Sobbing in another's arms, particularly in Snape's embrace. He stealthily glanced up to gauge Snape's expression, true to his reputation as the most formidable double agent. Snape's face betrayed no emotion at all. Ein felt a wave of defeat wash over him, lowering his gaze once more. Observing the boy's subtle expressions, Snape, despite not employing legilimency, could discern some of Ein's thoughts. Amusement flickered in his mind, yet the inexplicable bruise on the boy's neck darkened his mood. It was unmistakably a mark from a mature male, yet the boy was unwilling to confide in him. Snape felt an acute irritation brewing within him, though his demeanor remained inscrutable. If the boy was reluctant to share, Snape resolved not to press further. There were myriad ways to uncover the truth. As he sensed Ein's emotions gradually settling, Snape absent-mindedly ruffled the boy's soft hair, the familiar texture brushing against his fingertips, reaching deep into his heart. "Ein." Snape silently recited the boy's name, tinged with a hint of tenderness. Yet Ein remained oblivious to it all. "Have you had dinner?" Snape released Ein from his embrace. His typically austere voice softened for once. Ein, somewhat bashful, fiddled with his fingers. "No, Sonny," Snape called out, and a house elf appeared as if summoned from thin air. "Yes, Mr. Snape, Master Sonny is here." The elf blinked up at the two of them. "Prepare 2 dinners," Snape instructed. "Yes." With a snap, Sonny vanished. Before long, a delectable dinner for 2 was served at the table. Having gone most of the day without a proper meal, Ein's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food, and he gorged himself without a thought for etiquette. Snape, in contrast, dined at a leisurely pace. After savoring the last warm sip of pumpkin juice, Ein slumped contentedly in his chair, resembling a pampered cat, as the day's grievances and fright melted away. Snape finished his meal with elegance, wiping his mouth. "I heard from Draco that you declined his invitation to Diagon Alley," he inquired, directing his gaze at the satisfied Ein. Well," Ein hesitated. Originally having intended to visit Tom at number 12 Grimmauld Place, but now, contemplating Tom's recent misdeeds, he resolved, "I will go to Diagon Alley on the same day as Draco. We'll meet there. Let Voldemort be. He can play with his Horcruxes alone," Ein thought maliciously, patting his pleasantly full belly. On the day of his arrival at Diagon Alley, Ein suddenly remembered a matter he had almost forgotten. Outside the leaky cauldron, he spotted an irritable Draco. "Hey, Draco, what a coincidence." Ein waved enthusiastically. Draco, with a sour expression, managed a slight softening upon seeing Ein. "You won't believe it. Are they mad? It's just a few books. Must that wizard personally sign them?" Draco exclaimed incredulously. "Perhaps it's better to send a servant to Q tomorrow," he muttered, grimacing. "I shouldn't have invited you here today. I should have sent someone to assess the situation first." Ein paused for a moment, recalling the original plot that would unfold at the leaky cauldron. After a brief contemplation, he wholeheartedly agreed with Draco's suggestion. However, just as they were about to bypass the book-buying segment, they unexpectedly encountered Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were hurrying towards Diagon Alley. Ron greeted Ein with palpable excitement, then awkwardly acknowledged Draco. Ein, harboring no ill feelings, responded graciously, while Draco also managed a somewhat stiff greeting. Ein couldn't help but find their dynamic rather amusing. Harry, naturally, greeted both of them before insistently pulling them into the bookstore, leaving no room for refusal. Inside, the queue was exceptionally long, and all they could see was the flamboyant golden peacock at the front, fanning its exquisite feathers while boasting about how it dealt with a potential water monster in a deep area. The exaggerated smile and gestures truly redefined Ein's understanding of what it meant to display one's plumage. It suddenly struck him that he had previously jested that Draco resembled a peacock in full display. With a sudden shift in expression, Ein turned serious and looked at Draco, saying earnestly, "Draco, I apologize." "Draco? So, it turns out a true peacock can be this ostentatious. I had misjudged you before." Draco pondered for a moment, but did not dwell too much on Ein's unexpected apology. "My mother and Hermione are utterly enamored with Lockhart and are currently in line." Ron muttered, "You two don't like that guy, do you?" Ein shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum. Draco displayed a look of disdain. "Oh, look who we have here." A flamboyant voice suddenly approached, stopping right beside the group. The illustrious Harry Potter. If it weren't for the voice, I might have thought it was Snape here to mock us again. The newcomer, adorned with a head of bright golden curls and a classically handsome face accentuated by striking aquamarine eyes, sported a dazzling smile that made his pearly white teeth almost blinding. "Come now, Harry. I know you want to take a picture with me." The speaker was none other than Lockhart, who casually draped an arm over Harry's shoulder. In that moment, the crowd's attention was drawn entirely to them, with several reporters from nearby publications beginning to snap photos. Just imagine. The most charismatic wizard Lockhart meeting the savior. This news will surely headline tomorrow. Lockhart laughed heartily, basking in his own glory. "I'm sorry, sir." Harry gripped Lockhart's wrist, the whiteness of his knuckles revealing the strength of his hold. Lockhart's expression shifted slightly. "Excuse me, who are you?" Harry asked bluntly. "We don't seem to be acquainted. Would you kindly refrain from physical contact?" Chapter 79, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart's smile faltered for a moment before he regained his composure. "Ha ha ha. How could I forget to introduce myself? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, your defense against the dark arts professor this year. It is quite unfortunate that you do not know me. You should certainly read Gaddying with Ghouls and the Gilderoy Lockhart series. They contain all my interests and introductions." Lockhart effortlessly turned his awkwardness into charm, adding, "And if you peruse the Witch Weekly, you'll discover that I've won the Most Charming Smile Award 5 consecutive times." He flashed another dazzling smile. "Most Charming Smile Award?" Ein's voice unexpectedly cut through, drawing everyone's attention. "Is that so?" Ein looked up, his face a rare vision of beauty, softened by a gentle smile akin to the warmth of spring melting the last remnants of winter's chill. The boy's striking features radiated an ethereal charm. Click. A sound of a camera shutter echoed from an unknown source. The photographer, conscious of the crowd's gaze, fumbled nervously. I'm a reporter for Witch Weekly." That young man's smile was just too captivating. He stammered. "It's quite all right. Feel free to take as many photos as you'd like," Ein said, his eyes curving into a deeper smile. Upon receiving Ein's approval, the sound of clicking cameras resonated. "Oh dear, my apologies, sir." Ein deliberately teased Lockhart, still maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "It seems the title of Most Charming Smile Award may soon need to be reassessed." Lockhart's face, which had momentarily contorted in anger, was now frozen in astonishment upon seeing Ein. The enchanting youth before him extinguished any remnants of ire, replaced instead by a creeping sense of desire. This boy was undeniably exquisite. Lockhart, momentarily captivated, stammered, "Ah yes. Selling books. Are you still selling them, Lockhart?" "We've been waiting in line for quite some time," Ein inquired. "Oh, selling. No. I'll give you my entire collection as a gift," Lockhart proclaimed, re-establishing his professional smile, hoping to leave a lasting impression on the young man. Ein feigned surprise. "Oh dear, that can't be right. Your collection must be quite expensive." "Not at all. If it's a gift to you, that makes it a privilege for the books," Lockhart insisted. Ein was taken aback by Lockhart's eagerness, unsure how to respond. "Well, I have my friends here," Ein ventured. Lockhart, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood, "Your friends are my friends. I'll give each of them a set as well." Ein delicately clasped Lockhart's hand, displaying a facade of delight. "Really? That is incredibly generous of you." Lockhart, entranced by the softness of Ein's touch, felt himself drifting into a dreamlike state. "Ein, Lockhart," Harry interjected, his emerald eyes darkening as they bore into Lockhart's hand clasped with Ein's. "We've been delaying everyone from buying their books. I fear that might not be appropriate." Harry timely offered a reprieve. Upon hearing Harry's words, Ein promptly released Lockhart's hand, discreetly wiping his palm on his robe. "Damn, the sacrifices made for that act were considerable." "Ha. Is our little savior trying to steal the spotlight?" Lockhart grinned, wrapping an arm around Harry's shoulder. "Though your looks may not quite match up to mine or this young gentleman's, your fame is undeniable. Don't be discouraged." "Sorry, sir." Harry lifted his gaze to Lockhart, his eyes devoid of warmth. "I believe we are rather different. The fame you value is something I have discarded like a worn-out garment throughout my life. I hope you understand that not everyone shares your sentiments." Harry nodded politely. Meanwhile, Ein casually gathered several bundles of books, distributing one to Hermione, Ron, Harry, Draco, and finally himself. Afterward, he waved goodbye to Lockhart. "Farewell, Mr. Lockhart," Ein called cheerfully, turning away without a backward glance, cradling the expensive tomes in his arms. Exiting the bookstore, Ron was overwhelmed with excitement, hardly able to believe that he had managed to save such a substantial sum of galleons. His gaze towards Ein grew even more fervent. Draco, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief, asserting that spending any more time with that flamboyant peacock would surely taint him. Hermione appeared somewhat displeased, seemingly wishing to linger a bit longer with Lockhart, which drew incredulous looks from all the gentlemen surrounding her. Harry remained silent, lost in his thoughts. "System, what were you trying to do just now? Attract Lockhart's attention? That offers you no advantage whatsoever. Ein, don't you find it amusing?" "System, amusing my foot. Ein, for some reason, I've noticed that whenever I get close to Lockhart, Harry seems to become upset." "System, smiley face, so? Ein, I'm just curious to see what fate awaits Lockhart, given that he has been on the mind of the so-called savior." "System, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own fate. Ein. System, with Lockhart and the savior in the picture, this semester will certainly be eventful for you." "Ein, what does that even mean?" "System, just be good and don't question it. You'll understand once school starts." Smiley face. After Ein and his companions finished their shopping, they all returned to their respective homes. Due to the absence of the diary incident, Lucius and Arthur merely exchanged cold huffs as they passed by each other, avoiding any confrontation. A few days later, the day of the new school term arrived. Sanny had diligently packed all of Ein's belongings. With her bulbous eyes wide open, she stared at Ein. Ein couldn't help but lavish praise upon his house elf for her reliability. Compared to the house elves who frequently collided with walls, tugged at their own ears, plotted betrayal, or resorted to cursing their masters, Sanny was truly exceptional. She was simply fulfilling her duties. Sanny beamed with joy at her master's commendation, her big eyes sparkling. Chapter 80, John Kingsley. "Good Sanny. Today we must head to King's Cross Station early," Ein said with a smile as he shrunk his packed luggage. He was determined to arrive early enough to avoid encountering the Weasleys and Harry, who were likely to be ambushed by Dobby outside. Given how Dobby had been treated by the savior last time, Ein believed he would probably refrain from showing up again. Regardless, it was prudent to arrive early. Just as Ein was preparing to leave, an unexpected visitor knocked on the door of Ein Manor. "Master, it is Mr. John," Sanny quickly informed him after peeking out. John Black, whose true name was John Kingsley, had used the Black surname while managing the Muggle enterprises for the family. This surname alone indicated the significance that the Black family placed on this reticent old steward. Ein hesitated momentarily as he glanced at the clock, realizing it was still early, and promptly welcomed the distinguished entrepreneur into the drawing room. "Master, good day," John Kingsley greeted Ein with a respectful bow. Ein hastily invited the elderly gentleman to sit and conjured up a teacup with a flick of his wand. "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Kingsley," Ein said politely, nodding slightly. "As the younger generation, it is I who should be bowing to you." The old steward smiled appreciatively at the newly appointed heir of the Black family. The previous head of the Black family had always looked down upon Muggle enterprises, and John had thought he might never have the chance to meet the new lord of the manor. "You have labored tirelessly for the Black family. We are fortunate to have you," John remarked, his stern face softening with a rare smile, surprised by the politeness shown by the new head of the Black family. Ein discreetly glanced at the clock, hoping this meaningless small talk would conclude swiftly so they could delve into the main discussion. However, traditional British entrepreneurs were adept at engaging in pleasantries, and they exchanged courteous remarks for an hour or two. Ultimately, Ein, feeling exasperated, took the initiative to inquire. "Might I ask, Mr. Kingsley, what brings you here today?" John gently sipped his tea, cleared his throat, and began. "Normally, I would simply provide a routine report on certain Muggle industries, but..." John hesitated, casting a glance at Ein. "Please, do not hesitate," Ein encouraged with a slight smile. "I believe you have discerned that I differ from the previous head of the Black family. I have consistently maintained that the development of the Muggle world in recent years surpasses the stagnation of the magical realm." Upon hearing this, John finally exhaled in relief. "As you know, the Black family's primary businesses in the Muggle world revolve around pharmaceuticals and toys," John continued, pausing briefly before elaborating. "Pharmaceuticals allow for some minor exploitation using magical potions, while toys employ certain alchemical techniques. In truth, many wizarding noble families dabble in these areas, and the markets for both toys and pharmaceuticals are nearing saturation." "Please, continue," Ein urged, beginning to grasp his intent. "In my opinion, the Muggle industries should expand their ventures, especially given the emergence of new types of industries in recent years. These could potentially become the new pillars of the Black family's presence in the Muggle world." John's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ein felt a surge of emotion, recognizing John's genuine desire to manage the family's enterprises effectively. What industries do you believe we should invest in? Ein inquired. As soon as Ein posed his question, John became serious, meticulously analyzing the current state of various Muggle industries for Ein. Although the details were somewhat bewildering, Ein eventually grasped the crux of the matter. So, you believe the Black family should begin investing in the arms and entertainment industries? Ein raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Ein was well aware of the immense profits these industries could yield, having traversed from the 21st century, but he was astonished by John's commercial acumen. Indeed, Master, John affirmed, if you can agree, I assure you that the net profit of the Black family's enterprises will at least double within this year. I concur. But with one condition, Ein said, a slight smile curving his lips. Upon hearing Ein's agreement, John was overwhelmed with excitement. So much so that he deemed the subsequent condition inconsequential. My condition is that for all arms industries that the Black family invests in, I must receive the latest samples for my review. After finally bidding farewell to John, Ein glanced at the time. In the next moment, he dashed out the door and apparat to the nearest apparition point close to King's Cross Station, then boarded the prearranged car. Oh dear, do hurry up, drive faster. Ein urged the driver from the back seat of the elongated Rolls-Royce. The driver, somewhat exasperated, replied, as you know, the roads around King's Cross Station are notoriously congested, and you are now nearly 4 hours late from your scheduled time. Then please speed up. Ein insisted, anxiety creeping in. At their current pace, they were already pushing the limits of what the local traffic authorities could tolerate. The driver reluctantly pressed the accelerator. As Ein watched the minutes slip away, despair began to set in. What more could he do? After all, both apparition and flying were prohibited near King's Cross Station. As the car arrived at King's Cross, Ein could hardly discern the presence of the wizards. Despairingly, he counted the platforms. 1, 2, 3, and then 9. His heart sank further upon spotting Harry and Ron, both pushing absurdly exaggerated trolleys between platforms 9 and 10. Ah, it's Ein! Ron exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice at the sight of the tardy Ein. While Harry simply shrugged at Ein, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation, accompanied by a faint smile. Ein felt utterly exhausted, so weary that he couldn't muster the energy to greet them. You're late? Ein asked casually. No. I assure you that we could still make it in time for the last minute. Ron replied, agitated about the inexplicable circumstances that had barred them from entry. Look, we simply cannot get in. It's utterly bizarre. As he spoke, Ron indignantly reached out to touch the now solid wall of the platform. To his astonishment, his hand passed right through. Ron slowly formed a question mark with his expression. He tentatively pushed the trolley towards the platform, only to find it too pass through effortlessly. Ein patted Harry's shoulder, noting the growing number of Muggles gathering nearby, and gestured for him to step onto the platform first. Chapter 81, Back to School. The trio traversed the platform, only to discover that the Crimson train, which ought to have been waiting, had vanished without a trace. Only a few parents lingered, reluctant to part from their children. Oh heavens, we're going to miss the start of term feast. Will we be expelled because of this? Ron lamented, clutching his head in despair. Ein was about to reassure him that he was overthinking it when he noticed Harry gazing thoughtfully at him. Ein, why is he looking at me? It's not my fault he's late. System, perhaps he's just pondering something. Ein, pondering what? System, have you forgotten the last time you were together? You encountered Dobby? Ein, alarmed, he can't possibly think Dobby was sent by me, can he? System, though the likelihood is slim, given the Savior's current disposition, he might very well suspect you. Ein, just as Ein contemplated seeking assistance from the professors, he decisively sealed his lips. The more he spoke, the more he risked drawing suspicion upon himself. Yet, how unjust it felt, to absolve himself of any blame. When Ron suggested they use the flying car to reach Hogwarts, Ein found himself unable to refuse. After all, he couldn't possibly bring Harry and Ron to number 12 Grimmauld Place in front of Voldemort, merely to exchange pleasantries before slipping into Hogwarts beneath Dumbledore's very nose. Such a life was becoming increasingly precarious. He pondered whether the spot Snape had mentioned previously in Azkaban was still available to him. As Ein resignedly settled into the dilapidated old car, which bore no resemblance to the elongated Rolls-Royce he had previously occupied, a deep male voice suddenly resonated in his ear. What are you doing? The familiar voice sounded like a celestial melody to Ein. He lifted his misty eyes, looking up with a profoundly aggrieved expression at Snape, who had unexpectedly appeared by the car. Snape cast a glance at Ein before unleashing a torrent of sarcasm upon the two Gryffindors. Our illustrious Harry Potter, Are you no longer satisfied with arriving at school in the conventional manner? The ordinary train no longer suffices for the grandeur required by the Savior. Hence you must appear in such a flamboyant manner at Hogwarts? Not at all, Professor, Harry replied, lowering his gaze. For some unknown reason, we were barred from entering the station, causing us to miss the Hogwarts Express departure. Excellent. Then I trust the Savior's intellect is sufficient to utilize an owl. I imagine a certain headmaster, whose mind is likely teeming with ideas of honeyed treacle, would be more than willing to assist his golden boy, wouldn't he? Snape's words were merciless. Meanwhile, Ein remained meekly seated in the back of the car, striving to diminish his presence. Hey, Snape, you, Ron, unable to tolerate Snape's demeanor, was about to shout, but Harry swiftly covered his mouth. Snape's lips curled into a mocking smile. Addressing a professor by name, Gryffindor loses 5 points. You are quite possibly the only student in the entire history of Hogwarts to lose points before the term has even begun. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Mr. Weasley. Ein continued to huddle quietly, hoping Snape would overlook him. Humph, get out, Snape said, casting a glance at Ein, irritation evident in his tone. Ein quickly scrambled out of the car, while Harry and Ron gathered their belongings before following suit. Snape produced a crystal vial, gesturing for everyone to touch it. In an instant, they were transported to the entrance of Hogwarts. Keep up, Snape barked, striding purposefully into Hogwarts' protective wards. Ein hurried to follow. Ron and Harry stumbled a few steps, regaining their balance before catching up. Snape walked briskly ahead, while the trio jogged behind. Just as Ein was about to suggest Snape slow down, the professor had already reduced his pace, allowing Ein a moment to catch his breath. As they approached Hogwarts, Ein observed the enigmatic forbidden forest beside them, as well as the whomping willow that should have been mercilessly thrashing him. He gazed at the lively tree, its robust branches swaying, and instinctively touched his own arm in fear. Now you realize fear, do you? Where was it at the beginning? Snape coldly taunted Ein. Ein merely pouted, opting for silence. Meanwhile, the other two remained oblivious to their cryptic exchange. Ein felt compelled to explain. If our car were to approach Hogwarts, it would undoubtedly have to pass by this whomping willow, and we would certainly be ensnared by it. Ron glanced at the tree, shivering slightly in apprehension. Only Harry regarded Snape thoughtfully, then glanced at Ein, lost in contemplation. Once Snape had escorted the three into the castle, he returned to his dungeon, leaving them to their own devices. Having arrived at Hogwarts before nightfall, the trio decided to return to their dormitory to organize their belongings. Meanwhile, Sunny had already sorted her luggage meticulously, allowing Ein to pack without much effort. With time on his hands, Ein resolved to visit the room of requirement before dinner. Following the enchanted Marauder's map, Ein found himself pacing at the door of the room of requirement, mentally chanting, I need a place to hide things. I need a place to hide things. I need a place to hide things. Suddenly, a door appeared before him. Upon opening it, he was met with a chaotic storage room, cluttered with a hodgepodge of items from various eras. Ein, undeterred by the disorder, began rummaging through the mess, only to discover the vanishing cabinet without finding the diadem of Ravenclaw. Frustrated, he scratched his head, thinking, this shouldn't be happening. Ein once again rummaged through the refuse, ensuring that the crown was nowhere to be found before she finally gave up. Approaching the vanishing cabinet, she hesitated briefly before deciding to step inside. It felt as though Ein traversed an entire dimension within the confines of the cabinet, walking along a pitch-black corridor until she finally encountered a door. Pushing it open, she was suddenly blinded by an influx of light, causing her to stagger for a moment and inadvertently tumble into a somewhat chilly embrace. Chapter 82, The Vanished Crown. A beautiful person willingly offering their embrace. Tom's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed from above her. Regaining her balance, Ein shot a fierce glare at Tom, vividly recalling their previous encounter when she had seized him by the throat. She forcefully shoved him away. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Tom appeared more solid and robust in his youthful form than he had during their last meeting, nearly resisting her push. Who cares about you? I merely came to test the functionality of the vanishing cabinet. Ein retorted, her tone venomous, punctuated by a cold snort. It seems the results are rather promising? Tom arched an eyebrow. Why should that concern you? Ein snapped back. Hee hee. Are you not worried I might follow through the cabinet to Hogwarts to find you? Tom chuckled lightly, his gem-like crimson eyes glimmering with allure. Rolling her eyes, Ein dismissed the thought. If you are seeking your own demise, do not waste my Philosopher's Stone. The moment you set foot in Hogwarts, Dumbledore would likely reduce you to mere fragments. Tom merely chuckled in response, remaining noncommittal. Humph, when that time comes, I shall wield the Philosopher's Stone to seek out your other soul fragments to construct a body. You shall be left in utter disarray, Ein declared haughtily, raising her chin defiantly. Even so, you would still go to the trouble of molding a body for me. Why are you so fixated on me? Tom queried, reaching out to stroke Ein's delicate chin, gently pinching it. You cannot possibly have feelings for me. Ein swatted his hand away, her azure eyes blazing with anger. Dream on. I have no interest in you. Unperturbed, Tom retracted his hand with grace, rubbing his wrist nonchalantly. His crimson gaze remained fixed on Ein, seemingly indifferent to her words. What the Dark Lord desires will always be within reach, he murmured softly, his tone imbued with an unwavering certainty and an aura of inevitability. Ein thought to herself. How terribly cliché. A case of late-stage delusions of grandeur, utterly hopeless. The system chimed in. Serves you right. Time to stir up some romantic entanglements. What have I done? Ein exclaimed. Oh, so you are exceptional. A charming enigma, the system replied. Damn. Ein retorted. Ah, indeed, you are correct. It may be necessary to prepend being to that. After a moment of silence, Ein pondered before speaking again. Forget it. I cannot be bothered to argue over this trivial matter. When you manage to leave, go seek out your Bella. Do not linger before me. Tom regarded Ein with a nonchalant glance. By the way, I came to inquire whether you recall anything about your crown fragment? Ein shifted to a more serious tone, furrowing her brow. I vaguely remember it should be in the room of requirement, but I have searched extensively and found nothing. Tom regarded Ein with a knowing look, refraining from questioning how she possessed such knowledge. Instead, he reminisced about the crown's whereabouts. The room of requirement is likely concealed within the highest cabinet. Ein frowned tightly. She had examined that tallest cabinet and was certain it was empty, devoid of any trace of Ravenclaw's crown. Do not fret excessively, Tom replied with a dismissive smile, elegantly folding his arms and leaning against the table, exuding an air of composure. Even if it runs, it cannot escape Hogwarts. There are only so many individuals, and it cannot remain hidden forever. Are you not concerned that your fragment might drain a person's essence, vanishing with them into the vastness once they graduate? Ein raised an eyebrow. Whether as Tom Riddle or Voldemort, he would never be an ordinary man. Tom lifted his chin arrogantly, his red eyes radiating an air of superiority. Thus, it must still be within the school, perhaps even yet to draw upon its life force. What leads you to that conclusion? Ein inquired curiously. Because if it were me, I would never settle for mediocrity, even within Hogwarts. Tom leaned closer to Ein, a smile dancing on his lips. Ein remained unfazed, coldly retorting. Ah, indeed, so you will soon be captured. Well done. Tom fell silent, momentarily stifled by her words before raising an eyebrow and suggesting, since there is still time, why don't we practice the soul-stealing curse a bit more? Goodbye, Ein declared, turning her back and stepping back into the vanishing cabinet, eliciting a light chuckle from Tom behind her. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Ein arrived just in time for the commencement of the feast. As she took her seat, Draco seized her sleeve, peppering her with questions. You cannot imagine how many times I searched for you on the carriage, Draco complained, causing everyone to note how today he seemed eager to flaunt his new hair gel. Ein glanced at Draco's meticulously styled hair. Indeed, the previous gel was superior. This one makes your hair look rather flat. Draco merely huffed in response. Ein then cast her gaze toward the staff table, bemused by Snape's apparent misfortune. Whenever Quirrell was present, he sat beside him, and when Lockhart was around, he was once again at his side. At that moment, Lockhart was animatedly gesticulating, his wide smile and exaggerated expressions filling the air with chatter, while Snape stood beside him, his countenance dark enough to precipitate rain. Ein wagered that if Avada Kedavra were permissible, Snape would have long since dispatched the oblivious Lockhart beside him. It seemed the staff had noticed Ein's attention. Snape cast a glance in her direction, his sharp gaze softening for an instant upon seeing her. Lockhart, upon noticing Ein, exaggeratedly waved at her, then turned to Snape, saying something while still keeping his eyes on Ein. The atmosphere around Snape visibly cooled several degrees as he directed a warning glance at Lockhart, as if reprimanding him for something. Yet Lockhart seemed entirely oblivious to Snape's warning, continuing his verbose monologue. Just as Snape appeared poised to erupt, Professor McGonagall finally entered the hall, escorting this year's new students. Ginny Weasley, another little girl from the Weasley family. Ein took a sip of pumpkin juice as the sorting hat nearly touched Ginny's head before announcing Gryffindor. Colin Creevey, a nervous boy clutching a muggle camera around his neck, stepped forward. Laughter erupted at the sight of his camera, causing the boy to tighten his grip, his fingers turning pale from the pressure. After a moment's hesitation, the sorting hat also placed him in Gryffindor. Soon, the sorting concluded, and Slytherin remained the least populated house among the four. Chapter 83, The Headboy Challenge. After the sorting, Dumbledore rose, as per tradition, to deliver a speech filled with trivialities, causing Ein's thoughts to drift to the blonde-haired, blue-eyed rogue. It was hard to imagine how such a pair had come together in their youth, as the disparity was quite striking. This led Ein to recall the dark-haired, red-eyed man of the same profession, prompting her to sigh deeply. What troubles you, Ein? Draco inquired, his expression filled with concern as he glanced at her. Nothing much, just misplaced an item and unsure where to search for it. Ein rested his chin on one hand, surveying his surroundings. Who could possibly be in possession of the crown? It was simply absurd. Everyone seemed suspicious. Dumbledore's remarks this year had been devoid of any anomalies, and there were no restrictions on where one could venture. Ein found this quite satisfactory. After all, the feasts at Hogwarts were arguably the most delectable. First, he would savor the head of an Argentine prawn, followed by a medium-rare filet mignon, accompanied by spaghetti with tomato meat sauce and a mango Caesar salad, capped off with a rich pumpkin milkshake. And let us not forget to provide the house elves of Hogwarts with some chicken legs. After the dinner, the Slytherin contingent returned to their common room. Snape strode in, his robes swirling with an air of authority, and conjured a sofa to seat himself. He bore the countenance of a serpent king surveying his subjects. The young Slytherins stood at attention, awaiting his admonition. This was Hogwarts' most distinguished house, Slytherin. As Snape's deep voice resonated, Ein's thoughts drifted back to the fateful night of the previous year's commencement. Everything seemed altered yet unchanged. In your forthcoming studies in life, you shall gradually comprehend the weight and significance of this name. Snape's elegant tones reached Ein's ears, causing an inexplicable flush to rise to his cheeks and a quickening of his heartbeat. At that moment, Snape's gaze, as if sensing something, fell upon Ein. When their eyes, his dark orbs meeting Ein's cerulean ones, intertwined, Snape raised an eyebrow, declaring, "Any behavior detrimental to Slytherin shall be strictly forbidden. Not only for the first-year students, but also for certain unruly upperclassmen. I trust you will all remember this." His voice, deep and refined like that of a cello, brought the admonition to a close. "Above all, do not let me catch you." Snape's eyes turned toward Ein, and that phrase seemed to transcend time, pulling them both back to the day in the Chamber of Secrets. "I assure you, all that you fear will be nipped in the bud. Everything you hold dear shall be safeguarded intact. I shall strive to fulfill your wishes to the best of my ability. It is I who willingly submits to you, Professor. Ein, do not allow me to apprehend you again." As his thoughts returned, Snape cast a shadowed glance at the conspicuously radiant youth among the crowd. He shone brightly, akin to the sun. The boy had professed his submission to Snape. Absurd, yet it kindled an unrealistic hope. Snape recalled the desires he had seen in the mirror maze. The boy blushing as he held him, kissing him, his gaze dazed, his beautiful face flushed with crimson, stirring a yearning to possess him completely, body and soul, inside and out. Snape forcibly diverted his gaze. Yet, it seemed impossible. Their relationship could be anything but that. His life was one of atonement, and he could not drag such a sunlit youth into his own mire. With a heart full of complex thoughts, Snape whisked away, leaving Ein deep in contemplation as he watched Snape's retreating figure. Ein mused, "System, something feels amiss." The system replied, "No longer calling me system." Ein insisted, "This is a serious matter." The system prompted, "Speak." Ein continued, "I feel Snape's expression towards me is rather peculiar." "Why does it seem?" The system interjected. Have you finally had an epiphany?" Ein lamented, "Why does it feel as though he looks at me like I am a terminally ill patient? Am I unaware of some incurable ailment?" The system, with a hint of reluctance, responded, "I'm not particularly inclined to elaborate." After Snape's departure, the chief challenge loomed ahead. "Ein, will you participate this year?" Draco inquired hesitantly, recalling Ein's keen interest in the chief challenge from the previous year. However, last year's Ein was a blank slate, while this year's Ein, Draco remembered Ein's perfect scores, save for potions and flying, and felt compelled to muster all his focus. If it were Ein, losing the title of chief would likely not provoke his father's ire, right? "Who says I'm participating in the chief challenge?" Ein blinked innocently. "Well, you were curious last year." Draco replied, somewhat taken aback. "Last year was merely out of curiosity. I wished to see how everyone dueled." Ein shrugged nonchalantly. However, after undergoing Snape's grueling dueling training and Tom's bizarre regimen, Ein found himself wholly uninterested in this elementary squabble of a chief challenge. First up was the 7th year chief challenge. Although 7th years had theoretically learned the silencing charm, in the heat of battle, few applied it. Ein shook his head as he observed the students, whose movements appeared practiced yet were, in truth, sluggish. Had Snape been there, spells would have been flying, leaving no room for respite. The 7th year duel was lackluster, and the lower years were even less engaging. Just as Ein stifled a yawn, a piercing gaze filled with animosity snapped him back to attention. It was Lestrange, now a 5th year. Soon, it was the 5th year's turn in the chief challenge. Lestrange stood on the dueling platform, his hateful glare fixed on Ein. Ein raised an eyebrow, provocatively returning Lestrange's stare. Lestrange, possessing considerable skill, quickly dispatched his peers. Yet, in the final duel, he unleashed a bolt of red light aimed directly at Ein. Caught off guard, Ein instinctively cast a shield charm, rebounding the spell. Lestrange, taken aback, hastily dodged the returning curse, his eyes now filled with even more loathing. As Draco observed the unfolding scene, his indignation flared, and he prepared to speak out, only to be halted by Ein, standing before the entire Slytherin house. Ein raised his hand. "May I challenge the 5th year chief?" The moment Ein lifted his hand, all eyes turned toward him. The newly appointed house chief appeared momentarily stunned, glancing between the heir of House Black and the young master of House Lestrange. What a predicament! The house chief hesitated. While there is no precedent for this, it is not out of the question. He then turned to Lestrange, adding, Of course, this must be agreed upon by both parties. Lestrange glared at Ein with disdain, a malicious grin creeping onto his lips. Haha, sure. Just don't come crying to the headmaster afterward. Crying to the headmaster? Are you certain that will not be you? Ein raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming. Oh, that's right, given your looks. You'd likely be thrown out of the office for that. Ein regarded Lestrange with feigned pity. You truly are pitiable. Lestrange was on the verge of exploding with rage. His wand aimed directly at Ein. Black, if you have the guts, come up here. I will ensure you do not leave this place today. Ein remained unfazed by his adversary's provocation, merely letting out a carefree chuckle before striding confidently onto the dueling platform. Instantly, the gaze of every Slytherin was riveted upon the two figures. Ignoring the scrutiny surrounding him, Ein approached Lestrange step by deliberate step. Although Lestrange felt the weight of pressure from his opponent, he did not retreat, bound by his pride. Thus, Ein found himself standing directly before Lestrange, their proximity almost palpable. Lestrange kept his wand pointed at Ein, the tip almost brushing against Ein's form. In a voice barely audible to anyone but them, Ein whispered in Lestrange's ear. Soul extraction. As he gently lifted the sleeve of his wizarding robe, it appeared to the onlookers as though he intended to caress Lestrange's cheek. A collective gasp escaped the crowd, utterly bewildered by Ein's unconventional tactics. Concealed beneath the folds of his robe, a beam of light shot forth, striking Lestrange directly. Lestrange's pupils dilated in shock, and he succumbed to a state of confusion. Lestrange, duel with me, and use the Cruciatus curse against me during our duel. Ein commanded softly in Lestrange's ear, before distancing himself. Lestrange, I demand a duel. Ein's voice rang out, resonant and clear throughout the common room. The Slytherins held their breath. Only Draco sensed something amiss. Torn between the excitement of the spectacle and concern for Ein, he decisively chose the latter, deciding to summon the headmaster post-haste. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Draco slipped out of the common room while the attention of the others remained fixed on the dueling platform. Following a courteous exchange of greetings, Ein resolutely began to cast spells. Petrificus Totalis. Shatter. Ein unleashed two advanced curses in quick succession. Lestrange, the fifth-year champion, was no novice. He conjured a protective shield that absorbed the attack before launching a counteroffensive. Ein intentionally employed spells of lesser lethality, matching Lestrange's skill level, all the while awaiting the Cruciatus curse. During this exchange, Ein had ascertained that his actual prowess surpassed that of the fifth-year student before him. The duel continued back and forth for a considerable time, until, amidst the spectators' astonishment at Ein, a second-year student, holding his own against the fifth-year champion. Lestrange seemed to suddenly snap, unleashing the dreaded curse. Cruciatus. The moment the curse struck him, Ein was gripped by regret. Had he known the depths of Lestrange's animosity, he would have anticipated such a reaction. It would have been simple for Ein to provoke Lestrange into using the Cruciatus curse, as the Slytherin champion's challenge could lead to his imprisonment in Azkaban alongside his unfortunate distant relatives. Even expulsion would have been a certainty. But he hadn't expected it to hurt this much. When Snape pushed open the door to the common room, he was met with the sight of Ein writhing in agony on the floor, while Lestrange stood, wand raised, an expression of bewilderment etched on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Snape dispatched Lestrange with a spell, ascending the platform to scoop Ein into his arms. As the pain rendered Ein nearly unconscious, he instinctively clutched Snape's robes upon recognizing him. Professor, it hurts. Ein's voice emerged as a faint whisper, nearly inaudible, his frail form leaning heavily against Snape. Feeling the weakness of the boy in his embrace, Snape cast a fierce glare at Lestrange. However, as the headmaster, he could not unjustly attack one of his own students. Snape's expression darkened, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of tearing Lestrange to shreds. He had been overly complacent, believing that the youth could not possibly lose to Lestrange. Yet an unforeseen incident had transpired. Lestrange. Snape tightened his hold on Ein, casting a glance at the fallen student before carrying Ein away. Snape brought Ein to the infirmary, where Madame Pomfrey regarded the sight of Ein cradled in Snape's arms with astonishment. I told you the Slytherin Champions Challenge should be cancelled. There are always mishaps during those years. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her tone irate, yet her actions gentle as she sought to levitate Ein onto a bed with her wand. Snape, however, declined her assistance, carefully placing Ein on the bed himself. Despite his pale complexion, Ein's blue eyes remained alert as they met Snape's gaze, causing a pang of softness in Snape's heart. Madame Pomfrey began a series of diagnostic spells on Ein, a myriad of colorful lights enveloping him in a dazzling display. Cruciatus curse again, Madame Pomfrey lamented, her heart aching for the frail boy before her. How can this child endure so much at such a tender age? Ein managed a weak smile, pondering whether enduring pain might yield some form of immunity. He intended to alleviate the awkwardness with a few words. yet was met with a dual glare from both Madame Pomfrey and Snape. Embarrassed, Ein promptly closed his mouth, silently resolving to keep the true nature of the Cruciatus Curse from Snape. After confirming that Ein had only suffered from the Cruciatus Curse, Snape departed for his office to prepare a special soothing potion tailored for Ein, as only his unique concoctions could remedy Ein's peculiar resistance to most potions. Chapter 85. The Visit from Lockhart. The after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse left Ein feeling somewhat dazed and disoriented. Watching Snape stride away, Ein felt an inexplicable emptiness within him. Shaking off the errant thoughts swirling in his mind, Ein closed his eyes, intending to rest. Shortly after Snape's departure, the door to the infirmary swung open with a suddenness that startled Ein awake. As he turned to the entrance, he was greeted by a pair of gleaming white teeth. "Good heavens! I've heard about your predicament, young Ein," Lockhart announced, striding with exaggerated flair to Ein's bedside, uninvitedly plopping down beside him. Leaning over, Lockhart's comically handsome face loomed large before Ein, startling him into full wakefulness. "Do not disturb the patient's rest." Madame Pomfrey's voice rang out from a distance, admonishing Lockhart. Lockhart immediately flashed his trademark charming smile. "Yes, madam, I am well aware. I am merely overly concerned for Ein's well-being." True to form, Madame Pomfrey, momentarily swayed by his dazzling grin, hesitated in allowing Lockhart to approach Ein. Ein felt overwhelmed, the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse seemingly intensifying. Rubbing his temples, he weakly addressed Lockhart. "Professor Lockhart, I would prefer to rest alone, if that's all right." Lockhart met Ein's gaze with his forget-me-not blue eyes, creating an illusion of deep concern. "I am quite worried about you, Ein," he said, his voice dripping with false tenderness. "I know many spells that can swiftly cure your ailments." "No, thank you, Professor Lockhart," Ein retorted hastily, thinking, "Goodness, will this pestilence bring me further misfortune?" The system chimed in, Ein replied, "You find this amusing?" The system warned, "Be careful. He seems poised to draw his wand." Ein, witnessing Lockhart about to draw his wand, momentarily disregarded the excruciating pain from the Cruciatus Curse and hastily sat up in bed, grasping Lockhart's wrist firmly. "Rest assured, Ein, everything will be just fine." As Lockhart insisted on doing something to him, Ein quickly held him down, and the two became entwined on the hospital bed. When Snape returned to the infirmary with his potions, he was greeted by this scene. Ein, disheveled and with reddened eyes, appeared alarmed as he half leaned over Lockhart, one hand gripping the man's wrist and the other resting on his thigh. Lockhart, on the other hand, seemed intent on retrieving something from his own pocket, nearly enveloping Ein in his embrace. "What are you doing?" The low voice, often described by countless Hogwarts students as a demonic whisper, sounded like celestial music to Ein in that moment. He looked up at Snape as if he were a savior, his reddened eyes reflecting a profound sense of grievance. "Professor Lockhart wants to do something to me," Ein accused, pointing at Lockhart. Snape narrowed his black eyes, coldly regarding Lockhart. His impression of the previous incarnation of Lockhart was vividly etched in his memory, a complete buffoon who reveled in showcasing his abysmal magic skills. Perhaps the only thing he excelled at was the Obliviate charm. Snape's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. "I beg your pardon, but I believe I am the potions master of this institution." Snape approached Ein, potion bottle in hand, observing the intertwined limbs of the two with a brewing storm in his dark gaze. Sensing an instinctive danger, Ein swiftly released his grip. Lockhart, upon noticing Snape's arrival, found it difficult to proceed and reluctantly stood up from Ein's bedside. "Ein, I suppose I shall have to visit you again later," Lockhart lamented. "Though I know you will miss me dearly, we cannot be together every day." A chill ran down Ein's spine as the atmospheric pressure near Snape plummeted, creating an almost palpable vortex. Yet the audacious Lockhart continued, "But fret not, Ein. Although many are fond of me, you hold a unique place in my heart." As he spoke, he playfully winked at Ein. To be honest, if Ein were not acutely aware of Lockhart's inherent foolishness, the sight of that charming wink would have been rather pleasant. However, he could not shake off the fact that it was Lockhart. Ein turned his head away, unwilling to witness such an excruciating display any longer. Lockhart's misunderstanding of Ein's averted gaze led him to believe the boy was merely shy, and he chuckled softly. "Don't be bashful, little Ein. We shall meet again. I will be waiting for you in defense against the dark arts class." Ein thought, what for? To wait for me to crack open his skull? The system interjected, "You were not like this before." Ein retorted, "Oh, what did I use to crack?" The system replied, rebelliously. Ein scoffed, "Pa." The system simply responded with a smiley face. Throughout the interaction between Ein and Lockhart, Snape had been a silent observer. After Lockhart departed, he handed the potion to Ein. "Drink it all, not a drop must remain." Snape's indifferent voice carried an undercurrent of suppressed anger. Given the recent events with Lockhart, Ein felt an irritable discontent brewing within him. Observing Snape's cold demeanor, he found himself incensed. "Humph, Ein huffed, turning his head away in refusal to drink the potion. I'm black. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do not compel me to take action against you. Go ahead, do it. Ein defiantly retorted, his cerulean eyes resolutely meeting Snape's gaze. Snape recalled the earlier interaction between Ein and Lockhart, letting out a derisive laugh. What? Do you require me to summon Lockhart back to feed you the potion before you deign to part your noble lips and consume it? Snape's words acted like a fuse, igniting Ein's pent-up frustrations from the Cruciatus Curse and the entire episode with Lockhart. Without a moment's thought, Ein, with reddened eyes, swatted the potion from Snape's hand. The sound of shattering glass enveloped them in an abrupt silence as the potion spilled across the floor. Once Ein's anger subsided, he regarded the broken potion bottle with a flicker of anxiety and regret. After all, it had been a potion specially concocted by Snape to alleviate the after-effects of the Cruciatus Curse. Ein hesitated, casting a remorseful glance towards Snape, wishing to apologize but finding the words stuck in his throat. Yet, upon witnessing Snape's expression, he suddenly froze. Chapter 86. The Night in the Infirmary. What kind of expression was that? Ein could not quite articulate it. From that moment on, it felt as though something had tightened around his heart, wringing it painfully. The sensation was 1,000 times more unbearable than the Cruciatus Curse. The storm of anger that had brewed in Snape dissipated in an instant, rendering him a silent statue. His hollow black eyes fixated on the potion trickling from the shattered glass, as if he were observing something irrevocably lost. There were no roars, no shouts. Not even a hint of frustration, only a quiet, indifferent gaze, as though separated from the world by an unbridgeable barrier. Ein panicked. He had never felt such panic before. It seemed to him that if he did not act soon, he would lose something forever. In his haste, Ein grasped Snape's robes tightly. Professor, please listen to me. Ein's azure eyes brimmed with anxiety as they locked onto Snape's silent gaze, suddenly at a loss for words. Should he explain that it was unintentional, or that he had lost control for a moment? In that fleeting moment, a myriad of excuses and thoughts swirled in Ein's mind. Yet not a single one found its way to his lips. He simply clutched Snape's robes, his face pale, a hint of inexplicable defiance lingering. Seconds ticked by in silence, with Ein gripping Snape's robes while Snape coolly regarded him, the two ensnared in a prolonged standoff. Finally, Snape sighed, let go. Ein tightened his grip, defiantly staring at Snape with reddened eyes, unwilling to apologize or release his hold. Another silence ensued, and then Snape reached out, grasping Ein's wrist. Let go. Snape exerted slight pressure to pry Ein's hand away, but the boy, now in tears, could not contain himself any longer. I want tea. Ein cried, his tear-streaked face tilting upward to meet Snape's gaze. Snape felt a pang in his heart at the sight of Ein's tears, each drop striking him like a blow. What a troublesome little imp, he thought, exasperated by the trouble he had caused while wearing such a pitiful expression. Ultimately, Snape sighed in resignation and explained, let go, and I shall fetch you another potion. Ein's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at Snape, his tear-stained face reflecting astonishment. A sight that might have been amusing under different circumstances, yet Snape found no humor in it. He reached out, gently patting Ein's head in a soothing gesture. Be good and wait for me here, all right? Ein gazed at Snape, repeatedly confirming that the man was neither angered nor intent on vanishing into the night. Before hesitantly releasing his grip, Snape flicked his robes and departed from the infirmary. Ein watched Snape's retreating figure, then glanced at the spilled potion on the floor, feeling a profound sense of loss. System. Some people just ought to be. Ein. Silence, you wretched system. System. Smiley face. But has the foolish boy finally come to his senses? Ein. System. It's quite a journey, I assent it. Ein. Why though? System. Why what? Ein. Why did I feel such distress just now, as if I were terrified that Snape would never acknowledge me again? System. Ein clutched the fabric of his clothing over his heart, still experiencing a dull ache. Ein. Is it because I feel pity for Snape? System. Partially, but not entirely. Ein. Then what is it? System. You will understand in due time. Ein. Meanwhile, after leaving the infirmary, Snape strode purposefully through the castle under the cloak of night. The echoes of his footsteps resonated with an eerie stillness throughout Hogwarts. When had he changed? In that fleeting moment when the boy discarded the potion, he should have adhered to his usual temperament and dismissed him entirely. No, even in accordance with his previous disposition. He wouldn't have cared one whit about that boy, regardless of the Cruciatus Curse. As Snape walked, he reflected on those cerulean eyes. A certain softness unfurled within him. He recalled the youth he had seen in the mirror maze, the slight flush at the corners of his eyes, gazing up at him with a sense of reliance that was almost palpable. Snape closed his eyes and sighed deeply into the darkness. He could not pinpoint when it had begun, but the lily in his heart had unknowingly been replaced by a radiant sunbeam. The fleeting warmth had transformed into a dazzling little sun. Yet, it was exceedingly troublesome. That boy named Ein, arrogant, willful, and imbued with the cunning of Slytherin, was utterly unpredictable. Perhaps he even possessed knowledge that others did not. Dangerously alluring, he was a sight that one could not easily turn away from. Snape's mind drifted back to the image of the boy, tears streaking down his face, desperately clutching at his robes. As if he were on the verge of losing something irreplaceable, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Truly, he had fallen for this boy. Yet, that could not be. Setting aside the notion that his life was meant for atonement, consider the path he was destined to tread, one that danced perilously along the knife's edge between light and dark, devoid of a future. The boy deserved better. He warranted a fate more befitting. And that person could never be Snape. Absolutely not. Snape's dark eyes gradually grew vacant, resembling an unfathomable black lake devoid of ripples or disturbances in the quiet night. Upon returning to his office, he felt a fleeting disorientation in a place where he had shared so much with Ein, but he quickly composed himself, gathered the necessary potions, and made his way back to the infirmary. Ein, in the infirmary, awaited Snape with a touch of unacknowledged excitement, accompanied by the system's disdainful mockery. However, when Snape reappeared, Ein keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Snape exhibited no signs of anger or negativity. He merely extended the potion to Ein in silence. Ein accepted the potion and downed it in one swift motion, looking towards Snape. Snape's inscrutable black eyes offered only a fleeting glance before he instructed, "Rest well." Snape prepared to leave. "Wait," Ein instinctively called out, halting Snape's steps as he cast a questioning glance back at him. Ein wanted to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 87, Confession. Something was amiss with Snape, profoundly so. Ein sensed a shift within this brief interlude. Tentatively, he tugged at Snape's robes once more, only to elicit a mere glance from Snape. "What's wrong?" Ein asked cautiously. "Why pose such a question?" Snape's hollow black gaze seemed devoid of emotion, instead reflecting back a question upon Ein. Ein's eyes brimmed with tears as he pressed. "You weren't like this just now. What is the matter?" Snape remained silent, and they were enveloped in a long, tense silence. Just as Ein felt compelled to speak, Snape finally broke the stillness. "Ein, I am not a good person," his deep voice resonated, invoking a sudden panic within Ein. "Who says you're not a good person? You absolutely are," Ein retorted without a moment's hesitation. Snape lowered his gaze to the boy, gently reaching out to caress his face. Experiencing tenderness from Snape for the first time, Ein momentarily froze. Yet Snape merely brushed his fingertips against the reddened corner of Ein's eye before withdrawing his hand, saying, "You know, Ein." Ein stubbornly replied, "So what if you're not a good person? I'm not a good person either. We're all just the same." Snape remained silent, regarding Ein as one might a petulant child. "You understand what I mean." Snape sighed softly, gently extracting his robe from Ein's grasp. "Ein, you possess a bright future. As for me, I do not." The unspoken words of the latter hung heavy beneath the night's veil. Ein was thoroughly alarmed. He wanted to grasp onto something, yet for the first time realized how distant Snape had become. Or rather, the man who had once felt so close suddenly appeared infinitely far away, as if separated by the vastness of a cosmic expanse. Snape's black eyes seemed to hold the entirety of the universe within them, imbued with ancient depth and an insurmountable solitude. "Professor, what's wrong? You weren't like this just now." Ein's voice wavered, tinged with tears. "Severus, what has triggered this? Was it my fault? I shouldn't have thrown the potion. Nor should I have lost my temper at you. I won't act that way again. I'll change, I promise. Please don't do this." Snape's heart softened instantly. When those cerulean eyes misted over, he recognized his impending failure. He returned to Ein's side, seated himself on the edge of the bed, and gently embraced the boy, patting his back. "It's not your fault, it's my issue." Snape's voice was low, tinged with restraint. "But please, don't treat me this way," Ein cried, burying himself in Snape's embrace. "Do you know that I like you?" Snape's body stiffened abruptly. The boy's sudden confession detonated within him like a fleeting firework, only to be swiftly engulfed by deeper darkness. Snape's hand, which had been soothing Ein's back, froze, and as Ein felt the shift in Snape's demeanor, he belatedly realized the enormity of his words, his face igniting with crimson. "What I meant was, ahem. I truly admire you, Professor." Ein began to make amends, but upon observing Snape's increasingly silent demeanor, he disregarded any sense of pride and hurriedly confessed, "So, I like you." Truly, after his declaration, Ein resembled a lamb awaiting judgment, his cerulean eyes darting about, unable to meet Snape's gaze. Snape fell into a prolonged silence. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Ein swiftly raised 3 fingers, proclaiming, "I swear, at this very moment. I am under no spell or potion's influence. I am sincerely expressing my feelings for you." Once more, Snape succumbed to an extensive silence, and as the moments dragged on, Ein grew increasingly anxious. Professor Severus, you must say something, Ein implored, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Snape. We cannot be, Snape ultimately responded after a lengthy pause. Why not? Do you not like me? I refuse to believe it. Ein exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You have protected me, cared for me, and we have endured so much together. Why can we not be together? Snape's dark eyes regarded Ein with an unsettling calmness. Why? Are you truly unaware? Ein retorted defiantly. What should I be aware of? Snape forcibly suppressed the turmoil and anguish within him, articulating coldly, because my affections lie with another. She is my sunshine, my ideal, and I shall spend my life atoning for my past transgressions towards her. Your Lily has perished. Ein shouted in anger. You would forsake our potential future for someone who is dead? Ein, you have better choices, Snape attempted to persuade him. Severus, I tell you, I like you. I do not care if you harbor feelings for some ethereal ideal, or if you intend to become a double agent. I simply like you. I admit it. I want to be with you. Ein's cerulean eyes blazed with fervor. Snape was not surprised by Ein's knowledge, but rather astonished by the boy's unwavering devotion. He sensed a hint of the youth's attachment in his actions and words, having thought he could maintain boundaries between them. Yet, he found himself ensnared in the depths of the boy's affection. Everything he had said was merely an attempt to dissuade Ein from his aspirations. After all, there could be no future for them. He could not allow his tainted existence to sully a radiant sun. Ein was still so young, with a bright future ahead. He should not be entangled with someone who had already lived a life, yet remained unchanged. Ein gazed at Snape with unyielding determination, embodying the spirit of one who would not relent until his goals were achieved. Snape's gaze softened as he looked at Ein. Ein, look into my eyes. Ein met Snape's dark eyes, akin to a dream, and for the first time, he felt an overwhelming depth of emotion within them, momentarily lost in the sensation. So this is what it feels like to be loved by Severus Snape. Ein, Snape whispered gently, leaning closer to Ein's ear as if sharing a secret between lovers. Forget your feelings for me. Let it all fade into oblivion. Chapter 88, Ein Black. Under the influence of Snape's specially crafted potion, Ein recovered swiftly. The following morning, Madame Pomfrey conducted a thorough examination and, with satisfaction, announced that he could be discharged in a few days. Ein nodded, offering Madame Pomfrey a perfect smile. Thank you, madam. Madame Pomfrey affectionately ruffled Ein's hair, but he subtly evaded her touch. She thought nothing of it, assuming he simply did not wish to be regarded as a child, and smiled kindly at him. Ein returned her gesture with a Slytherin-style polite smile, although he would remain in the infirmary for a few more days. Friends were permitted to visit. The first to visit Ein was Draco. As he entered, his face was initially etched with concern, but it relaxed upon seeing Ein's relatively good condition. Ein, are you all right? Draco asked, still somewhat apprehensive. Ein sat on the bed, slowly lifting the cup of water from the bedside table, his cerulean eyes piercingly directed at Draco, as if reading his very soul. Draco felt an inexplicable chill upon meeting Ein's gaze, but when he looked again, Ein had returned to his gentle smile, as if the earlier intensity had been a mere illusion. What could possibly be wrong with me, Draco? Ein took a sip of water before continuing. I merely fell victim to a Cruciatus curse. Draco felt somewhat relieved, stating, well, Snape's specially formulated calming potion must be incredibly effective. After saying this, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere and regarded Ein with confusion. Ein continued to wear a serene smile, appearing entirely unaffected. Perhaps it was just his imagination. However, hidden from Draco's view, Ein's fingers tightened around the cup, turning pale from the pressure. In the next moment, he resumed his usual demeanor, casually tossing the blanket aside and remarking, indeed, Professor Snape's potions are undoubtedly the finest. Draco still sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. So he shifted the conversation to another topic. By the way, Ein, Draco leaned closer. Did you know that Lestrange, who used the unforgivable curse on you yesterday, was summoned by the ministry that very night? Oh, how unfortunate, Ein replied with a slight smirk, though his smile did not reach his eyes. What a pity indeed. Draco suddenly felt a chill from Ein's smile, but upon closer inspection, he dismissed it as his overactive imagination and pressed on. Yes, Lestrange is in serious trouble. Even if he doesn't end up in Azkaban, his expulsion from Hogwarts is all but guaranteed. Serves him right. Draco expressed indignation, angered that Lestrange dared to cast an unforgivable curse on Ein. Ein casually remarked, a Cruciatus curse in exchange for a troublesome adversary's disappearance. Doesn't that seem like quite the bargain? Draco looked at Ein as if he were a stranger. Well, one cannot simply put it that way, Ein. You seem rather unusual today. Ein tilted his head, perplexed by Draco's comment. What seems unusual? Everything feels off, Draco thought to himself, but he hesitated to voice his feelings to Ein. There was an underlying sense that beneath Ein's warm smile lay something too perilous to uncover. As Draco fell silent, Ein shifted to comfort him. Perhaps you simply did not sleep well last night, Draco appeared somewhat dazed. Perhaps yes. After all, I am Ein. What could possibly be strange about that? As Draco departed the infirmary, a lingering sense of unease accompanied him, as if something were amiss. After his departure, the system could no longer contain itself and spoke within Ein's mind. System, hey, are you all right? Ein, the system, yesterday. The system was uncertain whether the forgetfulness spell had taken effect on Ein. Logically, it should have, erasing the protagonist's feelings for Snape, thus rendering any interference from itself inappropriate. However, given the current state of the host, Ein, what transpired yesterday? The system was taken aback by Ein's unexpected inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. Ein, yesterday, did I not merely consume the potion Professor Snape provided and take a nap? Or is there something I remain unaware of? The system ceased to respond, and it appeared that Ein had no intention of delving deeper into the matter, allowing the topic to rest. The second visitor to Ein was Harry. Noticing Ein's absence during breakfast, Harry inquired with Draco and hurried over to check on him. Ein, I've heard about yesterday's events. Are you all right? Harry gently placed a box of sweets on the bedside. Ein's gaze fell upon the chocolates atop the box, and his sky-blue eyes seemed to reminisce, deepening in hue. A tender smile graced Ein's lips as he addressed Harry. Thank you, Harry. It's rare for you to know I adore chocolate. Harry's cheeks flushed slightly. Well, I guessed. In truth, it was quite easy to deduce Ein's preferences from observing him during meals in the Great Hall. Chocolate can uplift one's spirits, can it? Ein remarked, unwrapping a chocolate and placing it into his mouth. The sweet, melting sensation brought a comfortable squint to his eyes, reminiscent of a contented feline. I'm glad you like it. Harry's emerald eyes sparkled as he observed Ein, yet Ein refrained from responding as he typically would. Instead, he feigned weariness with a yawn. Are you tired, Ein? Then I shall take my leave. Harry, perceptive as ever, expressed his intention to depart. Apologies, I may not have fully recuperated yet. My energy feels somewhat depleted, Ein responded, a hint of superficial regret flickering in his cerulean gaze. Thus, Harry exited the infirmary. Alone in the corridor, Harry walked, his dark eyes swirling with turmoil. Ein had changed. No matter how well he masked it, Harry could see through the facade. Beneath those once warm eyes now lay an unsettling chill. What had transpired? Chapter 89, Defense Against the Dark Arts. One could ponder whether Ein was fortunate or unfortunate, as the day of his discharge coincided precisely with Lockhart's defense against the Dark Arts class. Upon entering the Great Hall, the long-absent Ein was met with the subtle scrutiny of the entire Slytherin house. After all, despite the final duel ending with Lestrange employing the Cruciatus Curse, the fact that a second-year student had exchanged blows with a fifth-year champion had sparked considerable discussion within Slytherin. The house had always revered strength. As Ein made his way through the hall, he disregarded the gazes upon him and settled beside Draco to partake in his breakfast. Draco, thrilled to see his roommate after several days, chattered excitedly about recent events. Ein, you won't believe it. Even the Slytherin girls have begun to be captivated by that flamboyant peacock, Draco remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Lockhart, who was animatedly speaking at the professor's table. Questioning what one could find appealing about such a character, Ein paused momentarily while slicing a croissant, then resumed his composure, elegantly spearing a piece with his fork and savoring it. It was somewhat peculiar to hear Draco label others as a flamboyant peacock. Ein mused silently, maintaining an impassive expression. Aren't you going to say anything? Draco pressed, visibly displeased with Ein's lack of response. After swallowing his morsel of bread, Ein delicately wiped his mouth before inquiring. What would you like me to say? Draco, incredulous, retorted, You used to join me in mocking Lockhart. Did I? Ein replied nonchalantly. He leisurely sipped his fresh apple juice, the slightly tart flavor causing him to involuntarily frown. Yet, he quickly relaxed his brow, finishing the juice sip by sip. Draco, increasingly astonished, exclaimed, And you used to despise apple juice. Perhaps it's time for a change of taste, Ein suggested, raising his sky-blue gaze toward the professor's table. His eyes landed squarely upon Lockhart, who was still exuberantly speaking, the very peacock Draco had mentioned. Lockhart seemed to have been keeping an eye on Ein, and upon meeting his gaze, he immediately flashed a broad, toothy grin. Meanwhile, Snape, sitting beside Lockhart, wore a distinctly dark expression that deepened further upon noticing Lockhart's jovial display toward Ein. However, Ein did not spare a glance for the brooding man in black robes. Instead, he offered a polite smile to their defense against the dark arts professor. Lockhart's smile widened even more. Snape abruptly stood. Oh, Professor Snape? Lockhart seemed to have only just noticed his colleague nearby. Have you finished breakfast so swiftly? You must remember that breakfast is crucial. Only by dining well can one maintain healthy skin, much like myself. Snape's usual demeanor suggested he did not engage in skincare, and it was evident that his complexion left much to be desired, giving him an aged appearance. Snape sneered. unleashing a torrent of scathing words upon Lockhart. "I believe my skin's condition does not warrant your concern. Perhaps, Mr. Lockhart, if you devoted as much time and energy to filling the vast emptiness of your mind as you do to your superficial appearance, it would not be so glaringly apparent." With that, Snape swept away, his robes billowing behind him. Throughout this exchange, Ein did not cast so much as a glance at Snape. Draco, realizing this, was so shocked he could scarcely continue his breakfast, incredulously asking Ein, "Did you have a quarrel with Professor Snape?" Ein raised an eyebrow at Draco. "How could that be? Professor Snape is a remarkably trustworthy elder." Draco hesitated, sensing something amiss. "You never spoke of Professor Snape like this before." "Perhaps I was too immature in the past," Ein casually remarked, effectively bringing the topic to a close. Defense against the dark arts. Lockhart, showcasing his gleaming teeth, entered the classroom. "Oh, my dear students. Before we begin, we shall undertake a brief and simple quiz." Lockhart winked playfully, assuring them, "Rest assured, any student who has perused my book will find it easy to respond." As the papers were distributed, they were filled with queries such as Lockhart's favorite color, his greatest wish, and his most significant achievement. Draco's expression darkened upon seeing the quiz. "What on earth is this nonsense?" he grumbled to Ein. Unfazed, Ein picked up his quill and began to answer. "Hey, Ein, you can't possibly know the answers to these ridiculous questions," Draco exclaimed, astonished as he watched Ein write with remarkable speed. "Who knows?" Ein replied nonchalantly. Ein's completed answers were as follows. Lockhart's favorite color. What does love cherish? What is Lockhart's greatest aspiration? Frankly, it is none of my concern. Lockhart's most notable achievement is, with great honor, becoming my professor of defense against the dark arts. The gift Lockhart most desires remains a mystery. However, I believe that receiving my exam paper should indeed be a privilege for him. Ein's scathing responses filled 3 large sheets of parchment. After collecting the papers, Lockhart first beamed at each student's work, then expressed genuine surprise and lavish praise for Hermione Granger, who had answered everything correctly, until he laid eyes on Ein's exam. Lockhart's smile visibly faltered. "Ah, this one, young Ein," he remarked, raising the paper in his hand with a hint of exasperation. "Such rebellious answers." "Oh, is that so?" Ein replied nonchalantly. "I maintain that they are all merely facts. If not for the inopportune timing, perhaps Lockhart's forte would have been to write utterly forgetful for this question." Ein's mind darkened with malicious intent. Lockhart cleared his throat awkwardly twice, deciding to proceed to the next segment. He retrieved a cage draped in black cloth from beneath the desk, speaking in a mystifying tone. "Next, you shall witness the most wicked and malevolent creature in the world." Ein cast a sidelong glance, half expecting another Lockhart to emerge from the cage. "But fear not, remain calm. With me here, you need not worry at all." As Lockhart spoke, he pulled away the covering black cloth. Chapter 90, A Turn of Events. Lockhart unveiled the cage, revealing a collection of Cornish pixies, their bodies painted a vibrant blue, with sharp chins, oversized ears, and wings, all chattering excitedly within the enclosure. Ein observed as Harry and Ron, forced by Hermione to sit in the front row, suddenly paled. Several pixies near the edge of the cage attempted to stretch their hands out, reaching for something. Indeed, these wicked and malevolent Cornish pixies. "Let us see how you plan to handle them," Lockhart declared, opening the cage. Instantly, chaos erupted in the classroom. The pixies scattered, and those that grouped together could lift a person into the air before dropping them. Some pixies, operating solo, tugged at the students' ears. Harry, Hermione, and Ron, seated in the front row, were the first to endure the collective onslaught of the pixies, struggling to wield their wands and subdue the mischievous creatures. Ein, however, was well prepared. Seizing Draco's hand and sprinting towards the classroom door, warding off several pixies with a few expertly cast spells. Upon reaching the entrance, Ein shouted to the students inside, "Run." Hearing the command, some quick-thinking students began to dash for the exit, followed by others who quickly caught on. Soon, all the students were racing towards the door. Ein remained at the threshold, allowing students to pass while casting spells to repel the pixies back into the room. "Oh, don't leave. This is for your own good," Lockhart exclaimed, attempting to follow the fleeing students. But in the ensuing chaos, he found himself inexplicably glued to the floor, unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, the pixies swarmed him, tugging at his hair, ears, and clothing. "Ouch! Stop, please," Lockhart cried, struggling to wave his wand, but to no avail. He could only plead for help from the nearby trio of Gryffindors. "You 3, hurry over and assist me." Harry shot a glance at Lockhart before heading out the door without a second thought, while Hermione hesitated, uncertain of what to do. Ron, observing Harry's swift departure, glanced at Hermione, who seemed torn between helping Lockhart and disbelief in his predicament, and he firmly pulled her arm. "Don't just stand there, let us go," Ron urged Hermione. However, Hermione hesitated, looking back at Lockhart, who was being tormented by the pixies, grimacing in distress. Isn't he supposed to be powerful? How could he be bested by a few pixies? Ron suddenly had an epiphany, voicing the unspoken truth. Unless he is utterly incompetent, he is not worth saving. Hearing Ron's words, Hermione reluctantly followed him out the door. By that point, the classroom was devoid of students, all the pixies now fixated on the helpless Lockhart, who was wailing in despair. Hermione had nearly reached the exit when her innate kindness compelled her to turn back and rescue Lockhart, only to be met with a pair of icy blue eyes. Those eyes sparkled with mirth, yet contained a chilling coldness. Hermione shuddered, and upon a second glance, Ein seemed to wear a mere hint of a smile, the earlier coldness merely a figment of her imagination. Ein spoke softly. Are you sure you wish to return? Hermione cast a dubious glance at Ein, then at the disheveled Lockhart, and finally back at Ein's impassive demeanor, decisively turning away. Ein observed as the students exited, swiftly turning and locking the door behind him, casting several counter spells to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. Lockhart's eyes nearly sparkled upon seeing Ein. Ein, have you come to rescue me? He exclaimed, eager to step forward, but his feet remained firmly rooted. As several pixies, seeing another newcomer, prepared to swarm Ein, they were repelled by the protective shield surrounding him. The pixies, knowing well how to bully the weak, intensified their torment of Lockhart. Professor, I find myself rather displeased. Ein remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he approached Lockhart step by step. Didn't you attempt to assist me in the hospital wing a few days ago? Ein toyed with his spare wand, nonchalantly taking a seat. Now is not the time for this, young Ein. Lockhart, on the verge of collapse from the pixies' torment, implored, quickly. Rid me of these accursed pixies. But Professor, aren't you quite formidable? Ein tilted his head, smiling at Lockhart. Perhaps you could demonstrate how one should handle such a situation. In that moment, Lockhart realized that the angelic Ein was merely a devil reveling in his misfortune. Overwhelmed, Lockhart felt dizzy as his feet remained glued to the ground, causing him to stagger backward. Ein mused, how utterly tedious. Lockhart is far too easy to toy with. The system interjected, what exactly has troubled you lately? Ein replied, what trouble? I am perfectly well. The system remained silent. Ein continued, I feel as splendid as ever. Wouldn't you agree? System 2024? It was the first time Ein had uttered the full name of the system, sending a shiver of inexplicable dread through it. Just as Ein contemplated ending the farce while Lockhart teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Lockhart suddenly straightened his posture. His entire demeanor shifted, exuding an intense and solemn aura as he waved his wand, freezing all the pixies in their tracks. The adhesive spells Ein had cast earlier were effortlessly dispelled. Ein's azure eyes locked onto Lockhart. At this moment, Lockhart's eyes glowed a sinister crimson, emanating an icy chill as the tip of his wand pointed menacingly at Ein. Ein swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a beam of scarlet light. Immediately following, a flurry of rapid-fire curses ensued. Ein brandished his wand to block and evade. But despite his efforts, a slicing charm grazed his thigh, causing blood to pour forth. With a muffled groan, Ein's gaze turned towards Lockhart. His eyes now filled with a deeper, more enigmatic intensity. Fortunately, Lockhart's crimson-eyed state did not persist for long. He suddenly lost consciousness and began to slump backward. In an instant, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence, broken only by the resounding thud of Lockhart hitting the ground. Chapter 91, Cufflinks. Ein gritted his teeth against the pain and limped closer to Lockhart. The peculiar behavior displayed by Lockhart was unmistakable. Something was amiss, particularly regarding those red eyes. Ein let out a cold scoff, reminiscent of a certain individual lurking in Grimmauld Place number 12. It seemed Lockhart had indeed acquired some dark artifact. Just as Ein took a few steps forward, the surrounding house elves, having lost control, erupted into a cacophony of chatter, hindering Ein's progress. Cursing under his breath, Ein waved his wand to deal with the house elves. However, this delay allowed the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom to burst open. Draco, unable to quell his concern for Ein, had ultimately called for Snape. Upon hearing Draco's description, Snape's expression shifted through several shades of concern, prompting him to hasten to the defense against the dark arts classroom without a moment's thought. Upon entering, he was met with a startling scene. Ein, blood streaming from his leg, was attempting to manage the chaos of the unruly house elves, while Lockhart lay unconscious on the floor. Instantly, Snape's aura darkened. With a flick of his wand, he froze all the house elves in place and forcefully shoved them back into their cage, securing it with a lock. Damn it, can't you make things easier? Snape instinctively moved closer to Ein, intending to lift him, but Ein evaded his grasp. The motion aggravated Ein's thigh wound, causing another surge of blood to flow. Snape's countenance had turned as dark as ink. What do you intend to do? He said, his voice low and laced with suppressed anger. Shouldn't that question be directed at you, Professor Snape? Ein replied, his icy gaze meeting Snape's dark eyes, shedding the pretense of meekness, revealing a persona stripped of its mask. Professor Snape, we seem to be rather unfamiliar with each other. Ein's cerulean eyes held no trace of emotion as he regarded Snape. Snape paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding, but you are currently a member of Slytherin House. And as its head, I have a duty to ensure your well-being. Ein coldly rejected Snape's offer. No need, Professor Snape. I can manage to get to the hospital wing on my own. A simple blood-replenishing charm is within my capabilities. Snape's brow furrowed as if he could crush a mosquito. Yet he found himself powerless against Ein's obstinate demeanor. I will escort you to the hospital wing, Snape stated tersely. Ignoring Snape, Ein cast a quick blood-replenishing charm and, though limping, managed to rise to his feet. I believe Professor Lockhart requires your assistance more urgently, Professor Snape. Ein approached Snape, but merely brushed past him as he exited the classroom. Well then, thank you for your concern, Professor Snape, Ein said, nodding politely before leaving the defense against the dark arts classroom. Snape began to question the validity of his decisions. Initially, he intended to distance the boy from darkness by making him forget his feelings. But what had gone awry? Ein's actions had completely defied Snape's expectations. He had anticipated that the boy would become more optimistic, yet Snape's gaze darkened as he watched Ein's stubborn silhouette limping away, akin to a ray of sunlight descending into shadow. The moment Ein vanished from Snape's view, he could no longer restrain himself, collapsing to the floor due to the pain. The wound on his thigh reopened under the strain of his reckless actions, blood gushing forth as intense agony surged through his mind, engulfing his thoughts. Had the memory charm worked? Of course not. Ein recalled everything that transpired that night. Snape's voice had whispered in his ear, uttering that despair-inducing incantation, Obliviate. Ironically, it was thwarted by the very birthday gift this man had once given him. Ein's hand delved into his pocket, feeling the cufflink that had shattered while protecting him from the Obliviate charm, a gift he had yet to wear. His memories drifted back to the day they returned from the cave to Spinner's End. The quiet of Spinner's End at night contrasted with the significant temperature drop in London. Snape casually ignited the fireplace, enveloping Ein in a warm embrace that made him squint comfortably. Professor, Ein exclaimed as he scampered a few steps to Snape's side, tugging at the man's sleeve. Snape raised an eyebrow, ready to unleash a scathing retort, but was caught off guard by Ein's pout. Even Grindelwald gave me a birthday gift. What about yours, Professor? I assume you realize that the paltry birthday gift from your wretched potions professor would be mixed in with the rest of your presents, Snape replied, arching an eyebrow in mockery. Ein, undeterred, continued to pout. I don't want a mere polite gift. Clutching Snape's sleeve, his bright blue eyes sparkled with anticipation. You must have prepared a special gift just for me, right? Snape fell silent for a moment, feeling a flicker of irritation as he recalled his own state while purchasing gifts. For reasons unknown, he had inexplicably thought of the cufflinks that Zabini had once given Ein. Damn it, cufflinks were not gifts to be given lightly. Yet by the time he registered his thoughts, he had already emerged from the clothing store with a pair of blue cufflinks. He had merely intended to provide the boy with some protective adornments. This was how Snape justified his inexplicable behavior, layering the cufflinks with various protective charms. Yet, on Ein's birthday, he had inexplicably failed to present them. At this moment, faced with the boy's eager gaze, Snape inexplicably pulled out the cufflinks, which had been barely wrapped. Take your gift and hurry to bed, Snape stated brusquely, exuding an air of urgency as he hastily departed. Ein, upon receiving the gift, was as joyous as if he had just indulged in a full-sugar tiramisu. His beautiful eyes squinted in delight, and though reluctant, he admired the cufflinks before carefully wrapping them in a piece of velvet and placing them close to his chest pocket. Hee, a birthday gift from the professor. Ein joyfully rolled around on his bed all night long. Chapter 92. Do you think I am ugly? As thoughts drifted back to the present, Ein pressed his hand against the wound on his leg, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, while his other hand clutched his wand, casting several more blood-replenishing spells. Yet, the pain in his leg paled in comparison to the anguish brought forth by the shattered cufflink, which had fragmented in his embrace. No one could fathom that in that fleeting moment of its destruction, something within him had also fractured. Severus Snape. Ein silently reiterated the name in his heart, feeling as though his heart was being tightly squeezed. If this is what you desired. Ein limped forward. Yet instead of heading to the hospital wing, he ascended the spiral staircase step by step, reaching the 8th floor. A bizarre image of a troll clad in a pink tutu danced in his mind. He muttered to himself, I require a room to conceal things. And after pacing back and forth thrice, a door creaked open before him. Ein confidently stepped into the room, locating the vanishing cabinet and slipping inside. Unbeknownst to him, however, a pair of eyes had been observing his every move from around the corner of the 8th floor. As Ein emerged from the dark confines of the vanishing cabinet, the temporary loss of sight intensified his pain, and he pushed open the other side of the cabinet with a pale visage. "Long time no see, what happened to you?" Tom's initially light-hearted tone darkened upon witnessing Ein's state. He inhaled deeply, catching the scent of blood wafting through the air, and noted the dark stain pooling on Ein's black robes. "Injured? Come here," he commanded with a serious tone. Ein rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Look at me. You still expect me to come over? You do realize you're in this condition. Why not go to the hospital wing instead?" Tom retorted, his brow furrowing in disapproval of Ein's obstinate behavior. Despite his words, Tom strode forward and effortlessly lifted Ein, who was on the brink of collapsing before the vanishing cabinet, gently laying him down on the bed. "Let the Dark Lord heal you. You must be the first in history to seek that out," he quipped with a wry smile, before turning serious as he began to unfasten Ein's robes. On Ein's pale thigh, a deep gash, visible to the bone, continued to ooze blood, indicating that his previous spells were quickly losing efficacy. Tom furrowed his brow, brandishing Ein's wand with practiced ease, and after a flurry of intricate movements, Ein suddenly felt as though a thin veil of black mist enveloped his leg, dulling not only the pain but also his sense of touch. "Are you sure your healing skills aren't on par with Lockhart's?" Ein questioned, skepticism lacing his voice. Tom raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean? On par with Lockhart? I've temporarily sealed the sensation at your wound with dark magic. This seal will also prevent blood loss. So, during the natural healing process, you won't feel any pain, won't impede your normal activities, and there will be no bleeding. Once healed, you will be just fine." Ein fell silent, surprised by the Dark Lord's adeptness in handling healing matters, yet it seemed sound enough. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and indeed discovered he felt nothing. The bleeding had ceased. "I shan't thank you, considering this injury was of your own making," Ein declared, a hint of pride infusing his tone as he tilted his chin. Tom replied noncommittally. "Have you found a new Horcrux?" "Not entirely certain, but it's highly likely," Ein mused, recalling Lockhart's peculiar demeanor. The scarlet eyes were unmistakably distinctive. If it weren't a Horcrux, perhaps only a case of Lockhart harboring a dual personality would suffice as an explanation. However, it seemed Lockhart exhibited no signs of such a condition. "I wonder which Horcrux it could be," Ein pondered aloud. Tom elegantly extracted a notebook and began jotting down notes. Curiosity piqued. Ein leaned closer to glimpse what he was writing. "What are you doing, sketching a tattoo for your true form?" he inquired. "This is merely an ordinary notebook," Tom replied. "Oh," Ein responded. Tom raised an eyebrow, bemused and amused by Ein's expression of mild disappointment. "Why do you appear somewhat disheartened?" Ein straightened up, feigning seriousness. "Is that so? You must be imagining things." Tom's crimson gaze scrutinized Ein's seemingly somber blue eyes, sensing a subtle change in the boy that he was desperately trying to conceal, striving to prove he remained unchanged. "You know," Tom began, his voice laced with a beguiling tone, "there's something different about you today." Ein immediately countered, "What do you mean?" "It's merely your illusion." Tom narrowed his scarlet eyes. "Of course, it's not an illusion. Denying it so quickly suggests you are hiding something." His ruby eyes fixated intensely on Ein's somewhat shadowed azure ones, prompting Ein to sense a hint of foreboding. "Tom Riddle, if you dare use legilimency on me, I shall never speak to you again." Ein's azure eyes glimmered with anger as they locked onto Tom. Tom regarded Ein for a moment before breaking into laughter. "Very well, I'll heed your words." Ein regarded Tom with suspicion, unable to decipher the thoughts swirling within those seemingly placid red eyes. He inwardly scoffed. The Dark Lord was indeed a troublesome enigma, entirely oblivious to the secret machinations lurking within his terrifying mind. Although Tom remained the handsome young man he had always been, Ein couldn't shake the image of that noseless, bald figure from his mind, evoking an unsettling sensation towards Tom. After a period of silence, Ein's curiosity overcame the potential risk of triggering a dangerous threshold. He glanced around and couldn't resist asking, "If you've merged with more Horcruxes, you won't revert to that hideous bald visage, will you?" Tom paused. The atmosphere around him suddenly shifted, becoming oppressively intense as his scarlet eyes bore down on Ein with an air of authority. "Do you believe I am ugly?" he inquired. Dangerously. Ein swallowed hard. "Surely, you must find being bald and noseless quite unattractive?" Tom fell into a peculiar silence, and after a moment, he eased his formidable presence and replied, "I don't believe my appearance will change." Ein exhaled in relief. "That's a relief." Tom fell into an even deeper silence. After what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke again. "Since that is settled, let us discuss your matters."